Though his life had been completely burned out, fate had dragged him back to the mortal world once more. Though he should have been the most loyal munitions guard for the Legion, at this moment he had become nothing more than a helpless onlooker to the barren destiny of a bleak village. Sharp cries mixed with despairing whispers rang in his ears. It's over. Our whole family is doomed. We finally found a way for Jiang Che to take your place in the army, but how could he starve to death at a moment like this? The harsh voices exploded suddenly in his mind, jolting Jiang Che awake. Dim light filtered through the dark straw hut, casting shadows on the blackened ceiling beams. His eyes glanced about dully. He was too weak even to move them much. But the biting cold still pierced through his thin, worn blanket like a blade, and his stomach twisted painfully with hunger, making him dizzy. Am I dead? Jiang Che whispered hoarsely, his voice faint. The thought brought back memories of his last moments in life inside a smoky arsenal. He detonated all the gunpowder with the invading enemy, perishing together in a fierce explosion that still seemed to burn deep in his nerves. At that moment, a faint childish voice sounded. Ah, Uncle is awake. Jiang Che turned his gaze and saw two small, hesitant feet standing beside the bed. Summoning what little strength he had, he raised his eyes slowly. A girl of about 12 and a boy around 7 or 8 looked up at him, scared but bright-eyed despite their pale, thin faces. The woman's crying stopped abruptly as she spun around. She was about 30, with delicate features worn by years of hardship. Seeing Jiang Che awake, she froze, then broke into a joyful smile. Heavens have opened their eyes. Brother Jiang, you're really awake. The neighbor woman hurriedly gave orders, shouting at the two children. Xiaoyan, go get the warm chicken soup from the stove. And the leftover boiled egg, quick. The girl hesitated but was urged out by her mother's urgency. Returning to Jiang Che, the woman carefully tucked the torn blanket around him, smiling with relief as she spoke without pause. You haven't come home for days. We feared something happened. Yesterday, Daniel was worried, so he sent me to check on you. We found you lying on the ground, cold as ice. No matter how we called you, you wouldn't wake. We even boiled some wild herbs from the mountain. Thank heaven, it finally brought you back. Her voice trembled at the end. Jiang Che's eyes drifted to the other side of the room, where a simple wooden bed held a man with a pale face. One leg was propped high, bound stiffly with wood planks and cloth. The scene stunned Jiang Che, and suddenly unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, as if someone had forced him into a script that was not his own. He stared for a moment, and then realized. Is this time travel? Fragments in his memory started fitting together. It was the second year of Jiangwen, in Xiaohe village, during the fiery battles of the Ming Dynasty's Jingnan campaign. The body he now inhabited belonged to a hapless orphan parents dead, surviving on charity, weak and sickly from a young age. Recently, he had gone into the mountains learning traps from the village hunter, failed to catch any game, and was mauled by a rabid boar. After days without food, he finally died of hunger in a drafty straw hut. Snapping back, the woman's voice sounded again. Here, Brother Jiang, drink some soup while it's warm. Build your strength. She took the coarse bowl her daughter brought and handed it to Jiang Che. The broth was cloudy, dotted with tiny rare oil droplets. He tried to lift his body but felt limp as cotton, no strength even to sit up. The woman noticed and quickly steadied him. Don't rush, slow down, you just woke up and are still weak. Jiang Che sipped the precious warm soup quietly. It tasted bland but felt like a long-lost warmth in his life. He then took the boiled egg from Xiaoyan, eating a few bites. His hunger eased and warmth gradually returned like being reborn. He looked at the bleak but kind couple and quietly said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, Danielle. The gratitude was both for the original owner of this body and genuinely heartfelt. He didn't understand why these strangers helped him, but this kindness was no casual act of cold indifference. Don't mention it. Danielle, lying on the bed, grinned awkwardly, showing yellowed teeth. He exchanged a glance with the woman, as if silently communicating something. After a pause, they both sighed deeply, their faces clouded with worry. Jiang Che sensed their troubles immediately. As expected, Danielle took a deep breath and said, Brother Jiang, there's something. I broke this leg badly, and it might never heal. But recently, we borrowed army rations and gave our seals to the Wang mansion, promising to go in spring. Now with this leg, I fear it's ruined everything. Jiang Che frowned to speak, but the man was already crying hard. Then he shook his shoulders and suddenly said, Brother Jiang, I want to ask you please take my place in the army. What? Jiang Che, though prepared, was still stunned and speechless at those words. Seeing Jiang Che's strong reaction, Su Daniu hurried to explain. Your life is your own. Even if we save you, we won't use it to hold you hostage. But if you agree, from now on, my life belongs to you. If you make it back alive, my wife Xingqin will serve you, and Xiao Yun and Xiao Hu will call you dad. Before he finished, Jiang Che already waved him off. This won't do. Brother Daniu, you're still alive. That's what matters. How could I possibly? Su Daniu cut him off sharply, his voice hoarse. I'm already a cripple. This broken leg means I can't work, and can't even support my wife and kids. Brother Jiang, Just think of it as your uncle begging you save my family. He even tried to roll off the bed to kowtow. Don't do that. Jiang Che quickly caught him. In just a few breaths, Jiang Chi's mind churned with mixed emotions. This was only the first day since his time travel, and already he was expected to fight as a soldier, taking responsibility for another man's wife and children. In the age of cold weapons, enlisting was nearly a death sentence, especially with the Jingnan campaign about to erupt, a struggle that would decide the fate of the realm for 100 years. Yet this family before him had shared half a steamed bun when he was starving, carried him to the doctor when he was sick, and now had pulled him from the snow to save his life without once demanding payment or pressuring him. After a moment's thought, he offered a compromise. Brother Danyu, sister-in-law, don't rush. There's still some time before conscription, and your leg may yet recover. It's too soon to decide if I should replace you as a soldier. Let's wait a while longer. If it really doesn't heal, and the officials start pressing, I can take your place then. The couple, close to breaking, seemed to grasp a lifeline. Su Danius' eyes brightened anew. Brother Jiang, you mean? Jiang Chi's gaze steadied. Things aren't hopeless yet. The urgent problem now is food, right? The couple exchanged a bitter glance and nodded. What little military rations they had were nearly gone. Leave the food to me. They'll figure something out. Jiang Che promised. He couldn't stand by and watch those who saved his life be driven to ruin. After bidding farewell to the Su family, he declined Xing Qin's offer to support him. With still healing wounds, he limped step by step back to the next house. If the Su family was poor, then his own room was destitute. Mud walls and thatched roof trembled in the wind. A few wooden planks formed a crooked bed in the corner, and a chipped earthenware pot was the only utensil inside. So this is the new beginning? Jiang Che smiled bitterly to himself. In his previous life, had fought on the edge of death but had never lacked money. Now he had to worry over a single mouthful of food. First, survive. He gritted his teeth. Fill my stomach. Fix this broken hut. Otherwise, forget about conscription. Wouldn't even last through this snowfall. Cutting firewood and repairing the house needed tools, but right now, he had nothing. If only I had a sturdy military entrenching tool. Jiang Che thought instinctively. As a battle-hardened soldier, survival was ingrained deep in his bones. Perhaps that desperate urge caused a sudden jolt through his consciousness, and in the next moment, he found himself falling into a vast space that was both strange and familiar. It was a huge warehouse, brightly lit, with rows of shelves stretching endlessly. Type 54 pistols, Type 95 assault rifles, Type 88 sniper rifles were neatly displayed in order, along with the latest individual combat systems stacked tidily. Hand grenades, flashbangs, smoke grenades, and C4 explosives formed little mountains. In the very center stood a low-visibility gray-painted Z-10 armed helicopter, commanding attention with its cold steel glinting under the lights. This is the arsenal I once guarded. Jiang Che froze, his breath catching for a moment. The entire arsenal had traveled through time with him. With this cache of weaponry, a mere village would be like a snap of the fingers. Yet exposure meant both the Jiangwen Emperor's court and Prince Yanzhu Di would see him as a demon and hunt him relentlessly. Keeping quiet and making a fortune was the only way to survive now. He needed to solve the food problem first. What to hunt with? The Type 95 rifles and grenades were too loud. Anyone within 10 miles could hear. Jiang Che drifted between shelves until his gaze settled on a corner, the cold weapons and auxiliary equipment section. Military daggers, entrenching tools, and several well-crafted military crossbows lay quietly. That was it. These crossbows were fitted with optical sights, effective up to 150 meters, and could pierce a wild boar's skull within 50 meters, all but silent. With a thought, a crossbow landed solidly in his palm. He hid the crossbow and a quiver full of bolts under his wide robe, then pulled out a multi-functional entrenching tool and a sharp military dagger, tucking them at his waist. Ready, he pushed the door open. A biting wind carrying snowflakes rushed against his face. Jiang Che tightened his collar and followed the original owner's memory toward the Yin Mountains behind the village. The mountain path was rugged and slick with snow. The original owner's body had been frail. After only a short distance, Jiang Che felt chest tightness and heavy breathing. Yet he grit his teeth and pressed deeper into the dense forest. The outer hunting grounds had already been scoured, so he had to go further in to find prey. About a burnout of incense later, footprints became sparse. Pine and cypress trees stood thick like walls. Jiang Chi's nerves were taut as his eyes scanned swiftly all around. Any rustle of grass or wind movement could not escape his mercenary instincts. Suddenly, he stopped and bent down to examine the snowy ground ahead. A string of small, plum blossom-shaped footprints led into the bushes. A rabbit. Jiang Chi's lips curled into a faint smile as he silently tracked the footprints. The snowy plain was quiet, broken only by the soft rhythm of his breathing. Soon, beneath a cluster of withered yellow bushes, a wild rabbit curled into a gray ball was nibbling on grass roots weighed down by the snow, braving the biting wind. Jiang Che steadied his breath, drew a military-grade crossbow from his chest, skillfully cocked it, and loaded a reinforced alloy bolt. Through the optical sight, the rabbit's long ears and quivering nostrils were sharply magnified, every detail crystal clear. Without hesitation, whoosh, the bolt tore through the air. The rabbit twitched violently before collapsing stiffly to the ground. The sharp tip had pierced through its eye socket, riddling the skull with a clean, fatal strike. Jiang Che stepped forward briskly, pulled out the bolt, wiped off the blood on it with snow, and then lifted the still warm prey. A solid start. He felt a deep satisfaction well up inside. Securing the rabbit tightly with grass twine at his waist, he turned deeper into the mountain forest. In the hours that followed, he brought down 2 unlucky pheasants and a plump badger, enough to feed himself and Su Dania's family for several days. As dusk began to fall, he resolved to descend the mountain early. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew heavier snowflakes swirling. Just as Jiang Che turned, he spotted a white-browed tiger lying in wait on a rocky ledge a head nearly 3 meters long, muscles rippling, its bronze-colored eyes locking onto him like deadly copper bells. A chill sank to his gut. Damn, a top-tier boss monster right outside the newbie village? He bent slowly to place his hunted game on the snow, his right hand quietly gripping the trigger of his crossbow. Though powerful, the crossbow would have difficulty delivering a lethal blow against this thick-skinned beast unless it hit the eyes or throat directly. One false move, and his not-so-strong body would be shredded in an instant. The tiger sensed the threat of his weapon, pacing cautiously, its nostrils twitching, ready to pounce at any moment. The tense silence seemed frozen in place. Uncle Jiang Che. A clear, sharp shout suddenly pierced the forest. Jiang Chi's spine chilled as he whipped his head around. Su Xiaoyun was running uphill through the snow, clutching a tattered bamboo basket, her cheeks bright red from the cold. Uncle Jiang Che, where are you going? Mom asked me to bring you some food. Don't come closer. Go back. Jiang Che hissed, lowering his voice. But the words scattered in the wind and snow. It was too late. The tiger heard the noise too and instinctively chose the easier target. Compared to the armed man with fierce eyes, the unprotected little girl was clearly a tastier meal. A thunderous roar echoed through the mountain woods as the tiger crouched, snow billowing around it, its massive body lunging instantly towards Su Xiaoyun. The girl froze in terror. You beast, how dare you? Jiang Chi's eyes blazed with fury. Almost on instinct, he moved sideways and raised his crossbow. Predict Tamelock onto the tiger's raised head. Die, he growled, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh. The crossbow bolt pierced deep through the fierce tiger's throat, its tremendous force driving the arrow all the way through its nape, spraying a gush of scalding blood. Oh! The tiger, mid-leap, let out a heart-wrenching howl, its massive body hundreds of pounds slamming heavily onto the snow, landing less than 3 steps from Su Xiaoyun. Jiang Che didn't dare relax for a moment. He raised his hand and fired several more bolts in quick succession, each one crashing into the tiger's neck, belly, and eye socket, the arrow shaft still trembling afterward. The white-fronted tiger thrashed wildly for over 10 seconds before its limbs stiffened, completely silenced. Only then did the frightened little girl collapse into a heap, tears and snot smeared all over her face. Jiang Che exhaled heavily, feeling the sweat soaked through the back of his shirt. He stood up and looked down at the massive beast, a lingering chill still in his heart. You little fool, what are you doing running out here? Don't you know it's dangerous? He scolded sternly. Su Xiaoyun sobbed even harder at his angry tone and cried out. I didn't mean to. Mom was worried since you hadn't come back for so long. She told me to come check on you, and then bring you some food. She sniffled and pointed to the overturned bamboo basket nearby, where 2 cornbread buns lay cold and hardened. Looking at those 2 buns, then back at the tear-streaked little girl before him, the fire inside Jiang Che instantly cooled, replaced by a heavy sigh of helplessness. What good was it for her to come if nothing could threaten him? Still, he didn't say this out loud. He picked up the basket and scooped Su Xiaoyun into his arms. Enough, stop crying. Let's go home. Back at Su Danu's house, Jiang Che casually tossed the tiger carcass onto the snow by the yard gate. The loud crash startled Xing Qin inside, who peered out from behind the curtain. The bloody giant beast nearly blocked the entire doorway, causing her to scream and retreat immediately. Mom! Su Xiaoyun cried as she ran into her mother's arms, sobbing harder. Xiaoyun, why are you crying like this? Only then did Xing Qin notice the string of wild pheasants and rabbits hanging from Jiang Chi's waist. Her eyes widened in shock at the fearsome tiger outside. Stammering, she said, Jiang brother Jiang, did you really kill this tiger? Jiang Che nodded. Just lucky. It ran into me. Inside, Su Danu, still nursing his leg wound, heard the commotion. Sitting up halfway, he shouted, Wife, what's going on outside? Boss, look, brother Jiang, he killed a tiger. Xing Qin's voice trembled. Despite the sharp pain in his leg, Su Danu grabbed the window ledge and leaned out, his eyes nearly popping out of his head at the enormous tiger, even bigger than a young calf. Momentarily stunned, he snapped back to reality and shouted urgently, Quick, drag everything inside. Close the courtyard gate. A whole tiger, its skin, bones, and meat, each a precious treasure worth tens of taels of silver in town. For this poor family, it was an unexpected windfall. If the wrong people or officials found out, it would mean big trouble. Together, Zhengqin and Jiang Che struggled with all their might to haul the several hundred-pound beast into the yard, then slammed the gate shut with a heavy bang. Brother Jiang, you truly are. Su Danu was so overcome with emotion, he couldn't even finish his sentence. Jiang Che ignored his bursting feelings and turned to Zhengqin. Sister-in-law, please heat some water. They'll butcher the catch. Yes, yes. Zhengqin nodded quickly, wiping her tears and soothing her daughter, then happily rushed to the kitchen. They had meat to eat. Tiger meat, no less. This was something they had never even dared to dream about before. Jiang Che drew a modern military-grade dagger from his waist and began skillfully skinning the tiger. With one hand tightening the hide, he held the blade close to the layer of subcutaneous fat, slicing through with precise, clean movements that separated skin from flesh flawlessly. As the tiger's pelt was peeled back in one complete piece, he smoothly cut through the meat and severed the joints, sorting the bones, meat, and skin into separate piles. In less than half an hour, the entire tiger was processed without a scrap left behind. The ground was spotless except for some bloodstains. After wiping the blade clean, he grabbed the heavy hind leg and several pieces of wild game to hand over to Su Daniu. Brother Daniu, I'm heading back now. Take good care of the tiger's skin and bones, they're valuable, so keep it quiet. As for the meat, you guys can eat it. With that, he turned to leave. Hey, Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Zhengqin appeared at the kitchen door carrying a basin of hot water, blocking his path. The meat is all cooked, and you haven't even taken a bite yet. Thanks to you today, otherwise, Xian would have. Su Daniu chimed in loudly. Yeah, Brother Jiang. If you leave now, how could we face eating this meat? Remembering that his own shabby hut didn't even have a proper pot, Jiang Che nodded and didn't refuse any longer. He went back to the hut first, stored the tiger leg and wild meat, then took out a multi-functional tool from the armory space. Before nightfall, he climbed onto the roof to patch up the leaks. Just before the sunset disappeared behind the mountain ridge, he finally sealed the broken roof tight. The hut was still crude, but at least it no longer let the wind through. Wiping sweat from his brow, he headed over to Su Daniu's place. In the courtyard, firewood crackled in the stove, and Zhengqin had already stewed a big pot of meat. Steam rose thickly from the stove, mingling with a rich meaty aroma that made the two children swallow hard in anticipation. Brother Jiang, time to eat. Zhengqin called as she set down the ladle. Jiang Che brushed grass off his hands, jumped lightly down from the eaves, and stepped into the main room. On an old square table sat a large ceramic bowl filled with braised meat, tender chunks swimming in a thick sauce, garnished with wild greens. Nearby, black cornbread emitted a weedy fragrance. It was the most generous meal this humble household could offer. Sit down, Zhengqin urged warmly. The children's eyes sparkled as they stared fixedly at the meat. Su Daniu looked at them, a bittersweet but content smile on his face as he said, dig in. The group quickly began to eat heartily, filling the room with a lively, cozy atmosphere. During the meal, they talked about the recent rice aid from the Wang Mansion's army supplies. Su Daniu sighed, blaming himself. It's all my fault when you didn't come back after 2 days in the mountains. I didn't register your name, or you wouldn't have nearly starved. But as the saying goes, surviving great calamity brings future blessings. Look, you went out and instantly bagged a tiger, huh? Though he spoke casually, Jiang Che nodded quietly to himself. Missing the military aid meant no ties to the Yan Wang Mansion for now. That lack of connection actually freed him from their constraints, which was a good thing. After the meal, Zhengqin sent the 2 full-bellied kids off to bed. Only the 3 adults remained, and the room suddenly fell silent. Su Daniu glanced at his injured leg, then at Jiang Che, whose spirit was renewed and aura completely changed. After hesitating for a long moment, he couldn't help but bring up old matters again. He rubbed his hands nervously and spoke hesitantly. Brother Jiang, about that favor I asked, could you maybe reconsider? If you agree to join the army for me, our family will follow your lead in everything. Qin's a good woman, capable of raising children and managing the household. His coarse cotton sleeve turned white from being clenched tightly, but the smile at his lips was tinged with shame. By the edge of the calm, Zhengqin bowed her head, loose curls falling against her cheek. Her hands twisted the hem of her clothes, and a flush spread across her ears and face as if she might bleed from the embarrassment. Jiang Chi's smile gradually faded. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, looking directly at Su Daniu with steady but firm tones. Brother Daniu, like I said before, this matter is off the table now. Su Daniu grew anxious, stammering, but, no buts. Jiang Che raised a hand, cutting him off. Today, I acted because I'm grateful for how you and your family helped me, and because Xiaoyan's in danger. I consider you friends, like brothers-in-law. He stood up, his figure blocking the dim firelight, his gaze passing over Su Daniu and Zhengqin in turn. But friends don't take advantage of someone when they're vulnerable. You're the backbone of this family. What right do I have to replace you? I, Jiang Che, would never do something like that. His chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. He admitted to himself that when he first witnessed Xing Qin's gentle care and household skills, his heart had stirred. In this strange new era, having a woman who knows warmth and cold, having a place to call home, that was tempting. But to swoop in and take over someone else's wife and children while they're disabled, that was a line he would never cross. The room suddenly turned cold and still, like a block of ice. Su Daniu opened his mouth, but was silenced by Jiang Qi's sharp, unyielding stare. Only then did he realize the young man before him was no longer the timid boy he once knew. "I've eaten my fill. Thanks for the hospitality," Jiang Qi said, then pushed open the door and left, ending the awkward moment. The night wind, salty and cold, slipped through the cracks, rustling the grass outside. Back in the barely patched-up hut, Jiang Qi lay on the cold wooden bed, elbow propped behind his head, listening to the wind rattling the roof tiles. But inside, his thoughts were tangled in chaos. He knew his words might have hurt others, but this was a boundary he had to uphold. He neither wanted nor could bind himself to a woman and a family under those terms. As his thoughts churned, the creaky wooden door suddenly opened with a slow, soft groan. Jiang Qi snapped awake, instinctively reaching under his pillow for his dagger. A faint, pale sliver of moonlight streamed through the window crack, outlining a slender figure. Right was Xing Qin. "Sister-in-law?" Jiang Qi sat up, frowning deeply. Xing Qin said nothing, lowering her head as she stepped slowly toward the bed. Her trembling hands fumbled to unfasten her outer garment. The rough fabric slipped off, revealing a thin, faded inner shirt. The chill air immediately crept over her shivering frame. Her delicate silhouette flickered faintly in the dim light. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qi's voice was cold and low. Xing Qin's jaw quivered, but stubbornly pushed back the thin quilt, slipping inside the bed. Her skin was icy against his, carrying a faint scent of herbs and earth. "Brother Jiang, please just take me," she whispered softly, her breathing uneven. Caught completely off guard by her closeness, Jiang Qi's whole body tensed, his mind suddenly blank. He was still a young man, full of passion. To say his heart was unmoved by the sight before him would be self-deception. His breath grew heavier. But just as he was about to lose control, Xing Qin's voice came again. "If you agree to go enlist in the army for the family head, my life will be yours. You can do whatever you want with it." Jiang Qi suddenly froze. She treated herself like a bargaining chip to secure her family's safety. An unnamed fury surged in his heart. He abruptly pulled his hand back, sat up, and roughly wrapped the blanket around Xing Qin's bare shoulders, his movements harsh but devoid of desire. "Put your clothes on." His voice was as cold as ice. Startled by his sudden action, Xing Qin shrank back. In the darkness, she couldn't see his expression, only felt the biting chill in the air. She thought maybe she just wasn't good enough, that she was despised. Silent tears slid from the corners of her eyes. "Brother Jiang, do you look down on me?" She choked out. "I know I have had a child, so I'm not pure anymore, not worthy of a hero like you." "Shut up," Jiang Qi snapped sharply, cutting off her self-pity. Xing Qin was stunned. "Sis-in-law, listen. I respect you as a woman willing to sacrifice everything for her family, but I don't want you to degrade yourself like this. If I wanted a woman, couldn't I find one easily? Do I need to force a desperate woman by gambling with her family's livelihood? Go back and tell your husband to man up and heal his wounds. Stop pushing his wife and kids out as bargaining chips. As long as he's alive, no one else gets to decide things in this family. As for enlisting, he'll handle that when the time comes. And if it really does, it'll be by my own choice, not because of any deal like this." His words came urgent and heavy, like a series of slaps burning her face. She lay there stunned inside the blanket. So he didn't despise her after all. A wave of indescribable shame flooded her heart. She wanted nothing more than to disappear. After a long moment, she sat up quietly, grabbed her clothes from the floor, hastily slipped them on, and fled Jiang Qi's hut with her head bowed. Jiang Qi listened to her footsteps fade away, then lay back heavily on the bed, staring at the pitch-black ceiling, letting out a long breath. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Jiang Qi had barely gotten up when a loud, arrogant shouting came from the neighboring courtyard. "Su Daniu, you cowardly turtle, get your ass out here. Don't think hiding in your house and playing dead will save you. You took military rations from the Wang's estate, but now your leg's broken and you can't serve. This is a serious crime against the prince. Smart ones would better start figuring out how to make it up to me, or he'll report you to the magistrate and have your whole family thrown in jail." Frowning, Jiang Qi pushed open the door. At the gate of Su Danius' yard stood a tall, skinny man yelling insults into the courtyard. Jiang Qi recognized him. He was Zhao San, the village troublemaker nicknamed Zhao the Scoundrel. Usually lazy and thieving, he acted like the boss of the village. The original owner had suffered a lot of bullying from him and treated seeing him like a cat sees a mouse. Inside the yard, Xing Qin was protecting her two children tightly, her face pale. From inside came Su Danius' angry roar. "Zhao Lizi, you don't push your luck." Zhao the Scoundrel spat disdainfully. "Oh, what if I do? A crippled man, and he dares to act tough with me? Listen, this isn't going to end that easily today. On a chilly morning wrapped in lingering snow, Zhao Lizi stood in the yard with his hands on his hips. His rough fingers jabbed accusingly at Xingqin, who was leaning on her crutch. His grating voice cracked like a rusty bell, shaking the icicles hanging from the eaves. His greedy eyes slid back and forth between Xingqin and the girl behind her, Su Xiaoyun, a lewd smile creeping across his lips. Well, I'm not unreasonable. If you really can't come up with the money to support your elders, just hand over your big girl to me. That'll settle things. You bastard. You animal. Xingqin's lips turned pale with anger, her grip on the crutch faltering. She snatched up a bamboo broom leaning against the wall, ready to charge. Try laying a hand on me, just try it. Zhao Lizi glared fiercely. His murderous look froze Xingqin in place before she even swung the broom. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice drifted from behind him. Who's making all that noise at my doorstep this early? Zhao Lizi stiffened and turned his head. There stood Jiang Che, casually leaning against his own doorframe. The cold wind tousled his hair, but his indifferent expression remained unmoved. Oh, who is it? It's you, Jiang Che, you sickly weakling. Zhao Lizi's surprise gave way to contempt as he clicked his tongue. In his memory, Jiang Che was someone who could be crushed with a pinch. What? You coming to back up this cripple? Look at yourself in the mirror first. Get lost before I'm forced to beat you up too. Jiang Che said nothing in reply, stepping forward quietly. The snow crunching softly beneath his feet, his cold gaze felt like an icy blade piercing into Zhao Lizi's heart. What do you want? Zhao Lizi took a trembling step back, trying to put on a fierce front, but clearly rattled inside. Still silent, Jiang Chi's right hand slipped into his sleeve. Suddenly, a black baton slid into his palm. With a flick, a half-meter-long police baton snapped open with a click, the cold steel glinting ominously. Before Zhao Lizi could register what was happening, the so-called sickly weakling seemed to shed his old skin and transform. Enraged by that look, Zhao Lizi, relying on his size and strength, roared and swung a punch. You're fucking dead. But just as his fist flew up, a sharp, tearing pain shot through his wrist. Crack. The sharp sound pierced the cold air. Ah! Zhao Lizi screamed, clutching his wrist and collapsing onto the ground, thrashing in pain. The snow beneath him quickly turned into slushy mud. Jiang Che had broken his wrist with a single strike of the baton. Without missing a beat, Jiang Che stepped forward, dropping his weight into a knee and delivering a hard kick to Zhao Lizi's stomach. The man flew backward like a broken kite, snow spraying everywhere. The baton followed, striking again and again. Bang, bang, bang. Each hit landed on flesh, thorny deep but deliberately avoiding vital points. Jiang Che knew killing someone meant paying with his own life. He just wanted to make this man suffer. Stop, stop. Why did you just attack me for no reason? Zhao Lizi was dumbfounded, tears streaming down his face, words jumbled and incoherent. Jiang Che looked down at him, voice low and steady. Need a reason? I just don't like you. Is that enough reason for you? Domineering. Unreasonable domination. In a world where fists ruled all, this was the most effective way to communicate. You're a bachelor. Fine, I'm even more alone than you. The commotion outside had already roused the neighbors. Doors creaked open, curious heads peered out over the walls. When they saw the notorious Zhao Lizi beaten to the ground like a dead dog by Jiang Che, their eyes widened in disbelief. Even village chief Zhang Duang arrived, leaning on his cane amid the crowd, his face full of shock beneath his wrinkles. Seeing so many witnesses, Jiang Che flicked his wrist. The collapsible baton snapped shut silently and slipped back into his sleeve without a sound. As soon as Zhao Lizi saw the village chief arrive, he scrambled over, clutching the chief's leg and sobbing, Chief, Chief, you have to stand up for me. That Jiang Che just hit me for no reason. He wants to take my life. Village chief Zhang Duang looked down at him, brow furrowed deeply. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you always bullying Jiang Che? He wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Before he finished, the villagers gathered around began to interrupt. Oh please, Zhao Lizi, how can you even say that? Everyone in the village knows you always pick on Jiang Che wouldn't dare touch you. Surely you caused trouble again and pushed him to the limit. You got what you deserved. The villagers' accusations hit Zhao like stones to the chest. Normally, he swaggered arrogantly and terrorized the whole village, and the resentment against him had been building for a long time. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was seen as honest but a pushover, so now watching the villain get his comeuppance, the crowd quietly cheered for Jiang Che. The scene was completely one-sided. Zhao Lizi was stunned. He hadn't realized his reputation was so bad that no one would even believe a single word he said. Sweating and desperate, he suddenly raised his hand to point at Zhang Duang in the crowd and shouted with a reckless abandon, Chief, don't pretend to be a good man. You're no better than me. At those words, the crowd instantly fell silent. Zhang Diwang's face darkened so much it seemed it could drip water, and in a low voice he said, Zhao San, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. Zhao Lizi threw caution to the wind, eyes red as he pointed right at Zhang, shouting hoarsely, dare to say you didn't send me here? You've got your eye on Su Danius' daughter, and want to bring her to be your foolish son's child bride. The moment those words came out, the entire crowd was stunned into silence. You're slandering me with lies. Zhang Diwang's face immediately flushed a deep purpler, veins bulging at his temples, and the hand pointing at Zhao Lizi trembled uncontrollably. He had never imagined that the dog he had raised for so many years would dare to turn against him in public. All that ran through his mind was one thought. It's over. That secret that must never see the light of day was his greatest vulnerability. His mentally challenged son was the only heir of the Zhang family. To continue his son's lineage, he was willing to do anything. Xiao Yun from the Su family was fresh, pure, and had a broad waist and hips, clearly a good candidate for bearing children. He had had his eye on her for a long time. Since the Zus were tough and unyielding, he had schemed with Zhao Lizi, a local thug, to stir up trouble and force the Zus into a corner. Then he would swoop in to resolve the matter and naturally take control of the girl. The plan had been flawless until Zhao Lizi tore it apart in front of the whole village. Really? The village chief told him to do it? How would anyone know? His dumb son is almost 30, no wonder they're desperate. No way, you never really know a person's true nature. Poor Xiao Yun from the Su family, what a good girl. The noisy gossip hit Zhang Diwang's chest like a stone, his face turning pale and red in tumult. He absolutely could not admit it, not even to the death. Suddenly turning to the crowd, forcing a heartbroken, outraged expression, his voice hoarse and fierce, he spat out, "You're talking bullshit. You crazy dog, talking nonsense and slandering me." He pounded his chest, tears welling up. "Villagers, I, Zhang Duong, have lived in this village for decades. You all know what kind of person I am." This mad dog was likely beaten to the point of madness by Jiang Che, biting everyone in sight. "I came out of kindness to see what happened, and this is how he repays my good faith, slandering my entire reputation. Get him," he yelled sharply. "Take this foul-mouthed bastard down and shut him up." Several villagers close to the chief immediately swarmed Zhao Lizi. Knowing that if his mouth was silenced, he'd never recover, Zhao Lizi gave up and went all out, reedied and furious, charging back at the gang. The scene erupted instantly. Jiang Che had been waiting for this moment. His expression cold, he slipped through the crowd, shouting, "Stop fighting," while secretly striking. A sharp crack echoed as Zhao Lizi screamed like a slaughtered pig. Jiang Che had kicked his leg at a brutal angle, breaking it. Meanwhile, Zhang Duong was shoved backward, stumbling heavily and falling hard, hurting his back and breaking into a cold sweat from the pain. The brawl ended quickly amid cries of shock and pain. The crowd dispersed, Zhao Lizi was dragged away, and the front of the Su family home regained a fragile calm. But Jiang Che knew that breaking Zhao Lizi's leg was only a temporary measure since Zhang Duong was such a cunning fox. No way would he stop pursuing Xiao Yun just yet. At that moment, the old, creaky gate of the Su house squeaked open. Su Dainyu dragged his injured leg, limping as he staggered forward. Then, with a heavy thud, he knelt stiffly before Jiang Che. "Brother Jiang, big brother Dainyu is useless. This matter, I have no one else to turn to but you." The tall, lean man's forehead hit the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Behind him, his wife clutched little Xiaoyan and knelt as well, both of them sobbing so hard their shoulders shook. But Xiaoyan bit her lip tightly, refusing to cry out. Jiang Chi's heart tightened. He bent down to steady Dainyu. "Big brother Dainyu, what are you doing? Get up quickly." He glanced at Ziyun's little girl nestled in her mother's arms, her face pale with fear, but mature enough to wipe her tears away with her sleeve. The softness in Jiang Chi's heart was instantly stirred, and his tone grew serious. "Don't worry, they'll take his place in the army." That single sentence was like a lifeline to Dainyu and his wife. They lifted their heads, ready to bow in thanks again. "Brother Jiang, you're truly our family's greatest benefactor." Jiang Che stopped them with a firm hand, his eyes flashing coldly. "But if I leave, what about the village chief?" That brief sentence crushed the hope they'd just felt. Their faces turned pale. Military service might be avoidable, but Zhang Duong, the village tyrant, was not someone to be trifled with. Dainius' leg hadn't healed, his wife was fragile, and little Xiaoyan was just a child. How could they possibly stand up to him? Jiang Che saw through their panic and had already made up his mind. He had quietly taken care of Zhao Lizi. Now he only needed to make Zhang Duong give up completely. To suppress the village bully, he had to summon a stronger backer. "Big brother Dainyu, sister-in-law, stay home and wait. They'll take care of everything." With that, he turned and left, leaving the Su family watching his retreating figure with a mix of gratitude and apprehension. Early the next morning, before the fog had cleared, Jiang Che carried a bow on his back and held 2 fat rabbits and a wild pheasant carefully in his hands. He strode through the dew straight to the home of the Lijing, the village official who had ultimate authority over several villages and was Zhang Diwang's nominal superior. Since imperial power rarely extended to the countryside, the Lijing was the most influential figure for the villagers. The courtyard gate was half open, the sounds of chickens and dogs filling the air. Jiang Che had just stepped inside when a woman's voice called out, "Master, come quick and look." An elderly man with a goatee and a lean but alert face hurried out. His sharp eyes flicked quickly over Jiang Chi's game. Then a smile crept up his wrinkled face. Well, if it isn't the boy Jiang Che. What wind blew you here? Uncle Lijing, Jiang Che smiled, offering the game. I got lucky in the mountains yesterday. Brought some fresh meat for you and Aunt. Lijing weighed the catch, grinning with approval. How thoughtful of you. Then, squinting, he said, come on, no one comes to the Temple of the Three Treasures for no reason. What troubles have you run into? Jiang Che sighed, and allowed a trace of worry to show. Uncle Lijing, it's about the army draft. You know Danius Leg, it's ruined. I'm taking his place, but he's got a wife and child back home, especially little Xiaoyan. I'm really afraid the village chief, that bastard, will take advantage of them. The moment Jiang Che mentioned Zhang Duang, Li's Hang's smile faded and his brow furrowed. Jiang Che, this is a thorny matter. If you're caught replacing someone else, it's your neck on the line really serious. If you were family to Dainyu, that'd be somewhat defensible. Jiang Chi's heart tightened. He wondered if this old fox was about to make a big demand. If had known this, wouldn't it have been better to just deal harshly with Zhang Diwang's worthless Santo, make sure he never dared lay a finger on Xiaoyan again? But Lijing shifted gears. Unless you and Dainyu swear a sworn brotherhood or marry his wife, and officially declare him killed in action, assuming his identity only, then would the army let it slide. Even then, since you live next door and the whole village knows, if Zhang Duang exposes you, the risk remains high. Jiang Che chuckled bitterly. After all this, it came down to relying on one woman, the sister-in-law, to secure the family's safety. He let out a wry smile. It seems, in the end, it was up to her to protect an entire household's peace. Jiang Che couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. What kind of trouble had he gotten into that someone was forcing him into marriage like a helpless duck being shoved forward? He had always been a charmer, but never careless with his affections. Of course he liked women, but only when feelings were mutual. If a girl was made to endure shame in silence, pushed to his bedside like an object just to warm someone else's bed, there was no way Jiang Che would ever stoop to that. Right now, to completely resolve the Su family's crisis, there were only two things that mattered. First, remove Zhang Duang, the root of all trouble. The best outcome was to strip him of his village head position, erase his presence entirely from this tiny Beiping prefecture, and make sure he could do no more harm. Second, make Su Dainyu disappear in a way that left no trail or suspicion. Then Jiang Che, as the widowed son-in-law of the Su family, would take Zu's place in military service. That way, the Wang mansion would have no leverage, and the Su family, especially Xiaoyan, would be safe. If those two things were settled, everything else would fall into place. With that thought, he tamed the smile on his lips, his expression hardening and his tone carrying a subtle threat. Lijing, this isn't as difficult as you think. As long as Zhang Duang stops interfering, he'll handle the Wang mansion. The village registrar froze, looking at him suspiciously. You mean? Jiang Chi's eyes darkened and his voice lowered. Zhang Duang is a bully who abuses women and commits every evil imaginably, deserves to be punished. Once he's no longer village head, or even reduced to nothing, how can he still cause harm? Li Heng's face paled sharply. You don't go acting recklessly. That's illegal. Jiang Che snorted dismissively. Illegal? Has Zhang Diwang's misconduct ever been lawful? One more crime, or one less, won't matter. You just need to turn a blind eye, pretend you don't know anything. As for the Wang mansion, I have my own plans. His gaze cut like a blade, locking onto Lijing with such intensity the man felt his scalp tingle. Jiang Che seemed refined on the surface, but he was ruthless beneath. It was true that Zhang Duang was a scoundrel long overdue for a reckoning. Seeing Lijing waver, Jiang Che dropped his voice further. Making the Wang mansion not pursue the substitute military service isn't hard. As long as Su Dainyu dies in a way that seems reasonable, no one will question it. Lijing blinked. Reasonable? What do you mean by reasonable? If Su Dainyu is forced to death after offending the village head, his family will naturally be cared for by close relatives. The Su household only has a widow and 2 children. I'm related by marriage, so I'm not replacing just a military slot. I'm fulfilling the duty of the last male heir. Every word was deliberate and firm. Li Heng's brow furrowed. But you said you want to eliminate Zhang Duang? If this fails, neither of us will be safe. Besides, the Zhang family isn't weak. They have an uncle serving as county magistrate in the city. What if? Jiang Che cut him off coldly. Exactly. Only by removing Zhang Duang can the Su family be truly safe. It has to be thorough and clean, with no loose ends left behind. The village head's expression flickered with uncertainty. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. Jiang Che, you've got some nerve. In the dim light, Jiang Chi's profile was shadowed, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not enough nerve to solve the Su family's troubles? The village head sighed deeply, his gaze shifting as he weighed the pros and cons. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Jiang Che pressed on. Sir, if you know about this and say nothing, you'll be held accountable too. But if you lend me your support, you won't just be stopping Zhang Diwang's mischief, you'll be a hero to the people. The village head remained undecided. Jiang Che lowered his voice, steady but measured. Even if you don't help, Zhang Duang won't have long. The head looked up abruptly. What do you mean? Zhao Liza's leg is broken, but his mouth's still loose. He's locked up at the village office right now, Jiang Che explained quietly. If he wants to live, or reduce his sentence, he'll talk. Zhang Duang ordered him to forcefully seize Xiao Yun's property. He might even expose a few unclear disappearances in the village and some fatal land disputes. If this reaches the county magistrate's office, do you think Zhang Duang can still be village chief? And what about you? Village head, can you stay out of all this? Most of those cases were just rumors without evidence, but Jiang Che knew the guilty grow afraid when suspicion lingers. As expected, the head's face shifted suddenly. Don't speak recklessly. Those cases were accidents. What do they have to do with Zhang Duang? Whether they do or not, we'll find out when we investigate, Jiang Che sneered. But if Xiao Lizhi confesses first, there's nothing we can do to stop it. The village head's greed had been obvious since earlier, when Jiang Che gifted him 6 wild game fowl. She wanted to punish Zhang Duang, but also craved a reward. Jiang Che switched tactics and dropped a heavier bombshell. And don't worry about the county deputy from the Zhang family. I have my own ways to make sure their only ally disappears. Once the Zhang family falls, taking down Zhang Duang will be child's play. The candle flickered, casting unsteady shadows in the village head's eyes. The inner conflict was etched plainly on his face. Jiang Che said nothing more, just waited patiently. Finally, the village head took a deep breath and forced his expression steady. Jiang Che, you're just a one-eyed kid dreaming of swallowing an elephant. The Zhangs aren't a clan we can mess with. They'll take your wild game, but that's it. Forget this ever happened. Jiang Che smiled unfazed. Seems, sir, you don't trust me. That's fine. By tomorrow night at the latest, you'll see just how easy it is to control the entire Zhang family, including Zhang Duang. The village head snorted, clearly thinking Jiang Che was boasting. Enough talk. Stop with the nonsense and get out of here. He turned and slammed the wooden door shut with a bang. The door rattled, dust flying up. Jiang Che brushed the dust from his sleeve and muttered to himself. This old fox sure knows how to get greedy. The night breeze was cool as he followed the stone path back to the Su family home. The gate was ajar, faint light spilling out. Su Daniu and Xiao Yun stood by the door, rising at his approach. Su Daniu hurried over, lowering his voice but unable to hide his anxiety. Brother, how did it go? Jiang Che smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, brother. I won't let anything happen to you, or to Xiao Yun. I won't let the rest of her life be ruined like this. I've already spoken with Lizingwell. Head into town tomorrow and settle this as soon as possible. At Jiang Che's words, Su Danius' eyes immediately welled up with tears, his throat tightening so much that it took him a long moment to squeeze out a few words only to be choked back again. Xiao Yun stood nearby, her expression a mix of gratitude and worry, tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. Jiang Che raised his hand and waved it off, smiling as he shifted the subject. All right, enough of that. Dania brother, didn't you say you wanted to have dinner? My stomach's been growling for ages. Su Dania blinked in surprise, then burst out laughing. Right, dinner. Brother, let's go inside. With that, he grabbed Jiang Che's arm and pulled him through the doorway. Xiaoyan hurried off to the kitchen, adding more firewood to the stove to cook. As night deepened, the flickering lamplight cast a warm glow inside the house. The family gathered around the square table for their meal. The dishes were few, but steaming hot. Zioyan stew of tiger meat and wild mushrooms filled the air with a rich aroma. Even the neighbor's black dog peeked its head in at the door. Su Daniu carefully produced a small bottle of homemade wine from beneath the cabinet, handling it like a precious treasure. Just as he was about to pour some for Jiang Che, the latter reached out and pressed his hand down on the cup, his expression turning serious. Dania brother, I know what you're thinking. If you're planning to get my sister-in-law drunk to take care of me, I'm going to be mad. From now on, your matters are your own. Su Daniu froze, scratching his ear awkwardly. Brother, you're misunderstanding. That's really not what I meant. Jiang Che's gaze was firm. I'm helping you all because I wanna, not for any kind of repayment. Su Dania's face flushed red. He scratched his head and lowered his voice. I was overthinking. Sister-in-law knows how hard you've been working. She specially stewed the tiger meat mushroom dish and brewed this tiger's whisker wine to help you recover. If you don't want to drink it now, that's fine, you can save it for when you're at the barracks. Jiang Che finally smiled. That's more like it. They'll keep the tiger's whisker wine, I might need it someday. The aroma of the wine filled the room, but it couldn't drown out the guilt weighing in Su Dania's heart. He raised his cup with a heavy sigh. Brother, I'm the one who owes you an apology. You're taking my place to join the army, a death-defying choice. Now the Yin King is at war with the court. Who knows what might happen? If anything happens to you, how could I face your wife or the ancestors of the Zhang family? Jiang Che felt warmth spread through his chest. He raised his hand and gave Su Dania's shoulder a firm slap. I chose this path, and I won't regret it. Who says joining the army means death? When I come back safe and sound, you'd better have even better wine waiting for me. Su Dania's eyes reddened further as he raised his cup. Enough talk, brother, cheers. Cheers. Jiang Che lifted the cup and drained it in one gulp. Zheng Qin tidied up the dishes, gently reminding them, drink less, you Jiang brothers. You've got to head into town tomorrow. After saying that, She led Xiao Hu and Xiaoyan inside to rest. Jiang Che had been watching Su Dania's careful attention, but he couldn't keep up with one cup after another. The reputation he had for never getting drunk finally failed him. He staggered and collapsed by the table. Damn, Dania brother, you. The last thing he saw was the blurry, overlapping image of Su Dania's figure. Could this guy be trying to kill me? With that ridiculous thought, he sank into darkness. Unexpectedly, he woke up soon after. The fire in the hearth still glowed, but he felt hot all over and his mind was foggy. In front of him lay a soft, plump body. Instinctively, he reached out and pressed down, thinking he was still dreaming, as if he had returned to his previous life. Half-dazed, he truly believed he was dreaming and had gone back to the old days. As the storm of passion gradually subsided, he sensed something was wrong. The woman beside him was drenched in fragrant sweat, gasping heavily, but she didn't seem like the wife he remembered from his past life. He opened his eyes and, to his shock, realized, damn it. Jiang Che shivered, flipping himself up to sit. He stared in disbelief at the ghostly woman standing by the bed. Sister-in-law? Zheng Qin's fair skin flushed a deep red. She shyly glanced down at Jiang Che before quickly lowering her head again. Brother, don't blame Danielle. He doesn't know anything. It's me. I was grateful that you enlisted to serve the Su family. I was afraid something might happen to you. So I wanted to leave you an heir. She bit her lip hard, unable to meet his eyes. Jiang Che looked at her with helplessness. Sister-in-law, you're confused. At his words, Zheng Qin trembled slightly and raised her head to meet his gaze. Brother, did I do something wrong? Jiang Che sighed, looking at her with a mixture of pity and frustration. Of course you did. I volunteered to join the army for Danielle, never expecting any reward. What you're doing just puts me in a difficult position. Tears welled in Zheng Qin's eyes. Brother, I know I'm wrong, but I did it for your own good. You're handsome and capable if something happened to you. I'd be heartbroken. Her voice grew softer and softer, barely audible by the end. Only her glistening eyes remained, filled with hope and sorrow as they locked onto his. Jiang Qi's heart sank. He wasn't a fool. He knew exactly what this meant. But he couldn't accept this fate arranged for him. Just as he opened his mouth to find a gentle refusal, Zheng Qin seemed to see through him. She suddenly gave a bitter, self-mocking smile. Brother Jiang, I know you're an honorable man. Of course, you wouldn't want someone like May, a faded flower past her prime. Her words pricked like a soft thorn, causing Jiang Che to furrow his brow in frustration. Sister-in-law, that's not what I mean. He immediately denied, unwilling to let a woman speak so painfully. Don't rush to deny, Zheng Qin interrupted, smiling with an enigmatic expression. She lightly nodded toward the bed. Take another look. Is that really your sister-in-law? Jiang Che was stunned. He quickly turned his head. In the dim light coming through the window, he finally saw clearly. The person lying on the bed was not Zheng Qin. It was a younger girl, her jet black hair spread over the pillow, covered lightly by a thin blanket, revealing only a delicate, tear-streaked face. Her brows and eyes bore a slight resemblance to Zheng Qin's, but were more innocent and tender. At this moment, the girl's eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and shyness, biting her lips as she stared at him intently. Jiang Qi's mind went blank with a loud ringing. What was going on? She's my maternal cousin, Qing Er, Zheng Qin's voice echoed behind him, tinged with a sigh. A pitiful girl. Her family suffered greatly. The three brothers all died on the northern battlefield, and her mother followed after. Now she's all alone, with no one to turn to. Zheng Qin stepped closer to Jiang Che, her tone softening into something like comfort, or perhaps a final ultimatum. You're good-looking, capable, and still pure, unmarried. Qing Er has long secretly held feelings for you. Zheng Qin stood by the bedside, her gaze steady. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice on the last sentence, soft yet firm. Besides, you two, the rice is already cooked. It's settled, right? Her words were definitive, leaving no room for argument. Across from her, Jiang Che felt his mind buzzing. Was a wife really being handed to him like this? Before he could gather his thoughts, he heard the woman on the bed softly hum and slowly wake. Their eyes met, and Zheng Qin gave him a meaningful nod before pushing the door open and leaving, giving the room to the newlyweds. Morning sunlight filtered through the wooden window slats, casting dappled shadows across the bedding. The woman weakly propped herself up, the thin blanket draped over her delicate shoulders. Her voice was barely more than a whisper. Brother Jiang, I. Jiang Che raised a hand to his throbbing temple, still dizzy. How did you? He began, but then caught sight of the scattered red marks from her collarbone to her arm. He was instantly choked up. The reckless moments of last night surged back like a tide. Since coming to this world, he had been busy figuring out the powers around him and settling in, with no thought for women. Yet last night, dragged by Su Daniu to drink an entire jar of strong liquor, his new Bodis alcohol tolerance was like a starving wolf's. Waking up, he had already stumbled into trouble. The thought made him avoid looking at the young woman, his heart filled with regret. This mess was his own doing. Seeing him look away, she worried she had upset him. She gripped the blanket tightly, voice trembling. Brother Jiang, my name is Lu Shuero. It was my sister who sent me. I am yours now. When you enlist, Please let me stay here, so I have somewhere to belong, okay? Her bowed head and gentle eyes made her seem like a white dove fallen to earth, evoking sympathy. Jiang Che sighed deeply. With the rice cooked, could he really deny it now? Pushing down the turmoil inside, he asked as calmly as possible, do you truly want this? Or are you forced by your sister Xingqin? Lu Shuro shook her head rapidly, her black hair spilling over her shoulders, her eyes bright, as if full of stars. No, brother Jiang, I want this. My sister only wants what's best for me. My family is gone. I have nowhere to turn. Meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life. Jiang Che wasn't the kind of scoundrel who'd deny people he once knew. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he half closed his eyes and studied Lu Zeruthi's girl was truly something. She wasn't the sultry type, but her features were delicate and refined, with clear, bright eyes and a petite nose. There was a refreshing, pure quality about her. Thin beads of sweat dampened the hair at her temples, which clung to her slightly flushed cheeks. Under his unabashed stare, Lu Zerith's face suddenly flushed a deep red. Brother Jiang, you, she stammered, her voice faint like a whisper. Jiang Che chuckled at her awkwardness. Still calling me Brother Jiang, huh? Husband, Lu Shuoro lowered her head, her voice even softer than before, almost inaudible in its shyness. I'll go help now at sister's place. If I don't pitch in, people will mock me. The excuse sounded a bit stiff, but Jiang Che understood after all, she was a proper young lady. She quickly wrapped a jacket around herself and hurried out, head bowed and footsteps a little unsteady. Watching her retreating figure, any irritation Jiang Che felt earlier vanished without a trace. He wasn't going to lie in bed any longer, so he got dressed in a flash. Just then, Xingqin pushed the door open as if on cue, carrying 2 large bowls of steaming hot tiger bone soup, one in each hand. Brother, you must be exhausted after working all night. Drink this while it's hot, and get some strength back. She smiled as she placed one bowl before him, her eyes flickering toward the direction Lu Shuoro had left. Jiang Che grumbled silently these last few days had been living off nothing but this stuff, but nevertheless, he picked up the bowl and gulped down several large mouthfuls. The soup was scorching hot, but incredibly effective. When he finished, he set the empty bowl down on the table. Sister-in-law, Shuero, I'm heading out to get some supplies. We can't survive just eating into our savings and relying on tiger meat all the time. Now that he was a grown man with another mouth to feed, Jiang Che had to find a way to make a living. Besides, no one could live on soup alone forever. With that, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Su Dainiu and his daughter Xiaoyan were sitting on wooden stools. Thanks perhaps to the tiger meat's restorative effect, Su Dainiu's leg troubles persisted, but his complexion looked noticeably healthier. The father and daughter stood up as soon as they saw Jiang Che come out. Uncle Jiang. Xiaoyan's voice was clear and cheerful. Su Dainiu gave a simple smile, showing straight teeth. Brother Dainiu, Xiaoyan, Jiang Che returned their greetings with a smile. Don't wait up for me this morning. I'm going up the mountain to gather some wild goods. Then I'm going to the county to sell the tiger bones and exchange them for rice and grain. As soon as he said this, Su Dainiu grew serious. Daughter, quickly, bring Uncle Jiang's backpack basket, line it with soft grass, and pack 2 mixed grain buns inside. Right, Xiaoyan replied, and dashed back inside. Jiang Che looked at Su Dainiu. The man's legs were weak, but his heart was honest. He had judged the man correctly. A moment later, Xiaoyan emerged carrying a bamboo-woven backpack nearly as tall as herself. Inside, soft dry grass was neatly laid out, with 2 fist-sized buns wrapped in clean cloth. She tilted her little face up and handed the pack over, her eyes shining brightly. Uncle Jiang, here you go. Jiang Che took the basket and ruffled her hair casually. I'm off. After leaving the village, the dirt paths quickly gave way to rugged mountain trails. Going to the county to sell tiger bones sounded easy enough in theory, but it was tricky in practice. If he showed up at the pharmacy openly carrying a whole set of tiger bones, he wouldn't be selling good shed, be delivering himself straight into danger. An innocent man doesn't deserve blame, but possessing a treasure can bring trouble. Understood that well. To avoid drawing attention, Jiang Che carried an empty basket as he entered the mountains. But he wasn't just here to forage for mushrooms and wild vegetables. If he could take down a few wild boars along the way, his family's meat pot would never run dry. His thoughts swirling, he stepped deeper into the mountains, his pace growing lighter. Soon, a clear green mountain pool appeared nestled in a hollow, its surface reflecting the blue sky. By the pool, a dark, slightly upturned cave entrance gaped like a monster's mouth. On the muddy ground, a tangle of claw marks of all sizes crisscrossed the drinking spot shared by the local wildlife. No more worry about mountain game, Jiang Che thought with a smile. With families all struggling for food now, if he could rely on this water source for hunting, his home would have meat at every meal. Just as he was about to set down his basket, 2 flashes of vivid feathers darted through the trees, caught the corner of his eye. Flap, flap. 2 plump pheasants flapped their wings, landing on the opposite shore to peck at the water. Too easy. Jiang Che grinned. Already planning to bring the chicken soup to Lu Zurich needed nourishing more than any man. and the tiger meat soup wasn't as good as this flavor. The thought crossed his mind, and with a flick of his wrist, a folded hand crossbow materialized from his sleeve. In one smooth motion, he raised it, cocked the string, and pulled the trigger silently, careful not to disturb even the wind. The crossbow string twitched as he aimed at the drinking male pheasant. Whoosh! A near-silent crack tore through the air, and the pheasant's neck stiffened before it collapsed with a plop. Startled, the female fluttered up, but before she could fully flee, Jiang Che loosed a second bolt without hesitation. A sharp cry broke briefly in midair, feathers flying, before the bird fell straight into the mud. Done. Jiang Che whistled softly, slipping the hand crossbow back into his memory space, then circled around the pool. Both pheasant's own throat pierced, the other through the heart were already lifeless. He weighed them in his hand, heavy and satisfying. After cleaning, one would make a soup, the other charcoal grilled enough to feast for 2 meals with the family. Just as he was about to head home, a rustling sound came from behind. Jiang Che reacted without thinking, tossed the pheasants near his feet, leaned against a tree, held his breath, and peeked through the leaves with half an eye. Someone was coming. The bushes shook, and a blood-soaked figure staggered out. Jiang Che quickly pulled out binoculars from his armory. The person's face was hidden under tangled hair, and their dark red-stained clothes were jarringly vivid. Had they been attacked by beasts? Or were they being hunted? His gaze swept the area rapidly, ears sharp, no others in sight. The stranger clearly was at their limit, moving unsteadily toward the pool as if to drink. But at the edge, their knees buckled, and they collapsed into the muddy water. Splash! Water scattered, followed by deathly silence. What the hell? Are they dead? Jiang Che waited behind the tree for the better part of a tea ceremony. Doubting that the person was merely playing dead, he bent down, picked up a fist-sized stone, tested its weight, and heaved it hard beside the figure. The stone thudded into the wet mud, but the person didn't even twitch an eyelid. Only then did Jiang Che breathe a slight sigh of relief. Either completely unconscious, or beyond saving. Still on guard, he slowly stepped out from behind the tree, treading carefully over fallen leaves as he closed the distance. When he reached the figure, he got a clear look at the clothing. Not the rough, homespun cloth worn by mountain folk, but finely woven fabric with subtle dark patterns, especially the lining material, collar, and cuffs, clearly a standard-issue military inner armor shirt. A soldier? Jiang Che's heart sank. Finding a seriously wounded soldier out here in the remote mountains was no simple coincidence. He lifted his foot and gently nudged the person's shoulder with his shoe, attempting to turn them over. But the weight felt off too light, with a delicate bone structure. He put more effort in and flipped the person completely. A face smeared with blood and dirt emerged, obscuring most features. Even so, the closed eyelashes, the straight-up nose, and the gentle jawline stunned Jiang Che so much he nearly gasped aloud. It was a woman. Her breathing was faint, barely a rise and fall of the chest. Jiang Che pressed 2 fingers against her neck. Her pulse was weak, like it could stop at any moment, but it was still beating. He exhaled, but immediately frowned again. Her main wound was on the left side of her waist, and abdomen, a half-foot-long gash with torn flesh, blood sticking to crushed leaves. The depth wasn't fatal, but she was losing too much blood. Combined with the night chill of the mountains, if left unattended, forget about wild animals. Even blood loss and cold alone could kill her. To save her, or not to save? The thought exploded in Jiang Che's mind. Saving her meant taking on a heap of trouble, an unknown origin, wearing a military uniform, who knew what mess she was tangled up in? Yet to leave her there and watch her die, that he couldn't do. His eyes caught her right fist, clenched so tight the fingertips had turned white. After hesitation, he pried her stiff fingers apart. A token neither gold nor iron slid into his palm, ice cold to the touch. The token was carved with a roaring tiger. Its sharp lines shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Jiang Che clicked his tongue. This was even more complicated than he thought. The hesitation ended there. He tore some herbs into strips and fashioned a makeshift bandage to staunch the bleeding. Then he stuffed 2 wild pheasants into his backpack before crouching down and carefully hoisting the woman onto his back. Mountain paths were tough enough, but carrying someone made every step unsteady. The weight behind him and the gentle sway with each step made him mutter inwardly, "Well, she's definitely the real deal." But that joke flickered quickly away. He dared not let his feet slack for even a moment. Just as he was buried in thought and pressing forward, suddenly a sharp tightening gripped the back of his neck. A cold, chilling sensation crept along his skin into his bones, as a slender yet strong arm locked around his throat in perfect form. Jiang Che's hair stood on end. His elbow instinctively swung back to strike, but he stopped halfway. There was no real strength behind it. Although the arm squeezed tightly, it trembled violently, more like someone clinging on with the last ounce of energy rather than trying to actually break his neck. "Who are you? Awake?" He halted, leaning slightly forward to ease her burden, while deliberately breathing heavily, pretending to be a frightened, naive villager. "Miss, you finally woke up. If you hadn't, I'd have buried your body in the mountain by now." The arm around his neck stiffened, obviously not expecting such a reply. Seizing the moment, Jiang Che continued his act. I'm Jiang Che, from the village at the mountain's base. I went hunting today and saw you lying by the pond, covered in blood, not moving. You still had breath, tough, couldn't just leave you there, right? So I thought I'd carry you down the mountain. Didn't expect you to attack as soon as you woke up. While speaking, he tilted his head, trying to catch her expression from the corner of his eye, but saw nothing. The token? The woman's voice remained cold, but carried an urgent edge. What token? Jiang Che feigned ignorance. I don't know anything about a token. All I saw was a black iron lump in your hand, so I tucked it inside your clothes so you wouldn't lose it. He freed a hand to pat his chest, indicating the item was safe barely. That slap on his chest exposed his empty shirt front. If the woman behind him still had a blade or strength, he would be dead already. This was a deliberate fake mistake. Careful opponents don't reveal their vulnerable points so easily. Only simple villagers make such slips. Jiang Che heard her faint, quick breaths, and waited. This woman was probably an elite soldier, alert and ruthless. If she wasn't weakened from blood loss, that chokehold could have been fatal. But time stretched on without another sound from behind him. Jiang Chi's heart skipped. Passed out again? The body suddenly went limp, hanging silently on his back. He listened closely. Her breathing was weak, but steady. She had truly fainted again. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, then muttered to himself. Good grief, like a hedgehog prickly to the touch. He didn't dare delay further. Adjusting his stance, he bounced the woman gently to settle her more securely, then picked up speed, moving twice as fast as before. Any unwelcome romantic thoughts from moments ago had vanished after that throat lock. Right now, the person on his back wasn't a beauty, but a hot potato, an explosive charge ready to go off any second. That token, this woman's identity, was definitely complicated. Whatever it was she risked everything to protect must be incredibly important. Jiang Che sprinted along the rugged mountain path. Once you get involved in something like this, it's impossible to shake it off. The wind howled through the pines, needles crunching beneath his feet, and he almost slid down the slope, rushing out of the forest. Only when he saw wisps of smoke rising from the village entrance in the distance did the tight knot in his chest loosen a little. He didn't head straight into the village center. Instead, he turned onto a rarely used narrow trail that skirted the edge of the village and led to his own modest courtyard. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, he stepped inside. The courtyard was so quiet he could hear the wind rustling through the fence. Su Denai and Zheng Qin weren't home, which saved him a lot of awkward explanations. Without stopping, Jiang Che carried the woman on his back straight into the main house. The dim room was barely lit, with only a handful of glowing embers left in the stove. Xiao Yun sat on a low wooden bench, holding a stick and drawing grids in the dirt. Lu Shuero stood by the stove, stirring a pot. Hearing footsteps, she turned with a smile, but the moment her eyes landed on the woman on Jiang Chi's back, her smile froze. Gently, Jiang Che laid the woman down on the only sturdy wooden bed in the room. As he turned, he met Lu Zura's complicated gaze and felt his heart sink, completely forgotten about this. Lu Zura's eyes slowly scanned the woman on the bed. Her face was smeared with blood and dirt, utterly disheveled, yet her delicate brows, straight nose, and graceful lips were unmistakable. Even at death's door, she was hauntingly beautiful. Clenching her apron so tightly her knuckles whitened, Lu Shuero thought bitterly. She had just decided to follow this man, and now he's brought back such a dazzling woman from the mountains less than a day later? Xiao Yun held her breath in fear, her wide dark eyes flicking nervously between Jiang Che and the injured woman. Jiang Che felt a chill run down his spine. He let out a long breath on purpose and wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his brow, quickly changing the subject towards saving her. Shuero, you've really worn me out. Let's first see if she can still be saved. Lu Zura's lips moved, words on the tip of her tongue but tasting bitter, so she stayed silent. Seeing this, Jiang Che kept talking as he sat down heavily on a bench by the bed, rubbing his aching thigh. I found her today in the mountain, by a pool. She was lying there completely still. I thought she was dead. But when I looked closer, hey, she was still breathing. He spread his hands helplessly as if this was obvious logic. She's alive. I couldn't just leave her there to feed the wolves. Saving a life is worth more than building 7-level pagodas anyway. So I carried her back first. His explanation was straightforward, cutting off all doubts. Saving a life was an unshakable justification. Even if Lu Shuero wanted to argue, she could only push down the bitter swirl of jealousy and unease inside her. Biting her lip gently, she felt her emotions tangled and conflicted. Her mind accepted his logic, but her heart struggled to calm down. Xiao Yun blinked her big eyes, but silently erased the crooked grid she had drawn, quietly moving to a corner. Lu Shuero took a deep breath, leaned forward to check the woman's breathing, and finally reached out to pull away the crusted, blood-stained clothes. After a long pause, she finally whispered, her voice tight with tension. But she's so badly hurt. We're not doctors. How can we possibly save her? Doctors aren't an option. There's none in the village. Jiang Che stood up, casually tossing the blood-stained cloth aside. He had already done the most urgent first aid on the wound. He knew well that the real danger was severe blood loss. Now all they could do was wait and hope. Whether she lived or died was largely out of his hands. First things first, keep her alive. Xiaoyan, go heat up that tiger meat soup. Okay. Xiaoyan replied quickly, lifting her skirt and running to the kitchen. She chopped wood and started a fire. Soon the pot flickered orange with flames. Inside the room, Jiang Che turned to Lu Shuero. Shuero, you take a look at her. It's awkward for me to do it myself. I just caught 2 pheasants in the mountains. I'll clean them up and have my sister-in-law make some chicken soup later. At his words, a heavy feeling pressed on Zura's chest, but she could only nod, understood. She fetched clean cloths, soaked them in hot water, wrung them until barely dripping, then sat on the edge of the bed. Her fingers moved lightly, wiping the dried blood from the woman's forehead down to her chin bit by bit. As the scabs flaked off, a striking face beneath was revealed, skin as white and smooth as pure jade, pale and translucent from blood loss. Unshaped eyebrows naturally curved with a slender, slightly fierce arch, a finely shaped nose, full lips that, despite their lack of color, didn't conceal her remarkable beauty. Suddenly, Zura's hand froze. She glanced down at her own hands, roughened by years of hard labor, then back up at that near-perfect face. Doubt and bewilderment tangled like vines in her heart. In the other corner of the yard, Jiang Che crouched by a chopping board, skillfully plucking feathers and gutting the birds. His sharp mountain knife slid close along the bones, feathers drifting in the breeze. Jiang, brother Jiang? A voice mixed with surprise and fatigue pulled his attention. Jiang Che looked up to see Su Dainyu, leaning against the wall, limping, followed closely by Xing Qin. Brother Dainyu? Sister-in-law? What are you doing here? He put down his knife and rose to greet them. Su Dainyi's eyes were glued to the birds on the ground, 2 plucked, glistening pheasants. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. Pheasants. Pheasants are wary and fast, tough to hit even for skilled archers. Su Dainyu had been into the mountains 10 times with 9 empty-handed returns. Yet Jiang Che came back with 2 in one trip? It was unbelievable. Jiang Che didn't even notice his dumbstruck expression and said lightly, just lucky. Su Dainyi's mind was a jumble. He couldn't make sense of Jiang's luck. First a giant insect, now 2 pheasants. Xing Qin fixed her gaze more plainly on the plump birds, swallowing hard. Jiang Che caught her meaning and picked up one of the cleaned pheasants, holding it out. Sister-in-law, perfect timing. Let's do this. Well, I'll have chicken soup for lunch to dispel the cold and help brother Dainyu recover. He spoke naturally, as if they were family. Xing Qin froze. Holding the bird awkwardly, this was worth a couple taels of silver. Brother Jiang, this is precious. That could buy us rice and flour for a whole month. Su Dainyu quickly shook his head, declining as well. Precious or not, Jiang Che waved it off carelessly. Now we're all one family, no need for formalities. Go on, sister-in-law, I trust your cooking. Those words made Xing Qin's eyes sting with tears, filling her heart with warmth. She wiped her eyes fiercely, nodded firmly, and cradled the lively mountain chicken before slipping into the kitchen. The clatter of spatulas and the crackling of firewood soon filled the air. In the yard, Su Dainyu watched Jiang Chi's retreating figure, his heavy chest rising and falling. Finally, he let out a low, complicated sigh. His man was capable and loyal, but the thought of Jiang Che going to fight on his behalf weighed like a stone in his heart. If Shuero ever had a child, no matter how hungry I am, I have to make sure the child is well fed. Xing Qin pushed open the door and froze at the sight on the bed. Lu Shuero and Xiao Yun had rolled up their sleeves, carefully washing the body of a stranger. The woman's eyes were tightly shut, her face pale, yet hauntingly beautiful, so much so that Xing Qin, used to rough work, couldn't help but gasp, nearly dropping the chicken in her hands. What is this? Her voice trembled. Lu Shuero glanced back with the faintest look, but her eyes held a complex emotion that was hard to define. Xiao Yun twisted a cloth in her hands and hurriedly spoke. Uncle Jiang brought her back from the mountains. She was badly injured. Brought back? Xing Qin looked at her husband with doubt and confusion. The couple exchanged a glance, both silently thinking, there's just too much news today. As noon approached, the rich aroma of chicken soup drifted from the kitchen, swirling around the small courtyard. Jiang Che tied up another mountain chicken tightly with grass rope and hung it under the eaves, letting the mountain breeze cause its fur to puff slightly. Inside, Xing Qin ladled out the richest, oiliest bowl of soup and handed it to Lu Shuero. Shuero, try feeding this to the young lady first. See if she can swallow it. Lu Shuero took the bowl, warmth rising to her face. She scooped half a spoonful, gently blew to cool it, and brought it to the woman's cracked lips. The warm broth trickled down from the corner of her mouth. The woman's eyelashes fluttered, her Adam's apple moved slightly, and she made barely audible swallowing sounds. She really swallowed it. Lu Zura's eyes softened, seeing the bowl half empty, relief mingling with an indescribable emotion. She lowered her voice, sister-in-law. She swallowed it. At mealtime, The main room was so quiet that one could hear the sizzling of oil droplets in the soup bowl. A big basin of golden, translucent chicken soup sat at the center of the table, its fragrance thick and tangible, but few people lifted their chopsticks. Sudanio held a wine cup, rubbing the rough rim with his fingers as he frowned deeply. After a long moment, he lowered his voice. Brother Jiang, not to be nosy, but that woman in the room, her background's unclear. Look at her build. Her face, you wouldn't think she's from our village. What if she's a fugitive who stirred up trouble? Our small family here can't afford that kind of chaos. Zhang Qin nodded repeatedly beside him. These days, it's better to avoid trouble when you can. Saving someone is kind, but risking the whole family is foolish. Xiaoyan ate with her head down, but had her ears perked high, not daring to make a sound. Lu Shuoro held her chopsticks without looking at Su Danyu, eyes fixed intently on Jiang Qi's expression. Jiang Che finished biting the chicken leg deliberately, as if nothing anyone said mattered to him. When only the white bone remained, he slammed it on the table with a sharp ping, and the room fell instantly silent. He lifted his head, scanning everyone's faces one by one before stopping on Su Danyu. Brother Danyu, I only have one question for you. Jiang Qi's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. If you were in the mountains and saw someone close to death, would you save them or not? Su Danyu stood there with his mouth agape, his face flushed bright red, yet no words would come out. Though rough around the edges, he wasn't a bad manha, simply couldn't bear to see someone die without help. Jiang Che raised his hand and placed a glistening piece of chicken breast into Su Danyu's bowl, smiling softly. There, that's settled. I'm the one who saved him. If anything happens, they'll bear the weight even if the sky falls. You all along with Shui Ro and Zhao Yun just focus on living peaceful lives. Su Danyu stared at the meat in his bowl, then at Jiang Che. Finally, he sighed heavily and raised his bowl to drink. Brother, I trust you. Lu Zura's heart skipped a beat. The man before her seemed to always carry trouble on his shoulders, but did he really know everything? Or was he just used to bearing it all himself? The meal ended in this complicated atmosphere. Jiang Che stood up, dusting off the dirt from his clothes. I'm full. He glanced around at everyone, smoothly changing the subject. We can't keep the tiger bones any longer. If they stay a few more days, the medicinal properties will fade. They'll head to the county seat this afternoon to sell them to the pharmacy for some cash. The rice jar at home is almost empty, too. To the county seat? Everyone was caught off guard. Su Danyu quickly set down his bowl. Brother, they'll go with you. The county's full of all sorts of people. I don't think you should go alone. No need. Jiang Che waved him off firmly. Your legs aren't easy to move. Your wife and Xiaoyan need to tend the house, and Shuero has to look after that girl. He'll go alone, quick in, quick out. His gaze rested on Lu Shuero. I'm counting on you all at home. Without another word, he packed the tiger bones into a hemp sack, tied it tightly, slung it on his back, and walked out. The roof tiles of Xiaohe village shrank behind him, finally vanishing in the mountain hollow. Burdened on his shoulders, Jiang Che stepped steadily, not fast but sure. The county seat was livelier than had expected. Peddlers rattled drums loudly to attract customers. Caravans rattled past, kicking up dust. Taverns flew flags and drifted with the rich scent of meat and wine. Jiang Che wasn't rushed. He wandered slowly through the streets and alleys. He noticed the county government's tall stone walls, guarded by stone lions, with clerks yawning against the wall. Then he saw the filthiest alleys, where ragged beggars huddled in corners, their eyes dull. The whole county felt to him like a pot of broth full of all sorts of ingredients. On the east side of town stood the largest pharmacy, Renatang. The black lacquer signboard bore 3 gilded characters that shone with prestige. People came and went at the entrance, and the strong smell of herbs filled the air. This is it. Jiang Che took a deep breath, adjusted the sack on his back, and stepped inside. Inside, the assistants busily weighed medicines on scales, while abacuses clicked. Behind the counter, the shop owner's son, Deshinga, man in his 50s with a goatee, dressed in a silk shirt, slowly sipped his tea. An assistant glanced up, noticed Jiang Che's worn, faded linen tunic and mud-stained feet, and immediately barked, patients to the left, queues for medicines. Don't just stand blocking the doorway. Jiang Che ignored him and strode over to the counter, throwing the sack down with a heavy thud. The dull sound made the teacup on the counter jump. Only then did shopkeeper's son reluctantly lift his eyes, his murky gaze sweeping over Jiang Che. His eyes paused on the bulging burlap sack, and his eyebrows twitched. What's in there? Good stuff. Jiang Che gave the sack a shake. The coarse hemp rope loosened, revealing a glimpse of white, thick bones glittering coldly. Shopkeeper, do you buy tiger bones? Tiger bones. Both shopkeeper's son and his assistant's eyes lit up at once. Such a rare treasure was every gentleman's favorite. The assistant pounced swiftly, dumping the whole sack's contents onto the counter. Bones clattered against the wooden surface, sharp and heavy. Son put down his teacup and leisurely twisted his goatee. Though still acting aloof, he casually picked up a thick rib bone and knocked it, then hefted a heavy skull, turning it this way and that. Inside, his mind churned with excitement. Good stuff. Absolutely premium. The bones had a healthy sheen and were clearly from a mature, powerful tiger-potent medicine for sure. But outwardly, he affected a frown and curled his lip disdainfully. I'm telling you, young man, these tiger bones they want do. The assistant instantly caught on and echoed him. Yeah, exactly. Look at the dull color definitely left out in the mountains too long. Moisture seeped in, the essence is all gone. Sun tossed the skull back on the counter, making the bones clatter again. He feigned deep expertise as he nodded sagely. See that crack on the skull? Probably a sick tiger. Bones from sick tigers are taboo, they won't heal you. They'll spread disease instead. The two of them sang the same tune, deliberately devaluing this prime cargo to nothing. Jiang Che watched silently, saying nothing in rebuttal, his face plain but with a rustic awkwardness and a trace of nervousness. This expression only convinced shopkeeper Sun further. This kid clearly didn't know the Marquis, must be a clueless hillbilly who randomly killed some dumb beast. He sighed deeply, putting on a losing outlook. Fine, since you had a hard time coming all the way down here, how about this? He raised 5 fingers. Jiang Che cautiously asked, hopeful in his voice, 50 taels? Not a chance. The assistant snorted. 5 taels. No more than that. 5 taels. While the market price of adult tiger bones was at least 50 was a mouthy slash of 9/10 off. Sun leisurely lifted his teacup again, blowing away floating tea leaves, waiting for Jiang Che to gratefully accept. But then Jiang Che suddenly smiled. Picking up the despised skull, he pointed to the so-called crack and said lightly, I'm not selling. Sun's smile froze. Before he could respond, Jiang Che briskly stuffed the bones back into the sack, grabbed the mouth, and headed for the door. Tiger bones. Treasures that could be sold with other herbs for as much as 500 taels. This was gold. Sun's heart raced, and he hurried after him for a few steps. Hey, wait. Young man, don't you know how to haggle? Jiang Che glanced back, sneering coldly. You've taken me for a fool. Why would I do business with you? That sealed it. Shopkeeper Sun finally understood. This man knew exactly what he had. Tossing all pretense aside, he bumped the price up outright. 40 taels. Jiang Che said nothing, just stared, as if about to walk away. 60 taels. No 70. Sun clenched his teeth and named a figure far above market price, folding his hands earnestly. This is the highest offer this old man can give. It's a sincere price. After Jiang Che finished speaking, he glanced briefly at the man opposite him, then nodded. Deal done. Without another word, he took the heavy package containing 70 taels of silver. The cool weight pressed into his palm brought him a rare sense of assurance. Having completed the transaction, he went first to the grain shop and weighed out 20 jin of Fu Man Lao's premium white rice. The grains were plump and gleaming like snow. Next, he selected a few rolls of sturdy homespun cloth. At a glance, they looked plain, but on closer sniff, they carried the dry freshness of newly picked cotton, enough fabric to clothe a whole family through the new year. Following that, he visited several pharmacies with a fuzzy yet clear herbal prescription in mind, buying every medicinal root he needed: huangqi, ginseng rootlets, angelical, the ingredients to nourish blood and boost vitality. Not a single item was missed. By the time he finished, dusk was settling in. Jiang Che loaded the 20 jin sack of rice onto his back and rolled the cloth into a bundle he held in one hand. The herbs and remaining silver he kept pressed close to his chest before stepping out of the county town. The setting sun bathed the sky in a warm orange glow, streaming light obliquely from behind him and stretching his shadow long across the ground. The weight of the rice bag made his shoulders ache slightly. The cloth bundle in his hand bumped roughly as he walked. The subtle clinking between the herbs and silver against his chest, faint though it was, grounded him more than anything else. After spending 10 taels on grain, cloth, and medicine, he still carried a full 60 taels. For any family in Xiao village, this was an unimaginable fortune, enough to live comfortably for over a year without working. But Jiang Che was not satisfied. Once he joined the army, 60 taels or 600, even 6,000 would be like pocket change. Lost in thought, the familiar outline of Xiao village appeared at the horizon. Under the crooked old locust tree at the village entrance stood Zhang Duong, leaning on his cane and waiting. Jiang Che paused and furrowed his brow. This persistent old ghost. Instinctively, he shifted the rice sack to the other side, trying to make his bulging load less conspicuous, while tucking the money closer inside his coat. Zhang Duong noticed him too. Seeing Jiang Che burdened with the heavy rice sack and gripping several rolls of cloth, the old village chief's small, sharp eyes immediately gleamed. Well, if it isn't Jiang Che, he called out, hobbling 3 steps forward with a forced, insincere grin. His gaze flicked hungrily between the rice sack and cloth, as if trying to weigh each grain and thread. So what's this? Made a fortune in the county? This rice, at least 20 jin, right? And from Fu Man Lu, top quality. And this cloth, enough to make several sets of new clothes. As he spoke, his rough, dark hand reached toward the cloth. Jiang Che calmly stepped aside, letting the old man grasp nothing. His face bore the honest smile of a mountain folk, but his eyes were cold. Village chief, you flatter me. I went to the mountains a few days ago, lucky enough to find some mountain goods that I traded for seed corn in the county. Though he spoke lightly, Zhang Duang was no fool, saw Jiang Qi's unwillingness to elaborate. But there was no hurry. After all, he had come here today to watch over Jiang Che. Jiang Che, you're a good boy. Zhang Duang withdrew his hand and wiped it casually on his coarse trousers, his tone shifting to warm, paternal concern. Don't pay any mind to Zhao Liza's slander in the village. Zhao Lizi. Jiang Che cursed inwardly at the shameless tattletale, but his expression remained unchanged. Seeing this, Zhang Duang assumed had hit a nerve and pressed on. That scoundrel never has a decent word. Claims you didn't go into the mountains for herbs, but to dig up ancestral gravest hats where you got the money. I told him off right to his face. He pounded his chest twice. The cane tapped sharply on the ground. I tell you, everyone in Shaohe village is honest. Even starving, nobody would do such a wicked thing as grave robbing. Rest assured, with me as village chief, no one dares besmirch your name. Jiang Che looked down at the gravel at his feet and sneered silently. Old stooge, your act is pretty convincing. Zhao Liza's sharp tongue is notorious, but without your backing, that coward wouldn't dare concoct such vile rumors for all 10 of his guts. You were just in a rush to get me out of the way, so you can go shake down Su Danyu, aren't you? He looked up and smiled with feigned sincerity and gratitude. Thanks, village chief. If you hadn't told me, I'd still be in the dark. That Zhao Lizi really is. Jiang Che rounded the last corner and saw the dim yellow light glowing from his own courtyard gate. His steps quickened as he pushed open the half-closed wooden door. The people inside were startled by the noise and all turned to look at the entrance in unison. When the sack of rice was dropped onto Jiang Qi's back and the colorful bolts of cloth were tucked under his arm, the once quiet room instantly erupted with excitement. Heavens! So much rice! Su Danyu exclaimed as he dragged himself up, leaning on the table with one leg crooked and his eyes wide like bronze bells. And cloth too. Brother Jiang, where did you get all this? Zhengqin and Lu Shuoro almost simultaneously rushed forward, reaching for the fabric in his arms. Little Yun waddled after them, sounding childish and sweet, her small hands running over the smooth surface of the cloth to feel its texture. Zhengqin spread the cloth out and said with a smile that curved her eyes, "This blue one is for you and Brother Jiang's outer garments. It's durable. The floral ones will make beautiful dresses for Sister Shuoro and Little Yun." She gestured as she spoke, measuring lengths with her hands. Lu Shuoro hugged the cloth close, eyes downcast, her eyelashes dipping. Lono one noticed the faint reddening around her eyes. "I'm just a rough man. New clothes would be wasting good fabric." Su Danyu scratched his head and waved his hand in his usual awkward way. Before his words finished, Jiang Che slammed the rice sack onto the floor, his voice low and firm. He patted Su Danyu's shoulder. "Danyu, everyone gets a share, one outfit each, no exceptions. From now on, we're family. When we go out, we must have a good appearance. We can't let others look down on us." Su Danyu met his steady gaze, paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. That evening at the dinner table, the meal was enriched with pure white rice, and everyone chatted about their new clothes, the atmosphere warm and lively like a stove fire. After the meal, Zhengqin pulled Su Danyu aside to discuss tailoring, with Little Yun chirping along behind. Jiang Che returned to the small room he shared with Lu Shuoro. The oil lamp flickered a gentle amber glow. Lu Shuoro had laid the cloth across the foot of the bed, bending over to smooth out creases. Jiang Che closed the door behind him, cutting off the noise outside, leaving only their breathing in the quiet room. Her slender back stirred a warmth deep in Jiang Qi's chest. He stepped closer, hearing her breath quicken. The chaos from yesterday felt like a distant dream. Only now was it truly real for Lu Shuoro. Jiang Che wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Shuoro shivered. "Nothing." He chuckled lowly, clearly not convinced, and lowered his head to brush his lips against her ear. Immediately, Lu Zura's body softened halfway, her cheeks flushing bright red. Jiang Che gazed at the blush, his own heart burning stronger. Suddenly, he lifted her up, turning her to face him. "Trying to hide things from me? If you don't see how capable your man is today, you'll never know who's boss in this family." The shadows danced from the lamp inside, while outside the night grew even darker beyond the paper windows. And life went on like that. The woman in the courtyard, still unconscious from blood loss, hadn't woken. Every day Lu Shuoro diligently cleaned and changed her bandages. Jiang Che trusted her care and didn't interfere much. A week slipped by. By day, Jiang Che ventured into the mountains to hunt, bringing back good game to sell in the county town. But in truth, Jiang Che also managed to find some valuable things deep in the forest. A century-old ginseng root these days. Anyone claiming to have such a treasure would surely be referring to a cultivated one. But at this moment, that ginseng was a priceless lifeline. At dusk, Jiang Che pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. As soon as he set foot inside his home, he froze. In the room, Lu Shuoro was half kneeling beside a wooden basin, trembling as she washed the body of an unfamiliar woman. The woman was naked, her wet hair clinging to her pale shoulders, her cold eyes fixed intently on Jiang Che. Their gazes suddenly locked in the air. In an instant, Jiang Che looked away, forcing himself to remain calm as he took in his wife's pale face and her dress soaked through. Shuero, what are you standing there for? Hurry and get this young lady dressed, so she doesn't catch a cold. He turned slightly and casually closed the door a crack, using his back to shield the scene inside. Only then did Lu Shuero snap out of her trance, flustered as she grabbed some clean clothes nearby and carefully helped the woman dress. Water droplets splashed onto the hem of her dress. The stranger remained silent, quietly studying the man's back through the trembling gap between Lu Zura's shoulders with those chilly eyes, calm, unafraid, and utterly unreadable. She thought to herself warily, this person is no ordinary man. After the quiet sounds inside ceased, Jiang Che pushed the door open again. The woman was now clothed, sitting against the bed. Her face was pale, but her sharp eyes were piercing. Jiang Che moved a small stool 3 steps away and sat down close enough to talk, but giving her space. How are you feeling? The woman's dry lips parted, but before answering, she asked, who are you? Where's this? Jiang Che. This is my home, he said frankly. I found you unconscious in the mountains a few days ago and rescued you. May I ask your name? And why are you so badly injured? She recognized him as her rescuer. After a moment of silence, she replied in a soft voice, I'm lynching you. I don't remember what happened before. You don't remember? Jiang Chi's heart gave a cold laugh, but his expression remained calm. Judging by her demeanor and the clean cuts on her body, these wounds weren't from common bandits. His tone was steady but direct. These are high-quality sword wounds. Ordinary criminals don't carry such weapons. Miss Lin, are you running from someone? At his words, Lin Qingyu's pupils contracted slightly. Her fingers relaxed their faint grip on the bed frame. After a long pause, as if deflating, she leaned back against the pillow. Yes, someone is hunting me. You saved me, but you're probably caught up in this now. It's not too late to let me go. Jiang Che smiled. A peaceful life was not what he wanted, aimed for the top in this chaotic world. Soon, Zhu Dis Jingnan Rebellion would shake the realm. If Lin Qingyu had ties to the Prince of Yan's household, this could be a game changer. His thoughts raced, but his face remained composed. Rising, he called outside the room, Shuero. Lu Shuero entered, worry filling her eyes. Husband, go get the ginseng root we acquired a few days ago. Cut a small piece and make Lin miss some ginseng soup to help restore her strength. Lu Shuero was silently shocked. This was 100-year-old ginseng, worth at least 10 taels of gold if sold. But her husband's word was law. She could only reply, he'll go right away. After Lu Shuero left, only Jiang Che and Lin Qingyu remained in the room. The wooden window was half closed, and the two sat facing each other in silence. Lin Qingyu studied the man before her, dressed in rough cloth, sitting upright with sharp, commanding features, nothing like an ordinary peasant. Her body felt weak, her chest rising and falling faintly, but this was no time to pick a fight with him. A strong aroma of ginseng wafted in from the doorway, carried by warm steam tinged with medicinal herbs. Lu Shuero entered, holding a bowl of steaming herbal soup, the surface mist rising from its rim. Jiang Che stood and took the bowl with both hands, steadying it carefully before placing it in front of Lin Qingyu. Drink this. Get your strength back before we talk about anything else. No one in my house will harm you. Lin Qingyu stared at him but didn't refuse in the end. The bitter, spicy medicine burned as she swallowed it down in one go. Soon after, color returned to her pale cheeks. She leaned against the headboard, sweat drying on her forehead, a chaotic mind slowly settling into order. Suddenly, as if pricked by a needle, she shot up. Where's my token? What token? Jiang Che feigned ignorance, his eyes clear, as if truly unaware. Miss Lin, are you mistaken? When I found you, you had nothing on you except these clothes. Lin Qingyu's face darkened instantly. You're lying. Before I passed out, I clearly slipped it into your hand. Oh, Jiang Che smiled as if amused, not the least angry. He leaned closer, innocence melting into a sly edge at the corner of his mouth. Miss Lin, didn't you say you'd forgotten everything that happened earlier? Lin Qingyu's breath caught. She had just claimed amnesia, but now she was firmly recalling the token, contradicting herself. Her chest heaved with furious breaths, anger rising to her brow, yet she could not utter a word. Jiang Che remained silent, pulled over a chair, and sat quietly with a steady gaze. The only sound in the room was the crackle of the burning charcoal. Lin Qingyu bit her lip, so hard it almost bled. That token was her identity. Without it, she was powerless to move forward. After a long, tense moment, she slumped back against the pillow, exhaling deeply as if resigning herself. You win. My name is Lin Qingyu. That token is my proof of identity. I'm part of the embroidered uniform guard, and those chasing me belong to the Yin Prince's residence. She stared directly at Jiang Che, expecting shock or panic. After all, the words embroidered uniform guard were enough to scare ordinary people. But Jiang Che only stroked his chin, his tone calm. The embroidered uniform guard. How that is quite the trouble. Lin Qingyu looked at him with wary eyes. From the way you speak, You seem very familiar with the affairs of the court? Jiang Che offered no further explanation, only a simple reply. It wasn't quite a close acquaintance just a few days ago. When I went into town to sell goods, I overheard a storyteller at the tea house mention something. He said the current prince of Yan holds great power, commanding troops heavily along the northern border, even daring to challenge the embroidered uniform guard. Sounds like your days aren't going to be easy. Lin Qingyu's heart sank. How could an ordinary farmer know so much about military affairs 1,000 miles away in the north? The embroidered uniform guard were the emperor's own blade. If the prince of Yan dared to cross them, it was as if he was drawing his sword against the court itself. She looked up, fixing her gaze on the man before her, weighing the situation silently. Probing any further seemed pointless. What exactly do you want? She bluntly asked. Jiang Che turned and sat back on the low stool, resting his elbows on his knees, his demeanor casual. Simple. A deal. They'll keep you safe here while you recover one from the prince's mansion will find you. They'll hold on to your token for now, too. Once you're well, you do one thing for me. Bold as brass. Lin Qingyu's eyes narrowed sharply. This man actually intended to use a member of the embroidered uniform guard as a bargaining chip? What thing? Too soon to say. Jiang Che shook his head. Just answer whether you will or won't. Why should I trust you? What if you ask me to do something wicked? Lin Qingyu gritted her teeth. This was her last line. A woman walking a razor's edge like her had seen plenty of dirty deals, but what terrified her most were the conditions she couldn't accept, like giving herself. Jiang Che seemed to see right through her worry and sneered. Don't worry. It won't betray your code of chivalry, and am not after your body. For you, it might just be a small gesture. Of course, you can refuse, but at dawn, they'll hand your token over to the prince's men secretly positioned in the county. The threat was blatant. Lin Qingyu had nothing to say, trembling all over. After a long moment, she forced out between clenched teeth, fine. He'll do it. Wise choice. Jiang Che stood and instantly switched back to his harmless farmer act. Rest up. They'll have Shuero stewed ginseng soup for you in the morning. With that, he closed the door behind him. The sound of the door shutting felt like all her strength had been drained away. Lin Qingyu collapsed back against the headboard, her expression a tangled web of emotions. Jiang Che entered his own room, where beneath the dim oil lamp, Lu Shuero was sewing an old garment. Seeing him come in, she quickly put down her needle and thread to approach. Chage, Miss Lin, is she okay? I thought I heard you two arguing. Jiang Che took her hand, warm and soft in his palm. Smiling, he gently rubbed the top of her head. Just a misunderstanding, all settled now. Don't worry. Lu Shuero softly replied. Oh, sensing he didn't want to discuss it further and wisely dropping the subject, she obediently helped take off his outer robe and hang it up. But as she turned, the words from Sister Qin from that afternoon popped into her mind. Shuero, as someone who's been through it, hey, race a word of advice. Just being good to a man isn't enough. To really keep his heart, you've got to give him a child, preferably a big, chubby boy. Thinking of that, a blush crept across Zura's cheek. She glanced stealthily at Jiang Chi's broad shoulders, a sight that filled her with an indescribable sense of comfort. At dawn, just as the roosters crowed 3 times, Jiang Che rolled off the Kong, donned his clothes, and headed to the kitchen. By the stove, Xing Qin was fighting sleep, her eyelids drooping, but she still clutched dry kindling to start the fire. The flames cast a warm glow on the side of her face. Shuero, thanks for your hard work these past few days making jerky out of the leftover meat, Jiang Che said softly as he approached from behind. Lu Shuero was drying a washed pot and was startled, her small shoulders twitching. Turning around to see Jiang Che, she rubbed her chest and gave him a playful glare. Brother Che, winter's still a ways off. Why are you so busy making jerky now? Just preparing. It'll come in handy. Jiang Che replied without elaborating, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Shuero's ears instantly flushed with heat, and her heart skipped a beat. Memories of Sister Xing Qin's teasing last night and her restless thoughts under the covers surged all at once. She softly answered, okay, I'll do as you say. She felt he was planning for their future together, and the thought made her heart sweetly full. She moved with renewed energy, muttering to herself about making the jerky fragrant and chewy. Watching the young woman bustling about, Jiang Che sighed inwardly. The jerky wasn't for winter's cold, but for marching soldiers. Last night, Lin Qingyu's words had stirred long-buried memories. The embroidered uniform guard, the Prince of Yan's mansion, pretending madness. Piecing these clues together led to only one conclusion: the Jingnan campaign. Emperor Jiangwen's purge forced his uncle, Zhu Di, to feign madness, tainting himself daily to fool the court spies for half a year. Now that Lin Qingyu, an embroidered guard, had appeared in Beiping, she was clearly there to verify the Prince of Yan's supposed madness. Once Zhu Di believed the time was right, he would rip off the mask and rebel under the banner of clearing the court's corruption. According to the history books, Zhu Di's formal uprising would happen within a month at most, but recruitment and military buildup wouldn't wait until the last moment. It could be as soon as 10 days, possibly just 2 or 3. The Prince of Yan's mansion would soon be bustling with activity. Chaos was coming, and Jiang Che held the arsenal if he wagered on the right side. It would be a stairway to the heavens. But before that, he needed enough silver to support Lu Shuai and the others. Jiang Che decided, while market conditions were good, he'd make one more trip to the county town to sell every mountain product he could. As for the days he was away, if Su Dinyo dared cause trouble for Lu Shuai, he'd have Lin Qingyu watch over her after all. Even if Zhu Di rebelled, the embroidered guard's power was formidable, authorized to act first and report later. Even the village chief who had scolded him last time would be trembling at their presence. After a simple packing, Jiang Che slung the bamboo basket on his back and set off through the thin mist toward the county town. The east street of the county town was growing lively. Jiang Che headed straight into Rinha Hall, where Head last traded tiger bone. As soon as the curtain lifted, he called out loudly, "Shopkeeper, show me the goods." Shopkeeper's son, hearing the familiar voice, looked up and immediately broke into a broad smile. It was indeed the young man who sold tiger bones before, and had made a good profit last time. Well, brother Jiang. Behind the counter at Renhatang, shopkeeper's son greeted Jiang Che with a brisk motion, his oily palms slipping across the wooden surface as he snatched the parcel from Jiang's hands. The moment the cloth bag's tie was loosened, a robust wild ginseng root with distinct veins emerged, alongside a few pristine, flawless wolf pelts with sleek fur. Shopkeeper's son's eyes narrowed almost to slits, an involuntary breath escaping his lips. Good stuff. That ginseng's got at least 30 years of growth. He rubbed his hands eagerly, already calculating the price in his head no less than 100 taels of silver, and if a discerning wealthy buyer came by, it might even fetch more than that recent batch of tiger bone. Just as he was about to start bargaining, a loud clatter of leather boots echoed from the entrance. A silk-robed, oily-faced, middle-aged fat man swaggered into the pharmacy, flanked by several henchmen wielding clubs, each step causing the wooden floorboards to tremble. Well, what treasure has shopkeeper's son rubbing you up the right way? The man was Huang Sanyi, Huang Ping, a notorious local thug who controlled much of the city's medicinal trade. His eyes immediately locked onto the ginseng and wolf pelts on the counter. Striding forward, he shoved Jiang Che roughly to the side with a heavy swing of his thick arm. Huang Ping grabbed one of the wolf pelts, weighing it in his hand, then scraped a fingernail along the ginseng's rootlets before snorting disdainfully through his nose. This junk's mine now. 50 taels, take the money and get lost. Shopkeeper's son's face stiffened. Despite his greed, he had his limits and had hoped for at least 100 taels. Jiang Che didn't even glance at Huang Ping. Instead, he raised his eyes coolly and asked son quietly, "Are you buying or not? If not, he'll take it elsewhere." The blatant snub flushed Huang Ping's face purple with anger. He slammed a pudgy hand on the counter. "Hey, you deaf? I'm talking to you." Only then did Jiang Che turn his head, his gaze sharp and cold as a blade. "Not selling." The two simple words hit Huang Ping like a slap to the face. "You're asking for it. Get him, break his legs." Huang Ping roared. Two henchmen charged forward viciously. Suddenly, the beaded curtain at the back was violently swept aside. A middle-aged man in an indigo robe embroidered with subtle patterns stepped out steadily, his expression calm and composed. Behind him, shopkeeper's son's face had drained of color as he bowed his head. "Well, look who's full of himself, Huang Sanyi." The voice was low but carried an unmistakable chill of authority. Huang Ping shuddered. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Money talks, right? What are you doing here?" The man was Qian Feng, the steward responsible for secret procurement at the Prince Yan's mansion. He had been negotiating military medicinal supplies with shopkeeper's son in the back room, and had clearly overheard the commotion in the front. Qian Feng simply tilted his chin and spat one word: "Leave." Huang Ping was as if granted a royal pardon. He fled with his henchmen, the pounding of their boots echoing against the street stones as they vanished. Silence returned to the pharmacy. Qian Feng's gaze shifted to Jiang Che, and he smiled with a respectful nod. "Young brother, I'm Qian Feng. That ginseng and those wolf pelts are excellent quality. The market price is 120 taels. They'll offer you 150. Do we have a deal?" An offer 20% above market value. Jiang Che was slightly surprised, but still nodded calmly. "Thank you." Qian Feng's eyes sparkled with greater admiration. He gestured to a burly man to produce a silver voucher. After the transaction was completed, Qian Feng casually inquired, "Where are you from?" That earlier show of defiance most would have been scared stiff. "I'm from Xiaohe village," Jiang Che replied, pocketing the voucher. "These are things that keep you alive. If someone tries to rob them, it's better to die than lose them." His expression remained serene. Qian Feng chuckled softly and didn't press further. From his sleeve, he pulled out a small wooden token about an inch long and handed it over. "Fortune has brought us together today. Take this as my token. If you ever have good goods, come directly to Rinhatang and ask for shopkeeper's son." Jiang Che accepted the token, bowed slightly, then turned and soon melted into the crowd at the street corner. Standing before the counter, Qian Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Wang Xian, follow him and keep an eye out. I have a feeling this young man is no ordinary fellow." The man who had just paid nodded and quickly stepped out, disappearing after Jiang Che. As steward for Prince Yan, Qianfeng prided himself on his keen eye for people. Huang Ping's ruthless attitude would have long forced an honest merchant to grovel. As for what Jiang Che sighed if he truly believed it, then Qianfeng had narrowly escaped disaster, for now. Jiang Che carried a heavy pouch with 150 taels of silver, his pace steady and unhurried. Though the weight of the silver pressed on his hand, his heart was far from at ease. Since stepping out of Renha Hall, faint yet persistent gazes had stuck to his back like stubborn glue. His sharp instincts, honed by near-death experiences in his past life, told him there were 3 people following him. He muttered a curse under his breath, first blending into the crowd and turning down several streets. Then he slipped into a quiet alley, finally strolling casually toward the city outskirts. Though his steps seemed aimless, their speed was so precise even he hadn't noticed. Not far outside the city, an old locust tree with thick foliage stood watch. Wang Xian lay motionless on a branch like a fallen leaf, his breath stopped, eyes sharp as a hawk as he fixated on Jiang Che's back. He saw Jiang Che struggle to shake off the tail, but those fools kept snapping back like flies. He frowned. Just this? Money must be mistaken. Besides guts and luck, the kid was useless, unable even to sense he was being followed. Yet when he noticed 2 of the guards breaking off to ambush by the shortcut, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. The winding path back to the village was lined with tall, wild grass rustling in the breeze, reaching over waist high. Suddenly, Jiang Che stopped. Ahead, 2 guards stood cross-armed, blocking the road with cruel grins. Behind him, the last one sealed off the retreat. The small circle of encirclement instantly formed. Kid, why aren't you running? The lead guard cracked his neck, so the bones popped. Master Huang ordered, hand over the money, cut off a leg yourself, and this ends here. Otherwise, come this day next year, it'll be your death anniversary. Another guard sneered, eyes greedily fixed on the pouch in Jiang Che's arms. Jiang Che said nothing. He unshouldered the empty basket used for carrying goods and tossed it aside. Is it just you 3? He asked calmly, raising his eyes. Still defiant, with death staring you in the face. Attack. The leader felt a chill from Jiang Che's gaze, anger and humiliation igniting his roar. Fists flew, aiming straight for Jiang Che's face. Jiang Che tilted aside, the heavy punch missed by the edge of his clothes. Using the momentum, he leaned forward and slammed his right elbow like an iron hammer into the guard's jaw. Crack. The guard couldn't even scream properly before blood, foam, and broken teeth sprayed out. His whole body collapsed like wet clay. One move, 1 man down. The other 2 guards turned pale, exchanged glances, then turned and fled wildly. Trying to run now? Jiang Che took a step forward and was quicker. His left hand grabbed one guard's collar from behind and yanked hard, while his right foot swept upward into the knee. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence as the guard's lower leg twisted at an unnatural angle, the sound of bones snapping sharp. The last guard was terrified beyond reason, wetting himself on the spot. He dropped to his knees, pounding his forehead hard on the ground, tears and snot flowing freely. Mercy. Please spare me, sir. We didn't know who you were. Please, take the money. Keep it. Just don't kill us. Jiang Che slowly approached him, looking down with a commanding air. Who sent you? It was Master Huang San. The man gritted his teeth in pain, but forced himself to speak. Go back and tell him Grandpa's not someone to be messed with. Now get lost. With the order given, the 3 men helped each other, stumbling as they retreated to the alley's entrance, not daring to stop for a moment. Jiang Che didn't immediately pick up the basket that had fallen to the ground. Instead, his gaze shifted to an old locust tree not far away. Been watching for this long, aren't you tired? He called out. The dense leaves rustled gently. Soon after, a lean man brushed off the leaves from his clothes and leapt down steadily from the tree trunk. Well, turns out you're a tiger in a pig's skin. The man stood firm and gave Jiang Che a thumbs up, deliberately exposing a weakness to split their forces for a pincer attack, then taking them down one by one. That move. Are you really just a hunter? During the earlier fight, he had thought Qian the steward had made a mistake. Now it seemed laughable. Jiang Che's expression remained calm as he quietly stared back. Are you someone from Qian the steward? Yes and no, the man said teasingly, then flashed a grin revealing white teeth. Wang Xian. I'm interested in you. How about joining me? There was no surprise, only quiet listening from Jiang Che, as if he were an outsider. So who is Qian the steward? He asked abruptly. Question after question caught Wang Xian off guard. And who are you? Recruiting some country boy like Mewhat do you want me to do? Kill. Burn. Wang Xian's estimation shot up rapidly. This wasn't just a rough gem, but already a finely polished treasure, brave, clever, and cautious. Ha. He laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Good question. Well, he grew serious. Qian the steward is a pawn we planted in the county to scout talent, that's all. As for who we are. He paused, then said each word deliberately. The Yin Prince's mansion. Jiang Che's pupils contracted sharply. The Yin Prince's mansion? That powerhouse had reached all the way into this remote county? No thought of lynching you, and alarm bells rang in his mind. This man was likely connected to the forces hunting lynching you. Wang Xian noticed the shock on Jiang Qi's face and smiled with satisfaction. Don't believe me? Go check. The biggest trading company in town is its backer named Wang. Then go to the prefectural city and see if the Yin Prince's mansion has a steward named Qian. Such confidence made Jiang Che believe him. With an identity like that, there was no need to lie to a nobody. Wang Xian thought he saw internal conflict and silently waited for the words, I'm in. So, just say yes, and he'll take you to meet Qian the steward immediately to get your papers sorted. From then on, you'll be one of us. He threw out his final bait. Jiang Che looked up, his eyes steady and wave-free. Thanks for the offer, but I'm not planning to join, at least not for now. What? Wang Xian's smile froze. He could barely believe his ears. Do you know what you're saying? This is the Yin Prince's mansion. An opportunity to rise in the world is right in front of you. Miss it, and you miss everything. To him, Jiang Che was refusing a golden chance. But Jiang Che shook his head, serious. Not to hide anything, but I have a wife back home. I also enlisted recently. This Yin Prince is recruiting soldiers. A muscle twitched on Wang Xian's face. Join the army? The first thought flashing through his mind was this kid must be crazy. Why turn down the special recommendation from the Prince Yan's mansion and instead choose to be an unknown foot soldier who might die on the battlefield any day? That plan was simply foolish. But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. Wang Xian was shrewd after all. Staring at Jiang Qi's unervingly calm expression, he suddenly caught another meaning beneath the surface. Wait, Prince Yin openly recruits soldiers, and Jiang Che signs up. Yet when the mansion secretly picks men, he refuses the shortcut. Put those two facts together. Wang Xian's pupils constricted sharply, as if seeing the young man for the first time. This wasn't about being ungrateful or reckless, it was ambition as vast as the sky. Qian the steward's line got Jiang Che into the Prince Yin mansion at best as an outer scout or servant recruited, but forever subordinate. But if he fights bloody battles in the army, earning real merit with sword and gun as he rises through the ranks, that would be a major advancement. When Prince Yin makes his move, Jiang Che would be one of the inner circle's core meritocrats, a status no shadowy scout could ever rival. Understanding this sent a chill down Wang Xian's spine. He had thought Jiang Che was an uncut gem, but now he realized this was no Gamit, was a young dragon lurking in the abyss. Calm on the surface, but already plotting a soaring trajectory inside. How could he have expected to treat a dragon like a watchdog? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. The stiffness drained from Wang Xian's face in an instant. He clasped his fists solemnly. I was mistaken. Brother Jiang, your ambition is admirable. I truly respect it. That Brother Jiang marked a shift from a superior recruiter to an equal comrade. Jiang Che said nothing, quietly watching him, waiting for what came next. Wang Xian stopped beating around the bush. Reaching into his pocket, he searched briefly and pulled out a palm-sized wooden token. The front was roughly carved with the character Xian, and the back bore swirling patterns of yin-yun clouds. Brother Jiang, you're right to choose the path of military merit, but the barracks are full of sharks and snakes. Without backing, you'll face constant obstacles. He pushed the token toward Jiang Che. This isn't a token from Prince Yan's mansion, it's my personal item. If you ever run into trouble within Beiping Prefecture, or some captain or colonel gives you hassle, just show this to Munless, it's something too huge, we'll settle it for you. His tone was resolute. This was no longer recruitment, but a bet high risk, but potentially yielding unimaginable returns. Jiang Che glanced at the token coolly, but didn't reach out. Brother Wang values me so highly, aren't you afraid I'm not worth it? Or that he'll die on the battlefield? Huh. Wang Xian laughed heartily. I've never misjudged people. If you were going to die that easily, I'd have no great loss. Jiang Che said no more and finally took the wooden token, thanking him quietly before tucking it close. Good. Then he'll wait here in the city for Brother Jiang's return. Wang Xian cupped his fists respectfully, cast a deep, lingering glance at Jiang Che, then turned sharply. In just a few strides, his figure vanished decisively into the dense forest. The woods quickly settled into silence again, only the occasional breeze rustling the leaves. Jiang Che stood still, fingers tracing the sharp edge of the ink-black token in his hand. By his estimate, the rebellion led by Yan King Zhu wouldn't break out for at least another month or two. Yet now, even Wang Xian, who had been covertly stationed in the county town to select talented men, had appeared. This meant the army was gathering, supplies were ready, and the arrows could fly at any moment. The time left to prepare was running thin. When he pushed open the gate to the Su family courtyard, the last streaks of orange in the sky were swallowed by night. In the yard, Su Daniu was holding a hoe, knocking the dirt off its handle before passing it to his wife, Zheng Qin. Inside the kitchen, the fire crackled as Lu Xuero added water to the pot. The savory aroma of meat broth filled the air. Everything looked peaceful and warm. But Jiang Che knew this calm was as fragile as thin ice. He didn't enter the house, but stood in the middle of the yard, lowering his voice. Daniu, sister-in-law, Xuero, come out for a moment. I have something urgent to say. Su Daniu and Xing Qin exchanged a glance, then set down their tools one after another. Lu Shuuro wiped her hands and quickly came out of the kitchen, the hem of her dress smelling faintly of smoke. Their expressions differed. Dania's honest face tinged with nervousness, Xing Qin pressing her lips tight, and Lu Shuuro clutching her apron anxiously. Jiang Che looked at each of their faces in turn. The Su couple's simple kindness, Lu Zuri's gentle and obedient nature, these were the things he wanted to protect. Taking a deep breath, he said, I estimate you'll be heading to the army in a few days. Only the crackling from the hearth broke the silence. Su Dania's face, instantly drained of color, was supposed to take the place of the household's able-bodied man. But Jiang Che had volunteered to go instead. The simple man stammered, Be our brother? You can't be joking? Didn't you say there'd be at least 2 more months? Xing Qin hurriedly grabbed her husband's arm. Yes, brother Jiang. You just married Shuuro recently, and now you're saying this. Lu Shuuro said nothing, her moist eyes fixed on Jiang Che, reddening bit by bit. She moved her mouth, but couldn't speak, gripping her apron so tightly the fabric threatened to tear. A silent sigh rose in Jiang Chi's heart, yet he dared not explain more. The more people know, the easier it is to invite trouble. He lowered his voice further. Daniu, sister-in-law, these times are going to chaos. If it's chaos, we'll run south. Su Daniu said eagerly. We'll find a safe place somewhere far away. Run? Where can you run? The world is vast, but no place is truly safe. Jiang Che stepped forward, placing both hands firmly on Su Dania's shoulders, his grip strong enough to make Dania's shoulders sag. Brother, in chaotic times, the defenseless common people are like pigs and dogs. If I want you all to live, I need to have a weapon first. I'm going to join the army not for glory, but to fight for a chance to survive and protect us. Once I make something of myself in Beiping Prefecture, no one will dare to bully us. His words were half-truths, genuinely wanted to protect them, but concealed the real reasons beneath. Su Daniu was stunned, sensing the weight behind the words. Xing Qin opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by her husband's sharp glance. The yard fell silent once more as the night wind grew chillier. Dinner that night was flavorless. Afterward, Jiang Che sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, slowly wiping down the steel blade he had seized from Black Wind's stronghold. The blade reflected a cold glint under the lamplight. Soft footsteps approached. Lu Shuuro brought over a steaming bowl of ginger soup, gently setting it on the stone table. It's cold at night. Jiang Che didn't turn his head, but softly replied, Thanks. Lu Shuuro didn't leave, standing quietly beside him, her shadow stretched long by the lamp. Is it really necessary to go? It is. Moonlight poured down like water, softly illuminating Lu Zuri's pale, delicate face. A cold night breeze swept through the courtyard, rustling the bamboo leaves, and finally, she couldn't hold back her tears. One slipped quietly from her brimming eyes. They'll wait for you. The voice was as light as a feather, yet it struck straight to Jiang Chi's heart. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Shuuro hurriedly leaned forward, eyeing his faded old jacket and then the worn grass sandals at his feet. Your clothes are too thin. It's going to get colder soon. They'll have some warm undergarments made for you, and so a few pairs of thick cloth shoes so your feet won't freeze on the road. She didn't press further or try to stop him. Since he had made up his mind, she quietly prepared his belongings. Jiang Che looked at this girl, fragile as wild grass in the wind, yet remarkably resilient. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he managed to squeeze out one word. Okay. Then he called everyone in the yard inside. The dim candle flickered weakly, unable to brighten the corners. Jiang Che said little as he reached into his chest and slammed a heavy cloth bundle onto the table. He untied the cloth, revealing a neat stack of silver ingots that gleamed coldly over 100 taels in total. This is Su Daniu, and his wife stared wide-eyed, breath caught in their throats. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? This must not be. Xing Qin quickly waved his hands. Lu Shuuro clutched the edge of her clothes, staring at Jiang Che in confusion. Jiang Chi's expression was grave as he pushed the silver towards Su Daniu. Brother Daniu, sister-in-law, listen to me. After I leave, you have to have money on hand. Times are going to get chaotic, and food will be the most important thing. Use this money to stockpile grain first. Find a safe place to hide it, but keep it secret. He paused and glanced at Lu Shuuro. Keep the rest on you. If something happens, you'll have money for the journey. You have to accept this money. I won't rest easy knowing you don't. Su Danius' lips trembled as he looked between the silver and Jiang Che. The honest man's eyes reddened. Suddenly Jiang Che was paving the way for them, and it felt like giving final instructions. The bond was heavy. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up. All right, brother, they'll take the money. Don't worry while I'm here. Snow soft and your sister-in-law won't go hungry. You have to come back alive out there. As the night deepened, the courtyard grew silent except for the chirping insects. Jiang Che crossed the walkway and reached a small secluded room in the backyard. Knock, knock. Who's there? The candle flickered inside. It's me, Jiang Che. The door unlatched, revealing Lin Qingyu dressed in a simple nightgown, her long hair flowing like a waterfall. So late, what's the matter? Jiang Che stepped in sideways, closing the door behind him. The lamplight cast their shadows long along the walls. "I'm leaving early tomorrow," he said directly. Lin Qingyu raised an eyebrow, as if she had expected this, and replied coolly, heading to the army? Be careful on the road." Jiang Che shook his head and stared into her eyes, speaking clearly and deliberately, "Not conscription. I'm going to Beiping City." Beiping City. The word struck Lin Qingyu like thunder. Unlike Lu Xiuero, she knew exactly what this city meant. No, it was the fiefdom of Prince Yan, Zhu Di. "You're going to surrender to Prince Yan? Are you crazy? This is rebellion. You're risking your life like putting a noose around your neck. The court is powerful, and Prince Yan is trapped in a corner of Beiping, on the verge of collapse. If you go to join him now, it's nothing short of walking to your death." Under the dim oil lamp, Lin Qingyu's voice tightened as she stared unblinkingly at Jiang Che. With her experience, no matter how she looked at it, this man's choice was the absolute worst idiocy in the world. But Jiang Che only gave a faint smile. That smile swept by like the wind, carrying an unshakable calmness. Lin Qingyu took a sharp breath and lowered her voice, still urging, "Jiang Che, if you don't want to enlist, I can find another way. I can help you leave and return to the capital. At Yingtian Prefecture, right under the emperor's nose, it's better than being stuck in this land of chaos." Confident in her words amidst her comrades in the Jinyui, she was taken aback by Jiang Chi's unexpected reaction. He raised his eyes toward the dim window pane, as if looking into the distant night sky. "Return to the capital? Then what? Watch that Jiangwen emperor be fooled by a bunch of empty-talking corrupt scholars, forcing the Ming princes to rebel, and turning the whole realm upside down?" Every word hit directly at the dragon throne, laden with mockery. If Zhu Yuanzhang were still alive, or even Zhu Biao, he wouldn't speak so lightly before following Lin Qingyu. But the one actually ruling was Zhu Yunwen. Jiang Che snorted coldly. That fool, he cut off the rest, but it was enough. Lin Qingyu was stunned. Raised with natural reverence for imperial authority, she could grumble about policies in private, but she had never heard anyone dare directly criticize the emperor like that. This man was not crazy. His gaze was clearer than ever. "What gives you the right to say that?" Her throat felt dry. Even she knew she lacked the strength to object. Jiang Che was unhurried. "The Imperial Army has 1,000,000 troops, ample supplies, veterans like Gung Bingguan, Li Jinglong, right?" No sooner had he said veterans than he scoffed. The flickering firelight cast shadow and light over his face, his smile full of irony. "Gung Bingguan's old, sure, but he has some skill, though not for many battles. Li Jinglong, a spoiled aristocrat who just gambles away his time in Yingtian Prefecture, you call him a veteran? He hasn't even set foot on a real battlefield." Jiang Che stepped forward. His shoe hit the floor with a heavy thud, radiating pressure. "Look at the capital garrison. 100 years of peace. All they know is drinking soldiers' blood and bullying the common people. They probably can't even slaughter a pig properly. Sending such troops against the northern border army constantly at war with the Mongols, do you think we'll win?" Lin Qingyu was not an ignorant girl. She was Jinyui, well aware of northern military matters. Li Jinglong's reputation as a playboy in the noble circle of the capital was no secret. The rot in the garrison was well documented but untouched. Knowing these facts, yet having Jiang Che tear them open this way still made her uneasy. She took a step back, but still asked, "Then what about Prince Yan?" "Prince Yan," Zhu Di, Jiang Chi's voice quickened, "has been guarding Beiping for 20 years. His soldiers are men clawed back from the dead. His generals have fought blade with the Mongol heavy cavalry. They sleep on their weapons, recognize only Prince Yan, not some little emperor in Nanjing. When the Jiangwen emperor ordered the reduction of the fiefs, that war was already decided. Wolves always win over sheep." Lin Qingyu's lips trembled. For a long moment, she was speechless. The air was heavy for a few breaths. The sharpness in Jiang Chi's eyes slowly faded. He hadn't come to argue about the fate of the realm tonight. "I'm not here to debate all this with you." He averted his gaze, looking out into the dark courtyard outside. "That village head named Zhang is no good. While I was around, he dared not touch Dinyo's family. Once I'm gone, he'll surely cause trouble. When that happens, I want to ask for your help." Those words snapped Lin Qingyu back from her shock. Compared to an empire's collapse, a village head's threat was trivial, but also immediate and real. The stark contrast stirred complicated feelings in her heart. "Do you think ID just watched Dinyo's family be bullied?" She replied softly. "Su Danyu and his wife are honest folk. Shuero is a good girl too." At these words, she raised her eyes, her expression finally softening a bit. "Just take care of yourself. Outside Beiping, blades have no mercy. Don't die." After reaching a tacit understanding with Lin Qingyu, Jiang Che packed a simple bag early the next morning and set off along the official road toward Beiping, intending to join the Yan prince's forces. Su Danyu and the others were still busy in the courtyard, but Jiang Che didn't look back to say goodbye. He feared that if they truly met, neither side would be able to let go. They hadn't spent much time together, but he could clearly sense the warmth and coldness in people's hearts. Half a month later, Jiang Che arrived outside Beiping City. At this time, rows of recruitment tents had been set up in the suburbs, each with a wooden sign indicating the county. Jiang Che was from Xiaohe village, which belonged to the jurisdiction of Bingliang County, so he joined a group of fellow villagers and queued at the Bingliang recruitment post. Next, he stepped onto the wooden platform. The man registering recruits was an old soldier with a scar slashing from his left eye down to his jaw. His gaze was murky but sharp. Tapping the roster with a finger, his voice hoarse, he said, "Name and place of origin." "Jiang Che, from Bingliang County, Beiping." The old soldier glanced at him, expression shifting slightly. "You don't look like a farmer, nor a craftsman." He lifted Jiang Che's hands for inspection. "You write a lot, but don't hold a blade often, right?" Jiang Che calmly spread his hands. The calluses on his palms were light, definitely not the hands of someone who'd done heavy labor for years. "The world's about to fall into chaos. Writing won't earn me a living anymore." "Oh." The old soldier leaned forward with interest. "Then what do you think will?" "A blade," Jiang Che answered in a single, crisp word. The scar on the old soldier's face twisted as his eyes narrowed. He pointed to an empty space nearby. "Go there." On the open ground stood a shirtless giant, towering like an iron pillar, his muscles bronzed and corded, eyes cold and hard. The old soldier said, "If you can get through 3 exchanges with him, you've passed." A low murmur ran through the line. "Wang Tuer tests recruits himself again. That bookish kid won't last a punch." Jiang Che had already made his judgment. The Beiping army screened through real combat. Flashy moves meant nothing. Only the survivors counted as soldiers. He tightened the strap of his carry bag and strode toward the giant. The giant was named Wang Hu, a Yin prince's palace guard. This test was devised by him. Countless spies and useless recruits had been knocked down by his fists and feet. Catching the faint scent of blood on Jiang Che, his expression darkened. This was no sweat or peasant stench, but the smell of someone who had seen blood. "Ready?" Wang Hu's voice boomed, his copper-colored eyes empty of emotion. Jiang Che said nothing, adopting the simplest combat stance in the army, arms guarding the chest, weight slightly lowered, no unnecessary flourishes. A professional. Surprise flashed in Wang Hu's eyes. Without further ado, his massive fist, like a grinding stone wrapped in wind, smashed straight at Jiang Che's face, fast, precise, brutal. Normally, recruits wouldn't even react before they got cut. Feeling the punch's force, Jiang Che suddenly twisted his body aside with a movement sharp and precise like a joint spring. At the same time, his right foot shot out like a serpent, striking, kicking the right ankle of Wang Hu's standing foot. Crack! A faint sound of bone breaking rang out. Wang Hu's powerful punch suddenly veered off course, whistling past Jiang Che's ear. The wind tore through the air, ruffling Jiang Che's hair, while Wang Hu's massive body lost balance and staggered, nearly falling face first into the dust. The entire crowd fell silent. In that instant, the new recruits, instructors, and officers watching all seemed frozen, staring wide-eyed. No one expected this seemingly calm and indifferent young man to strike with such ruthless precision, as if wielding a razor blade. Wang Hu steadied himself, his face flushed bright red, not from shame, but disbelief. If that sweeping kick had landed any harder, his ankle would have shattered on the spot. This kid wasn't here just to be a soldier. He came in with lethal intent. "Second move," Jiang Che said coldly, emotionless. Wang Hu roared, clenching his teeth against the searing pain in his ankle, spreading his arms wide to trap his opponent with brute force. But Jiang Che gave him no opening. His palm flipped, fingers closing into a razor-sharp chopping strike that landed squarely on Wang Hu's wrist joint. "Ah!" Wang Hu screamed, his arms reflexively weakening. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Che closed in, driving forward like a spear with shoulder and hips, raising an elbow. Bang! The sharp tip of his elbow slammed fiercely into Wang Hu's chest at the Shanzhong acupoint. The muffled thud made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Uffed! Wang Hu's pupils dilated, struggling to catch a breath. The immense force sent him flying backward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he crashed hard to the ground, twitching twice before passing out on the spot. 2 moves. Only 2 moves. Wang Hu, a royal guard from the Yanwang mansion, had been defeated. The old soldier behind the registration table suddenly stood, overturning his bench. He locked eyes on Jiang Che, his Adam's apple bobbing. Who the hell was this fierce warrior? Such precise strikes to deadly points weren't from a street fighter, they were the techniques of a hardened veteran. "What's your name?" the old soldier asked deeply. "Jiang Che." Jiang Che withdrew his elbow, speaking calmly. "Good." The old soldier's eyes brightened as he grabbed the roster and drew a bold circle around Jiang Che's name. Jiang Che glanced up. The recruitment ground was deathly silent. Even breaths seemed hushed. The old soldier cleared his throat heavily, breaking the tension. His expression lost its earlier indifference, replaced by undeniable respect. "Come with me." Jiang Che nodded, slipping the heavy iron tag into his pocket. Together they bypassed the long line of recruits, heading deeper into the barracks. The crowd instinctively pretended no one dared block the path of this deadly presence. Away from the noisy training ground, only their footsteps and distant shouts echoed. The wind stirred the banners, causing them to flap sharply. "Little brother, impressive skills," the old soldier finally spoke, admiration in his voice. "You're headed to the Ruishi battalion." Jiang Che listened, but didn't respond. Seeing his calm demeanor, the old soldier silently grew even more impressed. The Ruishi battalion is one of 5 elite units in Beeping's army, a sharp blade personally forged by the second master. They handle the dirtiest jobs and toughest fights. You'll be treated like an old soldier, spared the usual recruit punishments. He shifted tone, but that place is a death trap. Of 100 men sent in, only half live to come out. He shot a sideways glance at Jiang Che, trying to detect a flicker of fear. But the young man's face was calm and still as a stagnant pond, impossible to read. The old soldier's heart skipped a beat, secretly growing to admire him more. They passed through a dusty training field. The sharp clash of wooden swords rang faintly in the distance. Ahead, an independent camp surrounded by tall wooden walls came into view. 2 burly sentries stood guard at the gate, their armor stained with an unshakable dark red. "Halt! What's your business here?" The sentinel blocked the path, rifle raised, eyes sharp like nails. An old soldier stepped forward quickly, pointing at Jiang Che while explaining, "Brother Zhao, this here is the newcomer. He just went 3 rounds with Wang Hu, or rather, he beat him. Master Su ordered that anyone who can defeat Wang Hu, take them straight to the sharp soldiers' camp." The sentinel called Zhao raised his eyes to scan Jiang Che from boot tips to hair ends, snorting lightly. "Him? He knocked down Wang Hu." One companion laughed scornfully. "For real? Just 2 moves tops." Zhao said no more, only raising his hand to signal them through. But as Jiang Che brushed past, he could feel 2 piercing gazes stabbing into his back like steel needles. The scene in the camp confirmed the old soldier's metaphor of a breeding ground for parasites. In the center of the training ground, dozens of shirtless strong men were brutally sparring. No gear, every punch landing flesh to flesh. Bones colliding with dull thuds, some thrown down, coughing up blood but rising again mercilessly. Their eyes shone cold and fierce, like hungry wolves. As Jiang Che, the outsider lamb, appeared, the training abruptly stopped. Scores of hostile eyes turned sharply to him. "New guy? Look at his pale skin, soft and tender." The murmurs were loud and unhidden. Jiang Che kept calm, silently noting each person's stance and aura. At that moment, a tall figure emerged at the barracks entrance. A man just in his early 30s, clad only in a simple leather armor, his exposed arms bulging with tightly knotted muscles and veins pulsing like they might burst at any moment. The moment he appeared, the whole training ground fell silent except for the wind. Everyone lowered their heads and spoke in unison. "Captain Bai." This was Xiao Shan, the highest-ranking officer of the sharp soldiers' camp. Xiao Shan's gaze locked onto Jiang Che. "What's your name?" "Jiang Che. Wang Huthat's a fighter I pulled from a pile of corpses back in the day. Tough as nails." Xiao Shan paced slowly around Jiang Che, each rough footstep sounding like nails on wood. "You knocked him out in 2 moves. That means you're stronger, or meaner." Stopping just inches from Jiang Che's face, a strong smell of blood and sweat hit him. "But I don't take unknowns into the sharp soldiers." Xiao Shan grinned, showing white teeth. "Being tough isn't enough." He raised a hand, pointing to a corner of the training ground. There hung a prisoner, filthy with dried blood, slumped like a rag doll on a wooden stake, barely alive. "A northern barbarian scout, caught yesterday. Hard as bone, won't spill a word." Xiao Shan lowered his hand, patted Jiang Che's shoulder. "They'll give you 1 incense stick's time. Use your method to make him talk. If you do, you're one of us. If not," he smiled, but it was ice cold, "then go crawl back to the conscript camp." No sooner had the words fallen than Jiang Che strode straight to the corner. The northern scout's head hung low on his chest, life uncertain. The blood beneath had dried dark brown. The sharp soldiers formed a circle, folding their arms, ready for the show. They were used to branding irons, water torture, flagrantly cruelty worked on the hard-headed. "This kid's soft-skinned. What tricks can he pull?" But Jiang Che surprised everyone. He neither whipped nor touched the iron. He only crouched slowly, careful not to disturb what little breath remained, studying the scout's face with quiet attention. His face was swollen and bruised, covered with dark purple marks and bloodstains, but Jiang Che's gaze fixed on his pupils. The pupils were unfocused, yet there remained a faint glimmer as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. Following this, Jiang Che's eyes moved downward. Below the left shoulder blade, a deep wound pierced through to the bone, its edges charred black from burning, yet it had narrowly avoided piercing the lung lobes. This injury pressed on the brachial plexus nerves, causing the left arm to suffer phantom pain and numbness, as if hundreds of fire ants were gnawing at it. His abdomen was covered in whip marks, carefully striking around vital organs like the liver and spleen. However, the repeated, overlapping lashes tore through layers of flesh, undoubtedly causing internal bleeding. As the pressure inside his abdominal cavity rose, he was experiencing blurred vision and a ringing in his ears like crashing waves. Finally, Jiang Che's attention settled on the prisoner's cracked, chapped lips and the thick, yellowed coating on his tongue, clear signs of severe dehydration. The thought crystallized in Jiang Che's mind. He stood up, scanned the torture shed, and his eyes paused on a wooden bucket nearby. In a clear voice, he asked, "Can I have a ladle of water?" The soldiers were stunned. Someone chuckled, "Water for him? Are you interrogating or nursing him?" Xiao Shan remained expressionless and merely lifted his chin. A soldier promptly scooped a ladle of clean water. Jiang Che took it and crouched again near the wooden post. Instead of forcing the water down his throat, he dampened his fingertips and gently applied the water to the scout's cracked lips, stroke by stroke. Each dab mingled blood and water, his movements patient and careful like a healer tending to a wounded patient. The bound Bayman scout's Adam's apple moved slightly as he croaked hoarsely. Jiang Che switched to halting Bayman language, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Thirsty?" The scout struggled to lift his eyes, and in his cloudy gaze, a fierce longing appeared. Jiang Che shook his head and continued speaking in that clumsy border tongue, casually prodding. "Your left hand, does it feel hot and numb, like hundreds of bugs crawling over it?" At that, the scout shuddered violently, nearly snapping his ropes. "Your ears ring too, right? Like flies buzzing around that you can't shoo away. When you close your eyes, you still see swirling circles of colored light, like ripples in water. Is that right?" Each phrase precisely named the symptoms tormenting him. The scout's breathing grew shallow and rapid. Fear began to overwhelm the pain. Though the soldiers in the elite unit didn't understand the language, they recognized the fear that terror more terrifying than any branding iron. Xiao Shan frowned, but Jiang Che paid no mind. "Your tribe worships the blue wolf god, don't they?" Jiang Che said, reaching down to tear a small pouch caked with blood and flesh from the scout's waist. He pinched out some gray-black powder wolf bone ash. "Before battle, your shamans bless you with this, saying it will make you as fierce as wolves. And when you die, your soul returns to the wolf pack." He sniffed disdainfully and flicked the ashes away. "Pathetic." Jiang Che stared deeply into the scout's eyes. "Do you know what your centurion received before marching out? Eagle feathers. Wolves only run on the ground, but eagles can see ambushes from the sky. You're just a wolf scout, expendable. If you get caught, he leads the rest around this place. Your death earns him glory. He might even thank us for taking out a rival who would have shared the credit." His words were like savage iron hooks, tearing apart the scout's last beliefs. Trembling violently on the post, tears, snot, and blood streamed from his face. Loyalty and trust shattered in an instant, crushing him with despair heavier than any steel whip. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of black blood and sagged weakly. I say. His broken, muffled Bayman tongue formed intermittent words, but among them were clearly recognizable place names and people's names. The training ground was deathly silent. Ashes swirled in the incense burner, the last wisp of blue smoke dissolving into the pale morning light. The hour was just right. Jiang Che flicked the dust from his fingertips, straightened his posture, and met Xiao Shan's gaze across from him. Xiao Shan stared for a long moment. His hawk-like eyes held a tangled expression, but mostly an unmistakable wariness. After a while, his hoarse voice broke the silence. "The Sharp Soldiers Battalion doesn't want you." Jiang Chi's pupils contracted slightly. The surrounding soldiers froze in unison. This mission had been executed flawlessly and swiftly. Surely merit was due. Why was he being rejected? Xiao Shan stepped closer, his heavy footsteps echoing in the empty square. The pressure he radiated hit like an iron wall. Standing barely an arm's length apart, he lowered his voice. "Your methods are impressive. I don't know who you are or where you learned them, but I do know the Izumi men are not to be handed over to someone like you. Go back to the 1,000 troops camp." A chuckle escaped Jiang Chi's lips. His quiet laughter was like a needle piercing the stillness. The soldiers watched silently. Any respect they had just moments ago now gave way to confusion and pity. He raised his voice, disdain clear. "On what grounds?" The three words landed like a hammer driving into everyone's hearts. It was not a question, but a challenge. Xiao Shan's bronzed face tightened at once. A rookie publicly defying him? His hand trembled around the sword at his waist. The beast-shaped hilt seemed to come alive, snarling toward Jiang Che. The air was so taut it felt as if even the wind had stopped. "I run the Sharp Soldiers Battalion," Xiao Shan said coldly. "This place doesn't tolerate those with impure intent." "Impure intent?" Jiang Che repeated softly, a colder smile creeping across his lips. "I pried loose information in half the time you spend torturing someone for a whole day and night. You call that impure?" He glanced at the expression on the soldiers' faces. "I broke the will of an enemy who'd rather die than yield, got him to confess on his own, saved you needless loss of life. This is what you call impure?" His voice suddenly rose, sharp as a drawn sword. "Or is it that in Captain Xiao's eyes, only burning with hot irons, whipping until flesh is raw, counts as true soldiering? You." Xiao Shan seethed, tightening his grip on the sword. "What about me?" Jiang Che stepped forward into the fury, half a step closer. "I'm helping you. Helping the Sharp Soldiers win. But you're scared. What exactly are you afraid of?" Every word struck like a hammer, cutting deep. Xiao Shan's chest heaved, veins bulging. The commander of the Sharp Soldiers Battalion, who had survived the brutal northern battles, was being unmasked as fearful by a rookie? Ridiculous but true. "You're not afraid of me. Jiang Che said with pity in his eyes. You're afraid your authority is being overturned. The truth struck like a heavy blow against Xiao Shan's most fortified defenses. That's enough. Xiao Shan roared. Nonsense. Seize him. Stop. A figure in a simple black robe appeared, the fabric plain and unadorned. He was young, with a striking and commanding presence, his brows carrying the arrogant air only someone long accustomed to superiority could possess. Jiang Qi's gaze briefly met his, and in that instant, a bone-chilling cold shot down his spine, reaching the back of his head since arriving in this world. This was the first time he felt such a chill. He suddenly tensed his shoulders, lowered his center of gravity, and instinctively shifted into a combat-ready stance. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted. The centurion Xiao Shan, who moments ago had been brimming with murderous intent and was ready to execute Jiang Che on the spot, felt his entire aura collapse the moment his eyes passed over the newcomer. It was as if struck by a heavy hammer. His grip loosened, and the blade slipped back into its sheath. Without hesitation, he spun around, dropped to one knee, and bowed his head to his chest. Greetings, second young master. A thunderous shout exploded across the training ground. All soldiers in the elite squad dropped to one knee simultaneously, armor plates clashing, dust rising, and the noisy chaos suddenly falling into an eerie silence. Only Jiang Che stood rooted in place, stunned for a moment. Second young master? A flash of lightning tore through his memory. Zhu Gaoxiu, the Han prince known for unmatched bravery on the battlefield but also ambition, who was ultimately executed by being slowly cooked alive. An expletive exploded in Jiang Qi's mind. Damn, it really is him? Zhu Gaoxiu ignored the kneeling soldiers around him and instead examined this new recruit who dared challenge a centurion with obvious interest. You're the one who pried open tough bones with just words? He glanced sideways at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan, I remember your elite squad only accepts the best. When did you start pushing talents like this out? Xiao Shan pressed his forehead to the ground, grinding his teeth, veins bulging at his temples. Jiang Qi's thoughts raced as he kept his head bowed, speaking respectfully, but with an edge of reluctance. Replying to your highness, am unworthy, just Jiang Che. I only got lucky. Lucky? Zhu Gaoxiu chuckled softly, a low laugh that echoed clearly across the field. There's no such thing as luck with methods, only useful ones and useless ones. Jiang Che bowed slightly, accepting the judgment without crossing any lines, saying no more. Zhu Gaoxiu looked pleased and spoke as if issuing a decree. You'll follow me from now on. It wasn't a request, it was an order. All the kneeling soldiers held their breath, so quiet that even the dust stirring on the wind was loud. Xiao Shan dug his fingernails into the dirt, his mind a storm of fury and disbelief. How could the second young master, such a formidable commander, favor a new recruit who relied on trickery? The army valued blood and battle power above all. Jiang Che was a strange and poisonous anomaly. Yet now, this poison had been personally plucked from his grip by the second young master. Jiang Che had been waiting for this moment. From the instant he recognized Zhu Gaoxiu, everything he said and did led here. As the words fell, he stepped forward decisively and took position slightly left behind Zhu Gaoxiu's standard place for a personal guard. At your command, your highness. A flicker of approval shone in Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes. Smart, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He turned and strode away. Jiang Che followed silently, eyes fixed straight ahead. Their figures gradually disappeared at the far end of the training ground, while Zhu Gaoxiu's cold voice drifted back. Xiao Shan. Yes, your highness. Xiao Shan abruptly raised his head, his voice hoarse. Your elite squad needs a thorough overhaul. Don't just admit any cat or dog, and don't throw true gold away like stone. With those words, he was gone. Xiao Shan's mind rang painful-eyed. Xiao Shan, commander of the elite squad, would become the laughingstock of the entire army after today. Leaving the training grounds, Jiang Che followed closely behind Zhu Gaoxiu. They passed through line after line of heavily guarded military tents, the cold gleam of blades and spears flickering across the canvas. The first and most crucial step was taken, securing a position next to Zhu Gaoxiu meant holding a ticket straight into the heart of power. At this moment, Zhu Di was still only the Prince of Yan. The Jingnan Rebellion could erupt at any time, and the fate of the realm gathered around Beiping. It was an era of rising heroes, yet Jiang Che was merely an unrooted traveler from another time. To stand out, he had to latch onto the strongest ally available, and right now, that was Zhu Gaoxiu. Although the future king of Han's end would be inglorious, no one surpassed him in military achievements or influence within the army. Once firmly at his side, catching Zhu Di's notice was only a matter of time, and then the centuries' advanced knowledge in Jiang Qi's mind could finally be put to use. Yet his arsenal of advanced weapons was his true trump card, and a secret he could never reveal. Especially firearms and cannons, tools capable of overturning the times. To reveal them might earn Zhu Di's temporary astonishment, even favor, but it would bring imprisonment and relentless interrogation. Once people realized these weapons were impossible to replicate, and only he possessed the knowledge, he would shift from prodigy to wild card. At that point, titles and honors would be out of reach, and even a peaceful night's sleep a distant dream. Concealing his true strength was the only option. Before the Prince of Yan's mansion, two fierce stone lions crouched with claws sunk deep into the worn steps. Armored guards stood chillingly alert, long halberds in hand. Jiang Che lowered his gaze, trailing Zhu Gao Su and knowing this spot would become the eye of the storm of power for years to come. Suddenly Zhu Gao Su stopped in front of the gate, but did not enter or even glance back at Jiang Che. Instead, he raised his voice, Zhang Long. A guard next to the door immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee as his armor plates clinked heavily. Second young master. Zhang Long saluted. Take him to the Imperial Guards camp, Zhu Gao Su said, nodding toward Jiang Che, then added, tell Chiu Fu he's my man. With that, he pushed open a side door and disappeared inside without another glance or word for Jiang Che. Zhang Long straightened and gave Jiang Che his first thorough look. Pale and lean, with calm eyes but lacking the harsh edge of a seasoned soldier. A flicker of disdain crossed the guard's face. Just another bootlicker who got lucky, right? Guards like him usually cracked under pressure and begged for mercy within 3 days. Follow me, Zhang Long said coldly, then turned on his heel. Jiang Chi's mind was clear. Zhu Gao Su had tossed him out like an object to test his mettle. He didn't rush to keep up, instead bowing deeply toward Zhu Gao Zu's departing figure, a gesture of utmost respect. Only then did he follow Zhang Long at a measured pace. They wove through the barracks, soldiers gathering in growing numbers around them, their gazes growing increasingly complex. Jiang Che could feel countless eyes piercing into his back like needles. The identity of the second young master was like a double-edged token. No one dared to lay a finger on him in public, but behind the scenes, the number of traps set was impossible to count. At this moment, he was being sent into the King Yan's Royal Guards camp. That was the sharpest blade under King Yan's command. Each of those guards had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A new recruit of unknown origin, personally brought in by the second young master and parachuted straight into the unit. This wasn't just stepping on someone's toes, it was slapping the entire camp's face down into the dirt. If it were anyone else, their knees would likely go weak, but Jiang Che was far from intimidated. Instead, his blood ran a little hotter. He had trained with special forces, where the daily workload was fiercer than any Royal Guard camp. The guide, Zhang Long, wore a solemn expression and said nothing the entire way, leading him straight to the tall, imposing main tent at the center of the camp. The night wind carried the scent of burning torches. 2 sentries at the tent's entrance stood like statues, their gazes sharp as unsheathed blades. We're here, Zhang Long said coldly. Go in yourself and report to General Chiu Fu. He then stepped aside, as if his task ended there. What happened to Jiang Che inside, whether he'd be treated like a dragon or a worm, was no concern of his. Jiang Che smoothed the wrinkled fabric of his coat whipped by the wind, took a deep breath, and lifted the heavy tent flap. Inside, the space was brightly lit, the flames of oil lamps casting a dark red glow on the bronze armor displayed. At the center sat a massive sand table, its contours of mountains and valleys clear and distinct. 7 or 8 officers, some seated, some standing, quietly exchanged commands around it. His sudden appearance silenced their whispers instantly. Swish, all eyes snapped toward him, sharp and unforgiving. Jiang Che looked past the stairs to the head of the tent. A man of about 40, broad-shouldered with dark skin, sat still but radiated the pressure of a mountain. Was Chiu Fu, commander of the Royal Guards. Chiu Fu's brows furrowed tightly like a knotted rope, a pampered pretty boy, soft-skinned, tender, and dressed in an ill-fitting cloth garment, not the look of a soldier at all. Who are you? His hoarse voice grated like sandpaper. Jiang Chi's heart tightened, but his face remained calm and unyielding. He stepped forward, clenched a fist against his chest, and said evenly, I am Jiang Che, sent by the second young master to report to General Chiu. The second young master? Chiu Fu's frown deepened. The surrounding officers exchanged subtle, complicated looks in an instant. This Royal Guards unit was the sharpest blade in King Yan's hand, filled only with real battle-hardened troops. Now here was some well-connected pretty boy forced in by the second young master himself. Humph. A thick-bearded captain snorted coldly, eyes dripping disdain. Sent by the second young master? Does he know how to kill? Has he ever seen blood? The air in the tent grew almost icy sharp. Jiang Che could feel the gaze of each man, trying to peer right through his bones. Chiu Fu raised a hand to silence the captain. He also despised rule breakers, but this time the envoy was Zhu Gaoxith's infamous temperamental second young master. He knew full well the man's pride and could not dishonor him outright. His voice betrayed no emotion. If he's from the second young master, then let him stay. Li Qi, at your command. A deputy commander stepped forward. Take him to the barracks. Issue him a uniform and a dog tag. Show him the camp rules. Tomorrow morning, he will join the drills as usual. Everything stays the same. Yes, sir. Li Qi responded crisply, turning to Jiang Che and stopping just before him. The corners of his mouth tugged into a forced smile, but his eyes flickered in the torchlight like cold stars. Let's go, newcomer. Li Qi led Jiang Che, walking ahead while rattling off the rules. Our Imperial Guards have strict discipline, he said, stepping over gravel and mud with a chill breeze in his voice. At cockcrow, we rise. When the drum sounds, it's time for drills. Even a minute late means 20 lashes with the military Rodno special treatment for the second young master. He glanced sideways at Jiang Che, who followed quietly, his eyes calm and expression unreadable, like a mirror reflecting the wind tousling his hair. Li Qi inwardly scoffed. Just pretending, huh? He went on counting off the regulations. Before every meal, stand still and meditate for a full incense stick. Twitch your foot, and you don't eat. Weapons and armor must be polished daily. If the commander spots a speck of rust, you can go tie yourself to a post. Most serious Line 01 leaves camp at night without permission. Offenders? Execution. Jiang Che simply gave a faint acknowledgement. For him, this level of discipline was practically a vacation. What really caught his attention was Li Qi. Ever since leaving the central command tent, this guy's eyes had stuck to him like flies. Getting past Xiu Fu was one thing. The real challenge was facing these old hands. At the end of the camp path, a large barracks loomed, a full zhang taller than the surrounding tents. Heavy curtains hung halfway shut, but they couldn't muffle the raucous noise inside: shouting, laughter, the smell of wine. Li Qi stopped at the doorway, putting on his usual smarmy grin. Here we are, your new home. Find an empty bed inside and stow your things. With that, he lifted the curtain but deliberately didn't enter. Instead, he leaned against the frame, clearly waiting to watch the spectacle unfold. Jiang Che stepped inside. The brazier's heat made the air stifling. About 50 shirtless men sprawled everywhere, some arm wrestling with veins like ropes, others flicking coins for gambling bets, a few boasting loudly with spit flying under the lamplight. The moment the oddly out-of-place youth appeared, the noisy room fell silent as if sliced by a knife, dozens of sharp, invasive gazes locking onto him immediately. Well, a fresh face. The silence shattered with a harsh shout. A scar-faced brute licked his lips and grinned wolfishly. Look at that skin, so smooth, softer than any woman's. Could he be the second young master's midnight plaything? Huh. Crude jeers erupted instantly. Laughter and insults bounced off the walls. Jiang Chi's expression didn't change as he walked straight toward the empty bed in the corner. Stop right there. 3 veteran soldiers flipped off their bunks and formed a phalanx blocking his way. The leader was a towering bear of a man with a black chest of hair like a furry vest. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. New recruit, don't know the rules? Hand over your pack for inspection. Let us see if you're hiding anything forbidden. Beneath the formal tone was an unmistakable Mianinto frisk, to seize, and to make an example. Before Jiang Che could answer, the burly man lost patience and shoved him roughly on the shoulder, spitting curses like machine fire. What are you waiting for? Move when you're told. The push hit like a solid tree trunk. Most people would be staggered off balance and embarrassed. Li Qi at the entrance was already grinning ear to ear. But just as the heavy hand was about to land, Jiang Che subtly shifted his shoulder aside, as if sensing the move before it came. The large man's shove missed, and his momentum carried him stumbling forward. Jiang Chi's toe flicked almost effortlessly, brushing against the man's ankle. Thud! The scarred giant crashed face first into the ground, muffled groans echoing through the tent. The other 2 soldiers froze, eyes widening until their faces flushed red with rage. Damn it! They snarled. You little sneak. Get him. 2 veterans lunged from either side, instantly sealing off the narrow corridor of the barracks. Fists sliced through the air, gusts of force stirring up fine dust along the wooden walls. But Jiang Che was like a slippery eel, impossible to catch. When the man on the left's punch came crashing, Jiang Che ducked low just as the fist grazed his scalp. It thundered into the face of the man on the right. Ah! The man on the right screamed, stars flashing before his eyes as he instinctively staggered back into his companion. Just as the 2 were about to collide, Jiang Che twisted his waist and stepped swiftly through the narrow gap between them. His clothes didn't flutter, he moved like a whisper in the wind. Thud! The 2 veterans crashed heavily into each other, and then tripped over the burly man lying on the floor. The 3 tumbled into a tangled heap, groaning and grunting like a clumsy rescue mission. From the moment the burly man raised his hand to the instant they all hit the ground, only a few breaths passed. Jiang Che had never launched a single strike. He stood steadily in place, his clothes neat, and his body completely unscathed. The sneers on the other veterans' faces froze solid. Those who had just dismissed him as a pretty boy suddenly sensed a deadly aura radiating from this young man. Li Qi, standing at the door, witnessed it clearly. This was no fluke. Every step Jiang Che took was perfectly timed, never one moment too soon or too late, using their own momentum against them with precision and finesse. This was the skill of a battle-hardened veteran who had truly shed blood. Cold sweat quietly trickled down Li Qi's spine. Without another glance at the 3 sprawled men, Jiang Che gently placed his small bundle by the pillow on the bed, then smoothed out the bedding and began tidying up. Li Qi was about to speak when Jiang Che suddenly turned and calmly asked, "Qi Go, is it all right if I stay here?" Hearing Qi Ge from Jiang Che made Li Qi's whole body stiffen. He had expected cold hostility, snarky remarks, maybe even outright disregard, but never that Jiang Che would offer such a grand gesture. Calling him Qi Ge in front of all his men was like handing him a crown. In an instant, the irritation from being slapped in the face vanished with that simple address. Li Qi's expression lit up. He grinned so broadly his teeth almost showed. No problem. Of course there's no problem. He stepped forward, patted Jiang Qi's shoulder, then turned and shouted to the other veterans. From now on, Brother Jiang stays here. He's one of us, be sharp and take good care of him. Anyone who causes trouble won't have me, Li Qi, to answer to. The others seemed to wake from a daze, hurriedly nodding and bowing. Yes, Qi Ge. Don't worry, Brother Che is like family from now on. Their previous amusement replaced instantly by over-the-top enthusiasm. Li Qi nodded with satisfaction, then cast a deep, appraising glance at Jiang Che. Without another word, he waved dismissively and turned to leave the barracks. The moment Li Qi had stepped out, the stifling atmosphere in the barracks exploded. With a sudden rush, over a dozen seasoned soldiers swarmed forward, forming a tight circle around Jiang Qi's bunk. Leading the charge was the towering Black Tower man, the very one who had taken the worst fall just moments before, broad-shouldered like a Doran, his two equally unlucky comrades. The giant rubbed his still-aching jaw, his fierce expression replaced by admiration as he boomed, "Brother, damn, your moves were unreal. That skill, it's gotta be from a renowned master, right?" He gave a thumbs up and shook it emphatically. Nearby, the guy with the bruised eye had been accidentally hit by a comrade leaned in, speaking fast. "Che, my punch was definitely aimed at you. How'd it end up on his face?" And that leg hook, the timing was terrifyingly precise. Questions and compliments volleyed back and forth. These rough old soldiers, who spent their days flirting with danger, had been utterly won over by the display they just witnessed. Surrounded by them, Jiang Che leaned casually against the bedpost, untying a small, worn cloth bundle at his own leisurely pace and pulling out a piece of hardened wheat cake. Only when the Black Tower man pressed for more did he reply in a steady voice, without a hint of boasting, "My family's poor. I've been hunting to get by. Now that war's coming, I thought to join the army." The veterans, sensing his reluctance to say more, cleverly dropped the subject. First meetings were for sizing each other up. There'd be plenty of time to learn whatever needed knowing. At dawn the next day, just as the sky brightened faintly, the bugle blew, rousing the troops for morning drill. The veterans grumbled as they rolled out of their bunks, rubbing sleepy eyes, stretching, and hastily donning armor. Some buckled pieces incorrectly, others with shoelaces untied. A thin mist still clung to the training field, and in the gray-white haze, hundreds of soldiers stood scattered in loose formations, crooked lines that looked like rats just shaken out of their holes. Li Qi tried to hold order, shouting a few times, but with no reaction. He threw his arms up and leaned back comfortably, deciding to wait out the company commander's inspection before acting. Jiang Che glanced at the disorderly platoon and felt an odd tension inside. In his previous life, the squad leader would have slapped him upright by now. So instead, he followed old habits, standing tall with a straight back, drawing in his stomach, chin tucked slightly, eyes fixed straight ahead without a twitch. His rigid posture stood in sharp contrast to the yawning veterans around him. "TCH, what's this kid pretending for?" Someone sneered. "Fresh recruit showing off like crazy?" A few snickers floated over, but Jiang Che said nothing. He simply stuck to what he knew was right. If you wear the armor, act like a soldier. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Company Commander Zhao Kuo paced with hands behind his back, frowning as he inspected. Everywhere he looked, he saw sagging, lifeless ranks. Inwardly, he cursed. A bunch of deadbeats so embarrassing they're unfit even to be honor guards. What chance do they have in battle? They'd turn tail the moment the fighting starts. Just as he was about to wrap things up, his gaze casually swept over Li Qi's roan, then stopped. With years steeped in the military, Zhao Kuo's sharp eyes instantly discerned authenticity. Jiang Qi's upright stance and natural breathing showed no sign of pretense or stiffness. He could tell at a glance. Jiang Qi's bearing was no act. That stance was steady and grounded, shoulders relaxed, yet brimming with hidden strength. Zhao Kuo stood on the raised platform, his eyes sweeping over the ranks below. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gave a subtle wave toward the crowd. Li Qi, lost in thought, was jolted, fully alert by the gesture, his heart pounding. Which careless troublemaker had acted up now? He dared not slack off and quickly hurried up to the platform, bowing deeply. "Sir, did you call for me?" Zhao Kuo ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed firmly on the most prominent figure in the crowd, lifting his chin slightly. Who is that man? Following his gaze, Li Qi immediately spotted Jiang Che, standing out like a crane among chickens. He cursed inwardly. "My lord, you've managed to catch the eye of your direct superior on your very first day." Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Sir, his name is Jiang Che. He's a new recruit who just enlisted yesterday." "A new recruit?" Zhao Kuo repeated the term thoughtfully, his tone edged with coldness. "Send him over." Cold sweat broke out on Li Qi's forehead. This definitely didn't feel like a reward. It smelled more like a punishment. He scrambled down the platform, pushed through the ranks, and hissed hoarsely, Jiang Che, Captain is calling you. Sharp now. The seasoned soldiers immediately perked up and turned to watch the unfolding drama. Expressionless, Jiang Che stepped forward smartly, approached the platform with a straight back, and saluted crisply. Reporting to the captain. Zhao Kuo looked down at him. What did you do before this? The crowd fell eerily silent. Li Qi felt his throat tighten, afraid Jiang Che might blurt out. Introduced by the second young master. Jiang Che met Zhao Kuo's gaze steadily. Sir, I was a hunter. Hunter? The onlookers were surprised, but found it plausible. A strong physique and familiar with discipline. Li Qi secretly exhaled in relief, at least his background was clean. Zhao Kuo narrowed his eyes, a dangerous curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. A hunter? And what are hunters best at? Archery, horsemanship, tracking, and stealth, Jiang Che answered decisively. Good. Zhao Kuo suddenly slammed his hand on the railing. Let me see what your hunter's archery skills are worth. To the shooting range. At his command, the training grounds buzzed to life instantly. Training could often be dull, but watching a spectacle was thrilling. The rowdy soldiers swarmed around, surrounding Zhao Kuo and Jiang Che as they made their way to the range. The shooting range stretched out with straw targets lined up in a row, the closest over 100 paces away. An attendant handed Jiang Che a standard longbow and a quiver of feathered arrows. Listen, kid, don't say the captain's being unfair, an old soldier sneered mockingly nearby. 100 paces, 3 arrows hit, at least one, and you pass. Li Qi's palms were soaked with sweat as he leaned close to Jiang Che's ear, whispering warnings. Look alive. No embarrassing yourself, got it? Jiang Che nodded and took the bow, his fingers lightly grazing its body to feel its elasticity and weight. This military bow was nothing special, far inferior to the legendary bow he had mastered in his past life. Yet he didn't even flinch. He simply drew an arrow from the quiver and knocked it onto the string. Suddenly, the shooting range fell silent as dozens of eyes fixed on his back in unison. Jiang Che raised his arm and drew the bow with steady, mechanical precision. Just as the string reached its full draw, his fingertips released. Twang! The bowstring vibrated. The black feathered arrow cut through the mist like a flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. Thud! The distant target trembled from the impact right in the bullseye. The crowd erupted with astonished noise. No way. He actually hit it? Must be a fluke. This is a 100-step target, for crying out loud. The old soldiers who had been sneering moments before now stood agape, as if they could swallow a whole egg. Li Qi rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision. On the elevated platform, the overseeing commander Zhao Kuo's gaze suddenly sharpened. This shot was fast, precise, and ruthless, with not a single wasted movement. This was no luck. Jiang Che remained expressionless as he drew another arrow, knocked it, and pulled the string in one smooth motion. The sharp whistle of the second shot tearing through the air cut through the crowd's breathless silence. All eyes tracked the shadowy arrow. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. It hit the tail feather of the first arrow, embedding itself there. The shaft shuddered, humming eerily. A suffocating silence blanketed the range. Even a pin drop would have been loud. The crowd stood frozen, petrified. Li Qi's knees buckled almost to the ground. Holy hell! What kind of monster is this? Zhao Kuo's pupils constricted sharply. Such archery was unquestionably that of an exceptional soldier. Jiang Che ignored their stunned faces and didn't even glance at Zhao Kuo on the platform. He gently set the bow back on the rack. A third arrow? No longer necessary. He turned and met Li Qi's pale, shocked expression. Big brotherly, is that enough? Li Qi's lips trembled, words caught in his throat. He could only nod repeatedly, like a pecking chicken. Enough. More than enough. This wasn't just impressive, it was otherworldly. Hitting the bullseye at 100 steps was already elite military skill. Shooting an arrow into the tail of another was pure legend. Now the mocking glint in their eyes was gone, replaced by the reverent gaze one might give a ferocious beast disguised in human skin. Good, good, good. Suddenly, 3 sharp shouts broke the frozen air from the platform. Zhao Kuo strode down the steps, his tiger-like eyes blazing with delight, his rugged face alight with joy. He paid no mind to Jiang Che, locking onto Li Qi instead. Li Qi. Zhao Kuo approached and slapped him heavily on the shoulder with a broad palm. This man is yours. He leaned close, his breath hot enough to burn. Make him yours. The command of the 3rd small banner in the 100 House Battalion is yours. And privately, he'll give you 20 taels of silver as well. Li Qi's mind went fuzzy. His heart nearly leaped out of his throat. A small banner command was a real military appointment, commanding 10 good men. Though the smallest rank, it was still an official position. He hadn't even managed to become a squad leader after all these years, and now this post was within his grasp. Plus 20 taels of silver, his annual salary barely reached 12. His breath quickened instantly, a flicker of conflict lighting his eyes. If it had been yesterday, no, just 15 minutes ago, he would have knelt without hesitation, kowtowing and clinging to Zhao Kuo's leg, calling him father. But now Li Qi cast a sharp glance toward Jiang Che beside him. In the sunlight, The young hunter's expression was calm and indifferent, as if that miraculous arrow piercing the tail of the arrow from 100 paces had nothing to do with him. How can the value of a capable fighter compare to that of a divine archer who can sever an arrow's tail from 100 paces away? Li Qi's heart pounded wildly. He realized he hadn't just stumbled upon a treasury struck a gold mine. There were plenty of fierce warriors in the camp, but one with such extraordinary archery skills could decide the outcome of a small-scale skirmish at a critical moment, truly a rare gem for a surprise assault. If he presented this great talent to Chiu Fu, the reward would be far more than a mere minor flag officer position. Even a small favor slipping through Chiu Fu's fingers would surpass the generous gifts from Zhao Kuo. In a flash, Li Qi made his decision. A deeply troubled expression immediately crossed his face as he bowed, voice trembling with feigned sorrow. Lord Zhao, you flatter me too much. If you fancy any of my men, I'd be glad to tie them up and send them over at once. But this brother Jiang, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to decide. Zhao Kuo's brow furrowed sharply. His tone turned cold and hard. What do you mean? You can't make decisions about a new recruit? Li Qi slapped his thigh exaggeratedly, stepped forward slightly, and lowered his voice. My lord, he's no ordinary man. He's someone the second young master specifically ordered me to bring back and look after carefully. He deliberately emphasized the word look after, letting the implication hang thick in the air. The second young master? Zhu Gaoxiu? The arrogance on Zhao Kuo's face faded considerably. He scrutinized Jiang Chan, afraid of himself, a company commander, and still composed after shooting that extraordinary arrow. Such composure was no mere hunter's. If he was indeed a rare talent secretly recruited by the second young master, everything made sense. Yet if such a godlike archer could be brought under his own command, future military exploits would be easily earned. Zhao Kuo's gaze sharpened like a blade, locking on to Li Qi. Li Qi, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Using the second young master's name to pressure me is something you can't afford. Li Qi's body trembled, but he grit his teeth and forced out a smile even more miserable than crying. My lord sees clearly. Even with the greatest courage, I wouldn't joke about the second young master's affairs. Consider this: if I wanted to hide him, wouldn't I have made him miss those 2 shots earlier? Why make such a fuss and cause trouble for myself? His words were reasonable. Zhao Kuo's suspicions waned by 70%. If Li Qi intended to conceal something, Jiang Che wouldn't have shown such skill so openly. Humph. Zhao Kuo snorted coldly and suppressed the thought for now. He cast a deep, regretful glance at Jiang Che, then waved his hand, sharply barking at the still stunned rowdy soldiers nearby. What are you all staring at? Get back to training. Anyone who doesn't meet an hour's stake-driving practice tonight won't get dinner. The crowd dispersed noisily, rushing toward the training ground, though many still stole glances at Jiang Che as they passed by. Zhao Kuo turned to leave, but suddenly paused, then spun back and warned coldly. Li Qi, since he's the second young master's man, you should know even better how to keep your boundaries. Such a talent, if wasted in your hands or something goes wrong, don't say the second young master Zhao Kuo will be the first to come down hard on you. You'd better watch out for yourself. Zhao Kuo snarled the threat, his face dark as iron, then abruptly turned and strode across the training ground. The clanking of armor faded as his tall figure was swallowed by dust and the crowd. Only when his back had completely disappeared did Li Qi release a breath had been holding like a bellows, suddenly letting out air. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Intense. Damn, that was intense. He panted, turning to look at Jiang Che, who still wore a calm expression. The look in Li Qi's eyes shifted dramatically. It was no longer just a capable younger brother he saw, but a living Buddha radiating golden light. Ancestor, you really are my living ancestor. Li Qi grabbed Jiang Chi's arm, his face flushed with excitement. Come on, let's go see General Chiu. If we're late, something bad will happen. Yesterday he hadn't paid much attention, but now looking again, it was clear that General Chiu Fu's tent was indeed the most heavily guarded place in the Royal Guard camp. In front of the tent stood 2 rows of Royal Guards holding spears in formation, their armor glinting, the fierce aura 10 times stronger than that of the ruffians clattering around the training grounds. Li Qi pulled Jiang Che along at a trot, and felt suddenly small and insignificant standing before the tent. Sir, please pass the word there's urgent news to report to General Chiu. The general is in a meeting. The captain of the guard at the tent spoke coldly, his single word dousing Li Qi's enthusiasm like ice water. If they couldn't get a meeting today, once Zhao Kuo caught on, or if the second young master's side got wind of this, they'd be done for thinking this. Li Qi scratched his head nervously. He bit his lip, leaned closer, and pulled a piece of broken silver from his sleeve, trying to slip it into the captain's palm. Captain, please make an exception. It's a matter of great importance. To say. Before he could finish, second young master, Jiang Che gently tugged his sleeve and shook his head. Li Qi's heart sank. Bluffing to intimidate Zhao Kuo was one thing, but General Chiu was the Yan King's most trusted aide and often visited the second young master. Mentioning him now would get them exposed immediately. Jiang Che stepped forward calmly and looked the captain in the eye. I have an arrow that can pierce a willow leaf 100 paces away. I wonder if that can earn me a moment with the general? The royal guards around them exchanged looks that clearly said, nobody talks that big without proof. 100 paces shot? Who do you think you are? The captain finally examined Jiang Che with a scornful laugh. Kid, if you're going to brag, pick your spot. This is the Central Army's main tent, not your backyard. Speak nonsense again, and he'll cut out your tongue. Li Qi went pale and was about to pull Jiang Che back when a deep, commanding voice came from inside the tent. Let him in. The captain stiffened, immediately bowed, and replied, yes, sir. Then he shot Jiang Che and Li Qi a fierce glare and stepped aside to clear the way. Li Qi let out a breath of relief as if had just dodged death, hurriedly pushing Jiang Che into the tent and muttering nonstop, Ancestor, you really dare to speak your mind. Jiang Che remained composed. When dealing with high-ranking people, nagging and pleading never works as well as a bold and shattering introduction. You need to show your irreplaceable value in the shortest time possible. The two stepped inside the tent. Xiaofu looked up and saw Jiang Che, who had come just once yesterday. His brows immediately furrowed, deep on the eve of a major battle. The Yin King's palace was the last place that needed the spoiled sons of powerful families trying to scrape by on connections. He was troubled, wondering how to get rid of this hot potato so it wouldn't be a nuisance in front of him. So when Li Qi shouted loudly outside the tent, he had intended to pretend he didn't hear. But the phrase hitting a target from 100 paces pierced Jiang Chi's ears like a sharp blade to the heart. That was such a bold claim, almost arrogant. Xiaofu looked up, his gaze cold and steely, locking onto Jiang Che. He shouted, shaking the tent. Li Qi. Li Qi, who was at the entrance ready to claim credit, bent weakly at the knees and answered, yes, General. You tell it, exactly as it happened. No exaggerations or additions. If I catch a single lie, they'll skin you alive. The murderous aura pressed down on Li Qi so heavily he could barely breathe. He gritted his teeth and recounted the entire scene at the training ground in precise detail. He spoke eloquently and passionately, spittle flying. When he mentioned 120 paces and 2 arrows through the same target, Xiaofu, who had been tapping his fingers on the sand table, suddenly stopped. The veteran's battlefield instinct told him this wasn't just empty boasting. If such a man really existed able to slay an enemy commander from 100 paces away, he could overturn an entire battle in an instant. With that thought, his gaze toward Jiang Che completely changed. Enough. Xiaofu raised his hand, cutting off Li Qi's further exaggerations. His burly figure rose and strode around the sand table toward Jiang Che, the pressure so intense their noses nearly touched. Kid, what Li Qi said, is it true? Seeing is believing, Jiang Che said calmly, without a hint of fear. General, if you don't believe me, you can test me right now. The atmosphere inside the tent froze. Xiaofu stared at him for a full 10 seconds. Li Qi broke out in a cold sweat, imagining endless tortures ahead. Suddenly, Xiaofu laughed heartily and returned to sit behind his command desk. No need for a test. There were hundreds of eyes watching on the training ground, more trustworthy than mine alone. Then his tone shifted. You know your worth. But I don't keep idlers or empty talkers under my command. Tell me, what do you want? Jiang Che bowed slightly, his voice steady. I want to stand higher and see farther, so my arrow strikes exactly where it should. His words were arrogant and profound at once. Li Qi's heart pounded with dread, fearing further angering the general. Unexpectedly, Xiaofu laughed again, clearly admiring the sharp edge before him. Good. He slammed the desk and stood. From today, you're my personal guard. I appoint you as a Palu colonel, with 600 dan salary. This rank is outside the regular ranks, answering only to me. Your sole duty is to shoot the decisive arrow at the decisive moment. You may attend strategic meetings and war simulations. This Xuanya arrow is your token. When he finished, Li Qi was dumbfounded. Palu colonel, outside the camp system, answering only to the general. This wasn't just recruiting a sharpshooter, it was taking in a trusted assassin. Jiang Che bent down and pulled out the mysterious crow arrow. The arrow shaft gleamed coldly, the fletching as black as a crow's wing. He brushed off the dust, knelt on one knee, cupped his fists together, and said crisply, your subordinate will carry out the orders. The dim yellow light of the oil lamp cast sharp shadows on Xiaofu's face. The old general watched for a moment, nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward Li Qi, who stood frozen beside him. His stern brows relaxed slightly. Li Qi. Present, your subordinate here. Li Qi snapped to attention, bowing deeply almost at a 90-degree angle. You made a good recommendation. Your judgment is sound. Xiaofu reached over the table and picked up a heavy leather pouch filled with coins, casually tossing it in the air. The pouch traced an arc before hitting the ground with a muted thud. I'm promoting you to deputy captain of the personal guard and awarding you 50 taels of silver. Keep your eyes sharp if you spot any talent like this again. Report to me immediately. Li Qi eagerly caught the pouch, some silver coins spilling out and catching the dim light, flushing his face red. Deputy captain, 50 taels. The excitement choked his words, so he could only bow repeatedly. Thank you, general. Thank you for the promotion. Your subordinate swears to serve you loyalty and die in your service. Qiu Fu waved them away and bent over the massive sand table again. The flickering flame made the mountains and valleys appear in shifting shades of shadow and light. Thanks to Jiang Qi's precision strikes with the mysterious crow arrows, tactics that once seemed impossible suddenly gained new, tangible possibilities. Many no-way scenarios now looked achievable. Jiang Qi had already left the tent with an excited Li Qi. The cold wind rushed past, carrying a sharp metallic scent. At the tent's entrance, two guards stood armored in freshly painted shoulder plates. Clearly Qiu Fu's trusted men. News spread faster than the wind in the camp. Almost every gaze fixed on them the moment they stepped into the personal guard quarters. Well, Li Qi, hit the jackpot, huh? Who's this VIP you brought along? A one-eyed, burly man lifted his head lazily while wiping down his saber. Li Qi's smile froze as he hurriedly bowed. Brother Zhang, you jest. This is Brother Zhang, newly appointed military inspector by the general. From now on, he's one of our own. Zhang Biao, the one-eyed dragon, was a veteran in the personal guard, having fought Hu tribes for 10 years with numerous battle honors. He rose slowly, half a head taller than Jiang Qi, his remaining eye flashing coldly. Military inspector? Him? He deliberately snorted loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. He looks less sturdy than the tribesmen I've cut down. Does he talk a big game? Or just shoot bullseyes? Sweat instantly broke out on Li Qi's back as he tried to smooth things over, but Jiang Qi stopped him with a calm glance. Without bothering to look at the one-eyed man again, Jiang Qi asked Li Qi evenly, "Seventh brother, where should I stay now?" Zhang Biao's face twitched sharply, his hand gripping the saber strained with bulging veins. But Jiang Qi calmly walked farther away with Li Qi, maintaining steady steps and expressionless composure, as if Zhang Biao was merely a stone on the roadside. Damn it! Zhang Biao spat low, slamming his saber back into its sheath. A few old soldiers gathered nearby, whispering complaints. Brother Biao, that guy's way too arrogant. Arrogant? Zhang Biao's one eye gleamed with killing intent. Just a greenhorn who doesn't know his place yet. There are times when he needed to understand that the honor of the Imperial Guards was earned with one's life, not just with clever words. Jiang Qi was assigned to a small, private tent that was much more spacious than the quarters of ordinary soldiers. The interior was sparse, a narrow bed with wooden slats, a small table big enough to hold a dagger, and armor, nothing else. Li Qi came in carrying bedding and a fresh set of Imperial Guard uniform, chatting non-stop as he set the bed. Brother Jiang, don't take it to heart. Zhang Biao's got a temper like a firecracker, easy to ignite, Li Qi said as he tossed the bedding onto the bed, lowering his voice. He's followed the general for 10 years, all focused on becoming the captain of the guard. In the end, you cut him off, Jiang Qi finished the sentence. Li Qi smiled awkwardly and shrugged. Pretty much. And not just him, a lot of the veterans think you got insanely lucky. He leaned close. The camp's basically split into 3 groups. One's like Zhang Biro of Old Guard who only respect military merit, not people. Then you've got the general's relatives and hometown folks, who are the most loyal but very exclusive, like our captain Chen Mo. And then there's the rest of us, like Mino connections, just trying to climb up. Brother, we have to stick together. Jiang Qi said nothing, only placing the Xuanya arrow on the table as his mind quickly sketched out a power map. Zhang Biao leading the merit faction, Chen Mo commanding the direct loyalists, and Li Qi representing the base faction. A 3-way balance of power, each keeping the others in check. Qiu Fu driving a wedge into the Imperial Guards was clearly about more than just adding another marksman. As he pondered, a sharp voice rang out from outside the tent. Imperial Guards Lieutenant Jiang Qi, attend command. The messenger stood at the entrance, expression serious. The general orders your immediate presence at the command tent. Li Qi instantly fell silent and stepped aside. Jiang Qi clipped the Xuanya arrow to his belt and stepped out. Inside the command tent, Qiu Fu had changed into civilian clothes and was speaking quietly with a tall, imposing young man, the very captain Chen Mo Li Qi had mentioned. Chen Mo glanced at Jiang Qi with cool indifference. Without small talk, Qiu Fu pointed at Jiang Qi and said to Chen Mo, "He comes with you." Then turning to Jiang Qi, he added, "This afternoon, come with me to Prince Yan's residence." The mention of Prince Yan's residence made Jiang Qi's pupils contract sharply. Qiu Fu was taking him just recruited himself to meet Zhu Di in person. Qiu Fu seemed to see through his surprise, but said nothing, only swept his sleeve and strode out. "Prepare the horses." Chen Mo turned and left the tent. Jiang Qi followed him outside. At the royal stables, the sounds of whinnying horses echoed relentlessly. Chen Mo expertly led out 2 war horses, but didn't speak a word. Jiang Qi looked on helplessly. This guy wasn't even going to say which horse was his. It was well known that horses were strategic military assets, each assigned to a specific rider. Jiang Qi mustered patience. "Big brother Chen, which 2 horses are we taking?" Chen Mo's expression remained indifferent. He neither answered nor moved, just stood there. Jiang Qi decided to wait it out. If the general asked later, Jiang Qi wasn't taking the blame. Chen Mo frowned. "Are you coming or not?" Jiang Qi thought. "Then tell me which horse I'm supposed to hold." But he forced a smile and reply, "Big brother Chun, if that's how you're going to be, it's no fun at all." Chun Imo said nothing, fully leaving the difficult problem to Jiang Che. The stable was dim and deep, lit by faint yellow light. War horses, pack horses, and messenger horses crowded densely into their pens, heads rising and falling in a restless rhythm. Any fresh recruit stepping in would feel overwhelmed. One wrong pick could mean a beating with the military baton at best, or losing one's head for jeopardizing a military secret at worst. Chun Imo stood silently, arms crossed, presenting the first real challenge of the stable to Jiang Che. Without asking for help, Jiang Che strode straight into the depths of the stable. He neither glanced around nor spoke to anyone, his steps steady as if he knew the place inside out. He passed by the gleaming, elaborately saddled ceremonial horses without a second look. He didn't even touch the well-fed, gentle-eyed pack horses. All his focus was fixed on the saddles. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a tall, jet-black horse. Though not the largest, this horse had long, strong limbs and flared nostrils that exhaled hot, fierce breath. Most importantly, the saddle showed obvious signs of wear on its cowhide, especially a large dark patch on the right edge with a frayed border, the distinctive mark left by a general's armor tail rubbing against it for years. Jiang Che bent down to inspect the hooves. The horseshoes had just been replaced and were neatly trimmed. The cracks held dry, hard yellow soil, the unique color of the training grounds rather than the wet black mud of official roads. These signs indicated the horse was not only a war mount, but one recently subjected to intense drills, ridden by a general. He unhesitatingly loosened the reins, expertly flipped the wrist, and led the horse out of its stall. Chun Imo had expected a failure, but now looked on with surprise that others' actions had been absolutely confident. "How did you?" he almost asked, but swallowed the words, realizing the question would only reveal his own shallow understanding. Jiang Che passed by him, pulling the horse along. His voice was calm, a general's mount, the saddles heavily worn, the hooves carefully maintained. It's easy to recognize. Then he retrieved Chun Mo's own horse and stood by quietly. Watching Jiang Che's back, Chun Imo unconsciously relaxed his originally stiff posture. This kid was not only a formidable archer, but also possessed sharp judgment. At that moment, Chiu Fu strode into the stable. Casting a glance and noticing both man and mounts were ready, he said nothing and leapt onto his saddle. "Let's go." One word, crisp and sharp. The three rode out swiftly, hooves clattering against the bluestone streets of Beiping. The city was grim and silent, few pedestrians, patrol soldiers at every 3 steps with watch posts every 5, the air heavy with the pressure of an approaching storm. After crossing several streets, Chiu Fu suddenly spoke. "Jiang Che, looking at Beiping's defenses, if you were the Tartar commander, where would you strike?" Jiang Che knew this was a formal test. Pulling the reins, he answered, "General, if I were the Tartar commander, it would not attack the city." "Humph." Chiu Fu snorted softly, clearly surprised, while Chun Imo pricked up his ears. Jiang Che's voice came steady amid the galloping hooves. "Beiping has high walls and deep moats, guarded by elite troops. A direct assault would be a poor choice." Jiang Che analyzed steadily and calmly. "The strength of the Tartar cavalry lies in their mobility. If I were the enemy, I would divide my forces into 3 routes. One to feign an attack on Shanhaiguan, tying down the imperial main army. Another to circle westward and cut off the grain supply route from Beiping to Shaanxi. And the main force would patrol about 30 li outside Beiping. No siege, no land capture, just striking our scouts to blind and deaf our intelligence. Then, once supplies run low inside the city and morale falters, they would strike decisively with one battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Chiu Fu, sitting astride his horse, paused silently for a few seconds without comment, then posed a second question. "Then, in your opinion, why have the Tartar scouts been lingering near the suburbs without pushing deeper?" "They are probing and mapping," Jiang Che answered without hesitation. "They are testing our reaction speed and the range of our deployment. At the same time, they are drawing detailed battlefield maps for their main forces. In fact, they may be waiting for us to sally out, so they can ambush us in the open and wipe out our elite in one fell swoop." Chiu Fu made a low hum and said nothing further, spurring his horse forward. Chun Imo glanced back at Jiang Che with a complicated look. Jiang Che followed them silently, his mind alert. In front of some people, hiding one's talents is self-preservation. But now, with the Jingnan Rebellion about to erupt, Beiping was like a powder keg ready to blow. If you weren't striking enough to be useful, you'd only become cannon fodder in the first wave. To survive the coming turbulent waves and even profit, you had to show your worth. As these thoughts swirled, a grand mansion appeared dimly outlined in the night. The vermilion lacquered gate rose high, flanked by 2 stone lions. The guards at the gate were heavily armored and steady, clearly not ordinary soldiers. On the black plaque with gold characters, 3 large words caught his eye. "The Prince of Yan's Mansion." Jiang Che reined in his horse, staring at the sign. 2 days ago, he had been a nobody. Now he could step boldly inside here. The 3 dismounted, and his personal guard stepped forward to take the horses. They recognized Jiang Che, but said nothing, bowing and withdrawing. Stepping onto the gate's steps felt like entering another world. The corridors were silent, lanterns casting pools of golden light. Xiao Fu's expression was calm, blending seamlessly with the mansion's solemn aura. Passing through the long hall, the view suddenly opened up. In the brightly lit main chamber stood a large sand table, detailed with mountains, rivers, cities, and strategic passes. Around it, dozens of men clad in armor or Confucian robes argued sharply, voices rising and falling like clashing swords. The court bans, all sea travel. Our navy hasn't trained for battle in ages. Sailing out risks cutting off our supply lines. It's too dangerous. Dangerous, yes, but the gains outweigh the risks. Defending Beiping passively is no different from awaiting death. Master Daoyan, you're gambling everything on this. Jiang Qi's eyes immediately found the man standing behind the sand table with hands folded behind his back. The figure was imposing, dressed in dark robes, with gentle but commanding featureaces. If wherever he stood, that place became the heart of the room. All arguments and gazes inevitably gravitated toward him. The Prince of Yen, Zhu Di. Jiang Che was certain in his heart. The bearing of a ruler was no empty claim. This innate authority was not cruelty or tyranny, but a natural right to command. Next to Zhu Di stood a slightly plump young man frowning as he listened intently to the general. She was the heir apparent, Zhu Gaoqi. On the other side, Zhu Gaoxi pointed passionately at a spot on the sand table, disputing with a robed monk. As Qiu Fu entered the hall, the heated debate abruptly ceased. Zhu Di slowly turned, his gaze locking on Qiu Fu, eyes questioning. Qiu Fu, what brings you here? Zhu Di's moment of doubt lasted only an instant. His gaze, like everyone else's in the hall, suddenly skipped past Qiu Fu and landed on the unfamiliar young man. This was Jiang Che, the new recruit Zhu Gaoxiu had impulsively slipped into the Imperial Guard just last night. Yet, how dare this kid swagger right into the heart of the Prince of Yan's council chamber, standing in front of the prince himself, the heir, the second prince, and a full assembly of officials and generals. Under dozens of piercing eyes, Jiang Che felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into a winter blizzard, the cold sinking deep into his bones. He forced himself to stay calm, especially since Qiu Fu had not yet spoken. Qiu Fu, indifferent to the probing stares around him, strode forward and clasped his fists respectfully, his voice steady and grave. Your Highness, another batch of Jinui from the capital was intercepted by our men just now. The Jianyui's sharpest blade hanging over Beiping's head. Jiang Qi's heart skipped. More Jinui? It almost had to do with lynching you. That woman had eyes everywhere. No sooner had he sent out his intelligence than she dispatched people in pursuit. A heavy silence fell over the hall. The air seemed to freeze. Even the candle flames dimmed. Zhu Jiaox's face tightened, clearly catching on to some hidden plot. Yet Zhu Di, seated behind the map table, merely nodded and waved a hand. Noted. He didn't ask how many were captured, where they were held, or what had been learned. Just that casual remark. Like Mount Tai standing before him. Yet his expression unchanged. Jiang Qi's heart stiffened anew. This future Yongle emperor was not fixated on one pawn. He held the entire chessboard in his eyes. True to form, Zhu Di dismissed the Jinui matter and scanned Qiu Fu again. His gaze settled on Jiang Che. This young man is unfamiliar. Cold sweat broke out instantly down Jiang Qi's back as dozens of eyes locked on him a second time, this time, mixed with the prince's curiosity and scrutiny. As if expecting this, Qiu Fu laughed loudly and turned toward the still bewildered Zhu Gaoxiu. Your Highness, we must thank the second prince. Oh, Zhu Di raised a brow toward his second son. Zhu Gaoxiu looked even more confused. Thank me? Qiu Fu declared boldly. The second prince has a keen eye and has brought a fierce warrior to the Prince of Yan's household. He raised a hand to point at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, today during the Imperial Guard's martial exercises, from 100 paces, 2 arrows fired in succession, each hitting the bullseye dead center, without a hair's breadth of error. A perfect shot. At that, even the usually composed heir Zhu Gaoqi glanced over at Jiang Che. Zhu Gaoxiu first looked stunned, then pleased. So the casual choice he made really was a treasure? Didn't that prove his own good judgment? But despite his surprise, he said nothing more. Zhu Di's left-hand man Zhang Yu merely raised an eyebrow before withdrawing his attention. On the other side, Zhu Neng leaned against his chair with folded arms and a slight sneer, thinking this was just trivial gossip. Tan Yuan, Li Bin, Meng Shan, Chun Heng, and other formidable generals who had followed Zhu Di through countless battles sat silently nearby, each a warrior feared by thousands. This was the Prince of Yan's council chamber, not a military training ground. Only someone with the courage to face 10,000 foes or the talent to reshape the world could stand here. Jiang Che understood this clearly and saw the situation with perfect clarity. Zhu Di's greatest headache wasn't money or troops, but a secret corps of Jinui spies who could peer past Nanjing's walls straight into the Imperial Palace, a private force loyal solely to the Prince of Yan's mansion. Speaking openly now would only brand him as a madman. The time was not yet right. As these thoughts settled in his mind, Zhu Dis gaze lingered on him briefly before he waved his hand. Two royal guards immediately stepped forward, respectfully, but with no room for argument, escorting Jiang Che and Chun Imo out of the council chamber. The doors were closed behind them, reserved only for true matters of state. These two minor players naturally had to make way. The night wind blew cold and sharp like knives. Chun Imo seemed to be gasping for air as if pulled from water, exhaling a cloud of white mist before coming back to life. He squeezed up beside Jiang Che, his face a mix of relief and lingering fear. Brother Jiang, you are incredibly bold. Inside there, my legs nearly gave out beneath me. Jiang Che merely smiled faintly. Chun Imo didn't think much of it and slapped him hard on the shoulder, the solid impact nearly staggering him. Your archery is amazing, but how about your hand-to-hand? That's more my style. I'm itching for a fight. His eyes sparkled with fiery admiration, the purest expression of a warrior's respect and eagerness. Jiang Che steadied himself and replied humbly, I know a little, just enough to protect myself. That won't do. Shen Mo's spirit flared at once. When we get back to camp, we have to find a chance to train properly. Don't keep your skills to yourself. Agreed. Jiang Che nodded. Dealing with straightforward soldiers like Chun Imo was always easier. It's a deal. Chun Imo grinned broadly, but his words were cut off by a suddenly heard voice behind them, laced with teasing and an innate arrogance. Why wait until we get back? We can try now. Jiang Qi's pupils contracted, and he spun around almost instantly. Zhu Gaoqi had somehow slipped out of the council chamber and was leaning against a corridor pillar, arms crossed, and watching. The flickering lantern light threw shadows on his face, which beamed like a child having just found a new toy. Chun Mo's smile froze, and he bent awkwardly. Second, young master. Zhu Gaoqi ignored him and locked his gaze on Jiang Che. What, afraid now? You seemed quite composed before my father. Qiu Shu said you could shoot an arrow through 100 paces. I want to see if you're truly a fearless hero. Jiang Che remained silent. The second young master was clearly eager to test his new toy, to see what kind of tricks he could pull out. His earlier skill with the bow was barely a glimmer in comparison. Seeing Jiang Che remain quiet, Zhu Gaoqi's smile deepened, and he nodded to Chun Imo. Aren't you itching for a fight? Let me make this easier for you. Spar with him, so I can see what kind of person I brought back. Chun Mo's face flushed dark red. A careless joke had unexpectedly drawn the attention of this lord, and now he was on pins and needles. Fighting a comrade in front of the second young master in the mansion? That was courting trouble. He glanced at Jiang Che with helpless eyes. Jiang Che stepped forward, clasped his fists, and bowed respectfully. Second young master deigns favor. Jiang Che is unworthy. Besides, Brother Chun is a sworn comrade, so sparring may be restrained. I fear it would only tarnish your highness' view. Zhu Gaoxiu raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting such a response. Oh, and what exactly do you mean by that? Jiang Che looked up, locking eyes with Zhu Gaoxiu, a faint, almost teasing smile playing at the corner of his mouth. If second young master truly has the refined taste, how about we change the rules a bit? What kind of rules? Zhu Jiaoxi's interest was fully piqued. Jiang Qi's gaze swept across the entire courtyard, finally resting on the intricately carved golden jade dagger hanging at Zhu Jiaoxi's waist. Well, dual betting your dagger. If I win, this dagger becomes mine. If I lose, he paused deliberately, enunciating each word, then you may do as you please with me. The words hung in the air like ice, suddenly freezing the scene. Zhu Gaoxiu was stunned for a moment. A newly appointed royal guard, daring to gamble the precious dagger of the illustrious second young master of Yin? This kid was truly outrageously bold. Fine. I like your nerve. He slapped the pillar, laughing uproariously. I admire a madman like you. This bet is on. With that, he swept his sleeves aside and strode down the steps, an imposing aura that blended noble coldness with battle-hardened fierceness radiating from him. Go fetch the wooden practice swords. Today, they'll see just how tough your bones really are. Chun Imo, standing nearby, felt weak in the knees. What on earth was he witnessing? Yet Jiang Che remained calm, as if alone with Zhu Gaoxiu in the world. That composure only fueled the fire burning in Zhu Jiaoxi's chest. Soon, two polished wooden swords were brought forth. Zhu Gaoxiu grabbed one with a flick of his wrist, sending it slicing through the air with fierce momentum. Raised amidst endless campaigns, his swordsmanship was soaked with blood and dust. Boy, it's not too late to back out now. Kneel and kowtow 3 times, and he'll let this go. Jiang Che casually lifted the other wooden sword and weighed it in his hand. Second young master must be joking. Those understated words were like pouring gasoline on flames. Asking for death, Zhu Gaoxiu roared, pushing off the ground with his toe like a charging tiger descending a mountain. His sword tore through the air in a mighty strike, each movement broad and powerful, thunderous in force. An ordinary fighter would either try to block or scramble away. But Jiang Che didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward lightly, shifting his shoulders ever so slightly. The blade of his sword whistled past Zhu Jiaoxi's clothing, striking thin air with heavy force. What strength! Zhu Jiaoxi's strike missed, and his wrist tensed from the sudden release of power, briefly disrupting his stance. Jiang Che had already darted to the side like a ghost, his wooden sword lightly tapping Zhu Jiaox's wrist and flowing with the momentum. Zhu Gaoxiu felt a subtle force surge in, his tiger's mouth going numb, and the sword almost slipping from his grasp. Alarmed, he quickly recovered and swung his sword in a wide horizontal arc, but Jiang Che had vanished from his original position. In the courtyard, Zhu Gaoxiu was like an enraged bull, his sword strikes growing increasingly fierce. Each move stirred a gust of wind sharp enough to sting the faces of onlookers. Yet Jiang Che danced on the razor's edge between danger and safety, dodging, parrying, and using Zhu Jiaox's own force against him with effortless grace. His footwork was unlike any martial sect of the day, more like combat skills forged deep in his very bones, seeking no lethal blows, but maximum efficiency in evasion and counterattack. Outsiders saw a mighty, overwhelming onslaught, and only Zhu Gaoxiu understood how frustrating it was. Like a burly man swinging a giant hammer, he was chasing nothing but a slippery eel. Every punch was thrown with full force, yet he couldn't even touch the other's shadow. Dodge, dodge. All you do is dodge. Zhu Jiaox's relentless attack missed once again. He slammed his fist down hard, making the blue stone tiles beneath his feet tremble. His chest heaved heavily, loud, ragged breaths escaping. "They'll say this one last time." He raised a hand, pointing sharply across the courtyard, his voice icy cold. "If you don't fight back now, I swear I'll have someone drag you out and chop you to pieces." Jiang Che seemed not to hear the murderous threat at all. He simply twirled the wooden sword gently in his hands, gripping the hilt tightly with his thumb and forefinger. "Since the second young master wants to see," he said calmly, "then he'll fight back." "Fine." Zhu Gaoxiu snarled, a bitter laugh breaking through his clenched teeth. That single fine was squeezed from deep in his throat. Blood vessels bulged in his eyes, muscles tense and cracking in his shoulders and back. This was exactly what had been waiting for. In the next moment, he surged forward again. This time, he discarded all flashy moves, resorting only to the fiercest, most direct strikes, slashes, chops, and stabs. The sword swept through the air with roaring wind, sealing every crack where Jiang Che could possibly dodge. The guards standing in the courtyard held their breath. The tension was so thick you could almost hear their hearts pounding. Even Chen Imo subconsciously shut his eyes. Confident in his speed and strength, Zhu Gaoxiu believed Jiang Che, having agreed to fight back, would clash with him blade to blade, and he was certain he would crush this clueless upstart. But Jiang Che's choice shattered everyone's expectations once again. Facing a blow powerful enough to crack stone, he neither dodged nor blocked. At the very moment their wooden swords nearly collided, Jiang Che's wrist twitched slightly, angling his sword in a strange and cunning way against Zhu Jiaox's blade. It wasn't a direct clash, it was a redirection, like flicking a spinning iron rod with a chopstick. A spiraling hidden force ran up Zhu Jiaox's arm along the blade. He suddenly lost control. His sword veered wildly and slammed into the stone tiles beside them, scattering shards everywhere. How is this possible? His mind went blank. In that fraction of a moment's distraction, a dark shadow closed in. Jiang Che's left hand shot out, fingers like eagle claws snapping precisely around Zhu Jiaox's sword wrist, twisting and wrenching violently. Sharp pain exploded in the wrist, numbness spreading down his arm. Zhu Jiaox's fingers involuntarily opened, dropping the wooden sword. But it didn't fall. Jiang Che's other hand caught the handle in a flash, spinning behind Zhu Gaoxiu, pressing the blunt side of the sword firmly against his neck. The courtyard fell utterly silent. The guards, the steward, Chen Mo, and even the distant laborers all stared wide-eyed, fixated on the scene. The arrogant second young master had just been disarmed with his own weapon pressed to his throat. Zhu Gaoxiu stood motionless, the cool wood of the sword touching his skin. He could even smell the faint sweat on Jiang Che. From Jiang Che's fight back to being subdued, it had all unfolded in the blink of an eye. A low laugh escaped Zhu Jiaox's throat, swelling quickly into a loud, hearty laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha." He abruptly shoved the sword away from his neck, spun with chest outstretched, and locked eyes with Jiang Che, burning with fiery admiration. "Fine. Impressive skill. I, this second young master, admit defeat wholeheartedly." Only then did the steward and guard snap back to their senses and hurried forward. "Second young master, this. Get lost." Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand impatiently. "A bet is a bet. Does this young lord not know how to lose?" His fierce eyes swept the crowd as his voice rose sharply. "Go. Bring me my sword." That sword was a gift from the imperial ancestor Zhu Yuanzhang, able to cut through iron like mud, priceless beyond measure. It was the close combat weapon the second young master carried in every battle, never leaving his side. "Second young master, please don't." The steward pleaded, nearly dropping to his knees. "Enough nonsense. Hurry up." Zhu Gaoxiu glared, his voice like a rumbling thunderclap. Before long, a guard came running, holding a narrow, brocade-covered box with both hands. Zhu Gaoxiu took it himself, lifted the lid, and a cold gleam like autumn waters instantly lit up the entire yard. He drew the sword and swung it casually. A clear, dragon-like cry burst through the air. Before anyone could recover, he strode boldly over to Jiang Che and actually extended the sword's hilt toward him. You brat, Jiang Che, right? This cloud splitter is yours from this day forward. The words stunned everyone into silence. Zhu Jiaox's gaze fixed on Jiang Che. All his former arrogance had faded, replaced by naked admiration. Where did you learn your skills? What style is this? I've never seen anything like it. Jiang Chi's eyes were calm as he reached for the sword's hilt. It slid into his grip with a satisfying weight. A slight twist of his wrist sent the blade tracing a smooth arc in the air, the edge cutting through sound itself sharper and more controlled than before. The difference was clear. Zhu Gaoxiu wielded brute strength, but Jiang Che seemed to whisper to the sword. Good sword, Jiang Che said simply. Then he looked up to meet Zhu Jiaox's burning, curious gaze. This skill has no name, or rather, it doesn't need one. His fingertip traced along the blade. The fine forging pattern seemed almost alive. It's not meant for fame or founding a school, only for one purpose. Jiang Chi's eyes left the blade and fixed on Zhu Gaoxiu directly. To kill. To kill. The guards instinctively gripped their waist blades tighter. But Zhu Gaoxiu froze. Had heard such words often, but the way Jiang Che spoke them was like a farmer talking about planting crops or a blacksmith about forging iron, simple and pure. Then Zhu Gaoxiu threw back his head and laughed heartily. Good. Well said. His admiration seemed to take physical form. Names, schools, rules of the Jianghu, none of that matters to me. Winning and surviving are the only truths. He patted his thigh. No name? Today, he'll give it one. It shall be called. Before he could finish, steady footsteps echoed from the courtyard entrance. The lively atmosphere from his laughter froze instantly. Guards, stewards, and even the exuberant Zhu Gaoxiu all stiffened, then turned and bowed deeply. Greetings, Your Highness. The voices were crisp and filled with deep respect. Jiang Che looked toward the voice and saw several men walking calmly through the moon gate. Leading them was a man in dark robes. Eyes like cold starset was Prince Yan, Zhu Di. Beside Zhu Di stood an elderly monk in simple robes, his face gaunt and serene. When Jiang Che had first entered the courtyard, the crowd had been dense, and he hadn't noticed clearly. Now, taking advantage of a brief lull, he looked again and recognized the renowned Yao Guangxiao. Zhu Di stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over the assembly, finally fixing on Zhu Gaoxiu and Jiang Che, especially on the alto familiar Lai Yun Dao in Jiang Chi's hand. His brow twitched slightly. Sweat began to bead at the temple of Zhu Gaoxiu. A fierce warrior victorious on the northern battlefields, he was nonetheless intimidated by his father like no other. Gaoxiu. Zhu Di's voice was low but carried an unyielding authority. What is going on here? Zhu Gaoxiu's heart sank. Summoning courage, he stepped forward. Father, you have arrived just in time. I was about to explain this, brother Jiang here. Before he could finish, Zhu Di cut him off coldly. I'm asking you. His eyes remained fixed on Jiang Che. Why is your blade in his hands? Sweat slid down Zhu Gaoxiu's resolute jaw. Father, while that brother Jiang, his words faltered and tangled, his usual bravado drained, leaving only helplessness beneath his strict father's gaze. Zhu Di's attention did not waver from Jiang Che. His son's awkwardness stirred no sympathy. A chill seemed to freeze the entire courtyard air, stifling even breath. Suddenly, the clear sound of footsteps broke the silence. Jiang Che stepped forward without looking at Zhu Gaoxiu or rushing to explain. With a slight twist of his wrist, the Lai Yun Dao's blade slid smoothly into its sheath at Zhu Gaoxiu's waist, producing a crisp metallic click. Only then did he meet Zhu Di's scrutinizing gaze, bowing slightly with hands clasped. I am Jiang Che, lieutenant of the Imperial Bodyguard. I pay respect to Your Highness, Prince Yan. To report, just now, Gaoxiu here saw that I have some skill with the blade, and, on impulse, wished to spar a little. This sword was lent to me by Gaoxiu for practice, and nothing more. His words were measured and flawless. Zhu Di's frown slowly eased, the thin anger in his eyes fading. The calm composure of a young man standing undaunted under his authority was rare. Zhu Gaoxiu gazed after Jiang Chi's departing figure, a flicker of gratitude welling up within him. As the Lai Yun Dao returned to its sheath, the tenseness in the air softened. At this moment, the elderly monk who had remained motionless behind Zhu Di stepped forward halfway, folding his palms in a gentle, compassionate tone. Amitba. Yao Guangxiu's eyes passed over Jiang Chi's figure, as if discerning the killing intent within. Esteemed one, your swordsmanship is striking sharp and pure, meant only to kill. I have a question. Is your blade a killing sword, or a life-giving sword? Zhu Gaoxiu was taken aback. Killing sword, or life-giving sword? What riddle was this monk posing? Zhu Di revealed no expression, apparently permitting Yao Guangxiu's abrupt inquiry. Jiang Che sighed inwardly and he answered wrist offense. He inclined his head respectfully to Yao Guangxiu, then looked directly at Zhu Di. Master's question touches not only the sword but the heart of its wielder. To me, the meaning of a sword depends entirely on the one who holds it. In my hands. He raised a hand, lightly resting on the sword's hilt, his voice steady and deep. It is a killing sword. To clear the path for your highness, to sweep away obstacles, to eliminate all those who threaten your highness. This sword exists solely for slaughter. Before he finished speaking, a fierce killing intent suddenly erupted from him like a storm. Zhu Jiaox's heart tightened. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, his heel scraping softly against the blue bricks. The murderous aura came swiftly and withdrew even faster, receding like a tide in an instant. Jiang Che stood firmly where he was, bowing deeply to Zhu Di with his voice returning to a respectful tone, even colored with a hint of solemn reverence. But if this sword is wielded by your highness, then it is a sword that gives life. Your highness carries the fate of the realm and harbors ambitions over all lands. With this sword in hand, you will sweep across the 6 directions, pacify the 8 corners, end this chaotic age, and restore a clear, prosperous world protecting the countless people of our great Ming. This is the highest virtue. It is truly a life-giving weapon. A humble soldier's blade slays one to save many. That is a small kill. But your highness' sword brings peace to the entire world and security to millions. That is a great salvation. His words fell, and the entire courtyard instantly fell into silence, as if even the wind had stopped. Zhu Gaoxiu stood dumbfounded, glancing from Jiang Che to his own father. He understood the meaning, but only half. All that remained in his mind was a single thought: amazing. Absolutely incredible. Yao Guangxiao joined his palms, smiling gently with a serene expression, yet his eyes were like a deep ancient well, revealing genuine admiration for the first time. Excellent, excellent indeed. A hearty laugh burst out from Zhu Di. Ha ha ha, well said, well said. His booming voice shook the eaves and tiles, almost causing some of the guards to lose their grip on their sword hilts. A sword that kills one to save many. A sword that brings peace to the world and security to millions. His fiery gaze pierced the night like blazing fire. Boy, you not only fight well, but you also have a keen, perceptive heart. You understand me. You truly understand me. Such naked praise made Zhu Jiaox's eyes almost pop out. Qiu Fu, the commander of the personal guards, waiting outside the gate, immediately stepped in at the call, bowing like a clock. Your servant is here, my lord. Deliver my command. Zhu Di's voice thundered. The captain of the Broken Lu Patrol, Jiang Che, whose courage and wisdom surpass most, and whose loyalty is laudable from now on, make an exception and assign him to the left guard of Yanshan as a deputy commander. Effective immediately, no need to return to his previous post. Zhu Jiaox's eyes grew as large as copper bells. One giant leap from a lowly patrol captain to a mid-level officer in the core guard of the prince of Yan's household. This was clearly a step onto a whole new rung of the ladder. Jiang Che felt his chest surge with emotion but suppressed it tightly, dropping to one knee and pounding his fist on his breastplate. Your servant Jiang Che, thanks your highness for this favor. I vow to serve and die for your highness. Rise. Zhu Di personally helped him up, his smile fading, waving for Qiu Fu and the guards to step back. Qiu Fu bowed and retreated, glancing back at Jiang Che as he left. Chen and Mo, who had come together, looked notably glum. Just moments ago they had been side by side, but now Jiang Che had soared ahead. In the courtyard, only Zhu Di, Yao Guangxiao, Zhu Gaoxiu, and Jiang Che remained. Outside the moon gate, lantern light flickered and cast Zhu Di's iron-like profile in sharp relief. Jiang Che, now that you have joined my Yanshan guard, you are one of my trusted men. I will entrust you with your first mission now. Jiang Chi's heart tightened as he bowed. Please command, my lord. Zhu Di paced slowly to the edge of the courtyard, fixing his gaze southward. That was the direction of Nanjing. Someone from Nanjing has been stirring up trouble recently. Some unwise flies have caught the scent and flown into Beiping, buzzing constantly and annoying everyone. I want you to find those flies from Jinling one by one and root them out completely. At your command. Jiang Che replied without hesitation, bowing again with resolute voice. The moon gate creaked open. Jiang Che and Zhu Gaoxiu stepped out side by side, their figures disappearing down the long corridor beyond the gate. The courtyard's noise and joy dissipated along with them. The previously burning atmosphere suddenly cooled. Zhu Di stood with his hands behind his back, broad as a mountain ridge, still facing the southern night, as if trying to pierce through 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Master, the humble monk is here. Yao Guangxiao bowed deeply, his sleeves brushing the floor, his usual humility perfectly intact. This young man. Zhu Di paused, as if weighing the most fitting words. Have you noticed anything unusual about him? Of course, he had already seen Jiang Chi's sharpness and courage, and heard the flattering words hiding ambition beneath. But what concerned him more was Yao Guangxiao's rare expression. Since Jiang Che entered the hall, the sickly tiger who usually looked down on everything had fixed his gaze firmly on the young warrior. Because of that, Zhu Di had no hesitation in granting the heavy reward of commander assistant. Half was Jiang Chi's token of allegiance. The other half was a bet on Yao Guangxiao's judgment. The smile on Yao Guangxiao's face vanished completely. Instead, he responded with a question. My prince, what kind of blade do you think this young man is? Zhu Di raised an eyebrow, contemplating. Sharp, ruthless, bloodthirsty once drawn. But most Rara knows how to sheath his killing intent like a living blade. He is a good blade. You speak truly. Yao Guangxiao nodded first, but then shook his head gently. Yet the humble monk sees not a blade. Oh, then what do you see? Zhu Di's interest was piqued. Fire. Yao Guangxiao lifted his head, locking eyes with Zhu Di and enunciating clearly, fire. Fire can spread across the land, but it can also burn itself out. Zhu Di savored the word, his gaze sharpening. Be more explicit. My prince, just now he said kill one to save 10,000. You only heard the latter half save 10,000 and his praises and loyalty to you. Yao Guangxiao spoke calmly, but the humble monk heard the first half kill one. Zhu Di's pupils contracted slightly. He spoke of killing without hesitation, without struggle, without guilt. Yao Guangxiao continued. You kill to clear obstacles for the Ming Dynasty, for the country. Your heart holds the land and all its people. These are both your foundation and your fear. Isn't that exactly what I need? Zhu Di snorted coldly, voice like iron. Mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. How can you accomplish anything by hesitating? It's different. Yao Guangxiao shook his head, those insightful eyes flashing strangely. This man's heart is empty. He has no reverence. No reverence. Those words exploded like invisible thunder in Zhu Di's mind. No respect for royal authority, no fear of gods, no regard for the laws of heaven and earth. A total madman. A chill ran down his spine, but the chill disappeared quickly, replaced by a fiercer fire blazing in his eyes. Jiang Che was not loyal to Zhu Di, nor to the so-called Jingnan cause, but to the cold logic of kill one to save 10,000. After a long moment, his Adam's apple rolled as a barely restrained excitement surfaced on his face. Interesting, very interesting. I like such a wild horse. Zhu Di laughed low, slamming his palm onto the stone table so hard the cups jumped. No reverence? Fine. Then I, the prince, will personally put the reins on him and show him what real reverence means in this world. The appointment letter felt light on paper, but heavy in his hand. Jiang Che strode briskly along the stone path leading to the left guard barracks of Prince Yan's mansion, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the crimson royal seal. Before he even saw the gate, he struck an invisible bronze wall that was the murderous aura forged from the loyal guard's many battles and near-death experiences. At the camp entrance, two sentinels stood motionless, hands resting on knife handles. Jiang Che raised the document to show his identity. One of them stepped forward, nails pressed against the seal to verify it carefully. The wariness in his gaze did not waver, though an indistinct flicker of something unreadable crossed his eyes. After a moment, he turned aside and said in a hoarse but measured voice, Lord Jiang, please come in. As Jiang Che entered the training ground, the usual clamor of orders and clashing steel instantly fell silent. Dozens of cold, piercing eyes fixed him in place like a wolf pack surrounding prey. These were the sharpest claws under Prince Zhu Di's command, their armor stained with dried blood and scars silently proclaiming countless battles fought. In comparison, this young civilian official who had dropped from the sky looked more like a white rabbit trespassing into a den of beasts. The tension was palpable. A burly man stepped out from the ranks. His coarse sleeves rolled to the elbows revealed muscles knotted like iron chains, and the ground trembled slightly beneath each step. You're Jiang Che? His voice was deep and sharp, brooking no argument. Jiang Che stopped and studied him. Before leaving, Zhu Gaosu had warned him there was a captain named Zhou Han in the army who should have naturally risen to command adjutant, but had been cut off halfway by Jiang Chi's appointment. This must be him. That's me, Jiang Che replied steadily. Zhou Han stepped even closer, his mountainous frame casting a long shadow. Behind him, 20 armed guards advanced in unison, the scrape of armor faint but ominous. This command adjutant spot should be mine, Zhou Han said slowly, with no politeness. I dragged my brothers out of the dead. Now some pretty boy snatches the fruit. I won't accept it. Neither will they. He pointed to the 20 guards. Anyone could see they were barely containing their fury. Today, either this young official understood his place and left willingly, or they'd carry him out in pieces. Better to bear Prince Yan's anger themselves than be dominated by an outsider's show of power. My brothers only answer to me, Zhou Han's voice thundered. Who the hell are you, a greenhorn popping out of nowhere? Rito, tell us what to do. Jiang Che didn't reply immediately. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the 20 murderous pairs of eyes. Is that what you think too? No one spoke, but the silence spoke volumes. Jiang Che withdrew his gaze and raised the appointment letter, letting the crimson seal gleam vividly in the sunlight. Look clearly. This bears Prince Yan's seal. You're not questioning me or questioning the prince's judgment. His words landed hard. Zhou Han's face froze and his chest stopped heaving momentarily. The guards' expressions flickered. Internal disputes between officers were one thing, but questioning the prince himself was playing a deadly game. Zhou Han clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, silently cursing this pretty boy's sharp tongue for pushing them toward the edge. I'm not questioning the prince. I just won't accept an outsider like you running us. Oh, an outsider? Jiang Che put away the documents and took 2 steps forward. Standing almost right in front of Zhou Han, he tilted his head slightly upward, his cold, sharp gaze sizing up the burly man who was a head taller than him. All right, since you're not convinced, they'll give you a chance, Jiang Che said evenly, but with an edge of steel. What do you mean? Zhou Han was taken aback. He had expected Jiang Che to wield the prince's authority to pressure him, not to challenge him like this. A wild smile curled at the corner of Jiang Che's mouth. I'm betting on the 20 brothers behind you. Starting tomorrow, anyone who's not satisfied can come challenge me. You get only 1 day if you win. He'll immediately resign to the prince. But if I win, you and your men will only be allowed to go east, not west. You'll be allowed to kill dogs, but not chickens. I want your lives, and you'll be smiling as you hand me your knives. You in or not? Zhou Han's Adam's apple bobbed as he realized Jiang Che was baiting him, but with 20 pairs of eyes fixed on him from behind, he had no choice but to accept. Zhou Han's strength in the camp wasn't his brains, but his fist skills honed in battles where men died. How could a smooth-faced pretty boy like Jiang Che possibly be stronger? Fine. He spat through clenched teeth. I'm betting with you. The 20 guards behind him puffed out their chests, their fierce gazes instantly igniting with fiery battle spirit. Tomorrow morning, at the training ground, Zhou Han lifted his thick finger almost to Jiang Che's nose. Anyone who doesn't show is a coward. Jiang Che took a half step back to avoid the finger, said nothing more, and turned toward the room newly marked deputy commander. The door creaked open, then slammed shut. Night spread like ink. At the far end of the guard camp, a bonfire blazed, filling Zhou Han's tent with the smell of meat and wine. Over 20 men sat around, their cups clashing loudly. Boss, let me go first tomorrow. 1 punch, and he'll break that kid's nose crooked. A scar-faced man shouted loudly. Nonsense. You hit too hard. What if you kill him and the prince blames us? He'll do it. Another man rolled up his sleeve and raised his cup. I swear, just 2 broken ribs. He won't get out of bed for half a year. Laughter shook the canvas tent. They treated tomorrow's fight like an easy show of force, never imagining defeat. Zhou Han tossed back a cup of strong liquor, burning his throat, but it couldn't quench the irritation in his chest. Jiang Che's eyes as he turned away were like icy needles piercing his mind. He shook his head sharply. Impossible. He must be overthinking. To hell with it. We'll settle this tomorrow. He slammed his empty cup onto the table, sending soup splashing. In contrast to the tense, raucous noise, Jiang Che's room was so quiet he could hear the wick crackling. The orderly's dinner was well laid out, but Jiang Che ate slowly and finished every grain of rice. Originally, he planned to enter the core of the Prince Yan's mansion and become Zhu Disclosade. Now, assigned to the guard camp was not ideal but sufficient. Deputy commander was a modest rank, with troops under him much better than starting as a low-ranking soldier. Starting from nothing is the hardest. Now that I have something, turning it into 100 is just a matter of time. He put down his chopsticks and wiped his lips. As for Zhou Han and those 20 guards, they were ready-made weapons. Sharp knives that would be a waste not to use. Jiang Che took off his boots and climbed onto the hard wooden bed, which creaked softly. Resting his hands behind his head, he soon breathed evenly and fell asleep. Dawn broke brightly. The training ground was packed with people. Armor and leather boots clattered together, creating a sea of metallic hues. Almost everyone from the Crown Prince Yan's left guard had gathered densely around the fighting ring, except for the on-duty sentries. Their dark, compact crowd formed an unbroken circle, so tight that even the training banners on the outskirts swayed precariously in the crush. Zhou Han stood at the center, bare-chested, his muscular bronze skin gleaming like polished oil in the morning light. He held his head high and breathed like a pounding drum, reveling in the deafening cheers that surged around him like a tidal wave from all directions. Boss, 1 punch. Just 1 punch. Smash him so his own mother won't recognize him. Show him this place isn't for just anyone. The loudest shouts came from 20 brothers-in-arms, their voices rolling like thunder and dripping with contempt. In their eyes, this duel was already decided. Zhou Han felt a fire fill his chest. The nameless frustration of yesterday was completely swept away by the overwhelming enthusiasm. This was his turf, and he was the commanding officer here. His fist was everything. All schemes and trickery were worthless before absolute strength. Suddenly, the crowd parted as if cut by a sword wave. A young man in an embroidered robe strolled into the training ground, yawning. The second young master? Zhou Han's pupils constricted. A buzzing roar exploded inside his head. Zhu Gaoxiu, the notorious rogue of the Yin royal household, had arrived in person. The clamor instantly dropped by more than 20%. Everyone bowed their heads instantly, even their breath growing quieter. Zhou Han didn't dare delay. He knelt on one knee and struck his chest with a fist. Zhou Han pays respects to the second young master. Enough, enough, rise. Zhu Gaoxiu waved irritably. His gaze sliced through the crowd like a blade before resting on Zhou Han with a mixture of mockery and scrutiny. I heard you bet with the new command aide that you'd slam his head to the ground? Zhou Han never said such a thing aloud, but cold sweat trickled down his back. Some scoundrel had surely bragged to the second young master. I wouldn't dare. We're just brothers sparring. Sparring? Zhu Jiaox's lips curled, revealing sharp, white teeth. Fine, fine. I love watching sparring. He motioned to his guards to bring over a grand chair, sat down, casually crossing one leg high over the other. Start then. Don't keep me waiting. Fight well, and there'll be rewards. A weight settled on Johan's heart. The army's disciplinary display had suddenly become a royal spectator's entertainment. This fight wasn't just about winning. It had to be a flawless victory. Otherwise, his position as a company commander was likely lost. He took a deep breath and scanned around, searching for his opponent. In the corner of the crowd, Jiang Che was leisurely removing his outer robe, revealing a crisp, white martial outfit that clung to his body. Grinding his back teeth until they cracked, Johan strode back to the center of the ring. He stomped hard, sending dust flying, and took up a standard military combat stance. Come, he roared, the sound echoing like a drumbeat on timber. Jiang Che walked toward the center at an unhurried pace. He didn't assume a fighting pose, just stood casually with his hands naturally at his sides. You look down on me. Johan felt deeply insulted, his fury soaring to the heavens. Jiang Che lifted his eyelids lazily and glanced at him without emotion. Why should I respect you? Damn you. Johan could no longer control himself. Like a tiger unleashed from the mountain, he charged with a roar. His fist, as large as a sandbag, crashed toward Jiang Che's face. He was going to use this one punch, just one punch, to smash that damned face to a pulp. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone expected that the next moment would be a scene of bones breaking and blood splattering. Just as Johan's fist was about to strike Jiang Che's nose, Jiang Che's right hand shot up like lightning, not a fist, nor an open palm, but his index and middle fingers pressed tightly together, thrusting sharply into Johan's ribs. Johan's momentum suddenly halted. His massive body froze in place, his expression locked in shock, then intense pain. A searing agony spread from beneath his right ribs, shooting through his whole body in an instant. He looked down. Jiang Che's fingers were pressed right against his soft ribs. Johan barely got the word out before a numbness spread under his ribs, and half of his body went limp in an instant. Jiang Che withdrew his fingers and took a step back. The entire area fell silent. The 20 left guard members who had been shouting moments ago had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit an egg inside. The contempt on their faces vanished, replaced by stunned disbelief. Bang! Johan's tall frame toppled backward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he hit the ground. He struggled to get up, but the numb weakness in half of his body left him unable to move. His body was well-trained and tough while not invincible against knives or swords. 1 in 5 or 6 shouldn't have been a problem for him. Johan's mind was a whirl of confusion, filled with countless question marks. Zhu Gaoxiu, seeing the outcome was settled, pushed aside his bodyguards blocking the way and swaggered over with a cocky smile. In his hand, he held a Liuyun Dawa, sword broken by clouds. Without hesitation, he tossed the sword and its sheath to Jiang Che. You won yesterday. Fair bet, fair pay. I want to take advantage of you. Second young master, what are you doing? Everyone's eyes fixed on the sword, then all at Jiang Che in unison. Jiang Che caught the sword. Its weight grounded him. He didn't even glance at the blade, only raising his eyes to look at Zhu Gaoxiu. This wasn't just returning a weapon, it was backing him up, showing support, asserting authority. Who in the Yin Prince's mansion didn't recognize this Liuyun Dao? It was Zhu Jiaox's personal sword, a symbol of his identity. Today, in front of the entire left guard, Zhu Gaoxiu personally handed this sword to Jiang Che. The message was crystal clear. Jiang Che is Zhu Jiaox's man. To move against him is to move against the second young master. This favor meant more than just a sword. Warmth flickered in Jiang Che's heart as he plotted to later return the favor with a top-quality Damascus steel longsword from his own armory. Favors go both ways. But on his face, he showed nothing more than a subtle nod to Zhu Gaoxiu, acknowledging the gesture. There was no time for pleasantries now. Holding the Liuyun Dao, Jiang Che took measured steps toward Johan, still lying on the ground. Clang! The sword sheath lightly tapped the ground next to Johan with a sharp sound. Will you surrender? Johan lay there, his right half still numb. He tried to move, but the weak, aching feeling made him nearly curse aloud. Bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Jiang Che. Seeing this, Jiang Che ignored him and turned around, scanning the 20 left guard members who had snapped out of their daze and now glared at him with fury. It seemed they weren't convinced. Jiang Che tapped his own shoulder with the sword sheath. How about this? If you want to stand up for him, you all come at once. A roar erupted from the crowd. Arrogant. Take him down. Having already lost face by being defeated by one move, now this new commanding officer dared to challenge all 20 of them alone. Their anger quickly drowned out all reason. The 20 could no longer hold back. Stop! A hoarse shout came from the ground below. Johan propped himself up with his left hand, forcing his upper body upright. His shoulder felt as if cleaved by an axe, pain turning his face purple, his cheeks swollen like a pig's liver. The soldiers at the front froze instantly at the roar, their feet digging into the dirt as they turned back in confusion. Brother Han. Panting hard, Zhou Han's gaze locked tightly onto the few nearly unruly comrades in front of him, then shifted to the calm, unhurried Jiang Che and Zhu Gaoxiu watching with folded arms nearby. That gesture was clear this wasn't brute force. He couldn't even hold his ground against one opponent, let alone 20 attacking at once. Losing twice over 20 men would only bring more shame. Moreover, Second Master was standing right there. Charging now wouldn't just be a blow to Jiang Qi's facade, would be a stain on Second Master's honor. The consequences were unbearable for him and the entire left guard. His chest heaved violently as the fury and fierce light in his eyes slowly dimmed, turning to ash-gray defeat. He unclenched his teeth and struggled to say through gritted teeth, "I give up." Jiang Che turned at his voice, "You really give up?" "Really?" Zhou Han confirmed through clenched teeth, expecting mockery, yet Jiang Che extended a hand. It grasped his forearm gently but firmly, unmistakably unwilling to be refused. With a light pull, the massive soldier was effortlessly helped to his feet. "I didn't use internal power," Jiang Che said calmly. "It's all about redirecting force cleverly. I'm not as strong as you in raw power, but on the battlefield, life and death hinge on split seconds. The fastest way to incapacitate your enemy is the smartest method." He patted Zhou Han's stiff right shoulder, fingers snapping into iron hooks. Zhou Han tensed, instinctively ready to resist, but then Jiang Qi's fingertips began manipulating, pressing, massaging, kneading, pinching. Every move targeted precisely at joints and nerve points. A mix of soreness, numbness, swelling, and heat spread like scalding spring water from his shoulder down his right side. The previous numbness dissolved in an instant. After 3 or 5 breaths, Jiang Che let go. "Try moving now." Zhou Han lifted his right arm reflexively. It moved freely and easily. Suddenly lifting his head, his eyes held no trace of hostility, only shock and respect. "What technique is this?" One finger defeats the enemy, one palm revives the spring. The nearby left guard soldiers gaped, gasps echoing around them. Is this still human? Ignoring their astonishment, Jiang Che scanned the scene, his gaze passing over every face. "I know many of you don't accept Meta's newcomer as your commanding officer. I don't need you to accept me. I only want you to remember you are the left guard of the Prince of Yan's mansion. You are the prince's personal army. Your enemy is not your own people, but anyone who tries to take the prince's life. I am here by the prince's order, not to bully or lord over you, but to forge you into a weaponable blade, a sharp edge under the Prince of Yan's command. A sword that can cut through all enemies and protect the prince completely." His powerful words struck each soldier's heart like a hammer blow. Any lingering resentment was instantly drowned by the fierce glow of honor. Zhou Han's chest rose and fell violently as he stared at the young man before him, so much younger. Thump! His towering frame suddenly dropped to one knee without a hint of warning. As his copper armor struck the muddy ground, it emitted a crisp, muffled clang. "I, Zhou Han, pledge my life in service to the commandant." His voice was booming, like war drums echoing across the wilderness. When one man knelt, so did all. Clang, clang, the clinking of iron armor and the scraping of sheathed swords filled the air as 20 left guard soldiers simultaneously dropped to one knee, their black helmets gleaming coldly in the morning light. "We swear to die for the commandant." The oath reverberated across the training grounds like a thunderclap. Not far off, Zhu Gaoxiu stood, arms folded by the parade ground, eyes sweeping over the neatly lined line of kneeling soldiers. A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he nodded inwardly. This kid had courage, brains, and knew how to win hearts. Once the soldiers dispersed and returned to their drills, Zhu Gaoxiu could no longer hold back. He strode over to Jiang Che and grabbed his arm, pulling him into a corner. "Not bad, Jiang Che. Your mix of kindness and severity is a masterstroke. Those hot-headed fools, Zhou Han and the others, are firmly in your palm now." Jiang Che dusted off his clothes calmly and shook his head. "Just petty tricks. Nothing impressive. Cut the act." Zhu Jiaox's eyes went wide. "Get to the point. Didn't my father tell you to investigate those sons of the Jinui? What's the plan? Give me a straight answer." Jiang Che glanced at his impatient companion and couldn't help but smile. "Second young master, impatience won't catch the big fish. Don't talk nonsense." Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand, itching to storm the Jinui headquarters himself. "Those flies keep buzzing all over Beiping City, so annoying. My father sent me to push you for ideas. I want a clear strategy." Then Jiang Che suddenly threw out a question. "Second young master, tell me, are the Jinui wolves or dogs?" Zhu Gaoxiu froze, brow knitting tightly. "Wolves or dogs? Aren't they all the emperor's _Ingchuan_ is hunting dogs?" "Not the same." Jiang Qi's eyes grew sharp. "Dogs bark and attack in the open. Wolves lie in wait, stalking from the shadows, striking only when their prey is weakest. A hunter who charges head-on against a wolf is a fool. The smart hunter leaves a piece of bloody meat along the wolf's path." Zhu Jiaox's breath caught. Suddenly it clicked. "A bait?" "Exactly. Bait." A faint smile curved Jiang Qi's lips. "We deliberately expose a flaw for them to bite on their own." "What flaw?" Zhu Gaoxiu was hooked now, his eyes shining bright. "First, spread rumors. The Yanwang mansion finds the left guard's drills too noisy, afraid of attracting attention. So they secretly built a special camp outside the Shishan encampment to train a new formation technique, Jiang Che said evenly. But rumors alone aren't enough, we need a prop. Send men to several blacksmith shops in the city and let it slip that the mansion secretly ordered a batch of weapons urgently, forcing them to rush production overnight. Zhu Gaoxiu was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, slapping Jiang Chi's shoulder so hard the armor vibrated. Jiang Che, you truly are a genius. But do we even need to leak anything? Who in Beiping doesn't know my father is recruiting soldiers for some big move, aside from the stone lions at the gate? Spreading your rumors is like telling everyone it's bedtime. Those Jinui sons of bitches aren't fools. Zhu Jiaoxi's doubt was exactly what Jiang Che had expected. Calmly adjusting his cloak, Jiang Che said, Second young master, we are who we are. The Jinui are who they are. The whole city knows the prince plans rebellion, that's inevitable. But the Jinui's job is to sift through truth and lies. If they only report what everyone already knows, the emperor in Nanjing will just think they're useless. Even if the Jinui spies reported these rumors up the chain, the emperor wouldn't give them a second thought, they'd just see them as incompetent. Zhu Jiaoxi's smile faded slightly as he began to follow Jiang Chi's train of thought. What the Jinui truly wanted was solid evidence to earn merit. How many soldiers the Prince of Yan's mansion was secretly training, where they were hidden, what the new weapons looked like, and how many there were. Only such detailed intelligence down to numbers and locations would be the accomplishment they dreamed of. The bait we're casting out is this ladder, Jiang Che said, raising his hand to mimic climbing upward. In muddy waters, fish can't tell direction, but once you throw down a piece of bait, they'll all desperately bite at it. Zhu Gaoxiu fully understood now, ruthless, yet clever. He nodded repeatedly but quickly asked, who will place this bait? Spreading rumors leaves no trail, but that's a delicate task. Jiang Chi's gaze shifted past Zhu Gaoxiu to Zhou Han's group nearby, who had just returned to training. The burly man was curiously glancing sideways, his thick eyebrows twitching with his eyes. Zhu Gaoxiu followed his look and caught the hint immediately, but still had doubts. Zhou Han and the others? Are you sure they can pull it off? This is both a test and a reward, Jiang Che said confidently. He'll lock down the source of the information to just a few points. Then Zhou Han will accidentally let the news slip out. You send people to watch from afar, and if anyone comes to pass the message, he clenched his fist. They will lead us straight to the target. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke. A chill crawled up Zhu Jiaoxi's spine. His expression shifted. This young man's mind was terrifyingly meticulous, thinking 6 steps ahead, including accounting for people's hearts. Good. Zhu Gaoxiu exhaled deeply, rubbing his hands. Lure the snake out of its hole. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's the plan. He'll go fetch Zhou Han. Jiang Che raised a hand to stop him. Don't rush. He waved toward Zhou Han, still leading drills inside the formation, voice calm. The time isn't right yet. We move tomorrow. Today I need to train alongside them first. With that, Jiang Che shed Zhu Jiaoxi's grasp and strode straight into the ranks. The soldiers immediately lowered their shouts half a tone when he approached, their eyes filled with defiance. Jiang Che said nothing, standing at the back, firmly planting his feet in a horse stance. Ho! Ha! The call rose again. First exercise, running laps around the training ground with weights. Zhou Han led, hoisting a thick round log as big as a bowl, his footsteps drumming on the sand. Jiang Che casually grabbed a similar log from the rack, weighed it in his hands, easily slung it on his shoulder, and fell in at the end of the line. 1 lap. 2 laps. Breathing grew heavy, footsteps sank deeper, sweat soaked through the uniforms, clinging to backs. 5 laps. 10 laps. The formation stretched into a long snake, many shifting from running to a brisk walk, teeth gritted, every step like treading on blades. Zhou Han turned to shout encouragement, but froze. Jiang Che was still at the back, not just there, now closing in on the middle of the line. His pace was steady, breath even, his face showing no sign of fatigue, barely a bead of sweat on him. The surrounding soldiers took notice of this too. That supposedly refined, smooth-talking command staff officer, is he even human? Zhou Han clenched his back teeth and pushed harder with his feet, sending dust spraying from his boots. No matter how fast he pushed himself, Jiang Che stayed just behind him, never farther than a foot, never too close, like a relentless shadow stalking him. As the sun dipped below the camp walls, the bugle fell silent. One by one, the soldiers collapsed onto the training ground, drained like limp rag dolls. Only 2 men remained standing tall. Zhou Han leaned on his knees, chest heaving violently, sweat dripping from his chin into the dust. Meanwhile, Jiang Che slammed his thick, tree trunk-like arm down onto the wooden rack with a solid thud, casually brushing dust off his palm, his expression calm and unruffled. The soldiers' looks toward him shifted instantly. Scorn gave way to shock, then reverence. When night fell, a dim oil lamp flickered in a secluded room of the prince's mansion. Zhou Han was secretly brought there by Zhu Gaozu's personal guards, standing nervously in the center. But when he saw Jiang Che sitting properly at the second young master's side, his doubts turned cold and then into awe. Johan. Zhu Gaosu tapped the low table with his right hand and got straight to the point. I have a risky assignment for you. Johan snapped to attention. Your orders, second young master. Through fire and flood, I want back down. Zhu Gaosu gestured for Jiang Che to speak. Jiang Che stood and walked over, calmly laying out the entire plan to lure the snake out of its den. How to spread rumors, stir complaints, which taverns and tea houses to whisper in, even which nodding off guard at the city gate accidentally let slip secrets at a certain hour. With each step Jiang Che described, Johan's eyes grew wider. After a lifetime of true combat, he had never imagined war could be fought this way, so cunning and intricate, twisting through at least 10 layers of subtlety. When Jiang Che finished, only the crackling flames remained in the room. Johan was stunned speechless, staring at Jiang Che like he was some alien creature. His admiration had turned instinctively into fear. Well, do you dare? Zhu Gaozu's fingers drummed sharply on the table, breaking the silence again. Johan jerked fully awake as his blood ignited. I dare. I accept. He lifted his head and saluted, his voice hoarse but burning. Commander Jiang, your brilliance floors me, I'm completely convinced. Jiang Che pulled him up and glanced sharply. Pick only those who complained first and talked the most during today's training. Johan understood immediately, letting the whiners whine made the act authentic. He obeyed, his steps sharp-edged and resolute. Just as Johan left, Zhu Gaosu gave the order. Secret commands drifted out like shadows flowing into the night around Beiping. Tavern storytellers, tea-house workers, courtesans, and even the sleepy gate guards all quietly assumed their roles. Now they waited for the fish to bite. The next morning at a corner of the training field, the dew still fresh, a few soldiers rubbed sore backs and legs, muttering bitterly under their breath. Damn it, this life's unbearable. That pretty-faced Jiang just wants to wear us out. Talking nonsense and training us. What does he know anyway? Johan appeared slowly with his hands behind his back, his face stern and cold. He cleared his throat loudly on purpose. The men all shivered and straightened immediately. What are you saying? His voice wasn't loud, but sharp like a hook. Say it louder. Let me hear. One brash soldier mustered courage and spoke up, neck stiff. Boss Zhou, we won't obey. Why let a scholar mess with us? Other than flattery for the second young master, what can he do? Johan didn't get angry. Instead, he sighed deeply, sat heavily on a stone block, and slapped the soldier's shoulder hard enough to sting. Believe me, I've argued with him. He lowered his voice with helplessness. But it's useless. He's the second young master's favorite now. When he says east, the second young master won't go west. We're like an arm against a stronger leg. Johan's words were half an act, half genuine feeling. Jiang Chi's freakish endurance had long worn down his temper. At the camp, the soldiers saw Johan showing weakness and instantly grabbed onto it like a lifeline, their complaints erupting. Chief Zhou, this isn't fair. We're sent out to fight, not to be toyed with by him. Exactly. No one could stand this treatment. Massaging his temples, Johan waved his hand and lowered his voice. All right, keep it down. Say what you want here, but if it gets to Commander Jiang's ears, just wait and see how he handles you. Though cautioning them, his tone carried tacit agreement. The rowdy thugs who usually couldn't keep quiet immediately understood and patted their chests, promising not to spread it. Yet once on break and out of camp, they slipped into taverns and tea houses in Beiping City, where the inside scoop on Jiang Che spread like wildfire through every street and alley. Did you hear? The new commanding adjutant from the Yen Prince's mansion is driving soldiers to death with training. Even Zhou Han can't stop him. Not just training, that Jiang guy's a suck-up riding on second young master's backing. He looks down on everyone else. Meanwhile, an unseen net quietly spread through the city. Genuine complaints mixed with rumors, some exaggerated, some outright fabricated, amassed into an underground current surging beneath Beiping. The air in the city patrol magistrate's office felt icy as frost. Li Mao, 100 household commander, sat upright behind the desk, his fingers tapping sentences sharply like a death drum. In his 30s, with a neatly trimmed beard, he looked sharp and capable. A key pawn installed by the Zhengwen emperor in Beiping, he had endured quietly, waiting for the right break. Beneath him, a spy knelt, urgently reporting. Recently, rumors about the Yen Prince's mansion fall into 3 categories. 1. Army grumbling targeting new adjutant Jiang Che. 2. Excessive grain stockpiles. 3. Secret production of weapons. The tapping stopped abruptly. A gleam flashed in Li Mao's eyes. Zhu Dis' moves were flawless, but his second son Zhu Gaoxu was a reckless hothead who couldn't hide his thoughts. Soldiers' complaints meant internal unrest. Stockpiling grain and making weapons were solid evidence of rebellion. What's Jiang Chi's background? Li Mao asked in a low voice. My investigation shows he's just a green recruit who talks tough and schmoozes Zhu Gaoxu. A green recruit? Li Mao sneered with a connoisseur's disdain for an outsider. He instantly saw the crack. Zhu Gaoxu entrusting military affairs to an inexperienced scholar would only deepen divisions and undermine the Yen Prince's defenses. Investigate. Investigate him to death. He slammed the table and rose. Send everyone out. Grain warehouses, blacksmith shops, leave no place unchecked. How much rice comes in daily? How many blades are made? I want it all accounted for. If he could prove Yin Prince's mansion was plotting rebellion, Li Mao would earn enormous merit and return to the capital in glory. 2 days passed, yet Jiang Che continued with his usual indifferent attitude. Including Zhang Zhouhan, none of his 20 subordinates ever showed any dissent. Yet even so, some still couldn't help but grumble quietly, though Jiang Che was more than happy to let their complaints fall on deaf ears. That early morning, just as dawn was breaking, after his usual washing up, Jiang Che grabbed his sword and headed toward the training ground. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from afar. Jiang Che. Before the sound faded, Zhu Gaoshu strode over like a dragon and tiger, his heavy palm slapping hard onto Jiang Che's shoulder, making his chest tighten. You kid, you really are a damn genius. Zhu Jiaox's face flushed red, his eyes shining with an almost eerie intensity. You called it exactly right. If nothing goes wrong, the Jinyui must be hiding in the patrol department. The smile that had just begun to form on Jiang Che's lips froze instantly. Your Highness, did the men we sent to monitor them from the opposite direction get discovered? Don't worry. Zhu Gaoshu waved his hand dismissively, laughter booming like thunder. I only sent the old veterans from the Prince's Guard. None of them are fools. How could they be caught by those useless patrol officers? Impossible. A sudden chill sank into Jiang Che's heart. The more careless they were, the easier it was for things to go wrong. The so-called useless patrol officers Zhu Gaoshu spoke of were actually Emperor Jiangwen's deadliest spies planted in Beiping. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Che had already uncovered that Li Mao, the patrol department's commander, was notoriously cunning. If the Jinyui really managed to hide under his nose until now, how could they carelessly reveal themselves? There were only 2 reasons the enemy would suddenly leak their position. Either to deliberately leave a flaw and lure them in, or because they already suspected the prince's counter-surveillance and were setting a trap. And Zhu Jiaox's absolute confidence was exactly what the enemy wanted to see. Your Highness, we can't wait any longer. Jiang Che stepped forward, his voice low but urgent. We have to act now and close the net. The smile froze on Zhu Jiaox's face, his brow furrowing. Arrest them? Now. Why? We just set the bait. We need a few more days to catch the big fish behind this. Aren't you being too impatient? No, there's no time. Jiang Che shook his head repeatedly. Please trust me, the Jinyui are not as simple as you think. The only reason they haven't fled yet is because of their arrogance. They don't take us seriously at all. Your Highness, these are the men who once starved Zhu Di for half a year. The moment they sense something is off, they'll escape immediately. What? Zhu Jiaox's eyes widened. Ignoring him, Jiang Che pressed on. This kind of arrogance has a time limit. Once they realize they're being watched without a single flaw to exploit, they'll suspect a trap. By then, we'll have nothing and all our efforts will be wasted. Seeing Jiang Che's anxious face and clenched fists turning white from tension, Zhu Gaoshu paused, thinking he was overreacting and even doubting his own judgment. Is it really that serious? I think they're just a bunch of paper tigers. Jiang Che was at a loss for words. Facing a second-generation prince bursting with confidence who refused to listen to reason, he didn't even bother to address him as Your Highness. Instead, he looked up and tossed out, whether you go or not is none of my concern, but my men, I must bring them along. Zhouhan and the others answer only to me. His tone was utterly disrespectful, more like a command. Without pausing for a second after speaking, he turned on his heel and walked away. Zhu Gaoshu stood frozen, a buzzing noise echoing in his mind since birth. Apart from his father, Prince Yin Zhu Di, no one had ever dared speak to him like that. Jiang Che, get back here. He shouted furiously, veins bulging on the back of his hand. But Jiang Che didn't even look back. His temper flared straight to Zhu Jiaox's forehead before being half suppressed by curiosity. From childhood until now, whether advisors or generals, everyone bowed or flattered before him. But Jiang Che was different, outwardly respectful. But when it came to life and death matters, he was even tougher than Zhu Gaoshu himself. He dared to show disdain and risk losing his head to stand by his judgments. If the patrol office fools were really colluding with the embroidered uniform guard to stage a ruse, and he stopped them only for the plan to fail, leaving Jiangwen to hide in Beiping's father would tear him apart alive. This thought sent a cold sweat down his spine. Stop right there. Jiang Che slowed his steps, but still didn't turn around. He was betting that Zhu Gaoshu wasn't a complete idiot. Zhu Gaoshu closed the distance in 3 strides, grinding his teeth and growling, fine. You're right, kid. I'm heading straight to the Imperial Guards to call in reinforcements. Damn it, today we'll wipe out these sneaky dogs once and for all. In the end, he chose to believe Jiang Che only because of that unwavering determination that seemed unafraid of death. Jiang Che finally turned to face him, without a hint of triumph, simply nodding. All right, the sooner the better. Autumn had arrived. The chill of the night wind swept through Beiping. The fire burning in Zhu Jiaox's chest ignited him into swift action as he stormed into the Imperial Guards camp. The officer at the gate stiffened, sensing his murderous intent, and fell silent in fear. Your Highness, cut the crap. Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand sharply. 50 elite soldiers, armor up and stand ready. Muster outside the camp gates in 15 minutes. Anyone dares delay will be dealt with harshly under military law. Reason? None needed. In the Prince Yin mansion, Zhu Jiaoxi's orders were challenged by no one but his father, Zhu Di. The officer dared not ask more and immediately roared commands. The once quiet Imperial Guards camp instantly ignited, the clash of armored soldiers ringing out repeatedly. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was waiting with Zhou Han and 20 of the left guard brothers hidden in a shadowed corner of the city. After several days together, he understood everyone thoroughly besides Zhou Han. Two others stood out as killers, Zhang Wu and Yu Qing. Though unknown in history, their unknown combat skills rivaled any famous generals. Boss Jiang, everyone's here. Zhou Han stepped forward. Jiang Che glanced over the group without exchanging any unnecessary pleasantries and gave a direct order. Take off your official uniforms. Change into civilian clothes. Hide your weapons, don't let them show. The left guards didn't even blink. They quickly stripped off their Feiyu uniforms, slipping the iron arrowheads from their sleeves and the short blades at their waists into secret pockets in their clothes. Having followed Jiang Che for some time, they were used to his straightforward and decisive commands. This young commander's mind was sharper than the craftiest fox in the city, so following orders was always the safest bet. Zhou Han slid his waist knife down his pant leg so the handle caught just inside the top of his boot. He looked up and low-voiced, "Boss, how big of a deal is this tonight?" Jiang Che narrowed his eyes toward the barracks gate of the prince's personal guard camp in the distance. The flickering torchlight painted a sea of red flames in the dark. It's not up to us how big it is, depends if we can force those people out. Half an hour later, at the western fork of the city road, the clang of heavy armor and metal collisions still lingered, but Zhu Gaoxiu was already standing with 50 of his personal guards in the middle of the road. Their shiny black armor caught the firelight, and the air smelled thick with fresh blood. Growing impatient, he cracked his whip and shouted, "Where's Jiang Che?" Before he could finish, more than 20 figures casually emerged from alleys on all sides. Those men wore their jackets open and loitered awkwardly by Jiang Che's side, swaying like idlers in a market. Zhu Gaoxiu frowned and glanced back at his own ironclad elite guards, densely packed with blades and spears. The disparity stung his eyes. "Jiang Che, I've brought the men." He spurred his horse closer, enunciating each word. "What's the plan? Which street? Which courtyard? Give me a clear order." Jiang Che looked up and met his gaze. "Young lord, let's play it by ear." "What?" Zhu Jiaoxi's voice shot up. "Play it by ear? You're kidding me? I've pulled 50 guards ready to fight at a moment's notice, and you tell me to play it by ear?" His guards tightened their grips on their weapons, the armor plates rubbing and humming low. Zhou Han and the others turned grim, fingers brushing the hilts hidden under their cloaks. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Jiang Che's expression didn't change, as if the blades inches from his nose weren't there. Zhu Jiaoxi's whip trembled in his hand. He urged his horse forward another step. "Your Highness," Jiang Che lowered his voice, so only the two of them could hear. "If we make a big show of it, are those people blind or deaf?" Zhu Gaoxiu froze. A frightened bird at the sound of an arrow knew these people were probably in chaos already. So, Jiang Che gestured toward Zhou Han and the others. "We just need to stir up the water. The Jinui will definitely jump out once they spot us." He then pointed to the guard camp behind them. "At that point, you lock down every city gate. Watch every exit like a hawk. Seize anyone trying to escape. Then get someone to deliver a sealed edict to the patrol command to shut the entire city down. I don't believe they'll get away." Zhu Gaoxiu wasn't a fool. He immediately saw this was a coordinated plan of herding and hunting. Simple method, but ruthless and effective. Looking at Jiang Che, younger than himself, he understood the meaning of the word ruthless for the first time. "Good." He slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Sharp. Brutal. I like it." The horses reared and neighed into the night air. Zhu Gaoxiu raised his whip high and shouted, "All personal guards, follow me. Seal all exits from Beiping. Anyone trying to leave the city, no matter who they are, detain them immediately." Watching Zhu Gaoxiu and his group disappear at the far end of the long street, Jiang Che stood at the street corner, the cold wind tugging at the hem of his coat. Zhou Han quietly adjusted the hidden dagger tucked inside his trouser leg, leaning in close. "Boss, it's our turn now." More than 20 brothers gathered around, cracking their knuckles, their eyes blazing with excitement. Capturing a Jinui agent would be a major achievement. Who wouldn't want that? Jiang Che said nothing, only gave a slight nod toward the front. The others followed his gaze. The imposing stone lions guarding the Zuanchengxi government office sat solemnly. "Our job," Jiang Che's tone was casual, "is just to stroll around here, circling the Zuanchengxi gate, back and forth." "Huh." Zhou Han was stunned. The brothers' enthusiasm instantly dropped by half, replaced by confused looks. Zhu Gaoxiu was causing chaos all over the city, and they were supposed to just take a walk outside the government office? Zhou Han didn't immediately obey. He fixed his eyes on Jiang Che's profile. This young leader's mind was as deep as a well. "Boss," his voice lowered, "be honest with me. What exactly do you want to do?" The brothers trust you, but we need to know if we're going to die for a purpose. We can't just be mindless targets. Finally, Jiang Che withdrew his gaze from the distance and turned to Zhou Han with a smile. Who said we're going to be targets? I'm going in. Zhou Han froze completely, almost thinking he'd misheard. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? Jiang Che retorted, with no trace of mockery in his expression. That's the genuine stronghold here in Beiping. Going in is like walking into a tiger's den. Isn't our mission to force them out? Now you want to walk in on your own? That's asking for death. Zhou Han anxiously stepped forward, blocking Jiang Che's path. Jiang Che patted the hand clenching his arm. Old Zhou, think about it, second young master caused such a huge uproar outside. The whole city's on lockdown, chaos everywhere. What do you think the Jinui will do? Zhou Han grudgingly followed his logic. They'll be more alert, hold their ground, and won't come out. Exactly. Jiang Che snapped his fingers. Everyone's attention is outside. Who would expect someone to boldly walk in through the front gate? The most dangerous place is actually the safest place. Think of it like a turtle shell. They must consider the inside impenetrable. So we're going in to smash the shell from within. His eyes shone fiercely. So I need you to put on a big show outside. Take the brothers. Make as much noise as possible. Act like you're desperate to break in. The louder the chaos and curses out there, the safer I am inside. When I give the signal, be ready to back me up, understand? Zhou Han's chest heaved as he stared at Jiang Che. There was not an ounce of jest in this young leader's gaze. He seemed almost persuaded, yet also as if intimidated by the sheer force of the moment. Boss, take care of yourself. Only then did Zhou Han release his white-knuckled fists, spin around abruptly, his face ashen and his eyes sharp like knives, resolute and unyielding. Brothers, listen to the boss. Get your weapons, circle around this yamen. Let's give them hell. Tell those fucking bastards of the embroidered uniform guard that their grandfathers have come to settle their accounts. He barked hoarsely, though the 20 or so men under him were still bewildered. Once Zhou Han took command, they no longer hesitated. With a sharp hiss, they drew their waist knives and ran back and forth along the long street in front of the yamen. The clinking of metal sheaths and coarse curses exploded through the alleys, drawing the curious eyes of passers-by. Taking advantage of the commotion that sucked all attention away, Jiang Che slipped quietly into the shadows, quickly tidying his attire, smoothing down the hem of his clothes. Fixing his hairpin, then produced a scroll from his sleeve, gripping it firmly between his fingers. He straightened his back, his face now etched with urgent anxiety, and strode headlong toward the main gate of the patrol office. Stop right there. Two embroidered uniform guards disguised as yamen clerks barred his way with crossed broadswords, the cold whiteness of their blades flashing threateningly. Jiang Che didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. As he quickened his pace, he unleashed a torrent of curses. Are you blind? This is an emergency military order from the Prince of Yan's mansion, to be delivered directly to Commander Li Mao. You're endangering a critical matter. How many heads of yours will it take to be chopped off? Get out of the way. As he spoke rapidly like a machine gun, he waved the scroll in front of them, the official Yan Prince's seal clearly visible. Though forged, it was intimidating enough. The two guards were stunned, their heads swimming. Prince of Yan? Commander Li? None of these low-level soldiers had ever come into contact with such high-level secrets, but the words Yan Prince carried the weight of heaven throughout Beiping City. Instinctively, they exchanged glances, filled with suspicion and hesitation. Seizing this split-second pause, Jiang Che shoved one aside and squeezed fiercely through the gap between their blades, still spitting curses. Useless. A bunch of idiots. His pace was like the wind, never once looking back. Really did look like an urgent messenger carrying military intelligence. The two guards stood frozen, unsure whether to stop him or not, forced to watch as he raced into the yamen's main hall. Inside the hall, several clerks pretending to examine documents looked up, startled by the disturbance. Jiang Che stood in the center and glanced around, then let out a dry, mocking laugh. Instead of seeking out Li Mao, he suddenly raised his voice to a thunderous boom. Pathetic. The illustrious imperial guards of the great Ming Dynasty, the emperor's own enforcers, skulking here disguised as petty clerks. Don't you find this shameful? The moment his words fell, the air inside the hall felt sucked dry of sound. The false masks on the clerks' faces vanished instantly. Shing. Several figures darted out simultaneously from behind pillars and screens. The cold gleam of embroidered spring knives sprang from their sheaths, encircling Jiang Che with murderous intent. The rear hall curtain was lifted, and a middle-aged man in flying fish attire, his face dark and grim, stepped out calmly. An ivory badge at his waist marked him as Li Mao, the embroidered uniform guard captain. Though he was currently stationed at the county office, in Jiang Che's eyes, as long as he was with the embroidered guard, they had the right man. Li Mao's gaze was cold and laden with confusion. Charging in alone, aren't you afraid to die? Afraid to die? Then I wouldn't have come at all. Jiang Che extended a single finger, slowly shaking it as his eyes scanned the faces bristling with lethal intent. But still, they'll give you all one last chance. Turn around and crawl back through that door, and maybe you'll live to see another day. Jiang Che paused, his smile turning icy and grim. But if I wait any longer, I I won't hold back. Li Mao looked at this reckless young man before him. He just lifted his chin slightly, and a cold word slipped through clenched teeth. Kill. The 7 Jinui closest to Jiang Che moved. They were the elite of the elite deadly killing machine operating in perfect sync. No shouts, no noise, only the singular goal of taking Jiang Che's head. Yet, just as the net of blades was about to close in, Jiang Che slowly raised his right hand. No one saw exactly what he did, but suddenly, a dark iron weapon materialized in his palm. Li Mao's pupils contracted slightly. Before anyone could react. Bang! An unprecedented explosion ripped through the air, like thunder cracking right overhead, shaking the entire hall with a deep resonance. One Jinui, standing directly in front of Jiang Che, with his blade nearly piercing his chest, suddenly reared back as if struck by an invisible hammer. A tiny blood hole appeared between his brows. The fierce expression on his face froze, his eyes went blank, and his body stiffened as he collapsed. Bang! 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 6 more deafening blasts followed in rapid succession, so intense it felt suffocating. Each boom marked the end of a life. The 7 frontline Jinui fell like marionettes with severed strings, collapsing in 7 different directions. Each had an identical blood hole between their brows, crimson slowly oozing out. The remaining Jinui stood frozen, gripping their blades and poised to charge, but too stunned to move. Li Mao's face drained of color, no longer just grim, but utterly pale. He stared hard at the Beretta 92F in Jiang Che's hand, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. As a Jinui, he had seen countless exotic weapons, but nothing like this. Jiang Che casually blew away the smoke from the gun's barrel with a carefree gesture. He lifted his gaze to the stupefied crowd and gave a dazzling smile. Now, I'll give you one more chance. He raised his other hand, stretching out all 10 fingers. 10 breaths. Get out that door. Or stay all of you and become their company. That smile looked far more terrifying to Li Mao and the Jinui than any demon from the underworld. The words Jinui had long been a nightmare in the Ming Dynasty, a sword hanging over the heads of all officials. But who had ever thought that one day they'd be the weaker side? The real demons were this young man and the strange weapon in his hand. 10. Jiang Che's voice was soft, but each word hit everyone like a hammer. One Jinui dropped his embroidered spring knife with a clatter. 9. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Li Mao's forehead. He had no doubt that if Jiang Che wished, the terrifying thunder would strike again, turning this place into a slaughterhouse. 8. Jiang Che's grin stretched wider. It was clear they couldn't wait any longer. Li Mao's mind screamed. Reason overpowering loyalty and discipline. He had to get this news out. This wasn't rebellion, it was the upheaval of the world. Retreat. Li Mao squeezed the word out with all his strength, his voice cracking. Fall back. Everyone fall back now. As if granted a royal pardon, the remaining members of the embroidered uniform guard scrambled toward the Yamen gate, tumbling and fleeing without even a glance back at their fallen comrades. Li Mao was the last to leave. Just before stepping out of the main hall, he couldn't help but look back beneath the hanging lantern light. Jiang Che stood with his hands behind his back, smiling calmly as he watched their retreating, disheveled figures. That smile was like an ice dagger, stabbing from the base of Li Mao's spine all the way up to the top of his head. His neck tightened, and a shiver ran through him. Too unsteady to care about his footing, he stumbled and rushed out the door. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Prince Yin is truly rebelling. The realm is about to plunge into chaos. The footsteps of the embroidered uniform guard faded into the distance, and silence returned to the hall. Jiang Che walked at an unhurried pace toward the back chamber's secret door, pushed it open, and took out a blue-covered ledger. Only then did he walk toward the city patrol office gate. The afternoon sun blazed like fire. He squinted slightly as the plain blue cloth shirt on his body looked immaculate in the glowing light. Outside the Yamen, the left guard camp had long formed ranks. Johan stood at the gate with dozens of brothers, blades half drawn, nerves stretched tight as bowstrings. The deafening explosions moments ago had shaken even these battle-hardened men to their core. When Johan saw Jiang Che appear, he nearly shot forward like an arrow, his wide eyes scanning Jiang Che from head to toe, afraid he might miss a single drop of blood. Chief Jiang, are you all right? What about those bastards inside? But the bloody, chaotic scene he imagined was nowhere to be found. Jiang Che stood with hands behind his back, expression calm, and offered Johan a faint smile. Why panic? Everything that had to be done is done. He glanced around, seeing the tension written all over the men's faces, yet his tone remained steady. Return to camp. The rest will be handled when Second Prince finishes sealing the net. Return to camp? The left guard exchanged puzzled looks. Johan grabbed Jiang Che's arm tightly, lowering his voice urgently. Chief Jiang, just leave like that? We haven't done anything. Those embroidered uniform bastards were running scared, and all the brothers saw it. If we let go now, won't all the credit go to the Second Prince? As soon as he spoke, the surrounding men eagerly chimed in. Yeah, Chief. Credit has to be earned. We've been standing guard here all this time, just hearing noises. They were soldiers, men who would stake their lives for their family's future. Wealth and glory were within reach, yet to hand it to someone else without a fight that was hard to swallow for anyone. Jiang Che looked at the eager yet confused faces, showing no anger. Slowly, he took the blue ledger from his chest pocket and handed it to Johan. Who said we don't have credit? Read aloud to the brothers what's written here. Johan grabbed the book and flipped to the first page. His eyes went wide, lips moving soundlessly. His rough fingers poked at the page repeatedly, his face flushed red. Finally, he scratched his head awkwardly and muttered, Chief Jiang, I can't read. A few soldiers snickered, but curiosity quickly overcame their hesitation. Jiang Che rolled his eyes in exasperation and scanned the crowd. Anyone else know how to read? After a moment of silence, a well-mannered soldier of average height stepped forward. It was Yu Qing. Chief Jiang, I attended private school for a few years. Good, you're up. Jiang Che nodded. Yu Qing took the ledger and flipped it open casually. At one glance, his face turned pale, his breath seeming to catch in his throat, and the book shook in his trembling hands. Old Yu, what's wrong? Read it. What does it say? The men, seeing his ghostly expression, felt a chill run down their spines and urged him on anxiously. Yu Qing suddenly looked up and turned his gaze to Jiang Che, his voice cracking with emotion. This isn't a ledger. His Adam's apple bobbed as he forced down his trembling, enunciating each word with painstaking clarity. Beijing Guard Office, Embroidered Uniform Guard Captain Li Mao, Residence South City, Sanko Alley. Informant Yuelai and Keeper Zhao Si Tongzhou Garrison, Embroidered Uniform Guard Commander Wang Jun. Contact point 3rd Peddler's Stall under the Big Willow outside Eastgate Jizhou. Embroidered Uniform Guard Minor Flag. As he read aloud, his voice grew louder, breaths coming faster. The roster, informants, strongholds, and communication points of all the Embroidered Uniform Guard units in Beiping and surrounding counties were all contained in this thin booklet. Boom. Like thunder striking the army formation, every soldier's mind buzzed, and the training ground fell into instant silence. All eyes fixed on Jiang Che as if he were a god descended from the heavens. Nobody was fooled. This was no ordinary achievement. It was like ripping out the emperor's eyes and ears planted deep inside Beiping. With this roster, whatever the Prince of Yan's mansion wished to do could be carried out as easily as splitting rocks with a single order. Jiang Che suppressed the explosion of emotions and quietly led his men back to the left guard camp. He left only one instruction. Wait for Second Prince Zhu Gaozu to return to camp. Such a monumental accomplishment had to be revealed personally by Zhu Gaozu to squeeze every last benefit from it. Otherwise, as a mere small camp officer, Jiang Che would be torn apart by the Yen Prince's pack of ravenous wolves the moment he stepped out. Time passed slowly. The campfires flickered on one after another, but Zhu Gaozu was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Che's heart sank deeper and deeper. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. By all logic, Zhu Gaozu had the head of Embroidered Uniform Guard Commander Ji Gang to present to the Yen Prince at court. After a victorious return, the trumpets should have signaled the retreat, yet now there was no news at all. Jiang Tu Zhohan approached, his daytime excitement replaced by worry. Second Prince, could something have happened? Jiang Che remained silent, eyes fixed on the camp gate, his mind racing through the worst-case scenarios. Was the Yen Prince furious, blaming him for poking the hornet's nest of the Embroidered Uniform Guard? Or had that emperor in the palace left a trap? Just as anxiety peaked, the sound of galloping hooves and clashing armor erupted outside the camp gate. A royal guard stumbled hurriedly inside, shouting hoarsely, Jiang Tu. The prince has arrived. Jiang Che's brain exploded. Judy. How could he have personally come to the front camp? A chill shot straight up from his feet to his head, almost freezing him in place. This was bad. Surely something had gone wrong. Zhu Gaozu probably messed everything up. Forgetting about his armor, he sprinted wildly. If Zhu Gaozu was dead, Jiang Che's own fate was sealed too. He dashed all out into the left guard's main hall. The room was brightly lit, and at once he saw 3 figures. At the main seat sat Prince Zhu Di, his face hard as cold steel, expression calm, yet carrying the pressure of an erupting volcano at any moment. To the left, the Yen Prince Mansion's fiercest general, Qiu Fu, sat quietly with closed eyes, steady breathing like an immovable mountain. At Zhu Di's lower right sat Zhu Gaozu himself. Seeing Zhu Gaozu, the heart that had been lodged in Jiang Che's throat finally dropped back into his chest with a thud. Zhu Gaozu caught sight of him and winked, his expression seeming to say, "It's all good. Hold steady, brother. Steady my foot." Jiang Che cursed inwardly, feeling as if he might be frightened out of his wits the next moment. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly calmed the rising panic within, stepped forward, dropped to one knee, and clasped his fists to his chest. Jiang Che, deputy commander of the Left Guard Battalion, pays respects to the Prince, General Qiu, and His Highness the Second Prince. From the moment Jiang Che pushed open the door, Zhu Di's gaze locked onto him like a hawk's, as if trying to dissect every secret he held inside and out. The vast hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Just as Jiang Che's heart settled, it leapt up again to his throat. Zhu Dis' barely perceptible forward lean pressed the air so heavily that it almost took his breath away. Jiang Che, how did you guess that all these people were hidden in the patrol office? The Yen King's voice was low but forceful. Cold sweat soaked Jiang Chi's back instantly. He looked up steadily and replied, Your Highness, it was no guess, but a deliberate test. He chose not to elaborate on the details of his probing and quickly shifted focus to credit others. All of this was thanks to His Highness the Second Prince's wisdom and foresight. I merely assembled the scattered intelligence entrusted to me by His Highness, ventured a few assumptions, and it was His Highness' decision that made it all succeed. His words flowed smoothly, airtight, and flawless, placing all the credit on Zhu Gaoxiu while casting himself as a low-profile tool. Zhu Gaoxiu, previously confused, now beamed and straightened up, thinking Jiang Che was appropriately tactful. Nearby, Qiu Fu, who had been resting with eyes closed, subtly twitched his eyelids, a suppressed smile playing at his lips. Zhu Di, however, was not so easily fooled. He stared at Jiang Che for 3 long moments, inwardly scoffing. Wise leadership? Huh, I know exactly what my son is worth. The smug expression on Zhu Jiaox's face instantly froze, stiff as if his backbone had been ripped out. Without acknowledging his son, Zhu Di refocused his gaze squarely on Jiang Che. Boy, drop your officialese. The Yen King's calm, yet oppressive voice echoed through the hall. I am sitting here personally today to hear the truth. Speak plainly. Jiang Chi's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained composed. He understood the Yen King was testing his worthiness for a personal audience. A flash of resolve crossed his mind. He stopped arguing and slowly reached into his chest. The move immediately made Qiu Fu open his eyes, and Zhu Gaoxiu tensed. Brother, don't do anything rash. Under the piercing gazes of all 3, Jiang Che took out a thin booklet and lifted it overhead with both hands. Your Highness, please judge fairly. I claim no credit. When I seized evidence against Li Mao and sorted through his effects, I accidentally found this. I dare say this is truly the Second Prince's greatest achievement on this mission. Zhu Dis' eyes narrowed sharply. He glanced at the equally baffled Zhu Gaoxiu beside him. Clearly the son knew nothing of this. His interest in Jiang Che deepened. A personal guard quickly stepped forward, took the booklet, and placed it on Zhu Dis' desk. The Yen King flipped to the first page, and after a brief glance, his breath caught sharply. The usually imperturbable face showed an unmistakable burst of surprise for the first time. Seeing his father's ghost-seeing expression, Zhu Jiaox's curiosity exploded, and he couldn't sit still. He leaned in, craning his neck. The next moment, my heavens! Zhu Jiaox's eyes nearly bulged out, fixed intently on the list of names. Isn't that Zhang Xian from the Prince's Office of Records? And the Deputy Director of the Arms Bureau? Even that eunuch Huang Yin who serves my eldest brother is on here. They're all spies planted by Zhang Wen. Zhu Di closed the thin booklet, his hawk-like eyes reflecting Jiang Chi's figure. The night wind swept through the pavilion, causing the candles and lanterns lining the tense walls to flicker gently, their flames dancing across the faces of those present, making the air feel tight and tense. Zhu Gaoxiu growled loudly from the side. Father, for everyone on this list, are we going to catch them one by one, or wipe them all out at once? Damn it. How dare they plant spies in the Prince of Yan's residence? They must want to die. Qiu Fu stood with his hands behind his back, stroking his graying beard, eyes steady and unshaken. He understood the weight of this list better than anyone, but said nothing, quietly waiting. Zhu Di paid no attention to his son. With a gentle press of his palm, he pushed the booklet to the center of the table and fixed his gaze back on Jiang Che. This list is your handiwork. Now I ask you, what do you think should be done with these people? No praise, no reward, only a sharp question. Jiang Chi's mind lit up clearly. The Prince of Yan was offering him a ladder to climb, transforming him from a mere tool into a strategist, finally allowing him to take his place at the game table. After several seconds of silence, he lowered his eyes to collect his thoughts, then raised his head to meet that intense gaze. My lord, your humble servant believes killing is the worst option. Before he could finish, Zhu Gaoxiu jumped up as if scorched by fire. What? Not kill? Jiang Che, are you out of your mind? These are all spies. Jiang Che held his gaze steady, his world shrinking to Zhu Di alone at this moment. My lord, arresting and executing them all would indeed remove the immediate threat. But if the commotion is too loud, the one in Jinling will know at once that the covert lines are cut. What will he do then? He'll send new spies immediately. At that point, we'll be truly blind. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the desk, his voice steady as iron. To eliminate weeds, you must remove the roots. The greatest value of this list isn't telling us who to kill, but giving your highness eyes and a mouth. It can see for you and speak for you. Zhu Di raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Jiang Chi's chest rose and fell as his tone grew firmer. With all due respect, I ask your highness to establish a special unit, tentatively called the Shadow Guard. This unit answers only to you and has 2 responsibilities. First, identification and defection. Not everyone on the list is loyal to Zhang Wen. Some can be turned and used for us. Once recruited, If they cause any stir in Jinling, we will know immediately. Second, turning their tricks against them. For the stubborn loyalists, we won't kill, but instead give them a message. We will write what that message says well, make the Jiangwen emperor hear only what we choose. Make him believe only what we want. After he finished, the tent fell so silent the flicker of the oil lamps could be heard. Zhu Gaosu was dumbfounded, the urge to kill flaring, then strangled. Qiu Fu's eyes gleamed sharply as if he were staring at a legendary weapon in Jiangche. Good. Zhu Di slapped his thigh hard, clapping and laughing erupting around him. He suddenly stood and paced a few rounds inside the tent, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. A shadow guard. What a brilliant use of enemy's own trick. He stopped, turned to finger Jiangche, and laughed loudly. Boy, you're not only bold but dark-hearted. I like it. The shadow guard is approved immediately established. Zhu Di's gaze swept over everyone, but finally locked on Jiangche with finality. You don't need to return to the left guard anymore. The shadow guard will be your command. You shall serve as its first chief. Zhu Gaosu beamed with joy and slapped Jiangche's shoulder so hard that his armor clinked. Well done, Jiangche. Impressive. Jiangche knelt on one knee, his voice deep and resolute. Your servant is willing to die 1,000 deaths. The atmosphere inside the military tent was intense, yet he looked up again and added, My lord, your servant has one more humble request. Zhu Di's usually smiling face darkened instantly. It was well known that when he granted a favor, it was absolute. But if a subject reached out on his own, that hand was not just disobedient, it deserved beheading. His earlier words, speak frankly, had been more of a test. Beside him, Zhu Gaoqi panicked, furiously signaling with his eyes, even trying to tug at Jiangqi's sleeve. Brother, don't tempt fate now. The favor just came. Don't ruin it with one wrong word. Ignoring the warning, Jiangche straightened his back and met Zhu Di's gaze steadily. If your highness chooses to use me, it would be my honor. But I only asked to bring along the brothers who served with me during those investigations. Before he finished, he added, the Dark Guards are newly formed, and mistakes mean death. I cannot trust strangers. Zhou and the others are loyal and reliable. With them, the Dark Guards can operate immediately and ease your highness' burdens. Zhu Gaoqi wiped sweat from his brow, panic rising. This guy's gone too far. But Jiangche was betting on Zhu Di's ambition. A great ruler did not want submissive yes-men, but sharp blades to expand territory. Seconds of silence passed before Zhu Di's tightly pressed lips curved into a faint smile. Very well. That single word was lower, heavier, and more meaningful than any before. I approve. But remember this, the Dark Guards belong to me alone. They are not part of the Ministry of War nor the 5 armies headquarters. I provide their funds and quarters. Their eyes only see what I allow. Their blades only strike whom I command. Do you understand? Jiangche bowed low until his forehead touched the ground. Your servant understands. All the Dark Guards and I are but the sword and sheath in your hand. Wherever you point, we will die without regret. The left guard camp was thick with dust and deafening shouts. Zhou and several brothers worked out their muscles in a corner. Jiangche had been called away by the prince and had not yet returned. The troops grew anxious. Boss, do you think something's wrong? Whispered a young soldier. Zhou slammed his fist into a wooden post with a muffled grunt. Silence. Does your worry have any place here? Though his words were harsh, the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the camp gate. The men turned, and Zhou stiffened. Jiangche appeared, dressed in a pristine new uniform, and radiating an entirely different presence than before he left the camp. Boss! Zhou shouted, torn between shock and joy as he led a group forward to greet him. Jiangche waved them back and scanned the familiar faces. He produced a scroll from his bosom and unfurled it boldly for all to see. The King of Yan's edict. The soldiers instantly grew solemn and dropped to one knee in unison. The edict was read out loud. Commander Jiangche is appointed to form the Dark Guards, overseeing surveillance, counter-espionage, and confidential affairs. He is promoted as the first chief of the Dark Guards. He is authorized to transfer Zhou, Yu Qing, Zhang Wu and others under his command. One familiar name after another was clearly announced. Effective immediately, they will leave their previous posts and serve under the Dark Guards. By imperial decree, the thunderous proclamation hit their ears like lightning. Zhou trembled with excitement, suddenly looking up with tears in his eyes. We swear to follow our chief to the death and serve our lord faithfully. Zhou roared, bowing deeply. Swear to follow our chief to the death and serve our lord faithfully. 20 men behind him shouted together, their voices echoing across the camp. Jiangche carried the imperial decree from Zhu Di. The handover went surprisingly smoothly. The red stamp that officially canceled the military registration landed on the document with a sharp clang, making the wooden table tremble slightly. That heavy sound told Jiangche one thing clearly: his past was now completely severed. Commander Jiang, this way please. At some point, a bodyguard clad in the armor of the Prince of Yan's mansion appeared at the camp gate. Though his tone was respectful, His eyes held a cold, scrutinizing edge. Jiang Che nodded and led Zhou Han and 20 of his old troops behind him. There were no horses, no flags, no drums. The seasoned soldiers, initially full of excitement, grew quiet and restrained in the oppressive silence, gradually realizing that the road beneath their feet was a world apart from the bright, blazing drill fields of old gone were the days of open, honorable military camps. From now on, they would live in the shadows and winding alleys. This was the life of the secret guards. The bodyguard stopped in front of a nondescript courtyard. Between two shabby grocery stores stood a dilapidated wooden door framed by peeling gray walls and a weathered plaque. No one would suspect that the Prince of Yan's most clandestine and lethal force was hidden behind such a place. The bodyguard handed over a heavy bronze key and a token, whispering, "Commander Jiang, you have full authority over everything inside. I take my leave." With that, he turned and left. Zhou Han pushed the courtyard gate open with a creak, stepping inside. Knee-high weeds tangled everywhere, dead leaves and dust piled thickly, and a scent of decay filled the air. All eyes fixed immediately. In the center stood a thin figure before the threshold of the main hall. Draped in a worn monk's robe, his eyebrows and hair were white, his eyes half closed as if he might slip into meditation amidst the dust at any moment. Like a forgotten stone statue blending with the ruin, yet somehow pressing on the very air and making it heavy. The battle-hardened soldiers instinctively gripped their blades, muscles taut. Jiang Che raised a hand to halt them. The black-clad chancellor, Yao Guangxiao. Jiang Che bowed. Junior Jiang Che pays respects to the master. Yao Guangxiao slowly opened his eyes, but did not look at him directly. His gaze swept over the 20 tense men, his voice hoarse. The eagle's nest has been built. But what it will shelter majestic hawks soaring the skies, or merely sparrows fighting over scraps remains unseen. Zhou Han and the others' faces flushed red with anger, their eyes sparking. Jiang Che silenced the unrest with a glance, and replied calmly, "Hawks never cling to their nests. The nest is simply where they rest and sharpen their claws after the hunt. Whether eagle or sparrow take them out and hunt some foxes and jackals, that will show us clearly." A faint spark flickered in Yao Guangxiao's cloudy eyes as he measured Jiang Che up and down once more, barely nodding. Good. The prince's insight proved solid. With those words, he turned and strode through the moon gate into the rear courtyard. His figure and the invisible pressure surrounding it both vanished. The air suddenly grew lighter. Zhou Han gasped, wiping cold sweat from his brow, and whispered, "Boss, who exactly is that old monk? He's someone we definitely don't want to provoke." Jiang Che cut him off, his gaze sharp as a blade scanning the men. "Listen carefully, all of you." Everyone's expression instantly turned serious, and they stood up straight. That brief but sharp test had added 3 more points of respect to their awe of Jiang Che. "From today on, you are no longer soldiers of the left guard." Jiang Che stood in the courtyard, his gaze cold as iron. "You have only one identity, the Dark Guard." He slowly raised his first finger, his voice low and hard. "First, loyalty. The Dark Guard answers only to His Highness the Prince of Yan. Your lives belong to the Prince, not to me, and certainly not to yourselves. Anyone harboring divided loyalties execution without mercy." He raised the second finger. "Second, secrecy. Everything the Dark Guard does is classified. No information may be leaked to anyone, including your parents, wives, or children. Leak a secret execution without mercy." The third finger rose, trembling slightly, a deadly menace seeping out. "Third, obedience. My orders are the highest law. During missions, no questioning, no hesitation, and no retreat. Disobey and order execution without mercy." The 3 ruthless execution without mercy struck like carving knives, cutting deep into everyone's hearts. All remnants of carelessness and luck in the camp were instantly stripped away. In just moments, a suffocating atmosphere of deadly seriousness sealed the entire courtyard. "Zhou Han." Jiang Che suddenly barked. "Reporting." Zhou Han slammed his heels down, standing rigid. "You are appointed Deputy Commander of the Dark Guard, in charge of internal discipline and daily training. Within 3 days, make them forget they were soldiers, make them remember they are blades." "Yes, sir." Yu Qing Zhongwu. Reporting. 2 rugged men stepped forward. "You each lead 4 men to form 2 scout teams. By the end of today, I want a detailed map of the area within 5 li of this residence, along with complete lists of all servants and staff." "Yes, sir." Orders came down briskly and clearly. The 20 men were swiftly divided into action, intelligence, and logistics groups. Within the broken courtyard, a rough but efficient spy unit quickly took shape. Night fell like spilled ink, swallowing the courtyard walls and rooftops. Only the candle flickering stubbornly in Jiang Che's room remained alive. On the rough wooden desk, his fingertips traced circles repeatedly, then tapped lightly. Outside, Zhou Han's hoarse commands and the heavy breathing of men rose and fell in turns. The military orders issued by day were being carried out without exception. At most half a month remained before the Imperial Army would descend on Beiping like a storm cloud. The time he had was precious and short. He had placed the first piece on Prince Yan Zhu's chessboard. For now, that peace seemed almost invisible. Even if it were 200 or 2,000, they would be but ripples in the coming tempest. The prince himself might forget such a force ever existed. But that was the vision of onlookers. Jiang Che never sought an ordinary guard unit. Assassination, infiltration, intelligence, decapitation, these tactics beyond the era were his true trump cards. Within half a month, he would forge these 20 battle-hardened veterans into a sharp, surgical blade unlike any in this age. Start from recruits and slowly polish. Too late. Zhou men were different. They were weapons already, just old and dull. Jiang Qi's task was not to forge a sword, but to sharpen it, to shatter the entrenched mindset of conventional warfare in their minds, and reforge their souls for special operations. Knock knock. The door was gently tapped. Come in. Jiang Che didn't look up, his wolf hair brush still gliding over the paper. Yu Qing and Zhang Wu pushed the door open, and the chill of the night dew immediately swept inside. Tiny droplets clung to their collars. Fatigue from their long journey showed on their faces, but excitement from completing the mission was hard to hide. Boss, the map is finished. The rolled-up parchment was spread across the table, rough charcoal lines sketching out the streets, shops, and houses. Even the crooked trees were meticulously marked. Every detail within a 5-mile radius was laid out clearly on the paper. And the list? Jiang Qi's eyes slowly scanned over the map. Zhang Wu handed him a densely filled sheet, names and identities crammed together. Wang Mozi from the blacksmith shop, his son works as a guard in the left patrol. The owner of the Yin, someone from the south who took over 3 years ago, and this one. Yu Qing pointed to the corner of the map showing a general store. The owner's surname is Qian, a local, but he changed clerks 2 months ago. The new assistant's accent is strange, unlike anyone from Beiping. Jiang Qi's fingers landed on the words general store, and with a sharp edge said, a strange accent? Yes, Yu Qing recalled, something like Southern Mandarin, but not quite right. It sounds off. How's business there? Barely a few customers a day, Zhang Wu answered. But Mr. Qian seems unbothered. Jiang Che tapped the general store's spot silently. A quiet little shop, what's keeping it afloat? Yu Qing and Zhang Wu exchanged looks, surprise and suspicion flickering in their eyes. They had been ordered to investigate but hadn't considered the implications this deeply before. Without waiting for a reply, Jiang Che gave an order. Starting tomorrow, the scout team adds a new task. Watch the general store and the Yin track everyone who enters and leaves, everything brought or taken. I want no detail missed. Yes. The two responded sharply, their hearts tightening with alertness. The door closed behind them. Leaning over the table, Jiang Che traced a line with his fingertip from the general store through the into the Yin King's mansion, 3 points, forming a straight path. A newly established intelligence outpost, not yet reported to Yin Wang. On day 1, we've uncovered a suspicious lead. A darker, sharper thought exploded in his mind: beheading. An assassination attempt on Yin Wang Zhu. He abruptly stood and paced the cramped room. First verify the intel, then prove the value of the secret guards to Yin Wang and Yao Guangxiao. A chance like this, you don't let slip. Stepping outside, the courtyard's lights glowed dimly. Zhou was forcing a man who couldn't get a movement right into the mud, splashing mud everywhere while the man gritted his teeth through it. Around them, training continued. Some were blindfolded, navigating obstacles using only their footsteps and the sound of the wind. Others sparred in pairs, one stabbing repeatedly with a dagger, the other narrowly dodging with precision. The usual orderliness of the camp was gone. Everyone looked like a wild beast cornered, eyes burning with ruthless intensity. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. That was the fierce spirit he wanted. Zhou, boss. Zhou released the mud-soaked man and hurried over, mud dripping down his body. Pick 10 of the best fighters, change them into night gear, and come with me. Zhou paused, excitement flashing across his face. A mission this soon? Target? The general store. An icy smile pulled at Jiang Che's lips. Isn't the master interested in whether we catch hawks or sparrows? Tonight, let's hunt a fox to serve as his drinking companion. At midnight, the moon was hidden, and the wind howled sharply. The alley walls of Beiping City had closed up early, the streets lay dead silent. Occasionally, the night watchman's wooden clapper echoed through empty brick cracks, spreading an indescribable chill. 12 dark figures slipped along the base of the walls, silent and ghost-like, blending seamlessly into the night. The leader, Jiang Che, raised his hand. The group froze instantly and crouched in unison. Zhou pressed close, mere breaths away, whispering so quietly it was swallowed by the night. Boss, there's a wonton stall with its light on just around that corner. Jiang Che's gaze crossed the alley's bend, fixed on the dim yellow glow. A stooped old man casually wiped the table, looking ordinary yet with one sentence from Jiang Che. The man was marked, a sentry. That simple word sent a chill down Zhou spinning. An old man nearing his grave? They'd never encountered such a scout before. Jiang Che lowered his voice. A sentry warns, but does not attack. Avoid his line of sight, and he might as well be blind. He then pointed swiftly with a complex hand gesture toward a narrow alley on the other side. Zhou immediately nodded, and signaled 2 men to circle that way. The team skirted beneath the eaves, retracing half a block to stop outside the back wall of a groceries courtyard. Wait. Jiang Che pulled out a leather pouch and spilled out thin iron wires of varying lengths. He crouched down, ear pressed to the back door's lock, listening intently. Zhou Han and the others hurried to prepare. A short-handled hatchet coated with tung oil, several thick, water-soaked rags all readied for use. A barely audible click signaled the lock being picked. Jiang Che didn't push the door open immediately, but turned to Zhou Han. Zhou Han gave a nod, then signaled 2 teammates. One to press against the window, the other to hold up the hatchet. The wet cloth was slammed over the window latch as muscles tensed. Jiang Che slammed his palm down hard. Go in. The muffled crack was swallowed mostly by the cloth as the wooden latch snapped. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Che pushed the door open and stepped inside, followed by Zhou Han's team in single file. The shop was pitch black, with a heavy cloth curtain hanging between the front room and the backyard. Jiang Che raised a hand to halt the group. They held their breath. Behind the curtain came even, slow snores to servants fast asleep. Jiang Che's eyes scanned Zhou Han and the other 2. Then he drew a horizontal slash across his own throat with his finger. The 3 men silently understood. Jiang Che pulled back the curtain corner. A rank mix of sweat and alcohol hit their noses. 2 men lay sprawled on the shared bed inside, dead to the world. Jiang Che flicked his wrist as a signal to strike. Zhou Han lunged left, not drawing his blade, but smashing the hardened iron-like elbow into the target's temple. The man couldn't even grunt before his body stiffened dead instantly. Another teammate surged forward, locking his knee into the other's chest and bringing a chopping palm down on his Adam's apple. A soft crack shattered the silence. The second spy's eyes flew wide open, horror frozen deep within his pupils. He gasped to speak, but could only wheeze. After a few struggles, he went utterly limp. From assault to finish, it took less than 3 seconds. The remaining team members quickly dragged the body into a corner and covered it with cloth. Jiang Che's gaze immediately fixed on the inconspicuous wooden door at the back of the room. Zhou Han lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, this one too?" Jiang Che shook his head. "Leave him alive. I want to pry his mouth open." He stopped in front of the door, not bothering to try the lock, but instead ran his hand slowly along the door frame. At the top, he found a thin thread almost blending in with the woodruff craftsmanship, yet enough to fool an amateur. Jiang Che snorted coldly, drew his dagger, carefully cut the thread, then kicked backwards sharply. Bang! The wooden door swung open with a crash. A startled shout came from inside, followed by the clatter of overturned objects. Jiang Che and Zhou Han dashed in like lightning. The oil lamp cast a dim yellow light. A middle-aged man in a half-open robe stood frozen in place, terror written all over his face. Before he could cry out, Zhou Han bent over and clamped a hand over his mouth. MMM. Boss Qian struggled desperately, his cloudy eyes filled with despair. Jiang Che scanned the room, his gaze settling finally on the floor, then back up to those eyes. He muttered darkly, "The stuff?" Qian's legs buckled, his bulky body trembling like a caught fish. The hem of his robe was soaked through whether from cold sweat or urine. It was impossible to tell. Sir, which department are you with? There must be a misunderstanding. I'm just running an honest business." "The stuff? I don't know anything. If you want money, take whatever silver's in the shop, but please don't hurt anyone." Jiang Che watched his clumsy act, a faint chill curling his lips. "How do you know I'm an officer?" At those words, Qian froze, immediately realizing his mistake. Jiang Che wasted no more words, merely gave Zhou Han a slight nod. "Start the methods." He hadn't taught his men formal interrogation techniques, but these battle-hardened veterans crawling out from the corpses knew better than anyone how to make a man wish for death, but find none. Zhou Han sneered, his white teeth gleaming coldly in the lamplight. Grabbing Qian by the collar, he hoisted the 180-pound man off the ground as if he were a chicken. Mercy before the words came out. Zhou Han stuffed a greasy rag roughly into Qian's mouth. The acrid stench hit Qian's throat like a punch. He gagged violently, tears and snot streaming down his face. The next moment, Zhou Han swung his arm in a circle and slammed Qian heavily against the wall. Thud! The muffled impact nearly dislocated his organs, his body curling up like a shrimp. Then fists and feet rained down strike wasted, each aimed at painful but non-lethal spots. Qian thrashed convulsively on the floor, like a fish flopped ashore, making only muffled groans. 2 men held him down firmly, one pressing on each side. The room echoed only with the dull sounds of blows and the rough breathing of the men. Jiang Che stood quietly aside, his expression cold. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Zhou Han's fists finally stopped. He shook his numb wrist and glanced at Jiang Che. Jiang Che lifted his wrist slightly, silent, but that was the clearest signal Zhou Han needed. Without hesitation, Zhou Han bent down and grabbed Boss Qian's chin, roughly yanking away the saliva-soaked rag stuffed in his mouth. Cough, 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 cough. Blood and saliva mixed with a metallic, sickly sweet smell as Boss Qian gasped violently like a leaking bellows. Drool and tears smeared his chin, dripping onto the floor beneath him. Jiang Che crouched down slowly, meeting his glazed eyes at the same level. Now, can you talk? Boss Qian locked eyes with the young man's calm, unreadable face. A string inside him snapped instantly. When Johan's punches had landed earlier, the thought of speaking had already crossed his mind was just a low-level informant, a middleman passing messages and holding contraband. Pocketing small change, he didn't belong in this bloodthirsty world of the embroidered guard. Why die guarding secrets for his masters? He'll talk. He'll talk. His voice trembled. He was afraid Jiang Che would give Johan another signal. His whole body shook like a leaf as he mustered enough strength to raise a fat finger, pointing to the smooth bluestone tile beneath him. The stuff, it's right under there. Jiang Chi's voice remained steady. What is it? I don't know. I really don't know, officer. Boss Qian sobbed miserably, snot, tears, and blood streaming down. Those above just said the thing was placed here and someone would come to pick it up. I'm just the watchman, I don't even dare touch it. Jiang Che stared at him for several seconds, making sure he wasn't lying, then said calmly, take him away. Johan grabbed Boss Qian by the scruff of his neck and hoisted him off the ground like dragging a dead dog. As Boss Qian's toes crossed the threshold, short shouts and suppressed scuffles erupted outside. The ambush team no longer hid. They moved to arrest the shop assistants inside. Only Jiang Che remained in the room. He walked to the tile, knelt, and tapped it softly with his knuckles dunk. The joint had fresh mud, which stood out from the workmanship but was carefully done, hard to detect at a glance. He drew a dagger and pried at the corner of the stone slab. It loosened, revealing a hidden cavity. Jiang Che reached in and pulled out a wooden box. The box was light, made of ordinary wood, with no decent copper lock. He flipped open the lid. Inside, no gold, jewels, or secret weapons awaited him. Only a booklet wrapped in fine silk. He took it out and unfolded it by the dim oil lamp's flicker. The first page bore two bold characters, Zhu Di. Scrolling down the list revealed names like Yao Guangxiao, Qiu Fu, Zhu Neng, Zhang Yuch, a well-known loyal confidant of the Prince of Yan's mansion. Just as Jiang Che suspected, it was an assassination list. He closed the booklet, turned, and left without looking back at the now useless general store. When he returned to the small, dilapidated courtyard of the Dark Guard headquarters, the moon hung high and the late-night chill cut through to the bone. Passing the largest main room, he caught sight of the floors strewn with bodies. This was less a government office and more a refugee camp. He pushed open his tiny room. Inside, the furnishings were pitifully sparse, a hard wooden bed, a table missing half a corner, and a rickety chair. Jiang Che didn't rest right away. Instead, he pulled out the wooden box again, studying it quietly for a long while. Only after a while did he stand, strip down, and lie on the cold bed. To him, sleep was merely a function to help his body machine operate more efficiently. But as he closed his eyes, his mind had never been clearer. Dawn was just breaking, the first pale gray light spilling into the courtyard. Jiang Che splashed a handful of cold well water onto his face, the icy chill banishing the last traces of sleep. Just as he stepped out the door, Johan appeared, dark bruises circling both his eyes. This bear-like man obviously hadn't slept a wink all night. Boss, you're awake, Johan said hoarsely. Where are they? Jiang Che asked flatly, his voice as cold as the water on his face. Following your orders, all locked up in the patrol office's prison. Jiang Che wasn't just sending the prisoners there to keep them in line. His eyes swept over the courtyard, moss growing thick in the cracks of the crumbling walls, puddles of last night's rain soaking the muddy ground. In the back corner was a dilapidated wooden hut stuffed with 20 strong men. Oily clothes hung under the window. The mixed stench of sweat and foot odor was so sour it made his eyebrows twitch in disgust. Johan. Yes, sir. What do you think of this place? The question caught Johan off guard. After a beat, he grimaced and shook his head. Boss, don't joke with me. This hellhole isn't even as spacious as the pigsty back home. 21 men crammed in one room turn over, and you squeeze 3 others. Snoring all night, and the smell? Ugh, it's torture. It was true. Last night, Johan had been jolted awake by his comrades' thunderous snoring and nearly choked on the stench, almost climbing out a window to wait in the yard until dawn. Jiang Che nodded. Exactly why we need a new place. Johan's breath caught, and his eyes brightened suddenly. I'm going to the prince's residence, Jiang Che said with measured calm, each word deliberate. When I return, have the brothers pack up. We're moving. Johan fought to contain his excitement, voice trembling slightly. Boss, where to? To the patrol office. Hearing those 2 words, Johan froze, mouth agape. That was the massive government compound spanning 3 whole streets. Bright, spacious barracks, a training ground wide enough for 10 men to drill side by side, a steaming canteen, even a large bathhouse to soak in. Compared to this rat hole, it felt like heaven and earth. Yes, boss. Johan snapped to attention, his back straight as steel, then dashed out of the courtyard like the wind had to share this tremendous news with the brothers. Probably those pent-up men could tear down the rickety courtyard walls out of sheer joy. Jiang Che watched him go, a faint smile slowly tightening at the corners of his mouth. The morning mist still lingered as the vermilion gates of the Yin prince's mansion stood quietly at the end of a long street. Jiang Che stood before the door, beside him an agitated Zhu Ge, second son of the Yin prince, naturally restless. Jiang Che approached him directly, saying he had urgent business with the prince. Gaozu immediately led him inside, questioning him constantly on the way, but Jiang Che only smiled faintly and said he would let Zhu Di explain in person. They passed through multiple courtyards. Fallen leaves crunched crisply beneath their boots. Outside the study, they reported their arrival, and soon a low voice called, "Come in." Zhu Gaozu pushed the door open first, wearing a proud, expectant smile. "Father, Jiang Che has urgent business." Inside the study, Zhu Di sat in plain clothes behind the desk. Military reports were spread beneath the lamp. He glanced up and briefly furrowed his brow as his gaze settled on Jiang Che. "State your business," he said, though inwardly he calculated coldly. It had only been a day or two since Jiang Chi's last visit. Coming back so soon could mean either incompetence or that he was here to bother him over trivial matters. Any of these would have been enough to unsettle him. The heavy air in the study felt as if it had been strangled, with temperature and breath catching for a moment. The smile on Zhu Jiaox's face abruptly froze. Catching the subtle shift in the king's mood, his heart suddenly pounded. Could it be that Jiang Che had botched the task and come to him to clean up the mess? In the brief silence, Jiang Che stepped forward without a word. He retrieved a modest wooden box from his bosom, holding it steadily with both hands. One of the attending guards immediately approached and placed the box before Zhu Di's desk. Zhu Di shifted his gaze from Jiang Che to the box, lifting the lid with one hand. Inside lay a neatly folded scroll of paper. At a glance, his hand holding the scroll suddenly halted, his brows narrowing sharply. Who else has seen this list? Zhu Di looked up, his eyes piercing like cold stars locking onto Jiang Che. Zhu Jiaox's heart skipped a beat. He straightened his back, a mixture of curiosity and tension swelling inside him. "Your Highness, only I have," Jiang Che answered crisply, adding, "On the way here just now, Prince Gaoshu inquired about it, but I thought the matter too important to act without permission." He looked up to meet Zhu Di's deep gaze squarely, his expression steady and respectful. "The secret guard reports only to Your Highness. Until it reaches Your Highness, all intelligence remains confidential. No one is authorized to see it before Your Highness." Just a few words stirred ripples in the hearts of father and son alike. Zhu Gaoshu stood frozen, not expecting Jiang Che to speak so bluntly in front of the king. Exposed for spying on the secret list, his face flushed with shame and shock. Yet on reflection, Jiang Chi's explanation was flawless. The secret guard was the king's private force, eyes hidden in the shadows. If even his own son could snoop about it freely, the very purpose of this covert unit would be lost. Behind the desk, Zhu Di's sharp gaze gradually softened, a look of satisfaction settling over him. Jiang Che had proven his loyalty in the most direct way, a devotion far more valuable than the scroll itself. "Good." Zhu Di uttered a single word, carefully rolling the list back into the wooden box with far more reverence than before. "You've done well. Now speak. What do you want?" "Rewards are given for merit. That is my rule." As the words fell, Zhu Gaoshu exhaled quietly, his eyes toward Jiang Che shining with newfound approval. This man had courage and sincerity, truly deserved a reward. Yet to everyone's surprise, Jiang Che suddenly dropped to one knee, his voice booming like thunder. "To ease Your Highness' burden is my duty. The secret guard is Your Highness. Blades do not require reward, only trust." His solemn expression, every word sharp and decisive, radiated absolute loyalty to Prince Yin, Zhu Di. The declaration was flawless beyond reproach. Zhu Jiaox's earlier admiration vanished instantly. His eye twitched, barely able to control his expression. What the hell is this guy up to? Changing his tune this fast? He felt sick inside. What seemed spine-tingling moments ago now looked shamelessly sycophantic. Calling himself the king's blade? Why not just say he's the king's dog? Inwardly, he sneered, convinced Jiang Chi's composed demeanor was all an act. Jiang Che knelt on the ground, his peripheral vision naturally catching Zhu Gaozu's constipated expression, as if had just seen a ghost. He sighed inwardly. "Second prince, don't glare at me like that. I'm just as trapped as you are. If I can't keep the prince satisfied and play the loyal minister perfectly, how else can I ask for that grand and imposing city patrol office?" Behind the desk, Zhu Di's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. A cunning warlord who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he was a master at reading people's hearts. Jiang Chi's petty schemes were clear to him at a glance, but precisely because of that, he favored such sharp knives that were both loyal and capable. "I have promised a reward, and a promise must be kept," Zhu Di said firmly, certain in his heart that his word was law. Standing nearby, Zhu Gaosu felt tension tighten in his chest and couldn't help but secretly take some pleasure in the moment. "Keep pretending then. I want to see how you plan to wriggle out of this." Under the crushing pressure, Jiang Che seemed as if even breathing was a struggle. He raised his head, face full of inner conflict. My lord, this doesn't seem reasonable, his voice faltered, putting on the solemn airs of a loyal minister trying to refuse because if the act wasn't convincing, how could he get the big boss to willingly open his purse? But Zhu Di didn't rush him. Instead, the amused glint in his eyes grew stronger. Come on, let me see how big a piece this little crocodile intends to bite off. The candle flames in the study crackled sharply, the air nearly freezing. Finally, under that heavy, unwavering gaze, Jiang Che seemed to make a firm decision. Gritting his teeth, stomping once on the floor, he said, "Since my lord has spoken in such decisive terms, it would be disrespectful for me to refuse again. Then I dare to boldly ask a favor from my lord, on behalf of my brothers in the secret guard." Zhu Gao's mouth twitched. The fox's tail is finally showing. Zhu Di lifted his chin, signaling for him to continue. My lord, when the secret guard was first established, my brothers pledged their utmost loyalty to you. But now they don't even have a proper office to call their own, forced to run about the streets day and night, enduring wind and rain, which not only damages their morale but, if word spreads, undermines your prestige. The city patrol office is currently vacant due to a previous case. If my lord would kindly allocate that space to the secret guard, my brothers would have shelter from the elements, and more importantly, could unite as one to clear all obstacles in your path, truly repaying my lord's generous favor. As his words settled, the study grew silent except for the faint crackle of the candle. If negotiation is an art, then the man kneeling before them was a master craftsman making a seemingly outrageous demand, yet cleverly framing it as reducing the prince's burden. To refuse would be to slap Zhu Di's own face. Word of that would spread, making the Yen King seem petty and miserly. Zhu Gaosu stood speechless at the side, nearly forgetting to breathe. That kind of nerve bricks on the city wall wouldn't be able to grind it down. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter, impossible to restrain, suddenly shattered the silence in the study. Zhu Di could no longer hold back. He pointed at Jiang Che, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over, his chest heaving wildly. The study, moments ago silent, now seemed as if its roof had been torn off by the force of his laughter, the very air trembling with it. Well done. What a quick-witted young man. He slammed his palm down on the desk with a heavy thud that echoed off the walls. The brush stand shook twice, and the ink in the inkstone rippled slightly. Approved. From today onward, the city patrol office will be transferred to your Dark Guard division. Jiang Chi's heart soared with joy, though he dared not show it on his face. Bowing deeply, he planted a weighty forehead salute. Your servant, on behalf of the 20 brothers of the Dark Guard division. Thanks, Prince, for your grace. Zhu Di's laughter faded as he leaned forward, elbows resting on the desk's edge, his gaze sharp as a blade locked onto Jiang Che. I am entrusting you with the office. But remember this well. The wolves I raise are ones that bite dead, not dogs that only take up space. The Dark Guard is a sword. It better be as sharp as your tongue, or else. He cut off the sentence abruptly, more chilling than any outright threat. Outside the study, a breeze stirred the eaves wind chimes with a clear tinkling. Zhu Di's voice dropped low. I want to know every move of the undercurrents within Beiping City, every spy beyond its walls. 1 month. I want a report that satisfies me. Fail, and I will take back the office in your head too. Leave now. The last 2 words landed like ice hammers on Jiang Che and Zhu Gaoqi's hearts. Your servant will obey. Jiang Che knelt again, his forehead striking the floor in a muffled thud that pulsed alongside his racing heart. Only when Zhu Gaoqi gently nudged him did Jiang Che dare to raise his bowed body, retreating from the study side by side. The door closed silently behind them, but their footsteps sounded quick and urgent down the long corridor. Zhu Gaoqi's pace lagged slightly behind usual, his eyes repeatedly flicking to Jiang Che with a look as if gazing upon a rare and wondrous creature. At the corridor's end, the flickering light caught Jiang Chi's back chill. This second prince's stare was sharper than the biting north wind. Big brother, I know I pulled some slick moves just now, but do you have to stare at me like that? Did a flower bloom on my face? Or did a third eye just sprout? They turned into a quiet corner, shadows pooling deep against the walls under the night sky. Suddenly Zhu Gaoqi stopped and grabbed Jiang Chi's arm tightly. You, damn you. The words caught in his throat as his handsome face flushed bright red, unable to muster a proper curse. Jiang Che forced a crooked smile, harder to fake than tears. Second prince, if you've got something to say it, don't just glare. I'm a coward, you know. Coward? Zhu Gaoqi sounded like he'd just heard the joke of the century, his voice rising. I swear, your guts are bigger than the sky. The city patrol office. That's no small thing. And you just asked for it like that? Father actually agreed to it. He circled Jiang Che like one admiring a rare exotic beast, clicking his tongue in genuine wonder. How did I never realize you had this skill? You'd be a waste as a storyteller. Jiang Che shook off his hand gently, smoothing the ruffled fabric of his clothes, lowering his voice seriously. Second prince, do you think I did this for myself? Zhu Gaoqi froze. Jiang Che stepped forward. His eyes burned steady and fierce, his words laced with compelling conviction. What does personal honor mean to me? Or an office? What matters is that the Dark Guard must become a fighting force fast. The prince's great cause cannot wait. Only with a proper office can the brothers feel a sense of belonging, pull together as one, and tie their lives firmly to the cause, devoted and undistracted in serving the prince. In the end, isn't all this for helping the prince succeed in his grand endeavor? The surprise on Zhu Jiax's face gradually faded. As the second son of the Prince of Yan, he had grown up immersed in the affairs of the estate, able to sense every ripple in the political winds from afar. Now, each word Jiang Che spoke pressed sharply against his eardrum. Second Prince, do you really think Beiping City is an unbreakable fortress? Outside the walls, the remnants of the Mongols are sharpening their knives, poking knives at our borders from time to time. Their spies, I'm afraid, are more numerous than flies on our city walls. Inside the city, every official sent from Yingtian Prefecture is an eye of the court. They watched the prince closely, waiting for the slightest mistake to report to his majesty. With every sentence Jiang Che spoke, Zhu Jiax's brows furrowed deeper. He recalled his father once vaguely mentioning similar concerns in his study, but no one had dared to expose the situation so bluntly, like Jiang Che did. Our people are now crammed into that shabby courtyard, without any official status. How can we investigate? How can we defend? Even if we uncover clues, who would believe us? Who would acknowledge us? Without official offices, we have no legitimacy. Without legitimacy, we're no more than a gang of street thugs unfit to show our faces in public. No matter how justified we are, we become unreasonable. At this point, Jiang Che suddenly stopped speaking and looked straight at Zhu Gaoxiu, his voice firm and resolute. That is why what I seek is not just an office, it's legitimacy in the truest sense. The air seemed to shudder with those 4 words. Zhu Gaoxiu stood with his mouth half open, all the retorts he had prepared choking back, making him look childish and foolish. He had thought Jiang Che merely a slick opportunist, but now he saw the depths hidden in this man's heart. This was no longer recklessness, but deep strategy. He abruptly raised his hand and slammed it heavily onto Jiang Che's shoulder, the force making Jiang Che clench his jaw. Well said. Well said. I've truly underestimated you all this time. For the first time, Zhu Jiax's defiant face showed genuine admiration. From now on, you're under my command. If anything comes up, come straight to me. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. I have over 100 personal guards, all battle-hardened warriors with blood on their blades, quick and tight-lipped. If you want to use them, just say the word. This was like laying all his cards on the table. Jiang Che felt his heart warm, but only bowed respectfully. Thank you, Second Prince. With your words, I feel assured. Turning away from Zhu Gaoxiu, Jiang Che hurried through the bustling streets. Shouts and the clanging of iron filled the air, but he pressed forward until he turned into a quiet, dead-end alley. At the end stood a courtyard with crumbling walls, the temporary headquarters of the Dark Guard. With a creak, he pushed open the half-unhinged wooden door. Inside, 20 men sprang up, their eyes instantly locking on him. Boss, the chief's back. The damp, muddy ground creaked underfoot as Jiang Che looked around and got straight to the point. Brothers, from today, we no longer have to squeeze into this rat hole. His words hung in the air. The men exchanged glances, momentarily lost for words. Jiang Che grinned, his white teeth shining sharply in the dim light. The prince has granted us the patrol office on the east side of the city as our new headquarters. Silence. 1 breath, 2 breaths, then explosion. The courtyard instantly erupted. What? The patrol office? Did I hear that right? That's a proper official office. We have an office now. The shouts surged like a boiling pot. Jiang Che raised his hand to hush them, and the 20 pairs of burning eyes fixed sharply on his face. The prince has granted us great favor but also hung a sword over our heads. Jiang Che's expression grew serious. 1 month. He raised his hand, measuring out a time so short it was almost suffocating. The prince has given us just 1 month to deliver results he's satisfied with. If we fail, the authorities will take back the precinct and none of us will keep our heads. The campfire crackled, but the excitement from before was instantly doused like a bucket of cold water, and everyone's hearts tightened together. So, no time to celebrate. Jiang Che scanned the group, his eyes sharp and fierce. Give the order, everyone. Pack up immediately. Take all your belongings. He drew his sword, its blade flashing coldly in the firelight. Our first mission, seize the territory that belongs to us. Let all of Beiping City see the Dark Guard office has arrived. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, inside the Fengtian Hall of Yingtian Palace, the young Emperor Zhu Yunwen sat upright on the dragon throne, leaning forward as his trusted aide reported. Secret report. The Prince of Yan has privately established a Dark Guard office in Beiping, recruiting outlaws, appointing Jiang Che as overall commander, and has taken over the old Beiping patrol office as their base. Bang! Zhu Yunwen slammed his palm down on the armrest of the throne. The gilded dragon carving trembled faintly. His handsome face twisted with fury. How dare they? Establishing an official office without permission, appointing officers on their own. What does Zhu Di think he's doing? Does he have no regard for me at all? His aide had already dropped to the floor, forehead pressed to the cold jade tiles, not daring to breathe. Who exactly is this Jiang Che? The emperor's voice was cold as ice. Your Majesty, this man's background is unclear. He seemingly appeared out of nowhere and was once just an ordinary guard in the Prince of Yan's residence. Worthless. Zhu Yunwen kicked over the bronze beast-shaped brazier beside him. Hot coal spilled, sparks scattering. A bunch of incompetents. They can't even dig up the past of a lowly guard. The firelight cast his flushed face in sharp relief as he stared unblinkingly toward the northern skies beyond the palace gates, as if trying to pierce 1,000 miles to that formidable city. My fourth uncle is truly growing more brazen by the day. He growled, send for Huang Aiqing, Qi Aiqing, and Fang Aiqing at once summon them here immediately. Inside Fengtian Hall, blackened charcoal and ashes were scattered across the floor. The fallen gilded bronze beast stood mute witness to the emperor's recent rage. Outside, hurried footsteps approached. Huang Ziqing, Qi Tai, and Fang Xiaoru arrived, their robes rumpled from rapid travel. As they entered the hall and took in the chaotic scene, heaviness fell over them. They exchanged grave looks before stepping forward and bowing together, voices steady and respectful. I, Huang Ziqing. I, Qi Tai. I, Fang Xiaoru. We pay homage to your majesty. Rise. Zhu Yunwen's tone was strained, but his burning gaze remained fixed on the northern horizon. He tossed the secret report down onto the imperial steps. The thin pages fluttered to Huang Ziqing's feet. He picked it up and scanned it quickly. His pupils suddenly constricted. He handed it to Qi Tai. Qi Tai's face turned ashen after reading before he passed it to Fang Xiaoru. Fang's iris eyes rapidly swept the words. When he saw phrases like privately establishing the Dark Guard office and unauthorized appointment of overall commander, the upright Confucian scholar's finger trembled and his beard quivered with anger. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. He suddenly looked up, voice full of righteous grief and fury. The Prince of Yan's actions are no different from treason. Where is law in this dynasty? Where is loyalty between ruler and subject? Qi Tai, as Minister of War, was thinking even more deeply. He stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, how many troops does the Secret Guard Command have? Who exactly is this Jiang Che? Have there been any unusual troop movements from the Prince of Yan's residence? Zhu Yunwen's face darkened like iron, and he gripped the armrests of the dragon throne tightly. I don't know. They're all useless. Before he finished speaking, he slammed his fist on the gilded armrest, causing the golden dragon head to vibrate with a low hum. Huang Ziqing stood quietly with his hands by his sides, eyes steady. Your Majesty, the inability to investigate means the Prince of Yan's residence has become an impenetrable fortress. His tone was firm, and each word struck like a hammer on the hearts of the ministers present. I have long reported that the regional princes have grown powerful, their influence hard to contain, especially the Prince of Yan. This man's ambitions are obvious. He has held Beiping for a long time with strong troops, and now secretly sets up his own offices and protects his henchmen. Everyone knows his intentions. We cannot wait any longer. After he finished speaking, Huang Ziqing suddenly knelt down, his voice hoarse but resolute. If we delay further, it will be like raising a tiger that will bring disaster. It will be too late to regret. I beg your Majesty to decide immediately to execute a plan to reduce the prince's power. Qi Tai and Fang Xiaoru were both shaken deeply. The hall fell silent except for Zhu Yunwen's rapid breathing. Reducing the prince's power, this was something that had troubled him day and night since ascending the throne, yet he had never dared to act. Qi Tai frowned. Minister Huang, reducing the prince's power is a great national matter. Pulling one hair affects the whole body. The Prince of Yan's forces are strong and well supplied. If we move against him directly, it may trigger immediate rebellion and unrest in the northern border. The consequences would be unpredictable. He cared deeply about victory in war and avoiding bloodshed. Fang Xiaoru stepped forward half a step, clasping his hands to add, Minister Qi's words are true, but the Prince of Yan is openly trampling on the law. If he is not punished, how can imperial authority be maintained? Other princes will surely follow suit, and the state will no longer be a state. The three held differing positions, but their hostility pointed to one named Zhu Di. Zhu Yunwen's eyes shifted between the three faces, his mind wildly wavering. Suddenly, Huang Ziqing raised his head again. Your Majesty, I believe there is no need to strike directly at the Prince of Yan at first. Zhu Yunwen was slightly surprised. Oh, Minister Huang, what do you suggest? You pick the low-hanging fruit first. Huang Ziqing's gaze was sharp. The Prince of Yan's wings are already strong. Acting rashly on him is too risky. What about the other princes? They act lawlessly and are weak. We start with them cutting off the Prince of Yan's arms and sending a warning to the whole realm. By the time he reacts, he will stand isolated. Then whether to attack or reconcile Beiping will be up to your Majesty's command. Zhu Yunwen slammed the armrest heavily and stood up. Good. Boil the frog slowly, cut the flesh gradually. First clip the wings, then go for the heart. His eyes gleamed as he ordered swiftly. Minister Qi, Have the Ministry of War prepare contingency plans immediately. Mobilize the capital garrison to respond to any movements from the regional princes. Chitai felt a chill and bowed. I obey your command. Minister Fong, Zhu Yunwen turned to Fong Xiaoru. Draft the imperial edict at once. Clearly list the prince's crimes so all under heaven will know they brought this upon themselves, and that I am carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. I obey. Fong Xiaoru responded solemnly and withdrew. Finally, Zhu Yunwen's gaze rested on Huang Zicheng. Minister Huang, you shall have full authority over the matter of reducing the prince's power. I would die 1,000 deaths without hesitation. Huang Zicheng knelt and kowtowed, barely able to hide his excitement and heroic spirit in his eyes. Zhu Yunwen sat back down on the dragon throne, the restless fury inside him now completely gone. Fourth uncle, oh fourth uncle, you have given me a grand gift, and now it's time for me to prepare a return present for you. On the eastern side of Beiping City, the morning mist still clung to the air, lingering over the long street where an old patrol office with gray tiles and red eaves stood solitary at the end. Jiang Che pulled his reins tight and smoothly dismounted. His horse's hooves kicked up dust as his black-clad figure, barely in his early 20s, carried an air of calm so cool it almost looked indifferent. Behind him stood Zhou Han, Zhang Wu, and Yu Qing side by side. Further back, 18 lean men lined up in formation, the newly established secret guards of the Yan Wang mansion, making their first public appearance. Beneath the patrol office's gate walls, a dozen or so officials and bailiffs dressed in patrol uniforms lounged lazily, yawning here and there. The leader was a slightly plump man with slanting eyes and a copper badge on his waist that read 100 Household Captain Du. Noticing the stranger approaching, Dust's lips curled into a smirk, full of contempt. Well now, where did this stray dog come from, running wild in front of the government offices? A bailiff sneered, raising his voice deliberately to draw laughter from those around. Jiang Che stepped forward silently, his footsteps steady and unwavering. Du raised a hand to block his path, voice dripping with sarcasm. This is an imperial government office. All unauthorized people must leave at once. Jiang Chi's gaze remained calm. By order of the Yan King, we are taking control of this place. The Yan King's order? Du laughed, as if hearing a ridiculous joke, snorting through his nose. Our patrol office answers to the 5-city military commander, official court-martial officers. The Yan King has no authority here. The bailiffs burst out laughing even louder at this. Jiang Che produced a hand decree, the black ink bold and steady, bearing the 4 characters. Order of the Yan King, stamped with a bright red royal seal. By order, this office must be cleared within 1 T's time. People leave, belongings remain. Those who disobey will be treated as rebels. Dust's grin froze, then twisted into fury. Relying on his numbers, he suddenly shoved the decree away, spitting angrily, so close to Jiang Chi's face it almost landed there. Let's see who dares move us. Attack. Before the last word left his throat, the 21 secret guards behind Jiang Che surged forward simultaneously. No shouts, no wasted movements. 2 bailiffs barely gripped their batons before their wrists snapped sharply. A scream was cut short by a silent chop to the throat. The men collapsed lifeless. A cold dread filled Dust's chest, his fierce expression belying his fear inside. You're revolting. You dare attack an imperial office. Before he could finish, Zhou Han closed in and swept a foot across Dust's side. A muffled crack sounded as ribs broke. Du flew backward several yards, rolling on the stone pavement. 2 front teeth spit blood and foam onto the slabs. A secret guard bent down, pinning Dust's wrist with a boot, then casually picked up the discarded decree, blew off the dust, and slipped it back into his cloak, all done with fluid grace in less than 10 seconds. The remaining patrol officers scattered chaotically, some clutching their arms and wailing in pain, others frozen in shock, none willing or able to fight further. Jiang Che stepped over the fallen figures and stood at the threshold, towering over the man pinned beneath his boot, voice still, even, and cold. Now, do you understand the rules? Yes, I understand. Du stammered through clenched teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. Jiang Che looked away and motioned, throw out all the trash. Yes. The secret guards grabbed the officials and bailiffs by their collars like sacks of rotten grain, dragging them out one by one to the center of the street. The onlookers and hidden informants all seemed to hold their breath, only daring to exchange furtive glances. This was the secret guard division of Yanwang Mansion. Without warning or argument, they resorted straight to violence, even hitting loyal court officials without hesitation. Jiang Che stood at the entrance of the yamen with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the street, where silence hung like a cold shadow. Across the street, the tea-house curtains had been drawn, and the common folk hurried along with bowed heads, as if the very air around them carried the chilling weight of the word Secret Guard Bureau. From this day forward, those 3 characters would become the new taboo in Beiping City. Today was only the first step setting the tone. He wanted everyone to understand. In Beiping, the rules of the Yan King's mansion were the highest law. Clean it up and hang our sign, he ordered. With that, He turned and entered the newly seized yamen. The heavy vermilion door closed slowly behind him with a dull creak. Scouts perched under the eaves at the alley's mouth exchanged glances and promptly dispersed, rushing to deliver news of the day's events straight to their respective masters. A month flew by. The lax and slippery ways of the old patrol unit were rooted out completely, replaced now by nearly suffocating severity inside the Secret Guard Bureau's office. On the training grounds in the courtyard, 122 men gathered every morning at the cockcrow, come rain or shine. Their drills were not for battlefield charges but for concealment, tracking, eavesdropping, disguise, and most importantly, absolute obedience. In the main hall, Jiang Che sat in the former seat of the captain due the old plaque inscribed with Mirror of Justice had been taken down, replaced by an enormous map of Beeping's defense, covering the entire wall. Red and blue markers spread like a spiderweb across the city from the back gates of noble mansions to the humblest taverns in the alleys. All became a grid and line inside Jiang Chi's mind. Footsteps sounded at the door. Johan pushed it open, a nervous new recruit trailing behind him. Boss, Wang Motzi sent word. The southern granary inspections have tripled, and the Jinui are loitering outside. Noted. Jiang Che didn't lift his eyes from the map, responding calmly before turning to the new soldier. What's your name? The recruit straightened instantly, voice booming. Reporting, my lord, Imli Goshing. Too loud. Jiang Che finally glanced up, his gaze cold and steady as ice. In the secret guard, your name doesn't matter, your life does. Li Goshing flushed, but could only manage a yes. Johan laughed heartily, slapping him on the back. Kid, the boss is teaching you how things work. Remember that well. Bang. The Yamen's front door was thrown open forcefully, echoing down the hallway. Zhu Gaoshu burst in, dust trailing his swift steps, fiery excitement flashing in his eyes. The guarding secret agents just stepped aside and quietly shut the door behind him. Jiang Che saw that expression and felt certain. What had been coming was finally here. Jiang Che. Zhu Gaoshu strode to the map and slammed a palm on the table, shaking the brush holder. It's settled. Father has made his decision. Jiang Che stood and motioned for Johan and the others to leave. The large hall fell silent, leaving just the two men facing each other. Sir, have some water, tell me slowly. No time for water. Zhu Gaoshu gripped his arm tightly, his voice low but urgent. That brat Zhang Wen's order to reduce the princes arrived again, today specifically demanding father return to Nanjing for a family visit. It's no family visit, it's a trap. Father has already ordered the troops to assemble, ready to purge the court and quell the rebellion. We were going to revolt. Jiang Chi's face remained calm, revealing no ripple of emotion. He simply watched Zhu Gaoshu, waiting for him to finish. Seeing Jiang Che so composed, Zhu Jiaox's own fervor eased slightly. But the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. My father said, before the main army marches out, your hidden guard must advance first. Zhu Gaosu lowered his voice, his gaze blazing like wildfire as he stared at the young man across from him. What do I want you to do? Jiang Che finally spoke, calm yet hitting straight to the point. Speak. What's the target? Zhu Gaosu took a deep breath, his fist tightening inside his sleeve. The map spread on the table had worn edges. There are several checkpoints heading south, each guarded by loyal generals of the court. Jingding, Guangchang, Datong. The army bursting through by force will take time, cause unnecessary casualties. He pointed sharply at the three city names on the map. Those generals must disappear from their posts before the army arrives. Disappear? Jiang Che repeated, eyes unwavering. Kill them or turn them. I don't care how. Zhu Gaosu snapped up. I only want one result when the army passes through. These gates must be wide open. Jiang Che didn't answer right away. He walked over to the map and lightly tapped its edge with his fingertips, the wooden table making a steady, rhythmic sound tap, tap. Thinking he hesitated, Zhu Gaosu added, don't worry, funds, manpower, whatever you need, father will provide it. If you succeed, the glory will be yours. Young lord, this is no small matter. Jiang Che lifted his gaze, voice measured and calm. These commanders are seasoned veterans forged in battle, surrounded by loyal guards. Assassination is difficult, persuading them to defect is even harder. Zhu Gaosu frowned. What are you implying? I need authority. Jiang Che met his eyes, resolute and sharp. There are hidden operatives from the prince's mansion scattered throughout the provinces along the route. I must be able to use them, but they may not recognize me. Being just a hidden guard commander isn't enough. I want a command token, one that, when shown, is treated as the prince himself appearing. The prince's men must obey my orders without question. He was making demands, but also proving his value. Without absolute commanding power, this mission would be a joke. Zhu Gaosu hadn't expected Jiang Che to ask so much, but the request was reasonable and irrefutable. After a moment of silence, he nodded firmly. Fine. Wait here. Tonight you come to the mansion. I will take you to see father. With that, he turned and left without delay. The grand hall doors were pushed open, then slammed shut again, and silence returned. Jiang Che exhaled slowly, his once rigid posture loosening. He stepped back to the map, his eyes scanning beyond the mountains and rivers. Deep within them, a long-suppressed flame suddenly blazed up. This Jingnan campaign was set in motion by the wings of a small time traveler, arriving half a year later than history recorded. For 2 months, he had been trapped in Beiping, nearly losing his mind. But none of that mattered. The important thing was, he was finally leaving Beiping. Yan Wangzhu's disc grip was suffocating. Every move of the hidden guard in the city was under his watchful eye. Jiang Che might have modern special forces knowledge and an arsenal stocked in his mind, but he dared not risk a single step over the line inside Beiping. Once outside, the situation would be completely different. The sky is high enough for birds to soar, the seas wide enough for fish to leap. The entire hidden guard would become Jiang Che's personal domain. In his mind flashed the cold, gleaming weapons stored in his arsenal: the night vision goggles, suppressed crossbows, tactical vests, high-explosive grenades. These tools could turn a group of spies still stuck in the era of cold weapons into a ghost force that transcended time. Someone's here. Johan's figure appeared immediately at the door. Boss, pass the order. All field agents of the Dark Guard Division must assemble at the training ground within half an hour. Jiang Che's gaze landed on the map. The few names marked by Zhu Gaoshu stood out sharply in crimson ink. He tapped lightly with his finger. Time to get to work. Half an hour later, the training ground was filled with a grim, tense atmosphere. Over 100 field agents lined up in military formation, all eyes fixed sharply on the young new division leader standing on the stone steps. Jiang Che scanned the crowd without a word of small talk. Who among you has the toughest fists and skills? There was a ripple of commotion in the ranks. A broad-shouldered, fierce-looking man stepped forward, his voice rough like sandpaper rubbing stone. Boss, my name is Bahu. The brothers say I have the hardest fists in the Dark Guard. Jiang Che nodded and strode down the steps until they were less than an arm's length apart. Their heights were similar, but the difference in build was stark. Bahu was a massive iron tower, while Jiang Che looked lean and clean-cut. Good. Jiang Che twisted his wrist lightly. Hit me. Use your strongest move. Let me see just how tough your fists really are. A flash of ferocity flickered in Bahu's eyes, but he hesitated. Boss, that blades have no eyes, fists no mercy. If I hurt you. Enough nonsense. Before he finished, Jiang Che's body suddenly dropped like a drawn bow releasing its arrow. Bahu's vision blurred. Wind slammed his face, and he raised his thick arm instinctively to block. Jiang Che lifted his wrist slightly. The knuckles struck sharply at the junction beneath Bahu's armpit and ribs. The pain was like iron needles stabbing to the bone, and Bahu's entire arm went numb and limp instantly. Seizing the moment, Jiang Che closed in, driving a knee hard into Bahu's lower abdomen. Bahu's eyes bulged, his body bent like a boiled shrimp, letting out a muffled ugh. Jiang Che pressed down on the back of his neck, dropped his center of gravity, and with a heavy thrust slam, he slammed the big man's head into the dirt. The whole sequence took just 2 breaths. Silence fell over the training ground. Johan's pupils narrowed to pinpoint. He prided himself on his own martial skill, but could barely make out what had just happened. This wasn't flashy martial arts, nor any typical military strike. Jiang Che stood straight, dusted off imaginary dirt, and swept a gaze over the stunned faces. Anyone else think their fists are tough? No one dared move. Good. He turned toward a weapons rack. Next, crossbows. Jiang Che lifted a standard military repeating crossbow from the rack and casually pulled out an arrow. 120 paces, fixed target. The guards sprinted forward and planted the target in the distance. Johan handed over a quiver. Boss, your arrows. No need. Jiang Che loaded the single arrow onto the crossbow arm. Without much aiming, he raised his arm and released. The mechanism clicked crisply. Whiz. The arrow flew through the air, hitting dead center of the target, a vivid red dot. Suppressed gasps echoed. This was a marksman's shot. But it wasn't over. Jiang Che set down the repeating crossbow and drew a smaller hand crossbow, taking only 1 arrow. He turned around, back facing the target. Then he requested a bronze gong to be hung in front of the target. Johan hesitated but complied immediately. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Shooting with your back to the target? Impossible. Jiang Che didn't explain. From his pocket, he pulled out a palm-sized bronze mirror. Amid puzzled gazes, he raised a small mirror and adjusted its angle. The mirror's surface clearly reflected the distant target and the bronze gong. Then, he lifted his hand and pulled the crossbow trigger. Wish. The bowstring vibrated, and the bolt shot through the air. In the next instant, a clear gong sound echoed across the training ground. The bolt, fired second, struck dead center on the bronze gong. The crowd fell into stunned silence. This was no longer skill. It seemed like sorcery. Johan stared dazedly at the small mirror in Jiang Che's hand, then glanced again at the distant gong, his mind completely blank. Step forward. Those who react quickly, have keen eyesight, and steady minds. Jiang Che's calm voice broke the silence. This time no one hesitated. Soon, 30 of the elite soldiers stood neatly before him. Jiang Che scanned them and began instilling a completely new concept. From now on, you are no longer individuals. 5 men make 1 unit. Your life is the same as your comrades. Also, everyone must learn these hand signals. On the battlefield, my hands are my voice. If you can't read the signals, you die. He demonstrated. Advance, halt, alert, enemy sighted. Each movement was crisp and clear, conveying precise information. After repeated drills, though they couldn't grasp it immediately, they began to roughly understand. Zhou Han, Zhang Wu, Yu Qing, teach them all the tactics I explained before, Jiang Che ordered. They didn't ask why he wasn't doing it himself. They were used to strict obedience. Seeing them start training on their own, Jiang Che turned and strode through the gate of the Shadow Guard headquarters. Night fell, and the Yin King's mansion blazed with light. In the study, Zhu Di sat at the head seat, massive as a mountain, slowly polishing a treasured sword whose cold gleam flickered in the lamplight. He did not look at Jiang Che, his movements steady and focused. Jiang Che stood straight, unwavering, breathing evenly as if untouched by pressure. After a long while, Zhu Di set down the sword and looked at Jiang Che. You want me to give you full authority over all the palace's spies, and to accomplish tasks that even the military veterans dread. What is your leverage? My lord, there are three, Jiang Che replied without arrogance, listing each point clearly. First, great deeds require extraordinary means. Second, I am not alone. Third, he met Zhu Di's sharp gaze. I do not fear death. As long as it clears the way for your grand ambitions, I and the 121 men under my command are expendable pawns. Zhu Di's eyes narrowed slightly. Your specific strategy? Feign attacks from the east to strike from the west. Sow panic. Create divisions among commanders. Lure the enemy out. Jiang Che enunciated clearly, reciting the 16-character strategy without missing a word. For example, the defender of Danchong, Sheng Yong, is suspicious and holds grudges against several squad leaders. Well, forge letters showing his secret treason to the court, which his deputy will accidentally discover, while staging a fake fire at the city's granary. With chaos among troops and civilians, he'll be overwhelmed. With some nudging, we can turn him into a pariah, and the city gates will open themselves. The room fell deathly silent except for Zhu Di's heavy breathing. Suddenly, he laughed heartily. A fearless young man indeed. He tossed a black iron token to Jiang Che. Carry this except for myself and the crown prince. Everyone in the mansion regards it as if it were me. Also, here are 120 fine horses from the northern steppes. You may select any military equipment you desire. Zhu Di rose, his towering silhouette engulfing Jiang Che. I don't care what methods you use, but before the main army arrives, I want to hear only news of victory. Now, get out of Beiping at once, and start prying those city gates open one by one. Jiang Che stepped out of the Yin King's mansion. Without a moment's hesitation, his strides were straight and determined as he headed deep into the mansion toward the armory and the stables. The armory steward was a heavy-set, middle-aged man, dozing with a fire basin in his arms. The sound of his snoring blended with the crackling coals, rough and careless. Who's there? The steward was roused, not bothering to look up, barely glancing sideways at Jiang Che while yawning lazily. In the dead of night, this is a restricted area. What nonsense are you up to? By order of the prince, Jiang Che said in a low voice. I'm here to requisition 120 horses from the northern steppes, and 120 sets of mechanized crossbows. The steward snorted, as if hearing a joke, and slowly straightened up with amusement. Kid, you're new around here, huh? Know anything about protocol? He waved his fat hand toward a stack of documents on the table. To take anything, you need military orders, official writs, and paperwork from the Ministry of War. You think you can just walk in and cart off the best horses and crossbows? This isn't your backyard. Jiang Che watched him silently, saying nothing. His calm gaze was like a cold, still pool, making the steward uneasy, yet the man still relied on his position, stiffening his neck. What's with the stare? No documents. Not a single horsehair leaves here, even if the Heavenly King himself showed up. Slap. The black iron token slammed heavily on the table. The unique bronze bird totem and iron sheen of the Yin King's insignia flashed in the steward's eyes. His chubby face twitched, pupils shrinking sharply. Now, are the papers sufficient? Jiang Che's voice was as cold as frost in the night. Cold sweat instantly trickled down the steward's temples. He scrambled, then knelt with a thud. I failed to recognize the mountain's majesty. I deserve to die? Before the prince's order, forget horses or crossbowshi's life was at stake. Open the armory. Select the horses, Jiang Che said coldly, unwilling to say more. Yes, at once. The steward sprang up, hurriedly lighting lamps and leading the way, terrified to even breathe loudly. The night was still dark over the stables, the firelight barely illuminating rows of tethered steeds. The front row were large parade horses, impressive but delicate. Jiang Che passed them by, going deeper into the shadows. The northern steppe horses there were less tall, but muscular and fierce-eyed, wildness radiating from their every movement. He checked each horse's teeth by prying open their mouths, then felt along their tendons, eventually selecting 121 battle horses, those with the strongest endurance and fiercest temperaments. Then he went into the armory. Jiang Che scanned the neatly arranged spears and halberds without pause, selecting only the specialized mechanized crossbows designed for horseback use. These shorter crossbows featured complex, yet lightweight frames that could be recocked faster, each supplied with armor-piercing bolts. By the time the fire basin's coals glowed red and dimmed a third time, the requisition was complete. A faint light was beginning to show on the horizon, the cold bitter. Jiang Che led his men back to the Dark Guard's headquarters. On the drill field, 121 Dark Guards stood in formation, silent and attentive, awaiting their new commander's orders. When the horse teams entered in single file, the new mechanized crossbows piled along the sidelines. The collective breath of the guards grew heavier. That was the mansion's finest weaponry. Jiang Che dismounted and stepped to the front of the ranks. Without a long speech, he raised high the black iron token. By order of the prince, Zhou Han and others dropped to their knees first. The rest of the guards followed, all bending one knee with heads lowered. Jiang Chi's gaze swept the crowd, voice as cold as the biting wind. From this moment forward, every member of the Dark Guard will leave the city. Before the army arrives, the prince wants us to clear all obstacles along the southern route. Jiang Chi's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over the hidden guards standing before him. His voice was low but edged with steel. Our first target, Dongchang Prefecture. Before dawn in Beiping, cold wind swirled through thin mist. Amid the eerie cries, 121 riders burst from the fog, their horses' hooves raising dust that trailed gray streaks along the dark official road. On Beiping's city wall, a few guards with black-rimmed eyes leaned against the parapets, yawning. Spears were propped at an angle. The clinking of armor plates sounded metallic in the still morning. Stop! Who goes there? The captain's shout shattered his drowsiness. Hand on his sword's hilt, he stood firm at the gate entrance. Dawn was usually a quiet time for passage, but this well-equipped cavalry gave him pause. The horses from the northern deserts were muscular, their coats glossy. The riders carried fearsome repeating crossbows that gleamed sharply. Every detail was like a nail driving into his heart. Jiang Che gently tugged the reins. His horse reined in its forelegs, and the 100-plus riders abruptly halted like a giant beast caught mid-stride, silence only broken by white steam from their nostrils. He did not display the powerful iron token that usually struck fear into the capital's defenders. No need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. With a flick of his hand, a document arced through the air and landed in the captain's palm. The Prince of Yan's mansion is on a hunting patrol in the Western Mountain Reserve, testing new horses. This is an order signed by the chief secretary. Jiang Chi's tone was calm. The captain unfolded the paper, its texture familiar, the seal's red still fresh. His eyes flicked back to the fine horses and deadly crossbows. A doubt gnawed at him. A hunting patrol? This looked like a troop marching to battle. Testing horses needs northern desert mounts and repeating crossbows? He finally found courage to ask. Jiang Chi's faint smile was like fine cracks on ice, enough to chill the soul. The prince's new weapon needs a trial run somewhere. If this causes trouble in the city, which of us will be held responsible? That rhetorical question sent cold sweat down the captain's spine. He was just a gate officer. How dare he question the prince's motives? A wrong move could mean his head on the city wall tomorrow. You speak well, sir. It's clear I've spoken out of turn. The captain bowed deeply, then waved frantically. Open the gates. The wooden barrier thundered upwards. Jiang Che cracked his whip. Let's go. 121 riders slipped silently through the gate, merging with the dawn mist. As their hooves faded, the captain straightened and wiped sweat from his brow. One soldier approached, voice low. Boss, just letting them through like that? Something's off, this group isn't right. Slap. The captain's hand smacked the man's nape. Not right. When were the prince's affairs ever right? Live and shut up. The official road stretched wide, hooves pounding like thunder. Once free from the city's bounds, the hidden guards loosened reins, their northern horses galloping like storms across the plains. Men moved like dragons, horses like tigers, kicking up clouds of dust that rose to the horizon. Zhou Han pressed close behind Jiang Che, heart pounding with the rhythm of the hooves. From fetching horses at the stables, collecting crossbows at the barracks, to effortlessly breaking out of Beiping, everything was meticulously planned, flowing as smoothly as water. That less than broad back was now an immovable mountain, crushing all unease beneath it. This was how a great man carried himself. The group rode without pause, following the courier's road southward. As dusk approached, they reached the Fengling Ferry Pass. Towering cliffs flanked the narrow official road, jagged with sharp rocks. Only 3 riders could pass abreast. This was the vital choke point for north-south traffic. Dismount and conceal yourselves. Jiang Che slid from his horse, voice low but commanding synchronous obedience. Over 100 guards led their mounts into the forest. The jingling of bit chains against branches was faint but clear. Intelligence had already arrived. Tonight, a courier would pass Fengling Ferry, bound for Dongchang. No fire was lit yet. The forest was dim. Jiang Che spread out a rough military map. His fingertip landed on the narrowest point of the pass. Zhou Han. Yes, sir. Take 80 men with repeating crossbows. Move up the eastern cliff. He circled a spot high above. I need full coverage across the pass. Without my order, not a single bolt may be fired. Johan said loudly. Yes. The guards echoed together. Jiang Che scanned the rest. The others come with me to the western side. Remember, our target is the secret message carried by the courier. The night was as dark as ink, and the mountain wind cut like a blade. Jiang Che crouched behind a massive boulder on the western cliff, with a dozen shadow guards holding their breath behind him, their crossbows already cocked. The cold bit through their boots, and time stretched into a torturous silence. Suddenly, a young guard, numb from the cold, shifted his toe slightly, the faint crack sounding like thunder. Jiang Che didn't turn, but the guard froze still as a statue. The clatter of horse hooves approached steadily from afar, rhythmic and measured. Under the moonlight, a group of over 20 riders entered the narrow mountain pass. Their formation was loose, but clearly disciplined. Jiang Che's eyes swept over the outer guards, then locked onto the leader in the center riding a black horse medium build, weathered face, one hand always resting on the hilt of his sword, cautiously scanning the cliffs. Elite troops, Jiang Che judged silently. When the cavalry fully reached the narrowest part of the pass, he raised his left hand. In the darkness, the gesture was cold and sharp as a blade. Fire. On the opposite cliff, Johan could no longer contain himself. The signal flashed, and his bloodthirsty gaze ignited. Shoot. Buzz. 80 crossbows all fired at once, mechanisms and steel strings rasping with a grating roar. A storm of metal rained down from above. Enemy the messenger leader's shout was drowned in a hailstorm of bolts. Flesh and bone shattered. Horses screamed in agony. Guards were slammed from their mounts, impaled to the ground by multiple arrows, dying instantly. In a blink, the outer guards were wiped out, and formation dissolved. A few experts reacted swiftly, weapons flashing to deflect arrows, but still their hands split open and arms went numb under the power of the volley. Amid the chaos, the messenger leader lashed his horse's flank, trying to break through during the volley's pause. He bet Jiang Che wouldn't fire a second round was both right and wrong. No sooner had he urged his horse forward than a figure burst down from the other cliff, a blade gleaming cold in the night air. Kill. Jiang Che's voice was grim and sharp. The leader was struck with horror too late to rein in his horse. Jiang Che's figure blurred forward, blade flashing first as a bright arc pierced the dark. The leader hastily raised his sword, but it snapped with a crisp sound. The cold edge cut close to his throat. His head flew off, blood spraying onto the cold official road. Jiang Che landed silently, eyes never resting on the corpse for more than a moment. He leaned over the body, searching until he found an oilcloth-wrapped, wax-sealed letter tube. He weighed it in his hand, then turned and ordered, Johan, bring men down, clean the battlefield, drag all the bodies and horses deep into the forest, and bury them thoroughly. Cover the bloodstains with dirt and stones. Leave no trace behind. Hurry. The shadow guards moved at once, their footsteps barely making a sound. Several corpses were dragged along, leaving faint marks among fallen leaves and scattered stones, which were quickly obscured by kicked twigs and covered with loose soil. The horses, with their reins cut, slid heavily down the slope. Their muffled grunts were carried away by the night breeze. The entire cleanup was silent, but it was executed with a cold, well-trained efficiency. Johan took charge of handling the bodies while Jiang Che carried a sealed message tube to a moonlit clearing. After wiping off the layer of dust, he inspected it carefully. The wax seal was intact, bearing the unique stamp of the Dongchang Prefecture Military Defense Office, faintly glowing red under the moonlight. Jiang Che did not open it. Instead, he gripped the tube tightly again. Nearby, the shadow guards had stripped the messengers' bodies down to bare flesh and cut marks, the scattered clothing still warm to the touch. Jiang Che glanced at the pile of garments and spoke quietly, yet every word carried clearly to all ears. Strip off any undamaged clothes from them. Everyone froze. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and earth, chilling the atmosphere. One guard hesitated and spoke up, My lord, these are dead men's clothes. It's bad luck. Jiang Che raised his eyes, his gaze sharp like a blade slicing through the darkness. Since when did our lives depend on luck? Strip them. Pick out a dozen or so clean sets. We'll all put them on. The order broke the silence like a clap of thunder. All doubts vanished instantly. The guards moved swiftly, the sharp snaps of ripped buttons and torn collars echoing in the still night. Soon, a neat stack of roughly intact, gray messenger uniforms was ready. The smell of blood mixed with the damp scent of grass filled the clearing. Jiang Che took off his night clothes first, then donned one of the still warm messenger uniforms. The coarse fabric rubbed against cuts and bruises, causing dull aches, but he only smoothed down the hem. Johan finished the last corpse and leaned in to speak quietly. My lord, what exactly are we? Jiang Che tucked the message tube into his chest, adjusting his collar. They were supposed to deliver this to Dongchang Prefecture. We'll deliver it for them. The mountain wind blew through the trees, lifting the edges of the gray garments. In moments, a dozen shadow guards were dressed and armed, their swords and knives hidden in sleeves or saddle compartments. Only the standard short knives of messengers left visible. Jiang Che stood at the front, a patch of dark red at his collar still damp. From now on, we are the urgent messengers of Dongchang Prefecture Military Defense, his voice low and steady. If anyone stops us on the road, we'll handle it. Remember, our cover story is that we are guards who barely escaped a brutal ambush. Most importantly, no one speaks a word without my order. They exchanged glances, knuckles whitening as they gripped their weapons. This was tying their lives to a razor's edge. But since the order came from Jiang Che, it was unquestionable. Johan hurried up beside him, his thick brows furrowed as he lowered his voice almost to a whisper. Boss, this is too risky. We don't even know what's in the letter. What if there's a code when we get there? If we say anything wrong, we'll blow it for sure. The night was heavy and silent, but Jiang Che suddenly tilted his head as if pondering something unrelated. Johan, how many people do you think the city gate guards check every day? Johan blinked, then replied honestly, with so much coming and going, at least hundreds, maybe over 1,000. And do they check every person's background down to the bone? Jiang Che pressed on. Of course not. At most, they verify travel permits and check if someone's a wanted criminal. Exactly. Jiang Che tapped the message tube resting on his chest. This is our travel permit, and the highest level one there is. The city guards and military defense clerks don't care what the letter says. That's the official's problem. They only care if this letter is genuine. Johan swallowed hard as if a door in his mind was opening, but he still couldn't resist asking, but what if? There is no what if, Jiang Che cut him off. The strongest deception is mostly truth with just a little lie wrapped inside. We can fake our identities, but we have to play the role of messengers better than the real ones. His gaze swept over the guards, their gray uniforms blending into the night like shadows. When the time comes, you'll stay outside. They'll go in and copy the troop deployment map. Then you send someone back to deliver this to the prince. Johan fell completely silent. He stared at his much younger superior, Jiang Che, with only one thought in his mind. Madman. Yet strangely, the knot of anxiety in his chest began to loosen and steady. The plan was set. Jiang Chi's sharp gaze moved through the crowd, pointing out 14 messengers one by one, before raising a hand toward Yu Qing. You come with me. Then he looked to Johan and Zhang Wu. You two take the rest, and return the same way. Wait for us at the ruined temple 30 li away. If we don't return within 3 days, the unspoken ending hung cold in the air. Johan crossed his arms, his voice low but firm. Sir, take care. Jiang Che wheeled his horse around, scanning the 14 tense faces before his gaze finally settled on Yu Qing. Yu Qing gave a slight nod in response. Move out. Jiang Che barked, squeezing his legs tightly against the horse's sides. The steed neighed fiercely and surged forward. The 16 riders surged like a dark, rushing tide, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped toward Dongchang Prefecture. Beiping, Prince Yan's residence. At dawn's first light, Zhu Di stood with his hands behind his back before a massive sand table. The miniature mountains, rivers, and city walls gleamed golden under the sun, while his tall figure cast a heavy shadow, as if ready to encompass the entire realm under his command. Behind him stood the slender Yao Guangxiao in his black monk's robe, silent and still. Near the table, several armored generals reported in low voices. My lord, General Zhang Ye's vanguard has disguised itself as bandit hunters and is pushing straight toward Tongzhou. General Qiu Fu's right wing has also broken camp to march south, aiming for Jizhou. Countless nights of planning had finally transformed into real swords and horses thundering forth. Without turning, Zhu Di extended a finger across the sand table, tracing a line from Beiping to Nanjing, drawing an invisible route. His voice was calm. Send the order. Slow down. Slow down. A general looked up in confusion. Speed is of the essence in war. Why deliberately slow the advance? Yao Guangxiao opened his eyes and smiled faintly. His Highness wants to give that young emperor in Nanjing enough time. We are not rebels, but the Jingnan army. The court is blind to treacherous ministers. We are here to purge them and serve the sovereign. Zhu Di finally turned, his cold gaze sweeping across those present. That is why our movements must not be too noisy. Capture a few cities first, and feel out the court's reaction. When they panic and accuse us of rebellion, ordering us branded as traitors, that will be the moment we are forced to raise our banners openly. Then, the world will see we acted under duress. The generals suddenly awoke from their reverie, chills running down their spines. The battlefield was not only fought with weapons, but in hearts and minds. What Zhu Yunwen was about to lose was far greater than land and titles. Moments later, Zhu Di left the war council and entered Crown Prince Zhu Gaoqi's study. Zhu Gaoqi was buried in a mountain of paperwork, his heavy frame stretched tight under his robes, sweat beading his forehead, his breathing labored. Hearing footsteps, he struggled to lift his head. Father. Zhu Di approached the desk, glancing over documents involving city defenses, provisions, and conscripted labor. He nodded slightly. You've worked hard. To ease your majesty's burdens is my duty, Zhu Gaoqi said, setting down his brush. He tried to rise, but Zhu Di rested a hand firmly on his shoulder. That hand was broad and strong, roughened from years of wielding weapons. Zhu Di placed his palm firmly on Zhu Gaoqi's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "After I leave, Beiping is yours to command." A heavy weight pressed down on his chest, and Zhu Gaoqi suddenly felt breathless. Though he had long expected this moment, when it finally came, the crushing solitude and responsibility nearly overwhelmed him. He wanted to volunteer for battle, but all that escaped his lips was, "Father, please take care." Zhu Di regarded his stout eldest son intently. In terms of battlefield prowess, Gaoqi was no match for his two younger brothers, but when it came to defending the foundations of the Prince of Yan's domain, no one else could take his place. "Gaoqi, Beiping is our root." Zhu Di's voice grew heavy. "As long as the root remains, the tree cannot die. No matter how fierce the fighting ahead, if we hold Beiping, there is hope to turn the tide. This burden is heavier than what your younger brothers bear. Do you understand?" Zhu Gaoqi's shoulder trembled slightly. Meeting his father's fathomless gaze, he nodded firmly and said hoarsely, "Your son awaits your victorious return in Beiping." "Good." Zhu Di withdrew his hand and strode away. Zhu Gaoqi steadied himself against the table and staggered after him to the door, catching only the sight of that broad back disappearing into the dawn outside the mansion. Beyond the gates, tens of thousands of Yin soldiers stood armored like a forest, their blades flashing cold light, ready for order. At the same time, at the north gate of Dongchang Prefecture, wind whipped up dust and sand. Jiang Che reined in his horse, which pawed the ground, white mist billowing from his breath. His clothes were caked with dried blood and dirt, forming dark red crusts. Behind him, a dozen shadow guards bore wounds but remained still and silent like sheathed blades. The city wall sentries instantly tensed, drawing bows and unsheathing swords. "Who goes there under the walls?" A captain leaned out, voice sharp and commanding. Jiang Che did not look up. Summoning his last strength, he straightened his swaying back and called in a low voice, "Imperial secret messenger. By Imperial edict, open the city gates at once." "Imperial edict?" The men on the wall exchanged glances, suspicion flickering through their vigilance. In these tense northern times, a bloodied messenger arriving from this direction and claiming to have a secret edict seemed strange indeed. The captain swallowed nervously. He dared not open the gates on his own, nor refuse outright. Delaying military intelligence could cost them their lives, but letting an enemy spy in would guarantee eternal disgrace. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will immediately notify General Shengyong." "Shengyong?" A flicker of sharp coldness flashed beneath Jiang Chi's lowered eyelids. This ruthless man, who had risen from scholar to general and personally slain the Yin General Zhang Yu, was stationed here. Inside the general's court, Shengyong sat upright and listened to the report, then sneered. A bloodied man claiming to be an imperial secret messenger coming from the north? They must think him 3 years old. But if this was truly a matter of utmost urgency sent by Emperor Jiangwen, and he failed to appear, he too would be held accountable. After a moment's thought, he waved his sleeve and ordered, "Open the Wang City gate and let them in." Then he added, "Set 100 executioners in ambush inside the gate, archers behind the walls. Tell the gate officer that when I shatter my cup as a signal, close the outer gate and kill everyone on the spot. No one is to be spared." "Yes, sir." The guards ran off to carry out the order. Shengyong rubbed the rim of his cup slowly, his eyes icy. He was eager to see who dared storm the gates of Dongchang Prefecture or whether this was merely some foolhardy villain courting death. Creaked heavy city gate emitted an ear-piercing groan as it slowly swung inward. Instead of revealing a bustling street, there lay a vast expanse of empty stone pavement, its gray-white surface marred by fresh-looking scars like unfinished cuts under the cold light. Towering walls stood straight and imposing all around, with a giant gate identical to the one behind them sealed shut the classic design of a fortress city, an enclosed slaughterhouse naturally. Behind Jiang Che, a shadow guard swallowed nervously, his veins bulging like tight ropes on the back of his hand. Everyone sensed the deadly trap ahead, yet Jiang Che seemed unaware. He merely cast a faint glance into the dim gate chamber, lightly squeezed his knees against his horse's belly, and was the first to urge his steed onto the stone platform. The clinking of horseshoes against stone rang sharply. The other shadow guards concealed their unease and silently followed. No sooner had the last rider entered the fortress than boom. The outer city gate slammed shut behind them with a thunderous crash, the sound reverberating violently in the confined space. Black feathered arrows suddenly appeared from the battlements, their bows fully drawn. The air instantly froze, suffused with a deadly, oppressive tension. On the inner city gate tower, a figure appeared, clad not in armor but in scholar's robes, pale-faced and clean-shaven. His refined appearance clashed sharply with the tense atmosphere below. This was Shengyong, the commander of Dongchang Prefecture. He looked down from above and spoke in a calm, yet condescending tone. "You must be the secret envoy from the capital, weary from the road. Your efforts are appreciated." Jiang Che sat upright on his horse, locking eyes from below. His gaze held no fear, only a faint frown revealing mild impatience. You are Sheng Yong, commander here? His voice carried the weight typical of an official from the capital. The emperor's secret edict is here, matters of state and nation. I have ridden day and night, fought fiercely to reach Dongchang. And you dare meet the imperial messenger with archers? He raised his riding crop, pointing sharply toward the walls all around, his tone cutting like a blade. Sheng Yong, are you plotting rebellion? Or have you already sided with that traitor Zhu Di? A ripple ran through the archers on the battlements. Their drawn bowstrings seemed to tremble in unison. Sheng Yong's pupils contracted. He had expected the envoy to show weakness, issue threats, or fight desperately, but never to turn the tables and brand him a traitor first. A flush of humiliation crept across his pale face, anger stoked by public disgrace. Nonsense, he hissed through clenched teeth, though his fury was barely concealed. I hold the emperor's order to guard Dongchang faithfully, as witness the sun and moon. If you claim to be a secret envoy from the capital, produce your credentials. Where is the imperial decree? Show it at once, or beware, I will execute you on the spot, as an example to all. Jiang Che sneered softly, but remained composed. From his bosom, he smoothly drew out a brass tube sealed tightly at both ends with deep red wax, its surface smooth and gleaming like fresh blood. An imperial decree? General Shang, it seems you've stayed in Dongchang too long and forgotten the capital's protocols. He shook the tube, his voice suddenly sharp as a blade. This is the emperor's urgent sealed edict, dispatched across 800 li. Under no circumstance may anyone open it before its intended recipient arrives and confirms no risk of leaks. He leaned forward, surveying the open courtyard of the fortress. What, General Shang, do you expect me to tear open this very place teeming with 100 or more archers? Imagine if the secret were compromised here, disaster would fall upon us all. Sheng Yong, would you bear that responsibility? Each word struck like a heavy hammer, forcing Sheng Yong's breath to hitch. His face fluctuated between pale and flushed. Responsibility indeed? During the Jiangwen era, who would dare mention the word responsibility? Sheng Yong's face instantly turned ashen, his gaze fixed like a nail on the dim yellow bronze tube held in Jiang Qi's hand. As the commanding general of the border town, he knew well that such top-secret edicts followed strict handover procedures. Yet this official had suddenly arrived with only a handful of riders under the city walls who could trust him so easily. Jiang Che tilted his head slightly, impatience sharpening the arch of his brow. It seemed as if he had completely run out of patience. He unfastened a jade pendant from his waist and casually tossed it into the air. The pendant traced a cold, bright arc and was caught mid-leap by a soldier stationed on the city tower, who respectfully handed it to Sheng Yong. The pendant was made of ordinary green jade, with only a few simple cloud patterns etched on its surface. A small chip in the upper right corner stood out sharply. Sheng Yong turned it over repeatedly, frowning deeper and deeper, yet still unable to find any clue. Just as he was about to question it, Jiang Che interrupted coldly. General Shang, you truly have a bad memory. Before leaving, Lord Huang Zicheng personally handed me this pendant, saying that anyone important in the capital who sees it should treat me as if I were himself. This mission is dangerous, and he made me trust this as proof. What? General Sheng doesn't recognize Lord Huang's token. Huang Zicheng. The name fell like 1,000 weights on Sheng Yong's head. His knuckles gripping the pendant turned white. He had never seen Huang Zicheng wear this, but to deny it now would be to admit he was excluded from the inner court. Yet if the other side was an imposter, how could he be so sure? Jiang Che caught the hesitation in his eyes and sneered inwardly, pressing on relentlessly. This secret edict concerns the ultimate plan to wipe out the rebellious Yin forces and requires Dongchang Prefecture's full cooperation. The Yin King's troops are already advancing. This opportunity won't wait. With that, he jerked the reins hard. His horse's front hooves kicked up dust. Sheng Yong, I'll only ask once, will you open the city gates or not? If you delay the pacification, do you and your entire clan think you can withstand the emperor's wrath? His thunderous challenge stiffened the air inside the fortress. Bowstrings on the walls were taut, like full moons. Beads of sweat formed on Sheng Yong's brow. These men opposite him were desperate and cruel. One wrong move and blood would spill on the spot. After a long pause, his clenched jaw finally relaxed. Archers, stand down. The sharp twang of bowstrings sounded in sequence as dozens of bows slowly lowered. The tension dispersed with the arrows. Sheng Yong raised his hand, struggling to suppress the turmoil in his chest. Open the inner city gates. I will personally come down to inspect the edict. The heavy iron gate creaked open, dust swirling into the air. Sheng Yong led a team of armored soldiers down the stone steps, stopping 3 paces in front of Jiang Qi's horse. Their men immediately drew swords and spread out, tension crackling between the two sides. Where's the document? Bring it. I must verify it myself. Jiang Che looked down on them with a faint smile, slipping the bronze tube into his coat with a deliberate casualness full of disdain. General Shang, don't forget my earlier words as such top secret information. How could it be opened in broad daylight? Jiang Qi's eyes swept contemptuously over the soldiers behind Sheng Yong. Then he looked up at the archers peeking cautiously over the city wall. His tone was indifferent, but each word sharp as a blade. General, can you really tell who among these men are loyal and who are spies planted by the traitorous Yin? If even a single whisper leaks out, ruining Lord Huang's and the Ministry of War's decisive plan, will you go before His Majesty carrying your own head, or drag your entire family down to die with you? Always the same trick. Threatening with my family's lives and accusations of treason. Sheng Yong's chest heaved, pushed close to losing control. At the same moment, several dozen cavalry under Jiang Che sprang to life as if triggered by a silent signal. One flipped down and pretended to adjust his stirrup, blocking the stairway leading to the city tower. Another held a horse and paced, positioning himself just at the gate from the outer to the inner city. The rest spread out, leaning casually against walls and pillars, but in truth enveloping Sheng Yong and his dozen guards within a deadly web of blades, spears, bows, and crossbows. Without orders or sound, a net woven from human lives snapped shut. The trapped turtle in the jar had become a scene where no one knew who was the turtle and who was the captor. A chill shot up Sheng Yong's spine, tightening his scalp with dread. The Eastern Prosperity Guard was renowned as elite. Yet before these men, they were just like rural mutts facing starved wolves. His heart sank deeper with every passing second. Jiang Che caught the flash of terror on Sheng Yong's face and knew the moment had come. General Sheng, the main hall of your headquarters should be absolutely secure, right? Dismiss your men. Just the two of us will verify the imperial edict on the spot. I have no intention of harming a commander who leads tens of thousands of troops, not inside your own stronghold. Sheng Yong's throat was so dry it felt as if smoke would rise from it, but he had no choice. He decided to gamble on Jiang Qi's words that he sought only to deliver a secret, not kill him. Slowly turning back to Jiang Che, he croaked hoarsely, "Very well. Sir, this way please. I shall personally lead you." With that, he strode heavily toward the heart of the jar-like fortress, his headquarters. A barely perceptible curve flickered across Jiang Qi's lips. With a wave of his hand, several of his finest guards dismounted and fell in close, hands resting on sword hilts. The main hall of the headquarters. Inside, Sheng Yong was finally back on familiar ground. He planted his feet, straightened his spine, his chin lifted with renewed authority. Everyone else, clear out. Now, can the item be brought forward? Jiang Che was in no hurry to retrieve it. Instead, he asked calmly, "General Sheng, I'm curious, what is your opinion on the Yin Prince Zhu Dis rebellion?" For a moment, Sheng Yong's mind went blank. He had rehearsed countless scenarios, but never imagined Jiang Che would ask such a foolish question. In the next breath, fury flared within him as he took Jiang Qi's question for mockery and insult aimed at him and his steadfast defense of Eastern prosperity. Humph. A short, cold laugh escaped him as he looked at Jiang Che as if at a naive fool. The Yin Prince? Nothing but a traitor and a rebel. Relying on some favor from the Taizu Emperor, he dared to act recklessly, marching south in a futile attempt to seize the divine artifact. Sheng Yong suddenly stepped forward, his boot hitting the blue stone floor with a heavy thud, his anger nearly tangible. This blatant act of treason is nothing short of inviting destruction upon oneself. The moment the imperial army arrives, Dongchang Prefecture will become Zhu Dis' grave. He and his so-called Yin King's troops, every last one of them will die without a burial place. His words struck the silent hall like thunder, echoing in the stillness where even a pin drop could be heard. Sheng Yong's gaze locked on Jiang Che, flames of loyalty burning in his eyes to him. This show of allegiance was meant to convince the imperial commissioner. But Jiang Che remained unmoved, expressionless, silently sighing inside. This General Sheng is truly a rock in a cesspit, foul and stubborn. Trying to turn him? Impossible. If that's the case, it's time to bring out the backup plan. At last, Jiang Che reached into his chest and pulled out a short, golden-yellow bronze tube. The surface was intricately engraved, the wax seal unbroken, and the fierce dragon emblem stamped on the cap unmistakably marked it as the highest authority seal of the Ministry of War's Grand Council. Sheng Yong instinctively held his breath. Jiang Che met his eyes calmly and said, "General Sheng, your loyalty and courage are admirable. In that case, please accept this final secret order from Minister Huang Zicheng of the Ministry of War." The bronze tube felt icy cold in his hand. Sheng Yong's gaze was glued to the dragon wax seal. He knew that seal all too well. Unless even craftsmanship could be flawlessly faked, this was no forgery. He carefully chipped at the wax, withdrew a scroll of silk tightly rolled inside, and slowly unfurled it. Just a glance shrank his pupils to pinpricks. Black ink on white paper, a large vermilion stamp, every word seared like hot iron. Commander Tai Xian is colluding with the Yin traitors. The evidence is undeniable. Dongchang's commanding officer Sheng Yong is authorized to act as he sees fit and execute immediately to eliminate all future threats. Minister of War Huang Zicheng. His mind was blasted as if hit by a cannonball, leaving only a ringing void. Execute Tai Xian? The very Tai Xian who fought alongside him until death to defend Donchong? Preposterous. Slamming the secret order down on the command desk, the impact sent dust and debris skittering from its corners. How dare you? To forge a Ministry of War order and turn me against General Tai Xian. His hand clenched the hilt of his sword, veins bulging, murderous intent filling the entire hall in an instant. Speak. Who exactly sent you as a spy? This must be Zhu Dis poison's scheme, isn't it? This letter shattered his faith and struck at his bottom line. He and Tai Xian were the two pillars holding up Donchong. Neither could be lost. Facing this storm of fury, Jiang Che didn't even flinch. Calm and measured, he reached back into his chest and brought out another scroll. General Sheng, calm yourself. Here is the correspondence Minister Huang collected proving General Tai Xian's secret dealings with the Yin King. He gently placed the documents on the desk and slid them across to Sheng Yong. Forging one secret order may not be hard. Jiang Che finally lifted his eyes, his gaze clear but carrying a piercing power that seemed to see through to one's heart. Forging so many letters with different handwriting and detailed contento, you really think Prince Yin is capable of this? Or do you believe Lord Huang would joke about something so serious? He didn't rush to defend himself, but instead dropped a more devastating question. You've been stationed at the border for a long time, General. Perhaps you're unaware of the political winds in the capital. Jiang Che stepped forward, lowering his voice. When the birds are gone, the good bow is put away. When the cunning hare dies, the hound is cooked. If the court fears Prince Yin to the north, how could they not also be wary of powerful generals holding the army's reins? Could General Tai Xian be the first to fall? Who can say for sure? Sheng Yong's hand remained tightly gripping the sword hilt. Why? He asked himself over and over in his heart. His eyes moved away from Jiang Chi's unervingly calm face and finally rested on the secret order and stack of letters on the command table. The handwriting, seals, and wording, everything was genuine. When the birds are gone, the good bow is put away. Sheng Yong commands tens of thousands of troops in Donchong Prefecture. Tai Xian is a renowned pillar after the Jingnan battle. Does the court really have room for men like them? Jiang Che noticed Sheng Yong's changing expression, knowing that the seed of doubt had been sown. His purpose achieved, there was no need to say more, it would only be annoying. He carefully rolled up the letters and gave a slight bow to Sheng Yong. Now that matters have come this far, General, the decision is yours. I must return to the capital and report. Farewell. Before he finished speaking, he turned without hesitation, not even glancing back. Sheng Yong did not stop him, only watching Jiang Chi's silhouette disappear at the hall's entrance. Guards, he said hoarsely. The soldiers hurried inside. Seal off the commander's mansion. No one is allowed in or out. Yes, sir. The guards retreated, and Sheng Yong slumped into his chair, his strength seemingly drained. He stared fiercely at the secret order from Huang Zicheng, eyes bloodshot. Jiang Che stepped out of the commander's mansion. On the streets of Donchong Prefecture, patrolling armored soldiers marched steadily, their spears flashing cold light in passing. Yu Qing and the others waited where they were and immediately approached with horses when they saw him. Chief, retreat, Jiang Che said with one word. Stick to the plan. The war horses neighed, their hooves pounding as the group raced out of the city. Prince Yan's army had already mobilized, targeting Jizhou and Tongzhou. These two were the last defensive barriers protecting the capital, also key strongholds of the southern army. The front lines would be held by Prince Yan's seasoned generals on the battlefield. Jiang Chi's mission was even more dangerous and crucial: decapitation. Cutting off the enemy's head amidst thousands would instantly paralyze the southern army's command system at a critical moment. As for when Sheng Yong's seed of suspicion would sprout, Jiang Che was in no rush. He only needed the right opportunity to let that doubt fully erupt. Outside the city, the ruins of an old temple leaked wind through broken tiles. Zhou Han and a team had been lying in wait for 2 hours. They clutched their weapons tightly, the occasional suppressed cough reminding them they were still alive. Team leader, a young tribal soldier, wiggled his numb feet and whispered close. Do you think the chief and them won't be coming back? Team leader was the title Jiang Che had insisted they use during training to replace their old terms. Currently, the entire Dark Guards division is divided into 3 main squads, each commanded by a captain, Zhou Han, Zhang Wu, and Yu Qing, who oversee different responsibilities. In the firelight, Zhou Han's half-closed eyes suddenly snapped open, the flickering red glow like 2 burning embers. The chatterer who had just spoken in the temple instantly shivered, wishing he could slap himself. Say that again, Zhou Han said in a low growl. Captain, that's not what I meant. Zhou Han exhaled a plume of hot breath, then stood up like an iron tower. He kicked the firewood pile by the bonfire, scattering sparks everywhere. If you spread any more nonsense, you'll be running 10 miles outside right now. Smoldering wood chips landed on the chatterer's boots. He stiffened his neck, too scared to even breathe. The head of the division's skills are something you think you can guess. Keep your head in one piece, or you'll only feel the pain when it falls off. The temple immediately fell into silence. Even the crackling of the fires sounded loud. Amid the stillness, the distant sound of steady, light hoofbeats reached them. Shoo! Johann raised his hand abruptly. Everyone held their breath, fingers tightening on their knife handles. The hooves approached steadily, slow but deliberate, with no hint of panic. Johann listened closely, then relaxed slightly. It's our people. Two fast horses stopped in front of the crumbling temple, dust still unsettled. Jiang Che swung down from his horse with clean, precise movements. Yu Qing followed immediately. Boss. Johann stepped forward. Jiang Che nodded, replying briefly, then scanned the crowd inside the temple. His gaze paused for a moment on the chatterer, who broke out in a sweat but remained silent. Everything went smoothly. Jiang Che brushed dust from his shoulder and turned to Johann. Go get paper and brush. I need to write a letter to the prince. Without question, Johann fetched a low, rough table and laid out wolf hair brushes, rice paper, and sealing wax. By firelight, Jiang Che took up the brush, its sharp tip tracing heavy black strokes on the coarse paper. Defense layout of Danchang Prefecture, troop strengths and weaknesses. His handwriting was as dark and firm as iron, each word weighted with significance. To him, this intelligence mattered more than any army. The Yan King's main forces are aggressively attacking Jizhou and Tongzhou. The Southern Army focuses entirely on the frontline battle. Therefore, I believe this is a heaven-sent opportunity. We must strike Tongzhou's commander Chu Neng with overwhelming force. Once Chu Neng falls, Tongzhou will descend into chaos. The capital's gates will be wide open, and our great plan can succeed. Finishing the letter, he folded the paper, sealed it with wax, and didn't hand it to Johann or Yu Qing. Instead, he nodded toward a small, inconspicuous courier standing in a shadowed corner so unnoticeable he seemed part of the darkness. Deliver this to Beiping immediately. Hand it to the prince personally. Yes, sir. The courier tucked the sealed letter close to his body and vanished almost silently. As he left, the air in the temple grew tense again. Everyone understood the division head had chosen his next target. Gather around. Jiang Che spread a map of Tongzhou and its outskirts on the ground, the thick black lines under the firelight like cuts in flesh. He pointed to the mark at the center, Tongzhou's general headquarters. The target is the Southern Army's commander, Chu Neng. Johann's eyes snapped open, his fists clenching tight enough to click. This man is brave, but excessively arrogant. Every day around dawn, he spends about the length of an incense stick drilling in the training grounds inside the headquarters. At that time, his personal guards outside are at their loosest. Jiang Che traced a thin line along the map. This is his only weakness. Yu Qing frowned, pointing to an inconspicuous river near the map's edge. Chief, the general's headquarters are heavily guarded all around. How do we infiltrate? This wasn't something to worry about right now. Jiang Che didn't explain how they had infiltrated. Their top priority was to reach Tongzhou alive and meet up with General Zhang Ye's men. At the mention of that name, Yu Qing's expression shifted subtly. Zhang Yu was another fierce general under the command of the Yan King, responsible for stirring up chaos around Tongzhou to tie down the Southern Army's forces. So the master commander had planned ahead. Any doubts that had just surfaced in everyone's minds were immediately crushed by that name. Let's move out. Jiang Che rolled up the map, saying no more. The next 7 days were nothing short of a brutal test of everyone's endurance and willpower. They traveled by day in hiding and traveled by night, avoiding official roads and winding through woods and wilderness. Even these ironclad men began to show signs of weariness after days of non-stop marching. Dirt and exhaustion marked every face. Jiang Che gave them no chance to rest. He assigned Zhang Wu and Yu Qing to train the group. Yu Qing taught stealth, disguise, and observation skills, while Zhang Wu focused on just one thing: how to break a person's neck in 3 moves or less, using the least amount of effort. Their brief rest periods became training sessions. The exhausted guards wrestled and fought in the mud, and any sign of slack was met with the sting of Zhang Wu's blunt short blade on their bodies. No one dared complain because Jiang Che trained alongside them every time. After 7 days, a small town called Wangtong appeared on the horizon. It was the last supply point before Tongzhou. They slipped in quietly, 2 by 2, avoiding attention. Jiang Che reined in his horse, voice hoarse. Half an hour later, at Yueli Post Station, the Tian room, Jiang Che said no more. He led his horse inside alone, blending in with the flow of weary travelers like a tired merchant. At Yueli Post Station, Jiang Che requested the best room and a bucket of hot water. He sank into the bath, the burning water easing aching muscles. He closed his eyes, but his mind raced non-stop, running through the layout of the Tongzhou general's headquarters and Chu Neng's movement routes over and over. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. 3 quick taps. Jiang Che put on his jacket and opened the door. Yu Qing slipped inside, barely able to hide his excitement. His voice was low and rushed. Boss, we've contacted General Zhang's Mon. He sent us a message. What news? Jiang Che asked. Yu Qing swallowed and forced himself to steady his breath. General Zhang says that at dawn in 2 days, he'll lead a massive attack on Tongzhou's west gate. It's a feint, but it'll look completely real. A spark lit in Yu Qing's eyes. The goal is to draw out the city's garrison, especially the elite troops guarding the general's headquarters. Jiang Qi's pupils contracted sharply. Chu Ning's proud man obsessed with military glory. When the West Gate alarms go off, what would he do? Almost certainly, he'd grab his weapon to fight on the front lines himself, eager for the glory of defending the city. At most, he'd send his most trusted guards to oversee the battle. Either way, the general's headquarters would be left unusually exposed. This was an opportunity falling straight from the sky, far more reliable than waiting idly for a chance during the morning drills. Call Zhang Wu and the squad leaders here immediately, Jiang Che commanded. The squad leader was a new rank head created, roughly equivalent to a sergeant. Soon, Zhang Wu and others slipped into the cramped room one by one, crowding together in the small space. Jiang Che smoothed out the crumpled map on the table once more. The flickering light cast shadows over the worn ink. He traced a path swiftly with his finger across the paper. The plans changed. Without any preamble, he relayed exactly the intelligence Yu Qing had brought back. After a brief silence, excitement suddenly sparked in everyone's eyes. Especially Zhang Wu's cracked lips almost split apart, and he wiped them nervously as his breath tightened. Jiang Qi's fingers started at the gate marked General's headquarters and pressed firmly along the map all the way to the spot labeled Chu Ning's bedchamber, slicing through the sheet like an invisible dagger cutting a bloody path. Infiltration is off. In 2 days, while the West Gate descends into chaos, we storm the front gate. One objective: behead Chu Nong. Hundreds of miles away, at the Dongchong front, the night wind carried the metallic scent of blades and torches, wailing over the endless camps. Inside the main command tent, a tense heaviness hung in the air. King Yan Zhu, clad in armor, bent over the sandbox map that took up half the camp, his fingertips tracing the Dongchong city walls slowly, brows sharp as blades. Suddenly, the tent flap was thrown open violently, letting in a cold blast laden with dust. Zhou Han, wind-beaten and weary, staggered in. Frost still clung to the protective armor over his heart. Your Highness. Zhu Di looked up, frowning deeply, then surprised and confused. Zhou Han? Why are you back? And Jiang Che? I sent you to spy on the enemy. Zhou Han dropped to one knee, his armor clanking against the ground. Your Highness, Commander Jiang orders me to report has led men undercover to Tongzhou to carry out an assassination. Assassination? Zhu Di suddenly straightened, the command baton on the desk vibrating as he grasped it. Tongzhou's garrison commander, Chu Nong? Seeing his doubt, Zhou Han quickly pulled a thin bamboo tube sealed with wax from his chest and raised it above his head. Your Highness, this is Commander Jiang's secret message. Zhu Di snatched it, breaking the wax seal, extracting a silk scroll as thin as cicada wings. His sharp eyes scanned the finely written lines but stopped abruptly halfway, his breath catching noticeably. The message briefly described how discord was secretly sown between Dongchong generals Sheng Yong and Tai Xian. The words understated but the danger clear. At the end, it proposed a godsend opportunity to strike swiftly and behead Tongzhou commander Chu Nong. His death would throw Tongzhou into chaos, leaving the capital's gates wide open for a major victory. Ha ha ha! Zhu Di suddenly threw back his head and laughed wildly, the booming sound shaking the tense walls. Zhou Han knelt confused, not understanding the prince's reaction. Zhu Di's laughter only grew louder and freer. Excellent. Excellent, Jiang Che. When Jiang Che was first sent behind enemy lines, Zhu Di only wanted the small unit to stir up trouble and pin down Sheng Yong. He was even prepared for the worst: no return. Yet, Jiang Che not only completed the mission but delivered a devastating blow to the enemy's foundation. Zhu Di slammed the silk slip down hard onto the sandbox, eyes fixed on Tongzhou's location. It was a stubborn obstacle on his southern campaign route. Previously had planned to bypass it to avoid losses. Now Jiang Che was telling him it could be uprooted completely. This kid, Zhu Di muttered, a mixture of menace and admiration in his gaze. Send for Zhu Neng, Meng Shan, Chen Mao, and Lu Sheng. Have them come to the central tent for an urgent meeting. Soon, the key generals of the Yin army entered in full armor, their plates clinking. The torchlight reflected off their breastplates, dazzling. They saw the prince's grave expression and Zhou Han still kneeling, and exchanged worried glances, sensing a sudden turn in the Dongchong battle. The atmosphere inside froze instantly. Everyone took their seats. Inside the main command tent, a dim yellow light flickered over the war map at the center, the rivers and mountain formations shifting subtly in the flame's glow. Without preamble, Zhu Di cut straight to the point, slapping a rolled silk scroll down onto the map. The scroll's wooden rod knocked against the sand with a sharp rattle. This was sent back from Tongzhou by Jiang Che. The seasoned generals in attendance exchanged glances. Jiang Che? That young man from the secret guard? Hadn't he just infiltrated behind enemy lines at Dongchong? How had he now made his way all the way to Tongzhou? Zhu Neng reached out to flatten the scroll on his palm, scanning the words quickly. As his eyes raced across the lines, his brow furrowed deeper with each phrase. When he read the words beheaded Chu Nong, his finger trembled involuntarily, and the edge of the silk whispered softly. He handed the scroll back to Zhu Neng beside him and said in a low, grave tone, "My prince, this plan, it's far too risky. Jiang Che only commands a few dozen men, and the general headquarters is heavily guarded. It's like smashing an egg with a stone." Lu Sheng pounded his fists on his knees in agreement. Brother Zhu speaks wisely. Prince, Jiang Che is young and fiery, to be sure, but if he fails, his entire elite unit will be wiped out. Chu Neng, the Tongzhou defender, is a renowned general of the southern forces, brave and battle-hardened. Such a target isn't taken down with a mere stab. Exactly. This plan is reckless. War tactics require honor and strength, echoed voices around the tent. To these veteran commanders, victory came from solid battle lines clashing, not from a desperate strike led by mere dozens to change the course of war. Zhu Di remained expressionless, letting their objections fill the tent. When the noise subsided, he raised his hand and silence fell instantly. His gaze swept left and right over every familiar face. "I understand all your concerns, but what you don't understand is Jiang Che." His voice was cold and sharp, like a blade against iron. "I sent him to Dongchang, yet he not only came through a Livahe, pierced straight through to Tongzhou. What does that mean? It means he spotted an opportunity that none of us could see." He slammed a fist onto the war map, making the small wooden flags tremble and scatter. "Dongchang is a tough nut to crack. To take it directly would cost countless brave sons of Yan. But now Jiang Che offers us a choicito bypass that hardbone and strike directly behind enemy lines." Leaning forward, he pointed firmly at the Tongzhou marker. "I have decided we'll gamble. Gamble that Jiang Che will succeed. Gamble on the destiny of the Yan army." His fierce resolve stunned the room. Uproar rippled through the tent, but no one dared speak against him further. "Zhu Neng," Zhu Di barked. "At your command, my prince." Zhu Neng sprang up, delivering a respectful fist salute. "Ready 3,000 ironclad cavalry, men with swords in their teeth and horses wrapped for battle. Depart tonight. Link up with Zhouhan 20 li outside Tongzhou and await orders. If the plan succeeds, your unit is the spearhead that will drive straight into Tong's house, secure your victory for me. The rest of the forces will launch a feint attack on Dongcheng to distract and mislead. Be ready to shift and move at a moment's notice to strike Tongzhou." The orders rang out like cannon fire. Yan's fate now hinged on Jiang Che's seemingly mad decapitation scheme. Zhu Neng's chest trembled as if struck by war drums, but meeting Zhu Di's determined gaze, he swallowed hard and answered in a steady voice, "Your will is confirmed, my prince." 2 nights later, deep into the darkness, Tongzhou, Zhang Ye's troops had already launched a feint assault on the west gate. Thick clouds hid the moon, the city silent except for flickering fires and rising commotion near the west gate as if the entire garrison were being upturned. A narrow, shadowed alley lay east of the general headquarters. Jiang Che crouched low on the cold, wet flagstones, the ill-fitting armor digging painfully into his shoulders. Zhang Wu sneaked beside him, breathing hard with steam pluming from his mouth. His palm gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Jiang Che turned his head, his gaze sharp and cold as snow, whispering, "Quiet." Zhang Wu shuddered, immediately drawing his focus back to the present. Jiang Che's gaze shifted back to the brightly lit main gate of the general's mansion not far away. The commotion caused by Yu Qing had successfully drawn most of the city's attention away. Moments ago, a detachment of 100 soldiers had dashed out from the mansion in haste, rushing toward the west gate. The defenses at the general's mansion had since grown sparse, but that still wasn't enough. Jiang Che was waiting for one final signal, the signal that would shatter the remaining vigilance in an instant. Time ticked by amid the quiet alley, where only the wind and suppressed heartbeats remained. They did not know that hundreds of miles away, the prince had staked everything on tonight, nor did they know that 20 miles out, Zhu Neng and his 3,000 cavalry were holding their breath, ready to act. The only thing they knew was that tonight, with the long knives in their hands, they had to carve a path to glory for the prince. Suddenly, the night sky to the west was pierced by a sickly green firework, shooting up with a whoosh and blooming into a strange flower high above. It was Yu Qing's signal and the sign that the defenders' mental defenses had fully collapsed. "Move," Jiang Che growled, his body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, lunging toward the general's mansion gate. Zhang Wu and a dozen others followed closely behind. Silent killing intent instantly swallowed the guards still looking up in surprise. The scent of blood mixed with earth filled the air, and in moments the front courtyard became a battlefield, yet Jiang Che's eyes never wavered. "This way." He lowered his voice and was first to slip into a secluded corridor leading to the backyard. The long corridor was covered with moss, clearly seldom traveled. Zhang Wu and the others clung like shadows or ghosts, colliding with 2 groups of patrol soldiers holding lanterns and coming to investigate. The dark guard's lethal skills were pushed to the extreme in the narrow passage. Blades flashed and vanished, leaving several bodies slumped in the corners, no one left to raise the alarm. Passing through the moon gate, the backyard suddenly opened up. Lantern light revealed chaos. Dozens of heavily armored guards hurriedly assembling, with a towering figure at their center, hastily donning armor with the help of several aides. Zhu Nong, the general of Tongzhou, awakened by the noise at the gate. His face still showed traces of sleep and the fury of a dream broken. Trash. A bunch of trash. Can't even hold the main gate. He cursed, struggling to fasten his arm guards. Now, Jiang Qi's eyes flashed cold steel. The enemy commander was unprepared, and their forces had already arrived. This was a godsend. Zhang Wu, hold them back. Yes, Zhang Wu roared, leading the charge against the still disorganized guards. They knew their role wasn't to kill, but to stall by their lord the moment needed to strike down Chu Neng with death. The clash of weapons erupted instantly throughout the yard. Chu Neng's guards were highly trained. Even rushing into battle, they quickly tightened their formation, shielding Chu Neng tightly at the center. Zhang Wu and his men crashed against them like furious waves against rocks, repelled again and again, but attacking more fiercely each time. Amid the chaos, no one noticed a figure skimming just beyond the fight's edge, silently moving to Chu Neng's flank. Jiang Qi's target from start to finish. Protect the general. A captain of the guards spotted the deadly threat at last, and screamed out in desperation. But it was already too late. Chu Neng snapped his head back, only to see a young, cold face and an almost blinding flash of a blade. As a seasoned veteran, he instinctively raised his sword to block, but with a sharp crack, his hand felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, numbness shooting up from his fingers to his shoulder. Such force. When did the Yin army produce someone like this? Before the thought even finished, Jiang Che flicked his wrist. The blade twisted strangely, its edge sliding like a venomous snake into the gap between the chest guard and armor. Chu Neng twisted his body forcibly to dodge, but the blade still pierced his left shoulder, blood mist spraying in his face. He groaned deeply, staggering from the pine. An opening appeared. Jiang Qi's gaze remained cold and steady as he clenched Chu Neng's sword wrist like an iron trap with his left hand. His right arm pulled back the long knife, and then fiercely drove it forward. The cold blade sliced through the air in a straight line, and Chu Neng could only watch as the deadly glint rapidly enlarged in his vision. He wanted to shout, to retreat, but his body was held fast. In the next instant, the blade tore through his throat. Fear and rage froze on his face. Life quickly faded as his towering body collapsed to the ground. The fierce battle in the courtyard fell into a stunned silence. All the guards stood frozen, staring blankly at their general's corpse, their minds empty. The military orders. The seal. Jiang Qi's cold voice shattered the stillness. He drew his blade and casually wiped the blood from Chu Neng's collar. Zhang Wu snapped out of shock and rushed into the bedchamber to search. The rest, follow me to the east gate. Jiang Che lifted the still dripping long knife and strode away without pause. 3 miles outside Tongzhou City, the night hung heavy over a dead silent forest. Zhu Neng paced back and forth on fallen leaves, his boots crunching loudly. Damn it, what's going on? He stared toward Tong's western city gate had burned for nearly an hour. The shouting and clashing that had once roared now fractured and fading, signaling the attack was being held. Zhang, you must have hit a hard bone. The deputy general leaned close, lowering his voice. General, do you think that boy might have failed? Shut up. Zhu Neng snapped irritably. The prince trusts him, so we have to too. But the words only sank heavier in his heart. This was no surprise attack anymore. It was open rebellion. The longer it dragged on, the more unpredictable it became. Once the city's defenders fully reacted and held fast, and dawn came with news spreading, Zhu Neng dared not think further. By then the imperial army would flood the city. Their few tens of thousands would be trapped like frogs in a jar. The prince had staked the entire Yin army's fate on this gamble, betting Jiang Che would succeed. His knuckles whitened as his nails bit sharply into his palm. He wished he had persuaded the prince to launch a full assault on Dongchang at the start. Many would have died. Yes, but at least they wouldn't have pinned all hope on a single decapitation strike. Inside the bedchamber, Zhang Wu tore the place apart under the cupboard, beneath pillows, inside dark drawers, not missing a spot. Finally, nestled in an unremarkable wooden box, he found the heavy bronze tiger tally and a cold general's seal. His heart pounding wildly, Zhang Wu grabbed the items and bolted outside. The night wind slammed down his throat, carrying the sharp scent of blood. Jiang Che led his men at a sprint, their silhouettes shrinking rapidly at the far end of the narrow alley. Commander, wait. Zhang Wu pushed himself to catch up at the next street corner, his steps faltering. Without even pausing, Jiang Che glanced sideways and extended his hand. Zhang Wu's breath was ragged, but he still forced the military tally and general seal into Jiang Qi's palm. With a swift, flawless motion, Jiang Che closed his fingers over the 2 symbols of command and secured them closely, so neatly that he didn't even meet Zhang Wu's eyes. Keep up. His voice was low and firm. The squad instantly turned and vanished into the night mist. At the east gate, unlike the roaring, fiery chaos at the west gate, the air here felt stifled, as if sealed under an invisible dome. The silence was so complete that the faint crackle of torches bursting could be heard. The torchlight flickered, casting restless shadows over the guards' faces. Dozens of soldiers gripped their sword hilts tightly, their eyes anxiously fixed beyond the ramparts toward the rolling inferno and faint shouts from the west. The atmosphere was thick with an impending storm's tension. Suddenly, the faint clang of armor echoed from the end of the long street. A line of riders advanced shoulder to shoulder, armor glinting coldly in a sharp, orderly row. Their footsteps struck the blue stone in sync, like the unified beating of a single heart. The leader moved with erect bearing and a stern expression. It was Jiang Che. He made no attempt to conceal himself, heading straight toward the gate tower. Halt! Who goes there? Arbalesters on the tower raised their weapons, the twang of bowstrings sharp in the night. Lieutenant Li Wei rushed down from the tower, hand on his sword sheath, eyes full of vigilance. Jiang Che raised his voice. By order of General Chu Nong, we are here to take over defensive duties at the east gate. He produced the copper tiger tally and the seal from his breast and held them up. The torchlight revealed the cold, intricate tiger engraving. The character Chu on the seal was clear and precise. Li Wei's pupils constricted, the authenticity undeniable. But suspicion deepened. The west gate was locked in fierce battle. Yet General Chu wasn't rushing reinforcements, sending a stranger instead to seize control of the quiet east gate. Li Wei, a cautious veteran of many years in Tongshao's defense, stepped forward with a folded fist. General, you are unfamiliar to me, and I have never served under General Chu. The west gate is in dire straits. Why would the general? Outrageous. Jiang Che snapped. A cold light like a blade swept across Li Wei's face. Military matters are urgent. Do you question orders? The Yin rebels are crafty and may send surprise forces to strike here. General Chu commands me to hold firm with elite troops and await opportunity to sally out and coordinate with Westgate forces. If you delay this, can you bear responsibility? Step by step he closed the distance, his words ironclad. Li Wei faltered under the crushing pressure, yet was pulled back by years of experience. This man's calmness suggested a power grab. Gritting his teeth, Li Wei said, General, please calm. This concerns city defense. I dare not act rashly. Allow me to send word and verify with General Chu in person. Jiang Chi's lips quirked almost imperceptibly, a soft but dangerous tone in his voice as he repeated, verify? A chill tightened in Li Wei's chest. Cold sweat ran down his spine. Jiang Che stepped forward. Fine, verify in person. In a flash, the blade struck. Li Wei didn't even see the motion clearly. His throat froze cold, all words cut off. A spurt of blood gushed forth as his eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Jiang Che. Jiang Che sheathed his sword calmly as Li Wei's imposing body silently crumpled, blood splattering over cold armor, thickening quickly. Thud! The sound of a corpse hitting the ground struck like a heavy hammer, pounding mercilessly on every soldier's heart around them. Underneath the city gate tower, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's faces went pale with shock. The deputy, General Li, had just been killed on the spot. Jiang Che scanned the surroundings, a cold gleam flickering deep in his eyes. Wherever his gaze landed, soldiers immediately bowed their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of his blade. He raised his hand and pointed directly at the nearest captain. Now, is there anyone still questioning the military orders? A chill instantly gripped the captain's legs, which grew weak and trembling as if seized by cramps. He nearly collapsed to his knees, waving his hands frantically. No, sir. I obey your command. Good. Jiang Che sheathed his long sword with a sharp clang and turned to issue orders. Open the city gates. His voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. The rest of you, ascend the tower and take over defense. Any who act rashly will be executed without mercy. The covert guards sprang into action, moving with the ferocity of wolves and tigers as they rushed to secure the hinges and all vantage points. The soldiers originally guarding the gate had witnessed Li Wei's death, and their courage had completely crumbled. They could only retreat, watching this killing force take over silently. The military token hanging at Jiang Chi's waist gleamed coldly in the torchlight. A clear symbol was Chu Nang's most trusted executioner. Resistance meant a dead end. A member of the covert guard team climbed to the highest arrow tower and took out a specially made fire stick, flicking his wrist. Whoosh! A bright green flame soared into the night sky. Its strange color immediately confirmed the signal. Simultaneously, the heavy city gate creaked slowly open. 3 miles outside the city, in the shadowed forest, Zhu Neng paced anxiously like a trapped beast sniffing for escape. Suddenly, he looked up sharply. The green flame pierced the night. Zhou Han's voice trembled with excitement. General Zhu, it's done. The commander has taken the east gate. Bloodshot, Zhu Neng let out a vicious roar toward the sky, drawing his sword and pointing forward. Full army advance. East gate is the target. The thunder of hooves roared, dust billowing in clouds. His cavalry surged forward like a breaking flood, pouring into the slowly opening jaws of the city. The pounding of hooves on bluestone mixed with the clash of steel and armor, becoming an overwhelming tide of sound, shattering the tranquility of Tongshao's night. Above the city tower, the cold night wind whipped Jiang Chi's bloodstained cloak. The dark stains of Li Weiss blood had already coagulated on the iron armor. He did not watch the tide of troops. Instead, his gaze was sharp as a blade, surveying each unit storming in. The covert guard members melted into the shadows, taking control of each checkpoint. A few gate soldiers who had just gripped their weapons suddenly found their throats slashed by a flash of cold steel, the silent bodies dropping without a sound as daggers were sheathed. The east gate was cleared at last, no longer a worry behind them. Ha ha ha. Commander Jiang, what a brilliant move. Zhu Ning's rough laughter rumbled up the stairs. He dismounted swiftly, bounding up the tower steps in a few strides. His large hand slammed heavily onto Jiang Qi's shoulder, eyes shining with genuine admiration. Cutting down a general on the front lines, seizing the token, and opening the gate. Boy, you've got guts bigger than the sky. Old Zhu's impressed. The usually silent and reserved head of the covert guard surprisingly fought with even more ruthless decisiveness than this seasoned veteran on the battlefield. Zhu Neng slapped Jiang Qi firmly on the shoulder, causing his body to steady. Jiang Qi didn't reply, only turned slightly, lifted his chin, and pointed toward the long street disappearing into the darkness inside the city. General Zhu, let's skip the formalities for now. He lowered his voice, speaking rapidly like the wind. Chu Ning's main force is camped in the West City. A messenger on horseback would take at least half an hour to get there. The East City Military Command is only about 3 li away, guarded by 800 soldiers, but they are leaderless and disorganized. Behind the military command's back alley lies the armory, which is the weakest point in their defenses. If the enemy counterattacks, they will first seize the military command, rally the scattered troops, then take the East Gate. We have only half an horno chance to waste. The smile instantly vanished from Zhu Ning's face, replaced by the cold, fierce aura unique to a general. He understood perfectly this half hour was golden time Jiang Qi had fought tooth and nail to buy. He spun around sharply and shouted to the officers below the city wall. Relay my order immediately. Wang Zhong, lead the vanguard battalion and follow me. Then he looked back at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi nodded slightly and gave a subtle hand signal. Several elite covert guards immediately melted into the night. Zhu Neng understood at once and pointed to the shadowy figures. Let them lead. Target the East City Military Command and the armory. Move at full speed, break through. Lock down the East Gate before Chu Ning's main forces can respond. At once, Wang Zhong shouted and gathered his 500 finest cavalry to ride into the darkness alongside the covert guards. Zhu Ning fully took command of the city walls, roaring like a caged tiger let loose. Archers, get onto the walls. Fire in volleys along the 3 sections of the long street. 2nd Battalion, dismount. Use your horses as barricades. Build the street fortifications. Bring every captured rolling log and stone load them up here now. His commands thundered while soldiers rushed about. The gap in the East Gate just breached instantly sprouted jagged defenses, transforming into a solid fortress of war. After ensuring the defenses were secure, Jiang Qi turned toward a corner. Zhou stood rigidly there, the torchlight casting their shadows long and stretched. Not saying anything, Zhou suddenly shivered as if awakened from a dream, turning to Jiang Qi with eyes so wild they seemed about to overflow. Master Commander, we actually did it. He couldn't hold back any longer, overwhelmed and babbling with excitement. It was insane. My calves were cramping just now. I never thought we'd actually survive and pull this off. He gasped heavily, flailing his arms. Snatching a general's head from the middle of thousands is nothing. We sneaked into a heavily guarded fortress, right inside his command post, and in front of his own guards. We twisted his head off. His eyes flashed with feverish fire, admiration bordering on madness. That's 10,000 times harder than fighting through an army back and forth. Chu Neng probably won't understand until the day he dies how the city of Tongzhou was lost. Jiang Qi let Zhou vent out the overwhelming pressure and wild joy that had been bottled up inside him. Zhou knelt on the ground, pounding his fists against the earth, his heavy breaths sounding like he had just been pulled from underwater. Jiang Qi stood silently nearby, neither encouraging nor reprimanding, simply watching as Zhou emptied his emotions. All right, Jiang Qi finally said, raising a hand to stop him. Once the scouts return, bring them back to this mansion. We're no longer needed at the guard's headquarters. The elation on Zhou face froze. He looked up blankly. Boss, were you thinking we should keep going into battle? Jiang Qi interrupted, his voice calm but firm. Zhou, how many heads do you have? Killing enemies on the front lines means some will die. Or do you think the glory we've earned so far isn't enough that you have to risk bigger feats to feel satisfied? In just a few words, cold sweat broke out on Zhou back. They were covert guards, not generals standing atop the city walls receiving the cheers of the people. Yes, I understand, sir. They'll see to it. He reined in his emotions, turned, and left with his steps steady rather than reckless. There was no more talk that night. At dawn, when the first rays shattered the lingering smoke over Tongzhou, the sounds of battle inside the city had long since died down. Zhu Ning's forces broke through the East Gate, and Zhang Ye's army launched a fierce assault from the West Gate. Caught in a pincer attack, Chu Ning's leaderless troops scattered instantly. The whole of Tongzhou changed hands overnight. Before the black command flag of Yin flew through the city, Prince Zhu Dis military orders arrived. Strictly forbid soldiers from looting the people. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. The citizens cautiously cracked open their doors, peering through a narrow gap. What met their eyes was not pillaging marauders, but rows of neatly armored Yin soldiers clearing rubble and carrying corpses, their actions swift and precise, sparing no civilian harm. To the people inside the city, this army felt like stewards taking over, not destroyers. Winning the hearts and minds was the foundation of Zhu Dis Jingnan uprising. If that banner became stained with innocent blood, he would no longer be the loyal prince cleansing corrupt ministers, but a true rebel. Even wielding 1,000,000 soldiers, he would be condemned and forgotten by history. Near the guards' headquarters, in a quiet courtyard, Jiang Che and 121 covert guards hid in wait. Each had bloodstains and dust soiling their collars. Some bore wounds, yet none had fallen. For covert guards, this was an incredible stroke of luck. Calculating the time, Zhu Di was expected to enter the city soon after noon. Jiang Che stood with hands behind his back, eyes scanning the tired but excited faces before him, catching the faint but undeniable pride shining through. He cleared his throat. Everyone immediately straightened, their gazes meeting his with unwavering respect and trust. We succeeded last night, Jiang Che stated plainly. The guards puffed out their chests, smiles tinged with well-earned pride. But that doesn't mean every future mission will go as smoothly. His tone shifted sharply, the courtyard air growing chilly. His eyes burned cold. Nor does it mean you can wear your heads on your belts as trophies. He strode slowly past them. Remember, last night's victory wasn't because we're gods. It was because Chu Nung was stupid and gave us the chance. If had been even a little cautious, placing more guards inside the city, right now there'd be dozens of unclaimed corpses lying in the streets. Lowering his voice, but striking like a hammer. Remember this well. We only get one life. From now on, learn to strategically underestimate every enemy, because our goal is victory. But in every specific operation, always treat the enemy as smarter and more cunning than you, and respect them accordingly. Treat every action as if it were your last. Understand? Yes. 121 shadow guards roared in unison, their killing intent exploding atop the city wall. At noon, the city gates of Tongzhou stood wide open, the heavy hinges groaning under strain. Zhu Di, clad in dark scale armor, sat tall and imposing atop his steed. The horse's iron hooves struck the freshly bloodied bluestone pavement with sharp, cold echoes. A retinue of guards armed with halberds flanked him. Inside the city, there was no cheer, only a solemn, deadly silence, exactly the order he desired. The commander's tent was set up in the former residence of the city's previous commander. The thick stench of blood had barely lifted before it was overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of steaming tea. Zhu Di settled heavily into the main seat, still armored and helmet-crested. On either side, Generals Zhang Yu and Zhu Nung stood like iron towers, their armor plates rubbing with a deep, drum-like sound. Announcement: Jiang Che, Chief of the Shadow Guards. A herald's voice cut through the air. Moments later, Jiang Che and 3 comrades led by Zhou Han entered the hall. All had changed into fresh black stealth uniforms, but the bandages wrapped around their chests and abdomens, and the weariness etched between their brows, silently recorded the dangers of the previous night. The 4 knelt on one knee in perfect unison. Subordinate Jiang Che pays respects to Prince Yan. Zhu Dis' gaze settled on the still youthful face before him, a quiet approval hidden beneath his eyes. Yet he did not summon Jiang Che to rise immediately. Instead, he laughed aloud to Zhang Yu and Zhu Nong. Look here, this is our secret weapon. If Jiang Che and the Shadow Guards hadn't cut down Chu Ning's dogs, who knows how many young men's lives would have been lost to capture Tongzhou. Zhang Yu and Zhu Nong exchanged glances and clasped their fists respectfully. Zhang Ye's voice rumbled. Chief Jiang should take first credit. Zhu Ning nodded. The Shadow Guards' efforts were indispensable, yet their tones still bore the distance of seasoned battlefield commanders toward covert assassination forces. Jiang Che seemed oblivious to this subtle divide, keeping his head low, voice steady as sharpened steel, all thanks to your highness' divine mandate and the soldiers' loyalty. I dare not claim credit. Modesty is fine, but merit must be rewarded and faults punished. I always make clear distinctions. Zhu Di slammed his hand on the armrest. Issue my decree. The Shadow Guard's surprise attack on Tongzhou, slaying officers and seizing the gates, is the foremost merit of the Jingnan campaign. Reward: 500 taels of gold and 3,000 taels of silver. All participating brothers shall share equally. Furthermore, the Shadow Guards are authorized to expand to 300 men. Military equipment, fine horses, and medical supplies shall be freely chosen and supplied with priority. The generous reward struck like thunder. Expansion and priority provisioning virtually elevated the Shadow Guards to a transcendent status within the Yin army. Zhang Yu and Zhu Ning's expressions finally softened. Zhou Han and the others trembled with excitement, breaths quickening. Jiang Qi's mind raced, but he bowed respectfully. Subordinate thanks Prince Yin for the great grace. Rise, you are all of our own, Zhu Di said, raising a hand. He then turned to Zhang Yu and Zhu Nong. Go organize city defenses and calm the populace. No mistakes. Yes, your order will be obeyed. The two generals left without pause, armor shimmering like the wind as they passed Jiang Che. The vast command tent emptied until only Zhu Di and Jiang Che remained. The earlier boldness vanished like mist. Zhu Di stood, hands behind back, pacing slowly around Jiang Che. His boots clicked softly on the floor. Jiang Che stood motionless, eyes lowered, steady and composed, aware that the rewards were for last night's deeds. But the real trial of life and death was yet to come. Finally, Zhu Di stopped, voice low and steady. News from Nanjing Bingwen has been appointed general who pacifies the enemy, commanding 300,000 troops. Soon, he will march north. 300,000. Hearing that staggering number, Jiang Che felt no panic. In ancient times, armies often exaggerated their numbers. Though they commanded only tens of thousands of troops, they would boldly claim hundreds of thousands. Back in the day, Zhu Yuanzhang did the same. With barely 200,000 soldiers, he boasted of a million-strong force. Come on, a million? Lined up side by side. They'd take 3 days and nights of non-stop fighting for the enemy to wipe out. The lamp flames flickered as the wind howled outside the command tent. Zhu Di gazed intently at Jiang Che for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Not afraid. Nope, not afraid at all. Their brief exchange made Zhu Di laugh aloud. He figured Jiang Che was only tasked with reconnaissance. Even if the enemy truly had 1,000,000 soldiers, there was no need to confront them heat. His smile fading, Zhu Di turned back toward the large map hanging on the wall. Gung Bingwen, he said gravely, tracing his finger heavily along the line connecting Jinding and Hejian prefectures. A calm, experienced commander. He fights cautiously, always securing each step before advancing. Before moving his army, his supplies must be in place. His lifeline is this supply route stretching hundreds of miles. Then he spun around, fixing Jiang Che with a piercing gaze. I want you to lead a team, sneak into Jinding and Hejian ahead of Gung Bingwen's vanguard. Find out who leads his vanguard. How many troops? Who is the main general? How many soldiers guard the supply line? What's the daily consumption? Along the way, which garrisons can we use, and which are loyal to the court and won't yield? You must get all this information. Each question carried the weight of life and death for the Yin army. Jiang Qi's mind churned. With Gung Bingwen's forces closing in, infiltrating the enemy's rear was like dancing on a blade's edge. One wrong move could mean destruction. Yet he lifted his head to meet Zhu Di's unwavering gaze and replied calmly, your servant will obey. Then Jiang Che added, my lord, Gung Bingwen's troops occupy every prefecture. Intelligence changes by the hour. If sudden developments arise or local militias can be turned, relying solely on the Dark Guard's authority won't convince anyone and could cause delays. To ensure success, may I request a written authorization from you so I may act at my discretion? The command tent fell silent. Such a request was clearly asking Zhu Di to grant life or death authority. Zhu Di narrowed his eyes, his gaze like a blade slicing along the back of Jiang Qi's neck. Jiang Che knelt perfectly still, unshakable as a rock. After a long pause, Zhu Di suddenly smiled low and strong. Good. Act at discretion, indeed. He removed a solid gold token from his waist, engraved on the front with a dragon and the character yen, its glint cold and sharp. Leaning forward, he pressed the heavy, icy medallion into Jiang Qi's palm. Take this. With this token, it's as if I'm present in person. Every Yin soldier will treat you as if you were me. If there's an emergency, you may strike first and report later. The weight of the token pressed through Jiang Qi's hand deeply into his chest. His knuckles tightened slightly as he said in a steady voice, your servant will not fail this mission. 15 minutes later, Jiang Che returned to the Dark Guard's temporary quarters. The courtyard was bright with lanterns, several open chests piled with gold and silver coins. The brothers sat in a circle, red-faced with laughter. Zhou Han was grinning widely, imagining the power and prestige that would come with expanding the Dark Guards. As soon as Jiang Che entered, the noisy chatter abruptly ceased. Inside the crude military tent, over a dozen covert operatives were clustered around a low table, tossing dice, copper coins scattered all over the floor. Jiang Che didn't say a word. His eyes swept across the room, and the air suddenly felt as if someone had grabbed it by the throat. Zhou Han. His voice was low but sharp, like a drop of ice water hitting boiling oil, piercing straight into everyone's ears. Yes, sir. Zhou Han snapped to attention, heels clicking together as he stood upright. Jiang Che handed over a written order, its paper corners yellowed slightly by candlelight. This is the prince's reward money, provisions, weapons. You have full authority to receive it. He pointed to the order and added, you are to select 300 elite soldiers from the army. The only criteria, fearless and smart. You are also responsible for their training. In half a month, by any means necessary, They must master basic skills in stealth and tracking. The 8 characters priority supply and free to choose stood out boldly on the order. Johan's fingers trembled slightly with excitement. Don't worry, Chief. They'll make sure it's done. Jiang Che nodded and slowly surveyed the room. Every operative's gaze met his briefly. You have 3 days to rest and recover. Gather here again in 3 days. The moment he finished speaking, an uproar of cheers nearly blew the roof off. 3 days off. Since the covert unit was established, from assassinations under the shadow of the Prince of Yan's mansion to bloody battles in Tongzhou City, their nerves had never relaxed. Everyone expected harsher training before the upcoming fight, but Jiang Che simply gave them a break. Let's go. Let's go to Yunlai Pavilion for some music. Music my foot. I'm heading to Spring Breeze Pavilion, that's where the real fun is. Haha, my purse has been thirsting for this for too long. The Yin army entered the city without causing harm. Though the civilians were fearful, they didn't treat them as enemies. Entertainment venues remained open and welcoming. Jiang Che watched these shouting men quietly, not stopping them. Soon they would penetrate enemy lines. Perhaps this was their last chance to indulge. Coming back alive mattered more than rules. The next day, at Zhu Jiaox's courtyard, under the blazing sun, sand and dust flew across the training ground. Zhu Gaoxiu fought shirtless, his muscles coiled like dragons, sweat rolling down his dark skin catching the light. He wielded a long spear nearly 2 meters in length, the staff slicing through the air with a whistle. Guards standing nearby instinctively stepped back half a pace. Jiang Che stood silently at the edge, hands clasped behind his back, neither speaking nor approaching. Only when Zhu Gaoxiu sheathed his spear with a heavy thud embedding it into the weapon rack, so firmly, it vibrated Jiang Che catch his eye. What are you doing here? Yesterday in the commander's tent, the king had called Jiang Che in privately, and even personally escorted him out, treatment rare, even for his eldest brother, Zhu Gaoqi. Thinking of this, Zhu Gaoxiu snorted but strode forward, a faint smile barely hidden in his eyes. If you're free, why can't you come see me? Cut it out. Zhu Gaoxiu shook off his towel. What special task did father give you? Last night your covert operatives were making Tongzhou City into a madhouse like New Year's Eve. Had clearly heard about their break and thought giving them leave on the eve of battle was reckless nonsense. Jiang Che looked up to meet his gaze. The prince ordered me to lead men behind enemy lines to gather intelligence. He said only the first part, leaving out the rest about free reign and a golden token of protection. Zhu Jiaox's brow immediately furrowed. Behind enemy lines? With Gung Bingwen's 300,000 troops pressing down. Isn't that just courting death? He guessed those 3 days off might be a death sentence. With only about 300 men under your command? His tone was more doubtful than dismissive. Gung Bingwen has generals like clouds. Any patrol squad could surround you and make dumplings of you. That's why I came to see you. Jiang Che replied smoothly. Oh. Zhu Gaoxiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued, wanting to hear his plan. Jiang Che stepped forward, lowering his voice to a whisper. A covert unit deep in enemy territory is but a single nail unable to stir much. But what if this nail could point your iron cavalry in the right direction? Zhu Jiaox's pupils contracted sharply. Jiang Che spoke evenly, his words deliberate and resolute. Gung Bingwen's grain supply route stretches for hundreds of miles, but there must be a weakest point in the defenses. If I can pinpoint it, a single blaze could throw their entire army into chaos. Then your highness can lead the elite cavalry to strike from the flank. The outcome could be decided in one decisive move. He deliberately left the second half hanging, but the meaning was unmistakable. Burn the grain, disrupt their formations, and then use the main force to launch a surprise attack. This was almost an unprecedented strategy to settle the battle. Zhu Jiaox's chest heaved violently as he thought of his father's usual favoritism toward his eldest brother. If he could achieve such a brilliant feat, the title of crown prince in the Yin royal mansion might even bear his own name. His breathing grew involuntarily heavy. After a brief surge of excitement, he quickly regained composure and asked in a low voice, "What do you want me to do?" Jiang Che smirked slightly, as if already anticipating the question. When the Truding Prefecture sends word that there's fire on Dongshan, that will be my signal to ask for credit from your highness. I hope you will remember to miss the chance. With that, he bowed deeply, then turned and left with such certainty it drew all eyes. On the training ground, Zhu Gaoxiu stood fixed, watching his retreating figure, his expression turbulent. Jiang Che asked for no troops, no proof, just left a code phrase, "fire on Dongshan," as if sure he would act. Once off the training ground, Jiang Che didn't return to the secret guards, but instead wandered casually into the bustling Tongzhou marketplace. The noisy crowd was at odds with his thoughtful expression as he replayed the earlier conversation. The bait was cast. Now it was a matter of whether the fiercest fish would take the hook. Rounding a corner past a wall of blue bricks, a sharp chill suddenly tightened in his chest. The feeling of being watched, faint since leaving the training ground, now grew piercingly clear. Someone's gaze was like a thin needle, piercing straight through the crowd to his back. A guard from the Yin royal mansion? They wouldn't be so clumsy. Jiang Che kept his pace steady, but caught the soft footsteps behind him they were following. Ahead, an alley forked into two paths, a dead end to the left and a busy street to the right. Without hesitation, he stepped into the left. The alley darkened abruptly. He pressed himself against the wall, curling into a recessed doorway, blending into shadow like a gecko. Moments later, a black-cloaked figure slipped in stealthily. Peeking inside, the man frowned, seeing the alley was empty. Where did he go? He took 2 steps forward when a cold voice suddenly rang out behind him. You've been following me all this way. What do you want? The black figure stiffened and reflexively looked back. Jiang Che stood at the alley entrance, sunlight behind him stretching his silhouette into an invisible iron wall, blocking any escape. The figure's voice was hoarse, clearly caught off guard. Jiang Che scanned him, wrapped head to toe in coarse cloth, only a pair of gray-green eyes visible. The frame was small and thin, both familiar and strange a face had never seen before. Who sent you? Jiang Che demanded plainly. The man said nothing, suddenly stepping back and lightning fast reaching toward his waist. A blade flashed coldly. The short knife came out sharp and quick. Instead of backing off, the attacker pressed forward, aiming straight for Jiang Che's throat with ruthless decisiveness. Looking to die? Jiang Che pivoted on his toe, twisting sideways to dodge. His wrist coiled like a snake around the attacker's arm. Squeezing hard to wrench the blade off, Corset gave no chance for counterattack. There was a sharp crack, followed by a muffled grunt as the short blade slipped from the hand and clattered to the ground. In the next instant, Jiang Che's knee was planted firmly against the back of his opponent's neck, pinning him mercilessly against the cold, rough wall. From the initial move to subduing him had taken no more than a single breath. The dust at the alley entrance hadn't even settled. The crushing force was so absolute that the captured man couldn't even raise a hand. Jiang Che reached out and tore away the rough cloth covering the masked figure's face. Under the moonlight, a delicate yet pale face was revealed, hair in disarray, a few strands of black hair clinging to the forehead, and a pair of familiar almond-shaped eyes full of fear and disbelief. Lynching you? His mind went blank for a moment. He had anticipated probes from Zhu Gaoxiu, infiltration by Zhu Dis spies, even assassins sent from Nanjing, but he had never imagined it would be her. The Jin Yiwei infiltrating Tongzhou was not unusual. After Yan Wang's seizure of the city, the court's agents would swarm in, disguised as beggars, peddlers, or even brothel girls. But Lin Qingyu was different. From the first glimpse in the village, he had known this woman was not as fragile as she appeared. Her occasional vigilance and worldly knowledge clashed with the rustic surroundings. Now the truth was revealed, leaving him deeply troubled. Lin Qingyu, pressed tight beneath him, was equally overwhelmed. Fear swiftly gave way to shock. Back in Nanjing, she had read secret reports detailing how Yan Wangzhu Di, following the example of the Taizu Emperor, had established a secret guard division in all-encompassing force of spies and assassins. Its first commander was named Jiang Che. At the time, she had merely smiled to herself. After all, many shared that name. The Jiang Che she remembered was just a sharp-witted boy from her village. How could he have suddenly become Yan Wang's most shadowy and deadly enforcer? But the facts before her hit hard. It was truly him, the boy she had brushed past at the village gate, now exuding a grim aura, capable of capturing a rigorously trained Jin Yiwei officer in a single move. His gaze on her was cold and strange, devoid of the faint curiosity or distance he once held as a boy. He was now the commander of the Dark Guard, and she was a Jin Yiwei infiltrator behind enemy lines. Between them lay an abyss forged by blood and divided loyalties. Lin Qingyu's heart sank slowly into a bottomless pit. In the dead silence of the alley, Jiang Che suddenly released his hold. The mountain-like pressure behind her vanished instantly. Lin Qingyu's legs weakened, nearly buckling under her. She dared not look back, afraid she'd see him raise his slaughter knife. Would she face brutal interrogation, or a swift stroke of death? Yet after a long moment, all she heard was a quiet voice behind her. When will you leave? She looked up sharply, doubting her own ears. Turning slowly, Jiang Che was standing with his hands behind his back, having picked up the short blade from the ground. The familiar face showed no trace of killing intent. He seemed to understand her fear, pausing his play with the weapon and casually tossing it aside. The blade arced coldly through the air before sinking into a crack by her feet, humming softly. But Lin Qingyu's heart suddenly beat faster. Don't want to leave? Jiang Che's tone was flat, emotionless. Then stay. Join the Dark Guard. Lin Qingyu felt utterly baffled. She was the embroidered uniform guard captain personally appointed by the Ming court under Emperor Jiangwen, entrusted with a secret mission to infiltrate Beiping and gather intelligence on the Yan prince's mansion. And yet the young man before her, Jiang Che, was the trusted confidant of the rebel Zhu Di, head of the secret guards, and labeled by the court as the top traitorous hound destined for execution. Conflicting identities thundered through her mind, her face turning pale and then flush, her chest heaving sharply. She almost bit through her teeth as she asked, "You're not going to kill me?" Jiang Che lifted his eyes, as if hearing some ridiculous childish notion, tilting his head slightly. "Why would I kill you?" His casual question silenced Lin Qingyu completely. Inside, she churned. Embroidered guard, your secret guard chief, were mortal enemies. You've captured me, but won't kill my you want to invite me for tea? But his calm, clear eyes seemed to drown out all the noise in her mind, and she couldn't speak a word. Seeing her silence, Jiang Che explained matter-of-factly, if I killed you, Nanjing would just send another embroidered guard. Someone I don't know, whose methods I can't anticipate. I'd have to waste time and energy investigating and defending too much trouble. If I let you go, what reward do you think you'd give? The secret guard chief Jiang Che captured me and let me go? Do you think your superiors would believe you? Or suspect you've already betrayed them? His words hit Lin Qingyu's heart like a stone dropping into water. Then Jiang Che laid out one last option. Where you stay. Whatever the embroidered guards can offer, the Yin Prince's mansion will give you double. Whatever they can't, I can. You're smart, you know which choice to make. He presented 3 paths, each leading to an abyss except the choice of death. For Jiang Che, sparing her was more profitable than killing her. Most importantly, he never intended to kill her at all. Lin Qingyu understood perfectly, yet the conviction deep in her chest forced her to straighten her back. She lifted her chin and spoke like the proud embroidered guard captain she was. Thank you for your kindness, Chief Jiang. But I, Lin Qingyu, live for Ming and will die for Ming. Lin Qingyu, embroidered guard captain, will never betray her country. The words left her feeling unexpectedly relevant. No matter how endless the abyss ahead, at least she had preserved her true heart. Jiang Che regarded her willingness to die without anger or mockery, only shaking his head softly and letting out a barely audible sigh. Go. With that, he never looked back, hands clasped behind him, walking at ease toward the secret guard headquarters, his figure unguarded. Lin Qingyu froze in place, knuckles whitening as the dagger trembled in her palm. She had just sworn loyalty to the Ming at this moment. She only needed to charge forward and plunge the blade into his back, and the deadliest hound under the Yin Prince would fall on the spot. To kill or not to kill? The thought roared wildly in her mind. She scanned the surroundings alertly. Shadows might conceal crossbows ready to unleash a volley the moment she struck. Her eyes locked unblinkingly on Jiang Chi's seemingly casual, unhurried back. The figure wasn't tall or imposing, actually somewhat slight, but to her eyes, it radiated an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. In the end, she gave up. Not out of fear, but because of a chillingly clear intuition. If she charged forward, she would be the one to die. The hilt of the knife trembled in her palm. Slowly, one by one, her fingers loosened their grip, and the cold metal dropped into the dust. Staggering back against the alley wall, the icy bricks pressed through her clothes, biting into her bones. She drew a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the burning heat rising in her chest. Her gaze passed over the blade just as Jiang Chi's retreating back vanished around the alley's corner, disappearing entirely from sight. The Dark Guard Division. As the heavy courtyard gate slammed shut, Jiang Chi's toe just touched the blue stone beside the screen wall when a shadow silently slid up beside him. Commander, Yu Qing bowed. He had been crouching not far away on the rooftop, silently overhearing every word of the conversation between the commander and the embroidered guard captain. Jiang Che shrugged off his cloak and casually tossed it to Yu Qing, then strode into the inner hall. At the main seat, he poured himself a cup of warm tea, the chill of the night still lingering in his breath. Yu Qing fell and stepped closely behind, but couldn't hold back. Commander, just letting her go like that? She's an embroidered guard captain, not some small fry. It's like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. This will bring endless trouble. In his memory, the commander always eradicated threats completely, strangling them in the bud. Jiang Che took a slow sip of tea. The faint clink of the cup on the table seemed to set a rhythm. Kill her, then what? He asked with a counter-question, not rushing to explain. Yu Qing hesitated briefly before blurting out, kill her, and Nanjing loses a valuable informant. Then, Jiang Che continued smoothly. They'll send another more capable, more cautious, even more fanatical. Someone we don't know, whose methods are unknown. And we have to fish him out from the Mephisto. Isn't that sound inconvenient? Yu Qing was speechless but still worried. But if we let her go back, she'll report everything from Beiping to Nanjing, and she won't be able to report. Jiang Che interrupted deliberately, his tone unhurried. An embroidered guard captured by the enemy and returning unharmed. Tell me, would that suspicious emperor in Nanjing and her direct superior believe her reports, or suspect that she's already one of mine? His words landed like a stone. Yu Qing's pupils constricted sharply, a cold dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Killing is crude. Breaking one's heart is the real mastery. When your own side doubts a pawn, every word is questioned, every step monitored. Lin Qingyu is like a pair of eyes the Prince of Yin planted inside the embroidered guards, though she doesn't know it herself yet. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Yu Qing admired sincerely. His earlier doubts evaporated instantly. Jiang Che waved his hand, uninterested in flattery. Enough, don't butter me up. Leave Lin Qingyu's line alone for now. Let her prove herself innocent on her own. Setting down his teacup, he suddenly remembered. By the way, hold off on the matter with you and Zhongwu for now. Go assist Johan. He's single-handedly picking and training 300 men. His brain's about to explode. Don't let him collapse from exhaustion. Yu Qing's heart stirred, but he didn't ask further. Understood, Commander. He replied crisply, then turned to issue orders. Jiang Che watched him leave, his gaze drifting through the window lattice. His thoughts returned to that dark alley. A quiet sigh escaped him. Take care of yourself. He truly wanted to bring Lin Qingyu under his command, but that woman was stubborn to a fault, enough to give him a headache. He stood, knowing that the Dark Guard Division's foundation was elite soldiers capable of fighting. Johan had courage in spades, but his training methods were reckless muscle power. If he ruined 300 fine recruits, there'd be no time to mourn. With that thought, Jiang Che no longer hesitated. Throwing on the cloak Yu Qing had brought back, he headed straight to the training grounds on the west side outside Tongzhou. Before anyone had even arrived, the raucous shouting and scolding already pierced the night, flooding his ears. Jiang Che paused mid-step, furrowing his brow sharply. This racket sounded nothing like elite troops drilling. It was more like a chaotic, unruly marketplace. Skirting past a rack of gleaming weapons, the scene before him tightened his frown even further. The campfire roared and flickered in the night breeze, casting shifting light and shadows over a crowd of defiant faces. Johan stood bare-chested, muscles bronzed and slick with sweat, shouting curses at a soldier whose posture had faltered. You useless piece of trash. Even pigs outrun you. Strap on 10 more pounds of sandbags if you don't finish the run. No food for you. The soldier blushed red, lips trembling as he swallowed his retort. Around them, comrades either watched coldly or snickered under their breath, while a few leaned lazily on their spears, eager for the drama. In that moment, Jiang Che mentally condemned Johan's training methods outright. Johan. His voice was cool and cutting. All eyes snapped to him. Johan froze briefly before striding forward briskly. Commander, why are you here? These bastards won't listen. I'm trying to whip them into shape. His face still burned with anger, clearly worried about losing face before his superior. Jiang Che glanced at him dismissively. If I hadn't come, these 300 men would have ended up making 300 enemies out of you. Johan's expression stiffened. Just then, a mocking chuckle drifted from the shadows. Oh, another mouthy officer? The speaker was the one-eyed dragon Wang, a burly figure with a jagged scar slashing across his cheek, flanked by a few grizzled veterans chuckling in agreement. They all looked to Wang as leader. Pretty words don't win battles. If you're so smart, come train us yourself, Wang jeered, neck arrogantly extended, eyes dripping disdain. These battle-hardened survivors had no respect for highborn scholars. Johan's anger flared. Wang Jiao, you're asking for trouble. Wait. Jiang Che raised a hand to stop him, his gaze calm as it locked onto Wang. Tell me, how do you think training should be done? Wang Jia registered officially as Wang wouldn't expect the question. He spat carelessly and sneered, training my ass. War's about who's got the fastest blade and the toughest will. All this fancy nonsense is useless. Well said. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Che nodded approvingly. In a blur, before Wang's smug grin could fade, a brutal force slammed into his waist, flipping him over with savage power. The muffled grunt from his throat was cut short as he crashed onto the earth. Jiang Che's knee was pressed firmly to his windpipe, just above the crackling torchlight. The few rowdy veterans near Wang reached for their knives, but Jiang Che didn't even look their way. With a flash from his boot, 3 daggers whistled through the air, landing just inches from their feet, handles vibrating fiercely. Their bodies stiffened instantly, cold sweat soaking their backs. The training ground fell deathly silent except for the crackling fire. All eyes stared at the usually cerebral commander, as if he were a wrathful ghost. No one expected such ruthless speed and force from him. Jiang Che rose calmly, towering over Wang and speaking in a measured tone. Fast blades and strong wills, you're right. But your blade isn't as fast as mine, and your will isn't as strong. Sheathing his daggers, he scanned the gathered soldiers. The firelight reflected in his cold, unyielding eyes, and every man knew recruits and veterans alike instinctively averted their gaze. Everyone, line up by height, 10 per row, and stand at attention immediately. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, shuffling reluctantly, but under Jiang Che's icy stare, they had no choice but to awkwardly arrange themselves. Jiang Che did not rush them. He simply waited silently for their crooked, chaotic formation to take shape before his voice cut through the air like a blade. Right face. Eyes front. Attention. Right turn. A series of the simplest commands. Yet this group of seasoned, lax veterans turned the exercise into a farce. Some confused left and right. Others rooted their feet to the ground, and the few rows they barely formed instantly collapsed into a tangled mess. Johan stood nearby, his face turning pale from frustration. Everyone listen up. Jiang Che's voice suddenly rose like a muted thunderclap over the training ground. My orders are military law. Make one mistake, and the entire squad runs 10 extra laps. Understand? Yes, sir. This time their response was far more unified. Jiang Che wasn't just looking for tough individuals. He wanted a disciplined, obedient ironclad unit that moved as one. Half an hour later, the soldiers could barely keep the rhythm. But Jiang Che didn't stop there. He tossed a new command. Form into 30 squads. Your objective is that flagpole over there. Hold a capture theft flag contest. No killing allowed, but you can use any tactics to take down your enemies. The first 3 squads to grab the flag get meat for tonight's meal. The last 3 squads no food. Before his words fell, the one-scowed crowd lit up with fierce excitement. A contest for meat? This was way more thrilling than boring lap sprints. Even Johan was stunned. Within just 1 hour. The entire atmosphere in the training ground had shifted. He glanced toward the composed figure giving orders. How many more earth-shattering ideas were hidden in this commander's mind? With a flick of Jiang Che's command flag, the field erupted. Charge, let's get that meat. The soldiers, beaten down moments ago, now seemed possessed by wolfish bloodlust, roaring as they lunged at the nearest enemy's formations and strategies thrown out the window, replaced with raw, primal combat. Fists, elbows, and sweeping leg strikes rained down, dust swirling everywhere. Some simply grappled and rolled on the dirt. The scene rapidly descended into a chaotic street brawl with hundreds fighting simultaneously, curses and grunts echoing across the field. Move your ass, follow me. Wang Jiao sprang up from the dirt, wiping blood from his lip. His one-eyed glare burned like a wolf's. He was going to reclaim the humiliation from earlier in the most direct way possible. With a shout, a dozen battle-hardened veterans gathered around him. This group ignored the flags. They were hunting people. Like a heated iron spike, they drove straight into the chaotic mob. Wang Jiao's burly frame was a weapon itself. Shoulder charges sent fresh recruits flying backward. A backhand punch dropped another would-be attacker. The veterans worked in pairs, targeting isolated squads with bone-crushing blows, battering through the chaos like a wedge. Soon, they had carved a bloody path toward the flagpole, clear dominance obvious. High above, Jiang Che stood with hands clasped behind his back, expressionless as he watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, Johan paced anxiously below. Commander, this is disorderly. Wang Jiao and the others are just venting their rage. They're not really trying to capture the flag. Let them vent, Jiang Che said calmly. It's better to let them release that dark fire than bottle it up. Unless they do, they'll never learn discipline. His gaze swept coldly over the dust-filled battleground, analyzing the different groups. Wang Jiao's faction was brave, but like headless flies, recklessly charging without purpose. Useful, but not fit for serious command. Another cluster, scattered early on, clung together in panic and broke apart immediately, a pile of loose sand. What he sought was those who could forge themselves into stone from scattered grains. Suddenly, Jiang Che's gaze fixed on a corner of the training ground. There, a squad of new recruits was being torn apart by Wang Jiao's men. Leading them was a tall, skinny young man named Li Zhongming. Usually somewhat fragile-looking, he was now covered in dust and dirt, dodging clumsily. After being scattered once more, he bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Mud smeared his face, mixed with the fierce frustration in his eyes. His gaze swept over Wang Jiao's veteran soldiers barreling forward like bulldozers, then rested on his teammates lying groaning in the dirt. Despair almost overwhelmed him. Going head-to-head meant certain death. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind. Left turn, right face. That humiliating formation drill. Was Master C really making them practice those commands just for fun? Stop running. Listen to me. Li Zhongming yelled hoarsely. Several other grimy recruits looked up in confusion. Gather. Back to back, from a circle. Desperate but determined, they scrambled together to create a rough defensive ring. If they charge the front, hold them there. Grab their sides. Trip them up. Li Zhongming lowered his voice to issue orders. Sure enough, a scarred veteran sneered and charged, swinging a heavy fist at the nearest recruit in the circle. The young man instinctively raised an arm to block, stumbling back several steps, but staying on his feet. Both his hands grabbed the veteran's arms as he thrust out a leg. Thud! The veteran tripped and crashed heavily into the mud, soon wrestled down by several frantic hands and feet. Got him! Li Zhongming's eyes lit up, long-lost confidence surging back. Don't get caught up. 2 hold him down, the rest follow me. Flank them. The flag's the target. That clumsy porcupine unit moved along the battlefield's edge, feinting left and right, covering each other in turn. They put the simplest tactical orders into practice in the most awkward but effective way. Wang Jiao, lost in the thrill of punching and kicking, didn't even notice the inconspicuous rookie squad sneaking up behind him. Flag! A shout tore through the chaos. Everyone, including Wang Jiao, spun around. Li Zhongming was throwing all his strength into planting a red flag into the ground. His teammates, battered but flushed with excitement, were trembling from adrenaline. The training ground erupted in noise. The most underestimated squad had won first. Wang Jiao's smug expression instantly hardened into a grimace. He had defeated everyone else, but lost this fight. The fiery roar died under a cold splash of reality. The soldiers finally realized this was more than a simple brawl. Other units quickly followed suit, abandoning solo fights as small team skirmishes formed rapidly. An hour later, the contest ended. Jiang Che stepped into the center, separating the 3 winning squads from the 3 losing ones, saying nothing but raising a hand. The cooks carried in 3 large barrels of steaming hot meat, the rich aroma spreading instantly. To the victors, the meat. Jiang Chi's voice was icy and clear. The winning soldiers cheered, rushing forward to devour it ravenously. The losers could only stand back, their throats tightening, unable to swallow. The sharp contrast stung deeper than any whip. Jiang Chi's gaze landed on Wang Jiao, who lowered his head in shame. Do you still think rules and formations are just pointless fancy stuff now? The burning question hit like a hammer. Wang Jiao's face flushed dark red, but not a single word escaped his lips. Jiang Che withdrew his eyes and walked toward the rookie squad that had just won the competition. What's your name? Reporting, Commander. Li Zhongming. The tall, thin recruit straightened his spine. Starting today, you're squad leader, responsible for these 9 men under you. His firm voice carried across the field, sending chills through many soldiers' hearts. I don't care who you were before, or what achievements you had. In the Dark Guard, only results count. At that moment, the training ground split in 2. Half was heaven, half was hell. The victorious rookies crowded around 3 big wooden barrels, steam rising, oil sizzling as they ate greedily. While Wang Jiao stood in hell, staring at the barrels of meat, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. His stomach twisted as if gripped by a hand, hunger gnawing away his reason. But sharper than hunger was the humiliation that seeped into his bones. He saw Li Zhongming's skinny recruit, who looked like a bean sprout, clumsily clutching a piece of fatty meat, lips burning but still stuffing it in. This was the guy who, using the little tricks Wang Jiao despised most, had snatched the victory and food that should have been his. Among the defeated nearby, some lowered their heads, some glanced sideways. None dared meet that glaring scene heathen. Jiang Che took in the spectacle with cold eyes. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Words repeated 1,000 times couldn't compare to experiencing hunger once. Only through real hunger and shame could the rules be hammered deep into these rebellious souls. Only after the 3 barrels were emptied did Jiang Che step onto the field. The victors, busy picking teeth and burping, immediately sobered and stood at attention. Are you full? Jiang Che asked quietly. Full. Thanks for your reward, Commander, came the clear, powerful chorus. Ignoring their excitement, Jiang Chi's gaze shifted to the defeated, and his tone suddenly turned icy. How does an empty stomach feel? Wang Jiao clenched his jaw, teeth grinding fiercely. Good. Jiang Che was satisfied with the deathly silence that followed. He raised his hand and started calling names. 1, 2 up to 30 names were read aloud. You step forward. Li Zhongming and 29 others immediately stepped out. Wang Jiao was among them, nerves twisting inside as they formed 3 rows in vertical columns. Jiang Che scanned the group. From today on, all 30 of you are squad leaders. Divided into teams of 10, you 30 will be the foundation of these 30 squads. He paused briefly, then raised his hand toward the remaining recruits. As for your team members, you'll pick them yourselves. A roar broke out from the crowd. Those chosen would have better chances to win next contests and meat to eat. Those left unchosen were destined to be the scraps. In an instant, the defeated's eyes changed jealous, unwilling, mixed with faint eagerness to please. Wang Jiao's heart pounded wildly. Instinctively, he wanted to pull his brothers close. Frenzied thoughts churned among them when Jiang Che spoke again, his voice edged with iron-cold cruelty. But one thing, listen well. Once someone joins your team, they are your brothers in arms. You eat together, you take hits together, you fight together. On the battlefield, anyone who abandons their teammates can blame my blade if it doesn't spare them. Equally, if one squad messes up, both the leader and members are punished together. No exceptions. His gaze was like a blade, slicing across every face. Understand? Understood, came a deafening shout. In that moment, everyone finally felt it deeply. Being a squad leader isn't a title, it's a burden. Team members aren't subordinates, but locusts tied to the same string. If you win, you feast together. Lose, you starve together. Die, well, you might die together too. Li Zhongming's palms sweated as he looked back at the 9 brothers who had followed him all along, then at the defeated below with their varied expressions. For the first time, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. Jiang Che announced the start of the selection. The command dropped, and the once silent training ground exploded into chaos as 30 newly promoted squad leaders immediately sprang into action. The most eye-catching were Wang Jiao and Li Zhongming, whose completely opposite methods of choosing team members captured everyone's attention. Wang Jiao hesitated not at all. With his fierce gaze, he quickly locked onto several familiar faces. Those people straightened their backs with equal determination, looking at him expectantly. Ahu, Guzi, and you others get your butts over here. His shout rang out like an iron rod smashing the ground. The brothers who'd endured hunger and humiliation alongside him instantly had tears in their eyes, scrambling forward like their lives depended on it. Within moments, Wang Jio's 10-man squad was formed composed entirely of old comrades who needed no words to understand one another. Their unity was palpable. Meanwhile, Li Zhongming was also surrounded. Old friends who once called him brother squeezed close, grinning and flattering, brother Zhongming. Li Zhongming didn't even lift an eyelid, walking straight past them. The men he selected were ruthless types, scar-faced heavy hitters, silent-footed lean fighters, and a lone wolf with crossed arms and a dark glare. 8 in total, too short of the required 10. Those he ignored held fake smiles frozen on their faces, teeth clenched as they cursed under their breath. Damn traitor. Li Zhongming heard it all, but only clenched his jaw tighter. In this hellhole, only winning earned the right to speak of loyalty. Seeing these two as examples, the other squad leaders followed suit. The noisy scene remained orderly, and the outlines of 30 teams quickly took shape. Yet in the center of the training ground, 17 people stood alone. Some were so thin their ribs could be counted, others still bore fresh wounds. A few had been the first to fall in training fights, weaklings all. Heads bowed, they wished they could disappear underground. Jiang Qi's gaze swept over the squads that were still short 1 or 2 members. Li Zhongming's team, missing 1, and several others too. Are you sure you don't want to pick anyone else? His tone was flat. You really can't spare a single one of these? Only dead silence answered. Li Zhongming's expression was unreadable. Taking these useless men would only drag himself and the whole team down. Lose once, and everyone starves together. All right. Jiang Qi exhaled softly. Turning around, he strode slowly toward the 17 abandoned men, who instinctively stepped back half a pace as he approached. He stopped, eyes passing over each numb face. They don't want you. To them, you're trash, a burden. His voice was low, but every word hammered into their hearts. But from today on, you 17 will form 2 separate teams, 8 in one, 9 in the other. Not only were the 17 stunned, but all 30 newly formed squads showed shock. Li Zhongming frowned deeply, completely unable to understand Jiang Qi's intention. Wang Jiao also looked puzzled, whispering to his brothers, "What's the leader up to?" Jiang Qi ignored them, continuing the rules announcement. In contests, those 10-man squads must win as a whole to earn meat for the team. He raised his hand, pointing to the 30 squads. Then his finger shifted to the 17 pale faces before him. But you, if even one person on your team, stands until the end. Jiang Qi's voice suddenly rose, sharp and thunderous, striking everyone's ears like a lightning bolt. Your whole team is eating double rations. The air seemed to tear apart with that shout. The brief dead silence barely spread before it was completely drowned out by a roaring wave of noise. 30 self-proclaimed elite teams, each filled with fierce men, all turned their cold stares toward the 17 so-called useless players. Their gazes grew icy and hostile in an instant. Why do the 10 of us fight tooth and nail? And if just one slips up, the whole team starves. But these leftover scraps, if even one of them gets lucky, their entire team eats meat? This isn't fair. Amid the clamor, Li Zhongming's pupils shrank sharply as he instantly understood Jiang Qi's trap. On the surface, this new rule seemed to open a path for the weak, but in reality, it shackled the so-called strong with the heaviest chains. From this moment on, their biggest enemy wasn't the other evenly matched teams, but those 2 units cobbled together from waste. If they wanted to survive elimination, they had to wipe out all 17 of those people first while keeping every teammate intact. Miss even one, and all their hard work could collapse into nothing but a laughingstock. Damn, how can we even play with this? One of my brothers here can barely move his legs. Doesn't that mean he's out before we start? Complaints and curses echoed one after another, unrest rippling across the field. In contrast, the 17 outcasts were the quietest corner of all. They slowly straightened their bent backs. On numb faces, their ashen eyes flickered and a fierce fire kindled within. A skinny, bamboopalathon boy bit down hard on his lip until it bled, and only then did he grin fiercely. A man missing a finger gently rubbed the bare knuckle with his good hand, his gaze sharpening like a starving wolf's. They had once been trash, burdens. Now they had become the thorn in everyone's side. If they won even once, if even one of them survived to the end, they would trample down all those bullies with ruthless force. Just as tension reached a breaking point, Yu Qing and Zhang Wu, full and satisfied from a meal, stumbled into the scene. They had intended to find Zhou Han at the training ground to brag and lend a hand. But the moment their feet stepped in, the almost tangible murderous aura raised their hackles. What the hell's going on? Zhang Wu still had meat in his mouth, but the scene before him left him frozen. People like Wang Jiao and Li Zhongming had bloodshot eyes, ready to pounce and tear into someone. On the other side, the 17 isolated fellows looked like they were pumped full of adrenaline, ready to charge at any moment. Yu Qing's sharp eyes immediately locked onto the figure, standing like a mountain at the center of the commander. His face was deadly serious. He grabbed the still-dazed Zhang Wu, and the two immediately shed their laziness and rushed over. "Commander." They bowed respectfully, careful not to speak more than necessary. Jiang Qi didn't turn around. He only responded briefly and coldly, his gaze still lingering on those 17 faces that had just reignited with fierce life. Yu Qing and Zhang Wu exchanged confused looks, feeling like they'd missed something crucial. The atmosphere was completely off. Yu Qing's Adam's apple bobbed as the suffocating murderous intent weighed heavily on him. Summoning courage, he took a small step forward. Commander, excuse my ignorance, why is the atmosphere on the field so tense? Zhang Wu also perked up his ears. Just because he acted carefree didn't mean he was stupid. This spectacle was even more terrifying than the brutal fight they'd had last time against the Northern Yuan scouts. Jiang Che finally looked away, but Yu Qing and Zhang Wu caught a sudden, bone-chilling coldness in that brief moment. Jiang Che didn't answer. He simply turned and walked slowly toward a shadowy corner of the training ground that few paid attention to. Yu Qing and Zhang Wu didn't dare fall behind and quietly followed. What do you think makes an elite soldier? Jiang Chi's voice was like a faint breeze, as if he were asking casually. The two exchanged looks for a moment. Zhang Wu spoke first. Of course, superior martial skills and fearless courage. Yu Qing thought more deeply and added, they must also know how to cooperate and follow orders without question. Both answers are right, but also incomplete. Jiang Che stopped, still with his back to them. What this command wants isn't a group of sheep who only win easy fights, nor is it a disorganized bunch of reckless fools. He raised a finger and pointed through the crowd toward Li Zongming's position. They call themselves elite, but I'm about to lock them down with the toughest constraints. His voice remained calm, but cut like an ice blade straight to their hearts. These rules seem to protect the weak. In truth, they force these so-called strong teams to, in order to survive, ruthlessly eliminate any comrades deemed useless baggage. Zhang Wu's honest face froze instantly, his throat moving but no sound coming out. He seemed to see a horrifying outcome. Jiang Che continued, they will turn on each other, filled with suspicion. If someone falls behind, what will the rest do? Starve together or abandon him to save the majority? This is the real test, testing their choices in desperate situations, and whether their vaunted teamwork is truly unbreakable. He deliberately paused there, leaving the training ground silent except for the wind. Cold sweat ran down Yu Qing's spine as he finally understood. The commander was testing hearts in a way far crueler than mere combat. As for the other side, Jiang Che cast his gaze toward the 17 discarded failures forced into a crooked line. They have been abandoned by everyone, even themselves. The fire in their hearts has long gone out. What this command must do is give them tinder to ignite the embers back to life. His tone stayed calm, but resolute. I want them to understand that even the useless can trample the elite beneath their feet, as long as one of them can win just once. When someone is backed into a corner and suddenly glimpses a chance to rip apart those who look down on them, the explosion of power is unimaginable. This command doesn't care how useless they were before. It cares about who can, in this hellish situation, with stubborn refusal to give up, grit their teeth, and claw their way out. The ones who that's who I want. When he finished speaking, the silence in the arena deepened. Yu Qing and Zhang Wu stood rooted, as if seeing the young commander for the first time. What a terrifying method. This was no longer mere training, it was panning for gold in hell itself. Using the pride and lives of 30 elite teams as grinding stones to forge the courage and resilience of those 17 castoffs. Using the desperate last stand of those 17 underperformers, Jiang Che turned the tables to test the true mettle and loyalty of the elite teams. One link after another, Jiang Chi's plan tightened like a closing net, layer upon layer, driving over 300 people to the brink of a cliff. Zhang Wu's throat went dry. He swallowed instinctively, but the meat in his mouth tasted like it was soaked in poison. He gazed at Jiang Chi's back, reverence flooding his eyes. Yu Qing's chest rose and fell violently as he finally understood. This was the Dark Guard division. This was Jiang Che, the division chief whom even the Yin King treated with caution, unconventional methods that struck straight at the heart. Just as the two men's emotions crashed like waves, Jiang Che spoke again, his voice cutting through the entire training ground. Listen up. In an instant, all eyes locked on him. At dawn tomorrow, every squad will enter the Shishan hunting grounds. The Shishan hunting grounds. Suppressed gasps rippled through the crowd. This wasn't a training battlefield, it was the actual den of ferocious beasts, where trained soldiers disappeared every year. The rule is simple: survive. Jiang Che scanned the crowd. In 2 days, I will personally inspect. Remember, your rations depend on your performance and on the performance of certain people. His gaze lingered meaningfully on those 17 individuals before falling silent. Thus began a deadly game of hunter and hunted. Among the 32 squads, 30 strong teams felt as if plunged into an ice pit, but the 2 weak teams ignited with fierce flame. In mere moments, everyone's mindsets flipped upside down. Jiang Che turned and fixed his gaze on the still stunned Yu Qing and Zhang Wu. Yu Qing, at your command. Yu Qing snapped upright, spine straightening instantly. That team of 8 goes to you. Zhang Wu. Huh. At your command. The remaining team of 9 is yours. Huh. The two spoke simultaneously, shocked. They had to lead those 2 squads everyone considered rubbish? Before they could react, Jiang Che brushed past and stepped out of the training ground, leaving only this sentence carried by the wind: "Don't disappoint me." In that instant, hundreds of eyes snapped to Yu Qing and Zhang Wu. The vigilance, hostility, and murderous intent from the members of elite squads like Li Zhongming intertwined with the hopes of those 17, sending chills down the two men's spines, as if two fresh pieces of meat thrown into a pack of wolves. 2 days later, the morning mist still lingered. Outside the Shishan hunting grounds, the air was cold, thick with the stench of blood and wet earth. More than 300 people stood scattered by squad formation. Their former arrogance and sharpness had vanished without a trace, replaced by torn clothes, layered bloodstains, and a wolf-like toughness forged through 2 days and nights of lurking in darkness, silent, alert, ready to strike at any moment. Everyone had lost weight. Cracked lips betrayed the ordeal endured, but their backs remained straighter than every Ron-proof evidence they had clawed back from the brink of death. Deep in the morning mist, footsteps broke the silence. Jiang Che appeared alone, no one behind him. Li Zhongming stood at the front line, instinctively tightening his abdomen and straightening his chest. In the past 2 days, his team had successfully captured enough prey and seized ration certificates from 2 squads, confident they were unmatched and awaiting inspection from the division chief. Meanwhile, the 2 squads once mocked as rubbish were also listed. Yu Qing and Zhang Wu, beards wild as if half-wild men, stood with their injured team members behind them. Yet in their eyes burned an indescribable cohesion as if a pack of wolf pups huddled together for warmth, warily studying everything around them. Jiang Qi's footsteps came to a halt before everyone, but he didn't speak immediately. Morning light reflected off the pale gray stone slabs of the training ground. He slightly raised his chin, like a snow wolf sizing up its prey, and paced slowly. His gaze swept from left to right, and as it settled on each face, that person seemed to be doused in ice water, their spine instantly straightening. When his eyes passed over Li Zhongming and a few key members of his squad, Li Zhongming's chest tightened sharply, his breath catching for half a beat. Yet the gaze didn't linger. It merely brushed past them, carrying a faint, deliberate coldness. Jiang Che stopped in front of the troops and finally spoke in a low voice. Li Zhongming, step forward. Li Zhongming hesitated for a moment, then suppressed his doubt and stepped out with long strides, excitement barely hidden on his face. Wang Hu, step forward. Zhao Sihai, step forward. Jiang Qi's voice was sharp and emotionless. One name after another was called. Those summoned looked bright-eyed and proud, heads held high as they walked to the other side to regroup, basking in the envious or jealous gazes of their comrades. To them, this was the list of winners, the favor of their commander. Soon, over 80 people were counted out and arranged into a square formation, nearly encompassing the elite from each strong team. Every individual exuded fierce energy and arrogance. The remaining more than 200 stared blankly at each other, the atmosphere so tense it felt like the air had frozen. Had they failed? Zhang Wu looked at his squad, now reduced to just a handful, then at the row of elite troops opposite, his heart sinking like a stone. Yu Qing's complexion was just as pale. Their forces had been gutted, and formation broken. At that moment, Jiang Qi's gaze rested on the square of over 80 elite members. His voice was low but clearly penetrated the ears of every individual. You all did well. Inside the formation, Li Zhongming and the others smiled even wider, chins raised higher. Jiang Che immediately followed with, you showed me perfectly how a group of selfish, worthless men abandon their comrades in desperate times just to save their own skin. His words struck like a slap across Li Zhongming's face, draining all color from his cheeks. The training ground fell deathly silent. Jiang Che continued. This command set a rule tying your rations to those of 2 weaker squads, wanting to see who understood the bigger picture, who knew how to cooperate, who could protect themselves while lending a hand to comrades. His tone suddenly turned icy, like a Siberian cold front sweeping in. But what did you do? He raised his hand, pointing at Li Zhongming. You, Li Zhongming, led your team to seize ration coupons from 3 squads, leaving them without a crumb for 2 days, too weak even to hunt, nearly starving in the mountains. His fingers shifted to Wang Hu. You, Wang Hu, pushed your own teammate to distract the wild animals so you could claim a wild boar alone and escape the chaos. Then toward Zhao Sihai, and with every name called, another disgraceful act on the hunting grounds was revealed. Those singled out went from flushed to pale, finally ashen and broken. They couldn't understand how the commander of the covert division knew every skirmish and betrayal within the hunting area so intimately. Zhang Wu and Yu Qing felt as if icy iron pincers were gripping their hearts. At last, they understood what the commander meant when he said, I will personally come to see your results. What he had always cared about was never who made it out alive, but rather how they survived. Jiang Qi's gaze cut like a blade, coldly sweeping over the more than 80 faces twisted in shock and despair, before settling on the remaining 200 or so survivors. Now, everyone whose name has been called, grab your weapons and get out of Zishanuri eliminated. As his words fell, Li Zhongming's whole body went limp, as if his bones had been emptied out, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Those 80 victors had now become the biggest losers. Jiang Che didn't spare them another glance. He turned to face the 200-plus survivors, his eyes lingering on the bloodied, mud-caked teammates standing faithfully alongside Yu Qing and Zhang Wu. At last, a flicker of warmth appeared in his gaze. As for the rest of you, congratulations. His voice was calm but resolute. From today on, you are members of the Anhui Division. The shock of going from hell to paradise left Zhang Wu and Yu Qing momentarily stunned. Overwhelming joy swept through everyone at once. Thud. Zhang Wu was the first to drop to one knee, his voice low and steady. I swear to serve the division chief until death. Yu Qing followed suit with the remaining team members, kneeling together. We swear to serve the division chief until death. A sudden roar rose up like the first domino falling, and every single one of the 200-plus survivors, regardless of squad or connection, dropped to one knee in unison. Their shouts merged into a thunderous wave reverberating over the Shishan training grounds. We swear to serve the division chief until death. The relief of surviving disaster, the thrill of recognition, and a deep, heartfelt reverence for the man standing before them all surged through that cry. Jiang Qi's expression remained stern and composed as he quietly accepted their loyalty. This was exactly the kind of Anhui he wanted. Not a pack of wild dogs bullying the weak, but a wolf pack that understood camaraderie and sacrifice. Yet, inevitably, dissent surfaced. I don't accept this. From the ranks of the rejected, a burly man with a face like a slab of raw meat staggered to his feet. It was Wang Hu, one of those who had been called out earlier. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Che like a cornered beast desperate to survive. What right do you have? Strength rules the battlefield. We survived and grabbed the most tokens, so that proves we're stronger than them. He pointed at Zhang Wu's ragged but stubbornly united squad. Just because they huddle together, licking each other's wounds like suckling pups, that makes them loyal? We fought tooth and nail to survive, that makes us selfish? What kind of damn logic is that? The Anhui division wants the sharpest knives to kill the enemy, not the most obedient dogs wagging their tails. His words instantly ignited the simmering resentment in the hearts of the eliminated. Murmurs of why rose quietly, full of doubt and anger. Even Li Zhongming, sitting helplessly on the ground, raised his head with a sly grin. Let them make a fuss. The bigger the chaos, the better our chances for a comeback. Zhang Wu, Yu Qing, and the others were about to retort in anger, but Jiang Che silenced them with a cold glance. He stepped forward slowly, his gaze like a death sentence locking onto Wang Hu. Your name is Wang Hu, isn't it? His voice was eerily calm. You said you used every means to survive. Taking another step, his eyes flashed like cold steel. Your companion, you pushed him down a slope, breaking his leg, to distract a black bear that was chasing you. Isn't that right? Wang Hu stiffened his neck and shouted, on the battlefield, it's either him or me. This is what I call decisiveness. Decisive? Jiang Che smiled faintly, lifting his chin slightly. But his smile was like a cold wind creeping into the bones, sending shivers down everyone's spine on the training ground. From what I know, that black bear's target was the half-cooked chicken you were hiding from the start. It never even knew you had food stashed. And to protect that bite, you sacrificed a companion who trusted you. You call that decisiveness? Wang Hu's expression froze instantly, his Adam's apple bobbed silently. There's more. Jiang Qi's voice was calm, but struck like a hammer to the chest. After he broke his leg, you felt no guilt. Instead, while he was screaming to distract the bear, you sneaked back and stole the life-saving medicine and last piece of dry food hidden in his sleeping bag. Am I right? Wang Hu's lips trembled, unable to utter a word. His face turned as pale as dust. The surrounding eliminated candidates who had been ready to mock him fell silent, their restless eyes turning to disgust. They only knew Wang Hu abandoned his comrade, but not these despicable details. Jiang Che swept his gaze around sharply, like a cold blade cutting across every face. The knives of the Shadow Guard are for external foes. But before that, you are comrades first, each other's backing. If you can stab in the back those you live and die with every day without hesitation, why should I believe you won't betray the entire Shadow Guard when enemies offer a fortune? Your strength is a threat if it cannot serve me. And I, Jiang Che, never keep threats close. His voice was low but chilling to the bone. Johan, Jiang Che said calmly. The silent figure standing behind stepped forward, exuding fierce energy. Master, throw all these useless wastes off West Mountain. If they resist, break their hands and feet. Yes, Johan answered sharply. Before the words faded, dozens of Shadow Guard soldiers in black armor rushed out like wolves. In moments, over 80 so-called elites were dragged off the training ground screaming, limbs twisted cruelly, like discarded sacks of trash. The noise died suddenly, leaving just over 200 new recruits kneeling, surrounded by disturbed dust and bloodstains smeared from dragging. Everyone was stunned by the thunderous action, barely daring to breathe. Jiang Che turned, his cloak fluttering as cold eyes swept over them. Stand up. They rose slowly as if pardoned, but no one dared meet his gaze. Jiang Che approached, and Johan brought forward several large black wooden boxes. The lids opened to reveal neatly stacked black combat gear, with cold iron waist badges engraved with the character Shadow gleaming in sunlight. From today, you are the Shadow Guard Reserves, Jiang Che said, taking a waist badge and speaking gravely. Your lives belong to me and to your comrades. In the Shadow Guard, there is only one iron rule: loyalty above all else. I will reward your achievements by the book, but if your loyalty wavers by even a bit. He didn't finish the sentence, but no one doubted the implied threat. The fate of those dragged away spoke volumes. Now, step forward and claim your identities and weapons. Zhang Wu and Yu Qing exchanged glances and were first to step forward solemnly. The others followed, taking the black armor and cold waist badges from Zhou one by one. The weight of the dark iron in their hands felt heavy, a silent pressure sinking into their hearts, an unspoken bond of belonging and responsibility. They were the Shadow Guard, handpicked by Master Jiang Che himself. Jiang Che gazed at the fledgling formation before him. He turned sharply, stepping onto the mountain path, his voice low but commanding. All personnel, fall in and return to camp. Yes, sir. Over 200 newly recruited Shadow Guards roared back in unison, their response even more disciplined and resolute than when they had set out, their murderous intent chilling to the bone. The setting sun bathed the camp in golden red light, while dust swirled through the air. Jiang Che led the men onward with unified marching steps, dust kicked up by their boots mingling with the lingering metallic scent of blood from the western mountain forest. Weariness was etched on their faces, yet their eyes had shed all traces of confusion, replaced by a steely determination. Zhou was already waiting at the camp gate. Seeing the troops return, he lifted his hand and issued a rapid string of orders. Jiang Camp, Barracks 1 through 5, you are assigned your new quarters. Quartermaster, distribute fresh clothes, medical supplies, and 3 days' worth of jerky rations. Here is the roster sign with your fingerprint to register in the Shadow Guard Corps. From this day on, your lives answer to the commander. Your merits and faults will be recorded by me. An icy order swiftly spread through the ranks. The newcomers collected their supplies, pressing their blood-red fingerprints onto the thick roster. Watching their names inked into the record, only then did they truly grasp that their former selves were dead. Their rebirth had begun. Before their beds had even warmed, a sharp bugle shattered the night silence. Rows of torches blazed along the training ground, where another 100+ Shadow Guards stood in formation. Having rested for 3 days, their armor gleamed, and their war-hardened aura acted like an invisible wall, forcing the newcomers to hold their breath. Two groups stood in stark contrast. On one side, the exhausted but fiery-eyed fresh blood. On the other, the sharp, composed veterans. Jiang Che stepped onto the reviewing stand, and the entire crowd fell silent instantly. Nearly 400 pairs of eyes locked onto him as he scanned the assembly, taking in the veterans' scrutinizing gazes and the newcomers' awe. Starting today, the Shadow Guard Corps will be reorganized. His voice was quiet, but cut through the night wind crystal clear. We will establish 3 battalions. Zhou, present. Zhou stepped forward, his voice booming. Zhang Wu, present. Zhang Wu followed closely, eyes blazing. Yu Qing, present. Yu Qing also stepped out from the line, barely able to conceal his excitement. You 3 will each serve as battalion commanders, leading 100 men apiece. Squad leaders under you will be chosen from among your troops. Report back to me tomorrow at first light. Yes, sir. The 3 shouted in unison, their momentum unstoppable. The command was succinct and clear. Just as the 3 prepared to return to their troops to select squad leaders, Zhou suddenly stopped and bowed in a low fist salute. Commander, the 3 of us lead a total of 300 men, but there are still over 40 brothers remaining on the square. Before he finished, a low murmur spread through the crowd. Everyone was silently calculating numbers. 300 slots had been filled. What was to become of the extra 40+? The veterans who had not been named shifted uneasily, and the newcomers tightened their nerves. Were more of them going to be culled? They had already witnessed Jiang Che's ruthlessness. Zhang Wu and Yu Qing exchanged puzzled glances toward Jiang Che, but said nothing. Jiang Che paid no mind to the whispers. His sharp gaze swept like a hawk through the crowd until it settled on a shadowy figure standing at the rear. Wang Jiao, the man with a knife scar crossing his eye. Hundreds of eyes followed Jiang Che's gaze, turning toward Wang Jiao in unison. The training ground fell abruptly silent. Under such scrutiny, Wang Jiao's body visibly stiffened. Jiang Che spoke sharply. Wang Jiao, step forward. The crowd parted instantly like a black tide split by a blade, revealing a clear path. Scar-faced Wang Jiao froze, shock, confusion, and disbelief written all over his face. He never expected to be singled out. His Adam's apple bobbed as he pressed his dry lips together and walked step by step toward the selection platform. Reporting. As ordered, he said in a hoarse, barely audible voice. Below the platform, Zhou squinted his eyes. This Wang Jiao had openly provoked him recently at training. He hadn't even realized the man had been recruited into the covert guard. Jiang Che exhaled lightly and said, Wang Jiao, these 42 men, I'm assigning them to you. As soon as the words landed, the training ground erupted. What? Him in charge? On what grounds? The 42 chosen men had mixed expressions. A dozen or so old subordinates were initially stunned. Then humiliated, they had clawed their way out of blood and corpses, and now they were supposed to obey a newcomer who had only been here a few days? Wang Jiao was even more bewildered. His mind went blank. All he could hear was the pounding of his heart and the rushing blood in his ears. Had survived only by sheer grit. What right did he have to be captain? He instinctively looked back to see the novice's trusting eyes, but the old troop's contempt was obvious. Finally, Zhou Han strode forward, his boots striking hard against the ground. He shouted loud enough to silence the crowd, "Captain!" Then with boldness, "I dare to object." He held his head high and met Jiang Qi's gaze on the platform. Wang Jiao has only been with the force a few days, has no achievements, and little experience. His rebellious nature caused repeated provocations during training. How can such a man command respect or lead? Every word was like a hammer blow, shaking the very air. Zhang Wu and Yu Qing stayed silent, but both furrowed their brows and leaned forward, clearly backing Zhou Han. How could a newcomer expect equal footing with them? Jiang Che remained silent. Zhou Han grew bolder, raising his voice further. "Captain, this appointment will not win the trust of the men and risks demoralizing our bloodied brothers. I beg you to reconsider. I beg you to reconsider." The old troops behind him echoed in unison, their voices surging like a wave. Wang Jiao clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, almost certain the order would be revoked. But Jiang Che showed no sign of wavering, his gaze fixed solely on Wang Jiao. He didn't even glance at the blustering Zhou Han. When the uproar peaked, he finally raised one hand. Silence descended instantly. Sweat appeared at Zhou Han's temple, and his previous audacity vanished without a trace. Jiang Qi's voice was calm but clear. "Wang Jiao's unit will not be part of the third squad." Everyone froze. Zhou Han stood rigidly. Wang Jiao's heart sank, thinking he was rejected on the spot. But the next sentence froze all expressions completely. "This squad will stand apart from the three main squads." Jiang Che paused, sweeping his gaze across the assembly, "directly under my command." The training ground exploded with even greater shock. The three words echoed in everyone's ears. Directly under the captain. This was no ordinary 4th Battalion, it was the personal guard of the commander. Zhou Han's face drained of color in an instant, as if punched hard in the chest, leaving him gasping for air. Only now did he truly realize that his earlier challenge wasn't a plea for fairness on behalf of his brothers, but a public defiance of the commander's authority, a foolish and laughable mistake. In the center of the training ground, Zhang Wu and Yu Qing locked eyes for a moment, each catching the same flicker of fear reflected in the other's gaze. Around them, the covert guards suppressed their scorn and suspicion, turning their attention once again to Wang Jiao. Their looks mixed shock with blatant jealousy. On the reviewing stand, Jiang Che observed every subtle expression change among the crowd. He intended to forge this newly formed unit into a razor-sharp blade that stood isolated on the outskirts, obeying only his command. From the moment of naming, they would seek no one's approval or acceptance. His gaze finally settled on Wang Jiao's still stunned face as he pronounced 2 words, Blade Shadow, and then declared the unit's name, the Blade Shadow Guard. A cold wind swept across the training ground, stirring up dust and carrying a faint scent of bloodshed and death. Jiang Che dismissed the assembly, leaving only Zhou Han behind. The once defiant, bulky man now hung his head low, his armor feeling as if it suddenly bore a crushing weight. Zhang Wu and Yu Qing did not leave either. Each dismissed their subordinates on the pretense of attending to unit affairs and lingered at the edge of the field, ears pricked sharply. Jiang Che stepped down from the reviewing stand with steady, measured steps. He stopped 3 paces ahead and slightly to the side of Zhou Han, then raised his eyes to the distant horizon, as if his thoughts lay far beyond. Sweat dripped from Zhou Han's temples, landing with cold droplets on his iron armor. "Zhou Han." He trembled violently and knelt on one knee without hesitation. "At your command." "Look up." Stiffly, he tilted his head, unwilling to meet Jiang Qi's eyes, fixating instead on the dust on his boots. "Do you know your offense?" My rashness in questioning the commander's orders. I beg your punishment." His hoarse voice cracked. "No." Jiang Che shook his head softly, his tone instantly turning icy. "Your fault is not rashness." He stepped forward, the leather boots crunching on the sand, each step striking Zhou Han's chest like a hammer blow. "Your crime is forgetting where you stand." Though his voice was low, it cut through the air and reached Zhang Wu and Yu Qing nearby, causing both to stiffen simultaneously. "Here, my orders are iron laws, heavenly decrees. Your minds must only focus on completing the mission, on killing with a single strike. You are not to question why I issue orders, let alone challenge my decisions." Jiang Qi's gaze bore into Zhou Han like a blade. "Bringing battlefield hierarchies and petty grudges into the covert guard undermines our foundation. It's courting death." The words "courting death" chilled to the bone. Zhou Han shuddered uncontrollably and begged hoarsely, "Commander, have mercy. I swear, I will never dare again." Jiang Che snorted coldly. his sharp gaze sweeping over Zhou Han and fixing on the two commanders not far away. Zhang Wu and Yu Qing felt a chill at the nape of their necks and hurriedly looked down to avoid his eyes. Disrespecting your superior deserves severe punishment. Jiang Qi's voice returned to a calm tone. But since you have served with merit, the death penalty is spared. Relief barely surfaced before the next words plunged Zhou Han into an ice-cold pit. You are to copy the covert guard's regulations 100 times. When you understand them, you may come out. Confinement and rote riding for a man like Zhou Han, proud of his bravery and strength. This was far worse than 100 lashes. Yes, sir. I accept the punishment. After dealing with Zhou Han, Jiang Qi's figure disappeared toward the far end of the training ground. Half an hour later, deep within the hidden underground chamber of the Dark Guard Division, flickering torchlight danced across the rough stone walls, casting shadows on a dozen youthful faces still carrying traces of innocence. Wang Jiu stood at the front, backing a newly named unit, the Blade Shadow Guards. Though young, their sharpness was undeniable, and in their eyes burned a fervent, almost wild fire. With a slow creak, the heavy stone door opened. Jiang Che stepped inside. Silence fell instantly, broken only by the crackling of torches. Everyone, sit down. He raised his hand, pointing to the long table in the center. No one dared move. Jiang Che walked confidently to the head seat and sat as if the other's hesitation meant nothing to him. Laid out in two neat rows on the table were brand new pieces of equipment. Black tactical uniforms far lighter than the standard issue for the 3rd Squad, short blades gleaming with a cold blue sheen, intricately crafted hand crossbows, and quivers filled with bolts. Most eye-catching were a dozen small porcelain vials as white as jade. Wang Jiu's breath involuntarily quickened. Do you know why you were chosen? Jiang Qi's voice echoed against the stone walls. Without waiting for an answer, he continued. Because you have nothing, no seniority, no connections, no backing. His gaze swept across them one by one. From today onward, your only backing is me. Picking up a jar and tapping its rim lightly, he said, all the gear the 3rd Squad has, you will have too. Whatever they don't, you must have as well. Then, with a toss, he threw the vial to Wang Jiu. This is a palace secret wound medicine. It stops bleeding and regenerates flesh. It can pull someone back from the brink between life and death. 3 bottles per person. When you run out, come straight to me. The vial traced an arc and landed in Wang Jiu's palm. Pupils constricted throughout the room. Such a gift was normally reserved for generals who'd achieved great merit. Even ordinary captains seldom saw such supplies, yet each of them had 3. Jiang Che caught the stunned looks and said quietly, remember well, your lives are more valuable than those in the 3rd Squad. Accordingly, your tasks will be heavier. Rising, he approached a large geomantic map on the wall, his finger resting in the city's southern corner. A wealthy merchant named Zhang Dihai, an imperial merchant supplying our army with provisions, secretly deals with Jiangwen. Your first task, find out who he's meeting with and where the channels are. Investigate in secret. No alarms, no surprises. Anyone who alerts the snake before the grass is cut. Execute. Turning, he locked eyes with Wang Jiu. When necessary, you have independent authority to act first and report later. The words independent authority hit like thunder. Wang Jiu's heart raced. He stepped forward and knelt on one knee, fist pressed to chest. Commander, rest assured. Blade Shadow Guards are ready to die 1,000 deaths. 1,000 deaths. The dozen or so team members echoed in unison, kneeling together, their voices firm and unified. With a flourish of his sleeve, Jiang Che turned and left. For him, trust was everything. Did not waste time doubting. He wanted a blade that could silently slit a throat, not one that needed constant approval or polishing. If they couldn't handle this small matter, he wouldn't waste his time or resources further. The next day, just as dawn broke and a biting chill filled the training ground, 300 elite members of the Dark Guard Division had already assembled. No one wore the standard black uniform that signified their rank. Instead, the 300 men were split into 3 distinct groups: porters in simple clothes, overseers in silk shirts, and a smattering of scholarly-looking students, precisely the original 3 squads of the Secret Guards Division. The formation was clearly disorganized at the far right flank, missing a leader. Zhou Han was still locked in solitary confinement, fussing over the division rules. The other 2 captains, Zhang Wu and Yu Qing, stood at the front of their respective squads, each wearing a different expression. At the 3rd quarter of the hour of Mao, Jiang Che arrived on the training grounds exactly on time. Wearing a blue long gown, square scarf, and folding fan, he looked every bit a wealthy young lord out for a leisurely spring stroll. He did not climb the command platform, but stopped casually in front of the crowd, his gaze sharp and cutting as it slowly swept over every face. 300 pairs of eyes followed his lead, and the noise instantly ceased. A group accustomed to darkness must also learn to live in the sunlight. Jiang Che opened his folding fan, his voice calm but piercing the crowd. From today onward, you are employees, guards, and accountants for the Sihai Trading Company. Your destination's Enden. As his words landed, a stifled burst of shocked murmurs scattered through the crowd. Silence. Zhang Wu barked sharply, and the ripple immediately died down. Jiang Che continued, "You are now entering a dormant period. All your travel permits and household registration papers have been prepared, along with new names and identities." He tapped the dossier in his arms. "Once you step through that gate, you're no longer soldiers, you're ordinary people struggling to survive. Zhang Wu, your men will handle the outer perimeter, posing as caravan guards. Yu Qing, your men will join the employee team, managing vehicles and goods. As for Zhou Han's squad," Jiang Qi's gaze fell on the disorganized men without a leader. "Go and bring him out. His division rules should be finalized by now." "Understood, sir." Zhang Wu and Yu Qing bowed and accepted the order. "In half an hour, assemble at the west gate and depart." Folding his fan, Jiang Che turned away, leaving the 300 secret guards quietly stirred. As Jiang Qi's figure vanished, Zhang Wu and Yu Qing exchanged a glance, their shoulders trembling as they struggled to hold back laughter. For battle-hardened men like them, copying division rules was more torturous than 20 military lashes. Thinking of rough Zhou Han clutching a brush with a scowl all night, the two could hardly contain their schadenfreude. "Let's go check on him." Zhang Wu nudged Yu Qing with his elbow. The solitary confinement cell was cold and damp. As they approached, a frustrated roar echoed inside. Pushing open the door, they saw Zhou Han sitting shirtless, his bronzed muscles smeared with ink spots, hair tangled like a crow's nest, eyes bloodshot. Seeing them, he snapped his head up, fury flashing. "What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyeballs out." Zhang Wu chuckled and shook the division command token in his hand. The division chief commands, "Come out and prepare to depart." Zhou Han froze. Then after a moment's hesitation, his anger melted into wild joy. He sprang up, flipping the table and sending the brush clattering to the floor. "Damn it, finally we're getting out of here." He excitedly pulled on his clothes, twisting his shoulders until the joints cracked. "Where to? Who do we get to beat up?" Yu Qing slowly stroked his chin. "Zenden, posing as employees." Zhou Han's smile froze on his face. Half an hour later, the rendezvous point at the west side of the city came into view. The streets buzzed with a ceaseless flow of carriages and horses, while street vendors cried out incessantly, revealing the unique hustle and bustle of a thriving metropolis. 300 undercover guards slipped in one by one. They no longer stood in rigid formation, but melted quietly into the busy crowd, some carrying burlap sacks, others clutching crates masquerading as ordinary townsfolk. Zhou Han had changed into a faded, coarse, short-sleeved outfit, shouldering a heavy sack, his face marked with impatience. He strode through the crowd with a hoarse voice, sounding just like a head porter shouting orders. His men mirrored his act. Some squatted by the roadside helping merchants unload goods. Others carried water for tea houses, each finding a mundane task, leaving no hint of their true purpose. Zhang Wu and Yu Qing wore thick leather armor and hung broad swords at their waists, guarding the outer edge of the caravan. Occasionally they whispered to each other, sometimes casting cold, vigilant glances around like two hunting dogs, indistinguishable from real guards. At a nearby tea stall, Jiang Che leisurely stirred tea leaves in a coarse porcelain bowl, reclining casually on a low stool. Suddenly, an unremarkable cart draped in faded green cloth smoothly pulled out from the traffic and stopped in front of the stall. The curtain was lifted, revealing a stern face framed partly. Zhu Di had swapped his princely ceremonial robes for a soft patterned brocade robe and wore a wide-brimmed black hat shading his face. Though casual in dress, he couldn't hide the natural authority of someone born to rule. Jiang Che set down his tea bowl and took a few steps forward, locking eyes with Zhu Di just a few feet away. No formalities, no pleasantries exchanged. Zhu Di's gaze passed over him, resting on the busy caravan. His brow furrowed tightly. "Where are the 300 hidden guards?" Jiang Che didn't answer but instead pointed lightly at the crowd, saying calmly, "My lord, they are now merchants, bodyguards, and accountants of the Four Seas Trading Company." Zhu Di's pupils narrowed as he re-examined them closely. The porter arguing heatedly, but always keeping a stable, staggered stance like a rock. The man carrying the sack who seemed out of breath, but whose breathing was deep and steady. And the boy carrying water whose robe flickered over the knife handle faintly visible at his side. Each had buried their murderous intent beneath a layer of ordinary townsperson disguise, like hungry wolves wearing sheep's clothing, unwilling to show even a fawn. After a long pause, Zhu Di withdrew his gaze and uttered two words, "Very good." For him, further praise was unnecessary. "Is everything arranged in Jianding?" He lowered his voice. "All set. We just need to step into the trap now," Jiang Che replied calmly. Zhu Di gave a slight nod. "Take care of yourself on this journey." With that, he dropped the curtain, and the carriage rumbled onto the official road, stirring up dust as it quickly vanished. Jiang Che turned and gave a slight nod toward the caravan, a simple gesture, but like a signal flag. Instantly, shouts from vendors and creaks of wheels rose again. The 300 guards disguised as Four Seas Trading Company silently blended into the surging crowd, heading toward Jianding Prefecture. The journey over several days was calm and uneventful. Zhou Han, initially awkward in his role, had completely become his character now. His voice boomed, full of rough words, often shoving with other porters from outside. Yet he always chickened out before any real fight, smiling and apologizing, typical bully behavior, picking on the weak but afraid of the strong. The caravan tramped steadily northward, dust flying in their faces. At night, they cooked porridge beneath a ruined temple. By morning, they pressed on through the fog. On horseback, Yu Qing stayed up late checking ledgers, while Zhang Wu divided guards on patrol, quietly distributing crossbows and coordinating defense. Every detail was meticulously arranged, yet no trace of military formality remained. It wasn't until they reached a desolate area known as Wild Wolf Slope that the silence shattered. Suddenly, more than 100 bandits burst from the dense forest on both sides, shouting discordantly while brandishing all manner of weapons from crude wooden clubs onward. A few rusty kitchen knives and several fairly decent long swords surrounded the entire convoy, leaving no gap to slip through. Leading them was a burly one-eyed man with a scar slashing diagonally across his face from brow to mouth. He swung a massive ghost-headed blade arrogantly in a half-circle, aiming it toward the convoy. "This mountain is mine to open. This tree I planted. If you want to pass through here, pay the toll." His coarse roar shook the leaves on the trees. Zhang Wu, following Jiang Qi's orders, immediately brought a few guards forward. His normally slick face was now filled with sycophantic fear. He repeatedly cupped his hands. "Heroes, heroes, spare our lives. We are just small traders. It's hard enough on the road. Please be merciful." The one-eyed bandit chief was all the more delighted by his cowardly show. He tapped Zhang Wu's cheek with the back of his ghost-headed blade and burst into a rough laugh. "Look at you. Afraid of what? We want money, not lives." His laughter abruptly stopped, and his gaze turned fierce. "But things are different now. That bastard Zhu Di has rebelled in Beiping. The emperor's authority doesn't reach here. What we say, that's the law." Deep within the convoy, Jiang Che lowered his eyes behind the curtain, quietly thinking. The news has already reached here. Local militia posts must be a sham. Zhu Di's uprising has stirred even the lowest depths to the surface. These mountain bandits are just the scavengers heralding chaos. Zhang Wu continued to act, his fingers trembling. He fished out a small pouch of silver and handed it over. "Great king, this is all our humble tribute. Please show some leniency." The one-eyed dragon snatched the pouch, weighed it in his hand. His expression instantly darkened. He spat and threw the pouch to the ground. "This little? You calling me a beggar? Brothers, search them. Nothing in those wagons goods. Women leave nothing behind." The bandits howled and surged toward the convoy, roughly shoving aside the guards. Their blades cut into the hemp sacks. Silvery white rice spilled out, along with fine silk shimmering like flowing clouds. Someone lifted a curtain near Jiang Qi's carriage, revealing a few hidden guards disguised as family members of the accountant, who gasped in alarm. Johann, carrying a sack, was shoved staggering. A young guard was kicked in the calf and dropped to one knee. The bandit raised his foot to kick again, cursing, "Blind fool." Then, from inside Jiang Qi's carriage came a faint sound, as light as a falling feather, the signal to strike. Johann's normally cloudy eyes turned like ice. He clutched the bandit's ankle, his fingers tightening like iron. Crack! The sharp sound of a bone breaking was the bandit's last breath in this world. Without even looking, Johann swung his arm, sending the corpse crashing into two comrades like a burst sack. The sudden turn of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. "Damn it! Get him!" A bandit leader's shrill roar cut off suddenly. The ever-smiling shop manager Zhang Wu had somehow slipped behind him. The greasy grin vanished, replaced by cold steel. A razor-thin blade sliced across the back of the bandit's neck. A spray of blood erupted. The slaughter had begun. This was no longer a fight, it was a one-sided massacre. A caravan of 300 elite dark guards finally revealed their true ferocity. The previously clumsy porters suddenly transformed their tools. The wooden carrying poles swung with a heavy whoosh, accompanied by sharp cracking sounds that instantly crushed a bandit's temple. The long whips trembled like venomous snakes flicking their tongues. One coil snaked around a foe's neck and snapped his spine with a brutal twist. The pushed-back guards were even more ruthless. They drew standardized daggers from boots, belts, and sleeves, their cold steel flashing with every fatal strike. In mere moments, the canyon echoed with blood-curdling screams, turning to agonized wails. The one-eyed bandit chief was utterly stunned. The dozens of brothers he brought were wiped out clean in less than the time it takes incense to burn. This was no ordinary caravan. Driven by sheer instinct to survive, he abandoned his ghost-headed saber and bolted. But no sooner had he taken one step than a shadow pounced. Johann didn't even bother drawing his weapon. His large hand clamped over the bandit's skull like a folding fan. Thud! The chief's knees buckled, forced down onto gravel, his cheek dragged and torn raw. The searing pain made him howl, but the more terrifying was the looming shadow of death across his face. At that moment, the carriage curtain was pulled aside by a hand with clearly defined knuckles. Jiang Che stepped out, his green robe pristine and untouched by dust. "Clean this up." "Yes, sir." The dark guards responded in unison. efficiently dragging away corpses and wiping away blood without missing a beat. Jiang Che approached the kneeling bandit held by Zhou Han and crouched down, his tone gentle, as if speaking to a friend. Don't be afraid. They'll ask, you answer. The bandit trembled violently, nodding frantically, his teeth chattering. Jiang Chi's eyes landed on the distorted face before him, voice still calm. Tell me, has the Yen King rebelled? The emperor cannot reach here? Yes, yes, sir. I only heard rumors myself. Who told you? Where? What exactly did they say? Besides that, what else do you know about Xinden Prefecture? How many groups like yours exist? The questions came fast and sharp, far too detailed for a common merchant. The one-eyed bandit's head throbbed wildly as he stared at the overly young man before him, a chill slipping down his spine while sweat and blood blurred his vision. He'll say it all. Whatever you want to know, he'll tell. Jiang Che nodded. Take your time. Slowly. The news about the Yen King's rebellion first spread at a tea house inside Xinden Prefecture city. One person told 10, 10 told 100. It blew up fast. Now the city's in chaos. Officials dare not intervene, and the constables don't even dare walk the streets by day. Oh, are there even bigger players than you? Jiang Che smiled faintly, the ghost of a smirk vanishing in an instant. Yes, plenty. We're just struggling to get by, but compared to some clans, we're nothing, especially the Guo family. The head of the Guo family, Guo Huai, controls the Black Wind fort outside the city. It's said to be his stronghold. Listening to the man's words, Jiang Chi's mind slowly began to piece together a clear picture. The realm was thrown into chaos. Powerful clans were acting independently, signs that the dynasty was on the brink of collapse. These fragments quickly formed a complete map of the current situation in his mind. What else do you know? His voice remained calm and steady. Nothing else. Sir, that's really all I know. Please spare my life. The one-eyed dragon kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead pounding heavily on the ground. Jiang Che stood up, his gaze never even landing on the man. Instead, he nodded slightly to Zhou Han standing nearby. Zhou Han's fingers clenched tightly. A sharp, crisp snap echoed through the air as the one-eyed dragon's neck instantly broke. His head slumped forward at an unnatural angle. Without haste, Jiang Che turned and strode back toward the carriage. Behind him, 300 shadow guards moved with seamless coordination and silent efficiency. They dragged the body away, covered the bloodied earth with soil, and wiped the weapons clean. The whole process flowed smoothly like water. In less than 15 minutes, the only sign left was a faint scent of blood, as if nothing had happened at all. The merchant caravan remained the same humble, unremarkable group. The coachman yawned lazily while the porters lifted their burdened packs again, grumbling about the long journey ahead. Inside the carriage, Jiang Che leaned back against the soft cushions, closing his eyes in deep thought. The Prince of Yan's uprising in unstable rear is a grave danger. The one-eyed dragon's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. Xinden Prefecture controlled the vital route between Beiping and the Central Plains, and its importance was paramount. The current chaos was no coincidence. Rumors that shattered morale and plunged Xinden into turmoil were like hammering a nail into the throat of the Yen Prince's southern advance. Whoever was behind this, the Guo family was clearly the enemy's claw reaching deep into Xinden. To pull out the nail, first you must sever the claw. He lifted the edge of the carriage curtain and gestured outside. Zhang Wu immediately understood, hurrying over with a wide smile. Master, your orders? Remember, don't let anyone call me master outside. Tell them to call me boss. Jiang Che reminded quietly. Notify the men below to act according to plan. We should reach Xinden first thing tomorrow. The next morning, a thin mist draped like gauze over the towering walls of Xinden Prefecture. The caravan slowly came to a halt outside the city gates. At the gate, a few guards dressed in official uniforms lounged against the wall, leaning lazily without even the bother to carry their waist swords. They looked less like soldiers and more like local toughs staking out their territory. Jiang Che remained unseen. Zhang Wu quickly put on the most shrewd, worldly smile and jogged forward, shoving a small, heavy pouch of silver coins into the leader's hand. The guard weighed the pouch, a greasy grin blooming immediately across his face. Too impatient to ask questions or even inspect the goods, he waved them inside with a bored flick of his hand. Go on, hurry up. The heavy gate creaked open just enough for the caravan to slip inside Xinden Prefecture. Inside the carriage, Jiang Che peered through the crack in the curtain at this supposedly strategic stronghold. What he saw was far more chilling than the one-eyed dragon's report. The streets were littered with garbage, gutters flowing with filth. People's faces were pale and gaunt, their expressions fearful and numb, hurrying along close to the walls as if pursued by ghosts. Every now and then, groups of brutish men swung clubs recklessly, robbing street vendors. While no officials or city guards were to be seen, the very ones who should enforce order had vanished. Here there was no law, only the brutal rule of survival of the fittest. Zhang Wu quickly found an inconspicuous courtyard in the west part of the city. The yard was spacious, with 3 successive compound gates from front to back. The rear door led to a narrow alley barely wide enough for a single cart if needed. One could vanish into the darkness with a single step. Master, this residence originally belonged to a southern silk merchant. There was unrest in the city recently, and he got scared out of his wits, fleeing overnight and abandoning the property. Zhang Wu reported in a low voice, his once sycophantic smile now completely gone. Jiang Che responded with a soft hum and swung himself down from the carriage. Settle in. Store the goods. Spread out the men. Yes, sir. As soon as the order was given, the previously dormant caravan sprang to life. 300 secret guards disguised as porters and escorts moved like a well-rehearsed harvest fast, steady, and silent. What appeared as sacks in the wagon actually concealed gleaming armor and crossbows beneath their rough exterior. Within moments, these weapons were neatly stacked in the deepest corners of the warehouse. Next, the guards slipped out of the courtyard in small groups, changing into prearranged disguises. Some carried treasure chests, posing as street hawkers. Others wore tattered clothes and curled up in corners, pretending to be beggars. A few bore hammers and chisels, feigning artisans. Within half an hour, the 300 guards dispersed like spilled mercury, silently infiltrating every street and alley of Zhending Prefecture. An invisible net quietly enveloped the entire city. Having completed these preparations, Jiang Che changed into a high-quality silk robe from Huzhou, the fabric shimmering with soft ripples under the night's lamp. At his waist hung a warm jade pendant from Hetien, softly clinking as he played with two polished, glossy walnuts in his palm. Every gesture made him look like a newly arrived wealthy gentleman ready to spend lavishly. Johan remained close by in his tight combat outfit, never straying a half-step away. The two walked along the busiest main street in the city. Unlike the desolation outside the city walls, the inner city at least maintained a lively facade. Shop signs crowded the road, and the scent of food wafted from taverns. Jiang Qi's eyes scanned 10 shops in a row, even displayed the same wooden emblem at their doorways, Guo family. He stepped into the largest silk shop on the corner. Inside, the place dazzled with bright lights and dazzling cloud brocade and Keisai silks. The shopkeeper immediately brightened upon seeing Jiang Qi's fine attire and greeted him with a broad smile. Jiang Che casually picked up a bolt of cloud-patterned brocade. The golden weave shifted beneath his fingers like a living thing. Shopkeeper, despite all the chaos in the city, your business seems quite thriving. The shopkeeper's smile stiffened briefly, but he quickly recovered, glancing sideways at the Guo family sign by the door before puffing out his chest. My lord jokes. With the Guo family watching over us, who dares cause trouble? In this Zhending prefecture, the Guo family is basically the law. Jiang Che said no more and signaled Johan to pay, immediately purchasing the expensive cloud brocade. Stepping out of the shop, he looked up the street toward the end. Wooden Guo family signs clung like withered vines along walls and eaves. This Guo family isn't just some faction, they want to be the new masters of the city, Jiang Che murmured. Night fell like ink, swallowing Zhending prefecture's sins and wails alike. Inside the courtyard, the lights were dim. Jiang Che had shed his wealthy disguise and sat firmly in the main room's grand chair. At the door, a guard disguised as a beggar knelt on one knee, smelling sour and covered in the grime of a sooty pot bottom, still streaked across his face. Commander, we've confirmed Idgwa family is the local overlord of this city. The guard's voice was hoarse yet resolute. All the granaries in the city belong to them. They hoard grain and sell it at sky-high prices. The black market salt trade? Also there's a loan. Anyone who interferes gets their corpse dumped on the city's mass graves the very next day. Jiang Qi's fingers stopped tapping the chair's armrest. Grain and salt, two life-or-death necessities, were tightly controlled by the Guo family. No wonder the streets were full of yellow-faced, emaciated ghosts. Guo Huai, head of the Guo family, had 3 top enforcers under his command. Zhang Mang controlled all the thugs and ruffians in the city, collecting protection fees and eliminating threats. Lu Shun, with a smiling but treacherous face, was publicly the manager of several major shops, but secretly handled all the Guo family's business dealings. The most troublesome was Qian Feng, formerly a deputy general in the previous dynasty who commanded 100 personal guards. Now he had transformed into the city defense commander of Zhendong Prefecture, with even the local officials and constables answering to him. The undercover guard finished his report, paused for a moment, then added, General Geng Bingwen's main camp lies 5 li outside the city, but Guo Huai sends small tribute every 3 days and large tribute every 5, including a substantial portion of military rations and supplies. The general's headquarters basically turns a blind eye. Jiang Che remained expressionless. Warlords and gangsters, snakes and rats all coiled in the same nest. Zhendong Prefecture was even more rotten than he had imagined. He raised his hand to signal the guard away, who bowed and slipped silently out. Johan came in carrying a thick stack of files, slamming them down on the desk. This is the network the undercover guards pieced together over the whole afternoon, the Guo family's connections. Jiang Che flipped through the papers, densely packed with names, factions, and crimes. Guo Huai ruthless and cruel, clawing his way up from humble beginnings. The 3 enforcers, each skilled in their own way, but basically just brutes and corrupt thieves. His finger stopped on a woman's named Guolingxiu. The files on her were more detailed than those of her two younger brothers. She was the eldest daughter of Guo Huai's lawful wife, with two full younger brothers beneath her. The last line was marked in red ink, deeply favored. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. In the cutthroat, dog-eat-dog family, this was suspiciously abnormal, and abnormal meant a weakness. He looked up. Johan, at your service. I want to know everything about this woman, her daily movements, the people she meets, her tastes in clothes and food, everything. Guolingxiu's outline gradually took shape in his mind. No longer cold words on paper, but a living piece on the board that could stir the stagnant waters of Jingnan Prefecture. If deeply favored was not empty praise, the only reason the eldest daughter received such treatment was this. Her future husband's family must be very influential. General Geng Bingwen's camp was just 5 li outside the city. Guo Huai could buy leniency with military supplies, but he must also have a weakness that could be exploited to turn him against Geng. The dagger aimed at Geng Bingwen would never need to come from outside. Early the next morning, just as Jiang Che stepped out of his room, a rough shout echoed from the front yard, the clamoring voice pushing forward with raw aggression. At the gate, Johan faced off against a burly man. The man was broad-shouldered and thick-set, nearly 6 feet tall, with a face carved from flesh and 2 fierce eyes fixed hard on the house. Johan stood firm at the door, his shoulder muscles bulging with anger. The man was none other than Zhang Mang. He sized Jiang Che up from head to toe like a butcher eyeing prime meat, greed and hostility clear and unmasked. Jiang Che wore a plain, scholarly robe, looking gentle and weak, certainly no wealthy lord, but just yesterday, he had thrown money around like a tycoon at the silk shop. Zhang Mang grinned, his voice hoarse and laced with menace. You the boss around here? Jiang Che didn't respond. Instead, his gaze slid past Zhang Mang and landed on the group of scruffy street thugs standing behind him. They slouched with crooked shoulders, their waist knives slanted awkwardly, chewing on bits of straw like corner troublemakers ready to pick fights. Their stance was loose, eyes darting nervously. Zhang Mang was left hanging, his face tightening with embarrassment and fury. He stepped forward a half-pace with heavy boots, menace radiating off him. Cat out your tongue? I'm talking to you. If you want to do business in Zhending Prefecture, you gotta play by Zhending's rules. Today, you're coming with me to the Guo estate, to pay your respects at the dock. He cracked a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth stained with tobacco. Or else, I don't know if your shop will open tomorrow, or if you'll even be able to walk straight. Before he finished speaking, Johan's eyes exploded with killing intent. He strode forward and stepped in front of Jiang Che. An icy, razor-sharp aura burst from his strong frame, suddenly enveloping the thugs. The few men instinctively stepped back, their heels faltering, faces blanching. Zhang Mang was also stunned by the fierce energy. The burly bodyguard was tougher than he looked. But Zhang was used to strutting through Zhending with impunity, wasn't about to be intimidated by a lowly servant. He sneered and drew his ghost-headed blade, the black back of the knife striking his palm with a dull thud. What? Want to fight? Let's see whose bones are tougher, yours or my blade. Johan stepped forward again, but a light tap landed on his shoulder. Jiang Che's movement was gentle, yet full of unshakable calm. Gritting his teeth, Johan restrained his fury and fell back behind Jiang Che, though his fierce eyes never left Zhang Mang, like a wolf guarding its cubs. Only then did Jiang Che look up to Zhang Mang, an apologetic smile playing on his lips. Ah, what a fuss this turned into. I was planning to visit the Guo estate all along, just hadn't got ready yet after setting out. He shrugged off his sleeve and straightened his collar with an air of casual hospitality, as if hosting guests at home, completely ignoring the territorial bully blocking the street. Zhang Mang had a whole arsenal of threatening words ready, but those light, effortless remarks shut him down. Normally, either the fool would call the cops only to have his legs broken, or head cowed down and submit. Jiang Che cooperating this much, and still acting like he was early? Zhang Mang had never seen anything like it, and didn't know what to say. Seeming to ignore his awkwardness, Jiang Che smiled, and continued, I've long heard that Master Guo is a hero of Zhending Prefecture. As the newcomer here, I should pay my respects, but being unfamiliar with the place, I was worried I wouldn't find my way. He clasped his fists toward Zhang Mang, sincerity dripping from every word, impossible to fault. Now that Brother Zhang kindly invites me, there's nothing better. At that, he shifted his body slightly and stepped aside. If you don't mind the trouble, please lead the way ahead. All these moves completely flustered Zhang Mang. His mouth twitched, but there was no flaw in a single word spoken. To start a fight now would just make him look guilty. After a moment's pause, he spat out through clenched teeth 2 words, this way. On the bluestone streets of Zhending Prefecture, Zhang Mang led the way, his steps heavy and fast, his boots thudding loudly like hammer strikes drilling his frustration into the stone. But inside his mind, he cursed silently. Damn it, this is strange. Who the hell is this kid? Thick-skinned, tough, unyielding, and he can't find a single fault in him. He couldn't resist glancing back. Jiang Che remained as carefree as ever, casually inspecting the shops along the street with quiet interest. Every now and then, Jiang Che whispered quietly to Zhou Han behind him, looking as relaxed as if they were out for a leisurely picnic. Zhang Mang, leading the way, felt a growing frustration simmering in his chest, was up front, sweat trickling down his neck, while these two strolled along like they were sightseeing. Anyone who could so thoroughly ignore his naturally fierce aura was either an idiot or simply didn't take him seriously at all. Thinking of the latter tightened the knot in Zhang Mang's chest. At a fork in the road, Jiang Che suddenly stopped. He turned slightly, lowered his voice so only Zhou Han could hear. Go notify Zhang Wu. Take 5 squads to set up an ambush around the Guo mansion. No one moves without my order. Zhou Han's eyes remained calm. He gave a slight nod. Yes, sir. With that, he slipped silently into a narrow alley like a gust of wind, vanishing in an instant. Zhang Mang only heard the whistle of the wind, and when he looked back, the deadly aura was gone. His heart jumped as he abruptly halted. Where's your man? Jiang Che acted as if he'd just remembered, smiling apologetically. Oh, he stepped away, nature calls. Don't worry, Zhang brother. He knows the way and will be back soon. The excuse was so perfectly reasonable that Zhang Mang couldn't find a flaw, but he lowered his head and kept walking all the same, his mind beating like a drum. This job was definitely more complicated than it seemed. Still about 100 paces from the Guo mansion gate, Zhou Han reappeared silently behind Jiang Che. It was no more than a moment, as though he'd flown back on clouds. Zhang Mang's eyelids twitched, but he swallowed down the urge to call out. 2 stone lions roared proudly at the entrance. After Zhang Mang reported their arrival, an elderly steward in a gray long robe quickly came out and escorted the 3 into the front hall. They were served hot tea, after which the steward excused himself and went into the main halls. Jiang Che lifted the cup cover, flicked some foam onto the saucer, but didn't drink. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Dark sentries at corridor bends, powerful crossbows hidden behind faux rocks, a defensive layout tight on the inside, yet outwardly relaxed, clearly the work of an experienced hand. What had thought was a mere local tyrant now looked more like a regional warlord. Time passed, though Jiang Che wasn't sure how long, before the steward reappeared. My lord requests your presence. After some twists and turns, they entered the main hall. Lantern light gleamed brightly under the beams, reflecting faintly off bronze hooks shaped like beast heads. On the dais sat a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, a slight plumpness to his face, leaning lightly on the armrest. His sharp, narrow eyes locked tightly on Jiang Che. Guo Huai, lord of the Guo mansion. So, you are the Jiang family of the East? His voice was low and oppressive. Jiang Che showed no sign of nervousness. He cupped his hands just right. Junior Jiang Che, greetings to Lord Guo. Then he glanced at Zhou Han, who unshouldered a heavy rosewood box and presented it with both hands. A small gift for our first meeting, though it hardly expresses my respect. The steward received the box and opened it immediately. Inside, a coral branch, blood red from base to tip, shimmered under the light, its limbs stretching out like flickering flames nearly a foot tall. Guo Huai, accustomed to rarities, couldn't help but blink in surprise. Such treasures were rare, even in the capital, let alone in Jingnan Prefecture. He motioned the steward away, leaning forward. Jiang family of the East, quite a grand gesture. So tell me, your hat brings you northward? Negotiations began. Jiang Che met Guo Huai's gaze steadily, speaking earnestly. Lord Guo is wise to know that my family has traded goods between south and north for generations. Recently, we heard the north growing stable and trade routes opened, especially here under your stewardship. Merchants gather, and the people prosper. So I thought to establish a new route here. He paused, showing a touch of helplessness. To be honest, as a younger son, life was difficult in the south. So I brought all my savings north, seeking stability and fortune. In this way, he explained both his strong backing and his own vulnerability, while flattering Guo Wainit vying for power, only wealth. Such an ambitious newcomer was exactly what a local overlord liked, a source of profit without a threat. Guo Huai's arrogance softened into playful amusement. I see. It's good to have young blood full of drive. He lifted his cup and sipped, steam partially obscuring his face. But the waters in Jingnan Prefecture run much deeper than those southern rivers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chi's respectful smile did not fade. Rather, it deepened with genuine sincerity. Old Master Guo speaks truly. He bowed slightly, his voice low but remarkably clear. The waters of Jingnan Prefecture run deep and wild. I am but a humble drifter. How could I dare to navigate alone? That is precisely why I seek a sturdy ship to shield me from wind and rain. If I may be so bold, I have long heard that Old Master Guo is the steadfast anchor of Jingnan. It is on that strength that I gather courage to come before you, hoping for a small cabin aboard your great ship where I might find refuge and purpose. Guo Huai leaned back in his grand chair, narrowing his eyes as he appraised the young man before him. His knuckles tapped softly and deliberately against the dark purple sandalwood armrest. Inwardly, he judged, this fellow has a silver tongue. But mere words alone won't earn me real gold. Jiang Che seemed to sense the thought behind Guo Huai's gaze. His humble demeanor remained unchanged, yet his tone shifted subtly as he laid out his offer. I am also aware that empty words are hard to trust. I've heard Old Master Gua has stockpiled mountain goods from the north that have been hard to sell, southern merchants banding together to drive prices down. Unable to move the cargo, Gua Huai's tapping stopped, his eyes briefly darkening. That batch of goods had been sitting in his warehouse for nearly 2 years. Silver was slipping through his fingers day by day, while southern firms stubbornly held the price low. If he sold now, he would lose his capital. If he didn't, it would turn to waste. I still have several trade routes in Jiangnan and know some trustworthy contacts. Jiang Che continued earnestly, each word measured and sure. If Old Master agrees, I am willing to offer this as my token of loyalty. I will help transport your mountain goods southward. All profits I earn, I will keep Nani as a gesture of respect and goodwill. In return, I hope you will allow me to conduct trade safely in Zenden. None of the profits? Gua Huai suddenly sat up straighter, his thick eyebrows rising as a sharp gleam lit his eyes. Good. With that promise, I will place my trust in you this once. Rising, he crossed to Jiang Che in 2 purposeful strides and pressed a heavy palm to his shoulder. His voice turned colder, more commanding. But if you want to establish yourself in Zenden, silver and connections alone won't suffice, you need muscle. The Western Freight Yard, here previous tenants wound up, maimed, or vanished without a trace. They'll give you half a month. If you can clear the area, build a proper freight station, and get traffic flowing freely, then well-talked distribution. When that time comes, you will have your share of the trade in this prefecture. A quiet scoff rose in Jiang Chi's mind. Just a bunch of thugs as secret guards could clean that place out in a day and make it safer than the palace. Yet his face stayed humble as ever. Thank you for your trust, Old Master Gua. I will not fail you. Gua Huai said no more, simply gesturing for his steward to see the visitor out. Polite words were less powerful than clear action. Jiang Che rose to take his leave, bowing low as a servant led him through the carved moon gate to the front courtyard. But as he passed beneath the hanging blossom gate, his footsteps slowed abruptly. A woman sat inside the pavilion. She wore a pure white gown that swept down gracefully, her black hair pinned into a low knot with a jade hairpin angled at her temple. Though not adorned with gold or jewels, her delicate skin seemed even more radiant in contrast. She turned her face slightly, her features calm and gentle like a moody ink wash painting of Jiangnan veiled in morning mist, quietly captivating in a single stroke. Jiang Chi's gaze lingered but briefly, startled by her beauty. A flash of admiration passed through his eyes before he averted his gaze with deep respect, resembling a young merchant encountering a noble for the first time. Yet in that bowed moment, he had already etched every detail: the curve of her brows, the placement of her ornaments and posture, even the location of the teacup on the pavilion table into his memory. Who was this woman? Gua Huai's wife? His daughter? No, Jiang Che quickly dismissed the thought. Gua Huai was a man of sheer roughness. No family of his could possess such refined elegance. Was she the priceless treasure he had paid handsomely for? The woman sat gracefully outside the flower pavilion at a stone table, her demeanor casual, but her posture rigid as a drawn sword. She fixated on a half-finished Go game on the table before her, resting one hand against her cheek while the other hovered, holding a white stone poised in midair for a long moment. Her slender fingers were pale and perfectly shaped, flawless to the eye. Yet Jiang Chi's gaze was drawn to the delicate callus at the base of her right thumb, a thin layer of hardened skin, not from riding or playing the zither, but more like the mark of someone who had gripped a heavy weapon for years. The spot was too precise to be accidental. She sat exactly opposite the main hall's exit, right where he had to pass through, as if deliberately waiting for him. The woman seemed to sense his gaze and slightly turned her head. Their eyes met in silent challenge. Those eyes were cold and calm, like a deep, still pool concealing any trace of emotion. Jiang Chi's heart tightened, but his face gave nothing away. He lowered his body and quickened his pace, leaving with the servants in a hurry. Only after the heavy mansion doors shut behind them, cutting off the quiet sight, did he exhale an uneasy breath. He glanced back at the gilded plaque bearing the words Gua Mansion. For the first time, the confident expression on his face was tinged with gravity. This warehouse district in the western part of the city was clearly no mere haunt for low-life thugs. Boss, do you really want to follow that guy's plan? Johan's voice was low, trailing behind him, still cautious despite having settled into his new role. Don't worry, it won't be that simple. Jiang Che shook his head and led him through a few narrow alleys, slipping into the courtyard behind an already closed rice shop. The yard was empty. Lanterns under the eaves swayed gently in the night breeze. After a moment, 2 figures appeared, Zhang Wu and Yu Qing. Sir, they greeted, clasping their fists respectfully. There's a woman inside the Gua Mansion, Jiang Che said gravely. Use everyone. I need to know who she is. Yes, Zhang Wu responded without hesitation. Jiang Che then looked to Yu Qing. Go scout the western warehouse district. The bosses there definitely have powerful backing. As you command. With instructions given, the two turned and left. Jiang Che lingered in the courtyard, The image of the woman sitting quietly watching the chess game, refusing to leave his mind. Before dawn the next day, while darkness still lingered, Jiang Che rode out of the city gate with Zhou Han. They climbed an unassuming hill, taking in the northern plains stretched out below. The military camp extended for miles, banners flying like a forest, tents clustered like clouds. Boss, is this really Emperor Jangwen's army? The prince said it was 300,000 strong, but it doesn't look that big. Zhou Han swallowed nervously. Jiang Che said nothing, his gaze sweeping across the camp. He wasn't counting soldiers, but watching the smoke rising here and there, each wisp roughly indicating a group of 10 troops. The camp looked vast from outside, but inside it was loose and disorganized. The sparse distribution of smoke suggested poor coordination, likely a ragtag patchwork force. Subtract the decoy tents on the outer edge, and the neatly arranged formations near the central army that barely showed any wagon tracks, meant only for show. The real fighting force was no more than 100,000. Zhou Han was dumbfounded. All he could see was a vast sea of people, but Jiang Che had already seen through the entire structure. Jiang Che didn't bother to explain further. Whether it was 150,000 or 300,000 troops didn't matter. What was important was that this massive army was pressing down on Zhending Prefecture, ready to strike like a landslide at any moment. His mission was to find the sharpest breakthrough point for Prince Yin, Zhu Di, in this city that was on the verge of collapse. At dawn's first light, he turned to look at the gradually clear silhouette of Zhending's city walls. More frightening than the 150,000 iron hooves outside the city was the woman in the Guo mansion. She was the real headache. Back at the mansion, Jiang Che stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, the moonlight yet to fade. Footsteps fell silently. Yu Qing appeared at his side. Master, speak. The Western marketplace is controlled by the local Shay gang, led by Wei Xianping. He's ruthless. Yu Qing spoke rapidly and clearly. Not only does he collect protection fees, but he also runs smuggling operations, with over 100 desperados under his command. Jiang Che responded with a faint sound, but didn't turn around. It wasn't unusual for a city to be ruled by a local thug, but what surprised him was what this particular snake was connected to. Soon after, Zhang Wu arrived, his face dark and tinged with frustration. Master, I've been incompetent. Zhang Wu cupped his hands respectfully. We can't trace anything on the woman from the Guo family. Everyone in the mansion calls her Mr. Su. She arrived half a month ago. Guo Heng, head of the Guo family, treats her with utmost respect, almost obeying her without question. No one dares to ask or knows her true origin. A woman called Mr. Su was already more troublesome than expected. For Guo Heng to bow so completely, she must not be an ordinary figure. Zhang Wu paused, then added, there's one more thing. Guo Lingxiu, the Guo family's only daughter, is cherished not just because she's the sole heir. Once Wang De, Marquis of Anyuan, fell in love with her at first sight. Before his death, Wang Bai spent all their wealth to protect his son. Now Wang De holds a high position in the capital. The courtyard fell silent except for the faint tapping of Jiang Qi's fingers on the stone table. Yu Qing and Zhang Wu held their breath. They knew the master was deducing. One thread was the Western thug. Another was the secret affair involving a high official in the capital. In Jiang Qi's mind, the connections sprang together. The Western marketplace was the hands, the Sheikh gang the fists. The Guo family was the visible body, with Guo Lingxiu acting as the fuse linking to the central power. And Mr. Su was the mastermind of the entire scheme. She controlled Wang De in the capital through Guo Lingxiu. Wang De, relying on the political capital won through his father's sacrifice, was the sharpest leverage. With his thoughts aligned, Jiang Che looked at Yu Qing. Go to the west side of town. Killies but kill only where it counts. The Shay gang leader Wei Xianping, I don't want to hear his name in Zhending Prefecture tomorrow. Yu Qing lowered his head, signaling his understanding. Jiang Qi's tone remained calm, but suffocatingly firm. But killing him alone isn't enough. I want all his men, all his business, especially that Western marketplace territory. Not a single inch must escape us. It must be handed over to me intact. Hearing this, Yu Qing understood the goal was to make that place the first nail driven by the secret guard within Zhending's city walls. Yu Qing didn't question a word, not even the slightest change in his expression. He simply replied once. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved as decisively as when he arrived, sweeping his sleeve before vanishing into the shadows at the gate. Zhang Wu stood quietly under the corridor, careful not to breathe too loudly. The slightly chilly night breeze drifted past the eaves. He glanced first toward the direction where Yu Qing had left, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Qi's back, remaining still until the courtyard returned to silence. Jiang Che turned around with his hands behind his back and said calmly, get busy. Have the brothers ready and waiting in secret. Zhang Wu bowed upon receiving the order and then retreated. Once the courtyard gate closed, Jiang Qi's eyes darkened slightly. Directly targeting that Mr. Su? Only a fool would do something so reckless, he muttered softly to himself. Striking at an unknown woman so carelessly would only alert the monsters lurking in the shadows and risk dragging himself down too. But every snake has its weak spot. If she truly aimed to control Wang De of the capital, She must do so through Guolingxiu. As long as he tightly held that thread, whatever lurked at the bottom would eventually surface. With that thought, he looked up and asked Johan, who stood guard nearby, "What day is the day after tomorrow?" Johan hesitated briefly before answering swiftly, "Master, the day after tomorrow is the 8th day of the 4th lunar month, Buddha Bathing Festival. Outside the city at Guanghui Temple, there will be a grand assembly, and nearly all the family's women in the city will go to offer incense. Guolingxiu will attend as well. Miss Gua is devout in Buddhism and has never missed it." Johan responded without hesitation. Jiang Che nodded. "You go too. Report back anytime. And don't forget to rest well." Having given his orders, he pushed open the door and returned to his room. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the cover of night, Yu Qing led the elite of the covert guard in a surprise strike against the Sheikh gang. He personally killed the gang leader Wei Xianping with a single decisive stroke, shattering the gang's resistance and seizing their personnel, territory, and business all at once. The secret report flew back. Jiang Che scanned the 4 characters' mission complete before turning his full attention to Guolingxiu. The 8th day of the 4th lunar month. Jiang Che understood that the moves Head made in the Western markets had long been witnessed by Guohuai's spies, and he was about to make sure they saw everything. Only then would they regard a business partner seeking a deal as a true collaborator. In front of Guanghui Temple, the incense was heavy with crowds. The scent of sandalwood mingled with the sweat of worshippers. Buddhist chants echoed through the air. Jiang Che wore a faded blue scholar's robe, its cuffs worn thin, looking like a fallen gentleman beaten by fortune, blending into the crowd. He did not lift his eyes to the golden Buddha statue, but instead fixed his gaze steadily on a patch of moon white in front of the main hall. Guolingxiu, surrounded by maids and attendants, she stood in the center of the crowd. Her moon-white RU skirt accentuated her slender figure. Every movement, hands pressed together, bowing down to kneel, was flawless, yet her brows and eyes carried an otherworldly chill. Jiang Che caught the emptiness in the brief glances she cast upward, faithful in appearance, yet perhaps not devout at heart. He remained calm, keeping a safe distance from the crowd, watching her offer incense, drop heavy incense money, and walk beneath the ancient Bodhi tree where she spoke in Zen discourse with Master Guangliang, the temple's head monk. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling her plain sleeve and settling in Jiang Che's narrowed eyes. A faint curve appeared at the corner of his lips. This young lady was indeed far more complicated than she seemed on the surface. Master Guangliang twisted his prayer beads, a troubled look crossing his face. "Miss Gua, all forms and appearances are illusory. This sentence is easy to understand. Yet if one sees all forms as not forms, how then can one see the Tathagata? The key to this is insight not easily attained. Even this old monk." Guolingxiu's brows furrowed slightly, the faint, superficial reverence in her eyes finally replaced by curiosity. Master Guangliang clasped his Buddhist beads, shaking his head and sighing sheepishly. "It is my cultivation that falls short." A few disciples accompanying him gathered beneath the Bodhi tree, hoping to come to the master's defense, but they could only shake their heads helplessly, unable to offer a convincing explanation. At that moment, a clear male voice drifted in from outside the crowd, soft yet each word distinct. "Buddha is not form. The way is not words. To see forms is not to see Buddha, but one's true heart." The crowd turned toward the voice, their gaze all falling on a man in a simple blue robe. Jiang Che seemed to realize his earlier slip and respectfully cupped his hands to Master Guangliang and Guolingxiu. "I spoke out of turn." Guolingxiu regarded this stranger for the first time with clear eyes. His plain blue robe and coarse cloth belt could not conceal his refined features. Moved, she instinctively asked, "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Che smiled faintly, and, without waiting for her reply, spoke calmly and deliberately. "Miss, you believe in Buddha, but have you ever considered why? To seek wealth, love, or safety, all desires. Buddha teaches letting go, but people only grasp tighter. So what they worship is not Buddha, but their own desires. To see forms as non-forms is to see through the outward shells, the temple, the Buddha statues, and glimpse your true self. When you clearly see and truly let go, your heart becomes pure, and only then do you perceive the Tathagata." His words landed like a heavy blow to those present. Master Guangliang stood stunned for a moment, then pressed his palms together and quietly chanted, "By your insight is profound, sir." Guolingxiu's slight frame trembled. She had always thought worshipping Buddha was to find peace, only now realizing it was often an escape from invisible chains. Jiang Che cupped his hands once more, nodded slightly, then turned and walked back into the crowd with calm steps, as if his earth-shaking words were no more than idle remarks. "Oh, sir, please wait," Guolingxiu called out, abandoning her usual reserve. Her maid, Xiao Chui, quickly lifted her skirt and hurried after him. The bustling crowd masked Xiao Xiu's quick footsteps and calls. "Sir, please wait." Her cheeks flushed from running. She finally caught hold of the sleeve of the blue robe at a corner. Jiang Che did not stop or look back. His voice remained steady. Miss, I do have pressing matters and cannot stay long. Before Xiao Chui could speak, a smooth object was placed into her palm. Jiang Che softly instructed, please deliver this to your mistress, and tell her for a sickness of the heart. Only the heart's remedy can heal. The one who tied the knot must still untie it. With that, he slipped down a narrow path leading to the monk's quarters, his blue-clad figure soon swallowed by the crowd. Xiao Chui stood frozen, opening her palm to reveal an unremarkable Bodhi seed resting quietly there. The words still echoed in her ears. After a moment, she hurried back to the Bodhi tree, faithfully reporting the seed and Jiang Chi's words, word for word. Guo Lingxiu took the dull Bodhi seed, a coolness emanating from her palm, and a subtle, indescribable sense of loss quietly spread within her. She turned the words over again and again in her mind. The one who unties the knot must be the one who tied it. She alone knew the chains that bound her. But the one who tied them, she had no power over him, no way to resist. Guo Lingxiu's fingertips trembled slightly as she clenched the cool Bodhi bead tightly. An emptiness spread deep within her heart. At the same time, Jiang Che, long since having left Guanghui Temple, wove through the narrow city alleys. Morning sunlight gleamed on the bluestone pavement. His steps were swift, sleeves brushing against walls, stirring up fine dust. The faint scholarly aura he once wore like a cloak seemed to be tugged away by the wind, vanishing in an instant. Guo Lingxiu was nothing but a single piece in his vast scheme. Every word, every pause in that earlier enlightenment and divination session was a carefully calculated cog in his intricate machinery. He did not head home, but veered westward through the city. The western warehouse district, several massive storerooms enclosed by high earth walls, formed a segregated compound. Crumbling tile shards atop the walls let in dry gusts of wind. Inside the yard, wooden crates, burlap sacks, and iron-banded barrels were stacked in dense grids, resembling silent little mountains. The air smelled harsh of hemp ropes and timber, with no shouting porters, only an oppressive, almost death-like order. Yu Qing had been slouching on a pile of dark hemp sacks, playing pai gao with two workers. Just as the tiles were spread and he was about to call out, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure in a blue robe. In that instant, it was as if a string pulled him upright. The tiles were swept back onto the sacks as he hurried to greet him. Boss. He bowed low and spoke quietly. Jiang Che stopped beside a row of wooden crates stamped with the cargo transport seal. The plain blue long robe remained, but the warmth of the temple's seer of souls was gone, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. His eyes were like those of a hawk, surveying a hunting ground below. Curling his finger, he tapped the crate wall with his knuckles. The dull sound echoed through the warehouse beams. Yu Qing bowed lower, sweat trickling from his temples into his collar. Speak. Jiang Che uttered a single word. Yu Qing quickly reported, since our men took over the warehouse, this is the 6th batch of spies who snuck in just this morning. Each wave stronger than the last, with several unknown figures from the underworld mixed in like flies drawn to blood. To keep them off guard, we've already spent 3,000 taels of silver greasing palms. 3,000 taels, that sum alone could ruin a wealthy family in the capital. Here, it was barely the cost to feed stray dogs for half a day. Jiang Che finally turned to look at him, face expressionless, neither pity nor anger evident. 3,000 taels, and they think they can uncover my secrets? Looks like they're truly desperate. His tone shifted suddenly. What about the Guo line? Yu Qing hesitated, then replied truthfully, the Guo family, no unusual activity. Keep feeding them information. Jiang Qi's voice was calm, but uncompromising. If they want to investigate, let them dig all they want. Make sure to puncture one crate of the silk in warehouse number 3 on the east side. Let the scent drift out on the wind. The silk in warehouse 3 contained large quantities of saltpeter, stored only in the military. Yu Qing's heart jumped. Understood. Giving the order, Jiang Che turned and left. Time to go meet Guo Huai. A thought flashed through his mind. The truths he wanted the other side to see had all been laid bare. How Guo Huai chose was up to him. If he betrayed him, Jiang Che wouldn't hesitate to uproot the Guo family entirely from Xinding. Yu Qing remained bowed until the blue-robed figure disappeared around the corner, then slowly straightened, finally allowing the breath in his chest to escape. The sect leader's methods were becoming harder and harder to fathom. At the Guo residence, in the main hall, a gilded beast-head lantern hung low, its dim, flickering flame casting shadows over the dark grain of the sandalwood. At the head of the room, Guo Huai half reclined in a purple sandalwood grand chair, his knuckles tapping the armrest again and again with a steady rhythm that pressed down like a weight on the air. Below him sat Zhang Mang, Lu Shan, and Qian Feng, their robes tightening unnaturally in the stillness, each sitting rigidly upright. Continue, Guo Huai said without even lifting his eyelids. Lu Shan swallowed hard, sweat beading and sliding down the temple. Straining his voice, he continued. Our men reported that after Jiang Che met with the eldest miss at Guanghui Temple, he didn't return here, but went straight west of the city. And then, Zhang Mang, usually silent, couldn't hold back any longer. his voice rough as he interrupted. Lu Xun met his gaze for a moment, then quickly glanced up at Guo Huai before lowering his voice. The West Side warehouse has changed hands. What? Zhang Meng abruptly stood, the heavy chair legs screeching against the stone floor. He opened his mouth to shout, but a sharp kick from Qian Feng beneath the table stopped him, and he swallowed his words. Guo Huai's steady finger taps ceased instantly. For a moment, the hall seemed to have the air sucked out, only dead silence remained. Lu Xun clearly heard his own racing heartbeat, pounding as if it would burst from his chest. His frustration was sharp. The West Side warehouse was notorious, once backed by a powerful Beijing noble whom even the Marquis had to respect. He had counted on Jiang Che, an outsider, being unable to seize it, sooner or later forced to bargain with the Guo family. He had even drafted the terms of negotiation. But reality had slapped him hard. Guo Huai's low voice broke the silence. How did he take it? We don't know. Lu Xun lowered his head further. Our men couldn't get close. From last night to this morning, Jiangxi's people have replaced everyone inside and outside. It's so quiet, even the dogs don't bark. The guards who used to watch over the place seemed to have vanished without a trace. Vanished. Zhang Meng's thick neck veins stood out. His throat was so dry he couldn't utter a single syllable. Qian Feng's face darkened as he lowered his tone to analyze. Master, this is suspicious. Either the Beijing noble relinquished it voluntarily, or Jiangxi's background is deeper than we thought. Relinquished? Guo Huai snorted coldly. That man never lets go of a single bone from a feast. Would he just give up prime territory like that? His gaze sharpened. First Lingxiu, now the warehouse. The image of his daughter from just yesterday flashed through his mind after returning from Guanghui Temple. She was distracted, locked in her quarters, only saying she'd met an interesting scholar. Now that scholar had taken the West warehouse with thunderous speed. Guo Huai had once fancied himself a hunter, intending to use this fierce outsider to stir up the stagnant waters of Zhending Prefecture and gain greater advantages for the Guo family. But now, the lines between hunter and prey seemed blurred beyond recognition. Silence weighed heavily in the hall. After hesitating, Lu Xun cautiously suggested, Master, should we send someone? Send someone? Send them to die? Guo Huai abruptly spun around, eyes flashing cold steel. Haven't you realized yet? He's forcing me to make a choice. Zhang Meng, Lu Xun, and Qian Feng bowed their heads in silence, trembling. After a long moment, Guo Huai's chest rose and fell more slowly as he exhaled sharply. You may all leave now. I need to think. Master, out. The three dared not speak further and bowed deeply before hurrying out the door. The vast hall lay empty, except for Guo Huai alone. He removed the jade thumb ring from his finger, slowly spinning it between his thumb and forefinger. Under the lantern light, the green stone reflected a cold gleam. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the corridor. The steward lifted the curtain and entered, lowering his voice. Master, a young man claiming to be Jiang Che requests an audience. Guo Huai closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, hesitation was replaced by resolve. Open the central door. Bring the best early spring Longjing tea. I will welcome him myself. The central gate of the Guo residence swung wide open. This was the most prestigious family ceremony in Zhending Prefecture to welcome their most honored guest. The mansion's great doors stood wide open, the red lacquered panels studded with brass nails gleaming harshly in the morning light. Guo Huai, dressed in a dark patterned golden silk robe, stood behind the gate, his sleeves hanging by his knees, a faint, perfectly measured smile on his face as he personally invited Jiang Che into the elaborately carved main hall. Master Jiang, your presence honors us. Guo humbly apologizes for the late welcome. Guo Huai bowed respectfully. Jiang Che accepted the greeting calmly. He wore a simple blue cloth shirt, without a stitch of embroidery, standing in stark contrast to the opulent surroundings, yet carried an undeniable aura of authority. Guo Huai raised his hand and loudly ordered, bring the finest pre-rain Longjing tea. Then he personally lifted the ice crackle roux kiln tea set from the table. As hot water poured over the tender green leaves, they unfolded and released a delicate fragrance, quickly filling the sandalwood-scented hall. Holding the cup with both hands, Guo pushed it toward Jiang Che. Please, Master Jiang. Jiang Che lifted the cup, steady as a rock at the fingertips, but only took a sip before setting it down again, his voice calm. Lord Guo, my time is limited. That simple sentence ended all pleasantries. Jiang Che lowered his gaze to stir aside the floating leaves and said, I've secured the goods yard. Now, what I want to know is does what Lord Guo said earlier still hold? A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Guo Huai's mouth. He had expected such bluntness, but when this invisible blade pressed against his throat, his chest tightened sharply. He laughed twice, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice. Master Jiang speaks with too much formality. I, Guo Huai, have established myself in Zhending for decades on the foundation of trust. Naturally, I will uphold my word. However, his tone shifted. Since your shipment is headed south over a long route, if you could disclose part of the path in advance, I could arrange the checkpoints along the way to avoid mishaps. Would that be agreeable? On the surface, a proposal for cooperation, but really, a probe. If he learned the route, he could gauge the risks and decide whether to board the ship or not. Jiang Che gave him a single look, his eyes cold and still like a deep, unmoving pool. He clearly caught the subtext, but showed no reaction. His mind flashed with the true route, the secret transport of iron and grain northward from Zindan to Beijing, handing it to Prince Yan, Zhu Di, to help him start the Jingnan Rebellion. Saying this aloud would mean the Guo family's total destruction by dawn. He deliberately lifted the teacup again, blowing gently over the swirling leaves, taking a light sip. The shadow at the bottom of the cup wavered as he spoke flatly. Lord Guo, there's no need to worry about the route. Just know this: the person behind me is almost touching the heavens. The word heavens hit Guo Huai like a thunderclap. The cup, suspended midair, trembled slightly. A drop of scalding tea rolled off, burning the back of his hand, but he felt nothing. In the Ming Dynasty, there was only one heaven, the emperor, who sat at the pinnacle of the imperial palace in Nanjing. His breath grew heavy and sweat seeped down his spine, soaking the fine silk lining of his undergarment. Guo did not dare think deeper, but the thoughts spread wildly like weeds. Was it the all-powerful minister? Or the imperial scholar with disciples and confidants across the realm? He hastily lowered his head, controlling all curiosity. Master Jiang jokes. I am but a simple man, and do not comprehend these heavens you speak of. All I know is wherever master points, I, Guo Huai, will follow, without hesitation. Just as Guo Huai was about to discuss the details of their cooperation, a sharp and urgent female voice pierced through the door. Dad. Before the sentence was finished, Guo Lingxiu dashed past the screen and hurried inside. She wore a pale yellow long dress, the hem fluttering with her quick steps. Several pearl hairpins clinked together atop her bun with a clear sound. The young lady was clearly anxious, her fair face flushed pink from the rush. But when her eyes landed on Jiang Che, who was sitting calmly, her entire body froze instantly. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, lips slightly parted, and her face filled with disbelief. Her slender fingers trembled as she pointed at Jiang Che, stammering. You're not. Before she could finish, Guo Huai's anger erupted violently. How dare you? Who told you to come in? Get out! He shouted harshly. Caught off guard by the sudden scolding, Guo Lingxiu froze on the spot, tears welling in her eyes. She had never seen her father lose his composure like this, especially with anger directed at her. Yet the shock in her heart outweighed her fear, and she defiantly retorted, Dad. Shut up. Guo Huai strode forward, gripping his daughter's slender wrist and roughly dragging her toward the door. His gaze never once glanced at Jiang Che again, but instead roared toward the entrance. No one is allowed in without my permission. Someone, take the young lady back to the rear courtyard. As the father and daughter faced off tensely, Jiang Che finally spoke, his voice calm and measured. Master Guo, there's no need for this. It's quite a coincidence this morning at Guanghui Temple. I happened to meet this young lady briefly. I didn't realize she was your daughter. What a small world indeed. Guo Huai's heart skipped a beat. After his daughter returned, she had mentioned a strange man at the temple as an amusing story. Never expected it would be this very person in front of him. Being openly called out by Jiang Che, he forced a stiff smile, but couldn't hide his urgency. I see. My daughter is impolite and offended you, young sir. Please forgive her. Then lowering his voice, he said, Lingxiu, go back to the rear courtyard. Jiang Gongzi and I have important business to discuss. Don't cause any trouble. What Guo Huai didn't expect was Jiang Che's completely unexpected reaction. Suddenly, Jiang Che showed a shy smile, like a youth who had just lost his sharp edge. He waved his hands repeatedly. Master Guo, Uncle Guo? No. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his posture. There's no need to avoid. Guo Mish's not an outsider, right? As he spoke, he stole a quick glance at Guo Lingxiu from the corner of his eye, then abruptly withdrew as if burned, raising his teacup to cover his face, while a faint blush crept onto his ears. These nervous gestures came so rapidly it was hard to keep up. Guo Huai, a seasoned shrewd businessman with decades of experience, was stunned. The Jiang Che before him, just moments ago, had been imposing, commanding life and death with a smile. Now he looked exactly like a young boy caught by his secret crush. Guo Huai's heart raced as his mind raced. Could it be that Jiang Che had taken a fancy to his daughter? If so, this business deal would have a very different significance altogether. Oh dear, look at me, so absent-minded. He slapped his forehead suddenly, a smile spreading across his face as his tone shifted completely. Please don't mind Jiang Gongzi. This girl spoiled by Mesh is unruly and rude. Not only did he not push Guo Lingxiu away, but he also pulled her close affectionately, seating her right beside himself. The wooden chair creaked softly as it shifted. Forced down onto the seat, Guo Lingxiu felt as if she had suddenly been plunged into a basin of warm water, but inside, she was ice cold. She first glanced at her father, seeing Guo Huai's face creased in a broad smile, then at the young man opposite, who was quietly sipping tea with his head lowered, and her mind instantly went blank. Come, Mr. Jiang, let me properly introduce you. Guo Huai cleared his throat, his tone betraying his pride. This is my youngest daughter, given name Lingxiu. She usually enjoys tending to flowers in the courtyard and reading a few leisure books. Her nature is very gentle and reserved. Only, this girl's standards are too high, which has delayed her marriage so far and truly worries me as her father. Only then did Jiang Che lift his eyes, briefly meeting Guo Lingxia's puzzled gaze. The look pricked like a faint sting, and he quickly dropped them again. The young man sat upright, hands neatly placed on his knees, though the fingers hidden beneath his sleeves tapped his thigh in a steady rhythm, was fully aware of the situation. Guo Lingxia's face burned with embarrassment under the strange, unspoken exchange between her father and Jiang Che. She wished she could disappear into the floorboards. Quietly, she muttered, "Father, please sit properly." With a sharp glance, Guo Huai shot down his daughter's words. The fragrant tea scent swirled in the room, the atmosphere perfectly warmed, when Jiang Che suddenly let out a long sigh. "Why the sigh, young Master Jiang? Is something troubling you? Feel free to speak openly." Guo Huai's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to ask. Jiang Che raised his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips, though his eyes couldn't help drifting back to Guo Lingxiu. "Uncle Guo, if I'm honest with you." That address Uncle Guo made Guo Huai feel as if a weight had lifted from his bones. "This time, I came to Jinding on official orders, but I've also been pressured hard by my elders at home," Jiang Che said quietly, revealing his helplessness. "They always say, to establish a family and career, marriage comes first. They urge me to settle down soon. If I could form a partnership with a cultured and scholarly family like the Guos, then any affair that comes up in the future, my elders would be so pleased that everything becomes easy to negotiate." He emphasized the word partnership heavily. Guo Huai's heart brightened immediately. All talk of business or pressure was a smokescreen. This young Master Jiang's true intention was to seek a good marriage alliance under the guise of official matters, and his precious daughter was precisely the target. Realizing this, Guo Huai felt the world open wide before him. Colors sharpening, the initiative was back in his hands. "Ah." Guo Huai slapped his thigh and smiled ear to ear, pushing his teacup toward Jiang Che. "Nephew, you speak straight from my heart." He switched the formality, Mr. Jiang, straight to nephew. What business do mundane?" Guo Huai waved his hand grandly, overflowing with enthusiasm. "If our two families truly have fate, then what difference does it make who's who?" Leaning forward, lowering his voice as if fully claiming Jiang Che as one of his own, Guo Huai continued. "Nephew, look, our Guo family's shipping routes span south and north. How we connect this with your family elders' enterprise, that's the real big matter. The details, we can take our time to discuss, to ensure our elders are completely satisfied." Jiang Che smiled. Guo Huai smiled too. Their smiles, separated only by the rising steam from the scorching tea, faced each other with polite interest, yet harbored hidden agendas. As soon as Guo Huai extended his olive branch, Jiang Che seized the opportunity without hesitation, speaking a little faster as if afraid the tea would cool. "Since Uncle Guo holds me Jiang Che in such high regard, I dare to make a small request. My elders are eager to see our cooperation in action. I'd like to borrow your fleet to transport a shipment north, just some ordinary herbs and fabrics, but the timing is urgent." Those words landed like a reassurance deep in Guo Huai's heart. His inner voice thundered. "Just as I thought. This kid's eager to prove himself and get rewarded. The actual shipment doesn't matter. He's just showing goodwill to his future father-in-law." Secretly pleased, he thought. "Foolish boy, pave the way yourself. And do you really think your elders will favor you? When that time comes, I, Guo Huai, will be the one talking to them. You? Step aside." Resolute, he grew even more cordial, slapping his large, broad palm down decisively. "Where would my nephew say such things? What kind of request is this? It's my duty as your Uncle Guo. Don't mention one shipment, 10, or even 80 would be no problem. Tomorrow, bring the goods to West City Pier. He'll have my most trusted manager take charge personally, ensuring you make a shining impression in front of your elders." Exactly what Jiang Che wanted to hear. Once Guo Huai's fleet took on that shipment, there'd be no backing out of the plan. A flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes, but on the surface, he expressed heartfelt gratitude, rising to bow deeply. Uncle Guo's great kindness, they'll never forget it. Outside the mansion, a cool night breeze blew as lantern light cast two shadows walking side by side. Guo Huai personally accompanied Jiang Che to the door, grinning like a father-in-law greeting his future son-in-law, slapping his shoulder with one hand and gesturing with the other. "Nephew, treat this place like your own home. Visit often." Definitely, Jiang Che replied respectfully, offering a shy smile and a bow before turning away. Rounding the corner and out of sight of Guo Huai's residence, his smile vanished abruptly, replaced by an icy stillness. The eyes that had seemed a bit uneasy before now darkened like a deep well, cold and calm. He stopped and listened carefully to the wind rustling through the dark alley, confirming he wasn't being followed, before frowning deeply. Something's wrong. Since entering the backyard, the woman the Guo family called Ms. Su hadn't appeared again. According to Secret Service intelligence, she was the sole liaison between Guo Huai and the powerful figure behind him. Every major decision the Guo's made bore her mark. Yet for a meeting deciding the family's fate, she was absent? A dangerous thought surfaced. Guo Huai might be a puppet chasing glory and illusions, but the real threat was her. Jiang Qi's nerves tightened. He immediately changed course, quickening his pace toward the West City cargo yard. He had to mobilize the Secret Service to scour the entire city for Ms. Su's whereabouts. If she left the Zhending mansion bearing warnings, the consequences would be dire. If the powerful figure lurking behind the scenes caught wind of this, the painstakingly laid trap Jiang Che had set in Zhending might be uprooted in an instant. We absolutely cannot afford to lose the newly established stronghold now. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of Zhending City, inside the Guo family residence, outside the window, bamboo shadows swayed gently as sunlight filtered through the carved lattice, casting patterns onto the embroidery room. Guo Lingxiu sat on her stitching stool, clutching a half-finished scented sachet, though her gaze kept drifting past the curtain toward the door. The first encounter with Jiang Che that morning left a deep impression. His extraordinary bearing, every movement, stirred delicate ripples in her heart. Having always been shy around the opposite sex, she now felt an unfamiliar flutter of faint, precious heartbeat that distracted her entirely. Creak. The door swung open. Guo Huai strode in confidently, still wearing the smug smile from seeing Jiang Che off. Father. Guo Lingxiu hurried to her feet, her skirt brushing the floor. You're back. That Mr. Jiang, what exactly is his background? She asked casually, but her ears quietly flushed. Guo Huai's smile froze for a moment, thinking, oh no, could the girl really be taken with that kid? He's just a disposable pawn. Don't let this ruin my grand plan. He quickly composed himself and said sternly, Lingxiu, don't get any wild ideas. I was only playing along earlier, just putting on a show with him. Playing a show? Guo Lingxiu blinked in confusion. That fellow has some backing. He wants to use our family's ships to transport goods north, to curry favor with his elders, Guo Huai explained, sipping tea with a hint of disdain. I'm just doing him a favor, a convenient exchange. Once the shipping route is set, he won't matter anymore. So don't think too much of it. He's not worthy of the Guo family. The flush on the young girl's face vanished instantly, replaced by stunned disappointment. So her father's warmth was just to use Jiang Che? A whisper of resentment stirred quietly in her heart. But Guo Huai didn't notice. Setting down his teacup, his expression suddenly grew solemn. Lingxiu, I have tremendous news to tell you. Soon, a distinguished guest will arrive in Zhending. When that time comes, you must be fully alert and receive him proper. No mistakes allowed. That guest? Father, who do you mean? Guo Lingxiu asked, confused. Straightening his back and radiating authority, Guo Huai pronounced each word clearly. Marquis Anying, Wangda. Those 5 words thundered in her mind. That man, over 60, with many wives and concubines, rumored to abuse them. A man old enough to be her grandfather. Guo Lingxiu's face drained of color, her limbs turning cold. Father, what exactly do you mean? Lost in his grand ambitions, Guo Huai failed to notice his daughter's fear. What do I mean, my foolish girl? Marquis Anyuan has taken a liking to you. This is a blessing our Guo family has earned over generations. If you marry into the Marquis household, our family will rise to the top overnight. I could even secure an official position at court, a true honor for our ancestors. No. Guo Lingxiu suddenly stepped back, tears flooding her eyes. I won't marry him. I'd rather die than marry that old monster. What do you take your daughter for, a mere commodity to trade for wealth and status? Startled by her fierce outburst, Guo Huai slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup to bounce and spill tea everywhere. How dare you? You don't understand. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, something far beyond a woman's petty opinions. Many would kill for a chance like this. I don't care. I simply refuse to marry. Guo Lingxiu's stubbornness flared up. As for that Wang, do you know better than I do what kind of man he is? If you really push me into the fire pit, then he'll just smash my head against you and die right here. You. Guo Huai hadn't expected his usually obedient daughter to threaten her own life. Anger surged within him, choking him almost speechless. This is rebellion. Outrageous beyond belief. He paced the room furiously, the heavy thuds of his boots echoing on the floorboards. Someone, come here. He barked toward the door, his voice sharp like a whip cracking through the air. Watch the young lady carefully. Starting today, she's not allowed to set a foot outside this courtyard. Before he finished speaking, 2 maidservants hurried in. One of them was Xiao Chui, Guo Lingxiu's personal handmaid. Miss, let's go. It's better to leave for now. Xiao Cui's voice was soft but firm, impossible to refuse. Guo Lingxiu glanced at her father one last time. The eyes that usually sought his support now radiated only resolute defiance. She had no choice but to follow the maid away. As the door closed behind them, the room still seemed to tremble with the girl's lingering anger. Guo Huai sank back into his grand chair, knuckles whitening from his grip. Lu Shun, get in here. He called out. A figure appeared from the shadows, hurrying forward with a respectful smile. It was his trusted aide, Lu Shun. Master, please calm down. What has caused such a raging fire? His tone was gentle yet cautious. Guo Huai lifted a cup of tea, already cold, and downed it in one bitter gulp as if hoping to wash away his fury. Then, he recounted every detail of the clash with his daughter and his plan to use Jiang Che against Wang De. That wicked girl, daring to threaten me with death. Bang! He slammed the teacup down hard, tea splashing everywhere. Absolutely lawless. Lu Xin's smile remained, though his brow furrowed ever so slightly. He did not join in scolding the daughter, but instead caught a deeper concern. Master, the Marquis on Yuan is arriving soon. That is the most pressing matter. The young lad's tantrum may be temporary, but this Jiang Che Linito, we really want to continue down it? If any unexpected trouble arises, it could anger powerful allies, and then well. He left the warning hanging, clear enough without words. Betting on two fronts might be safe now, but if either one failed, it would mean disaster. Unexpectedly, Guo Huai laughed bitterly, his face full of arrogance and contempt. Ha ha ha. Lu Shan, it seems you're getting more and more cautious by the day. He strode over and slapped Lu Shan's shoulder hard. Are you too nervous? Don't forget, this is Zenden. On this little patch of land, the sky won't collapse. His voice suddenly rose. What if the court dispatches troops? Thunder without much rain just to show. If it weren't for the officers' titles, who would dare meddle in the Guo family's business here in Zenden? He turned his back, hands clasped behind him, pacing aggressively. They say Prince Yin Zhu rebellion was huge, but rumor has it he barely had 100,000 soldiers. How could he match the imperial army's 300,000? He could barely protect himself, let alone pay attention to our small matter here. Suddenly, Guo Huai spun around with a hawk's gaze fixed on Lu Shan, enunciating coldly, so listen carefully. Until Marquis on Yuan arrives, Zenden Prefecture belongs to the Guo family. End of story. Just as he exulted, believing he held all of Zenden in his palm, in the back courtyard a servant trimming the flowers straightened up. He slipped the scissors back into the tool basket without a trace. The servant kept his head down, blending in seamlessly with the other household staff. After tidying up, he moved along the shadowed base of the wall, quietly passing through several corridors, then slipped out of the estate through a side door without alerting a soul. To him, the formidable Guo mansion was nothing more than a leaky sieve. At the western city goods yard, stacks of timber were piled as neatly as fortress walls. Jiang Che stood among them, flicking a small wood chip between his fingers as tiny flecks of sawdust drifted in the sunlight. Behind him, Zhou stood like an iron tower, muscles bulging under his sleeves, a palpable aura of menace still simmering. Amid the noisy crowd, the servant who had escaped from Guo mansion hurried along. As he approached, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thump and whispered, Master. Jiang Che didn't turn, responding only with a faint acknowledgement. The servant wasted no time, recounting every detail of Guo Huai's arrogant scheme and to study the forced marriage of his daughter, the backup plans for Jiang Chi's retreat, and even the sacrificial pawn all without a single omission. Sweat beaded cold on his forehead when he finished. Jiang Che casually waved a hand. Go back, and whatever you do, don't leave a trace. The servant rose wordlessly and melted back into the crowd. Moments later, he vanished into the throng. Only then did Jiang Che turn, a cold smirk curling on his lips. Backup pawn. A local tyrant actually thought he could treat the head of the Yin King's covert guards as a disposable tool? How utterly foolish. Guo Huai's problems went beyond greed as arrogance blinded him. He underestimated Yin King's resolve, misread the tides of power, and most of all, misunderstood Jiang Che. Originally, Jiang Che intended only to consolidate the secret network in Jingnan Prefecture to clear the way for Zhu Dis' southward campaign. If Guo Huai hadn't interfered, he wouldn't have bothered with him. But now, with Guo Huai eagerly sticking his neck out, trying to hedge bets using Yin King's name, and treating Jiang Che like a stepping stone, well, Jiang Che had no choice but to respond mercilessly. Guo Huai must not be allowed to connect with the Marquis of Yuan. If imperial power and local scoundrels joined forces, the entire strategy would collapse. The road must be cut off before they have the chance to meet, swiftly, ruthlessly, and permanently. Jiang Chi's gaze landed on Zhou, whose eyes still blazed with killing intent. Zhou, here. Zhou's voice was low and steady. Jiang Che smiled faintly. If the arriving Marquis of Yuan dies at Guo mansion, what then? Zhou first froze, then broke into a savage grin. Kill the Marquis and pin it on the Guo family. Of course, the court will send investigators, but that's not the point. Jiang Che continued, just received a letter from Yuqing. Mr. Su has not left the city. He was only out for the bathing Buddha festival, which is why he missed meeting you. This means the power backing the Guo family isn't the Marquis of Yuan. Zhou snorted coldly. Then it all depends on whether the one behind the scenes can clean up after the Marquis' death. He stepped forward, his fists cracking with tension. Master, leave this to me. I promise to wrench that lord's head off and stuff it back into Guo Huai's bed. Jiang Che shook his head calmly. I don't need you. Zhou's ecstatic grin froze on his face. Taking down a Marquis, what a thrill. Just as he was about to argue, he caught Jiang Chi's resigned look. Let Zhang Wu handle this. You have more important matters. More important matters? Johan's eyes suddenly widened, the dying spark of excitement reigniting instantly. If killing a marquis wasn't the top priority, what could possibly be? Scratching the back of his head, he grinned sheepishly. Got it. Without another word, he strode off purposefully. Since Jiang Che had spoken, all he had to do was carry out the orders flawlessly. Watching the eager figure disappear into the crowd, the coldness on Jiang Chi's face slowly faded, replaced by deep contemplation. Assassinating Marquis on Yuan and framing the Guo family was only the first step. Once the scandal blew up, the court would be furious. Inspectors would descend on Zhending Prefecture, and it wouldn't be surprising if the Guo clan was uprooted, their entire household wiped out. But could their vast fortune, extensive connections, and carefully nurtured power network really fall so cheaply to the court or end up in another Zhang or Wang family's hands? Jiang Che was no tailor sewing a wedding dress for others to wear. The ripe fruit that was Guo Huai had to fall directly into his mouth. He wanted not just Guo Huai's life, but the entire Guo family. Zhending Prefecture deserved a new master. With the Guos toppled, a huge power vacuum would remain. So who was qualified and capable enough to legally and legitimately take over everything right under the court's nose? The answer was obvious. There had to be a victim, someone oppressed and seemingly innocent, yet perfectly positioned to clean up the mess. When the court's sword fell, this person would step forward and justifiably inherit the Guo legacy, calming the region and sparing the inspectors countless headaches. Jiang Chi's mind drifted to Guo Lingxialuk's, like he'd have to build a relationship with that young lady. The next morning, before dawn had fully broken, the West City warehouse buzzed with activity. Drivers shouted, clerks called out rhythms. The Guo family's carriages stretched in a long line as crates of silk, tea, and porcelain were loaded onto horses, destined for Beiping. This was the Guo's strongest trade route and the source of their wealth. By the warehouse entrance, Jiang Che stood with his hands behind his back, watching quietly. Soon, a familiar figure came into view. Zhang Mang. With a copper whistle hanging from his waist and hands on his hips, he barked orders at slow workers, all business. Last night, the head of the family, Guo Huai, had summoned him to the study and told him, from now on, the West City warehouse would cooperate with a certain young master Jiang, skipping the usual procedures with Lu Shun. Zhang Mang was stunned. Just days ago, he was kowtowing to a muddy peasant. Now that same man talked directly with the family head? Confusing, but he dared not disobey orders. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure approaching. Zhang Mang's heart jumped as he quickly put on a flattering smile. Young Master Jiang, what a surprise to see you here in person. Surely you don't need to trouble yourself with such small matters. Jiang Che seemed to ignore his exaggerated expression and casually waved his hand. His gaze passed over Zhang Mang, then swept across row after row of wooden crates stamped with the Guo family's bright vermilion seal in the warehouse, before slowly pulling back. From his sleeve, he produced a folded piece of paper. With a flick of his finger snap, the thin sheet slapped down on the back of Zhang Mang's outstretched hand. Zhang Mang caught it instinctively, then looked down, eyes narrowing sharply. A 1,000-tael silver note from Datong Bank. The newly printed note gleamed with a clean shine, the red seal vibrant, carrying a strong scent of silver. 1,000 taels. In a month, Zhang Mang could barely count 100 or so taels of off-the-books income. This slip of paper equaled a year's worth of his life on the line. He froze there, arms suspended in midair, breath catching for a moment. Jiang Che regarded him coolly, his expression calm as if handling the most ordinary matter. Talking too much with someone like this was useless. Only direct incentives worked as bargaining chips. Take it. From now on, Guo family goods pass through here. You keep a closer eye on things. His voice was low but carried an unyielding, icy firmness. Zhang Mang jolted awake, snapping back to himself and hurriedly returning the note, forcing out a smile that looked more like a grimace. Young Master Jiang, that's impossible. It's my duty to serve you. How dare I accept money? Humble words, but his eyes were glued to the silver note. Jiang Che didn't even lift his hand. I said take it, so take it. The Marquis of Inyuan's men will arrive soon. The roads are unsafe. The Guo family's goods are valuable. Don't let anything go wrong. His gaze flicked sharply at Zhang Mang, like a small knife. If the cargo gets lost and my people blame you, you can't handle it, and neither can I. His final words dropped in volume, heavy with warning. A chill ran down Zhang Mang's back, sweat trickling down his neck. If anything went wrong, Guo Huai's man would likely be the scapegoat, and Jiang Che wouldn't be spared either. Gritting his teeth, he refolded the note and tucked it deep into his innermost pocket, patting his palm firmly twice, accepting this dangerous favor. Jiang Chi's expression didn't change. He turned to leave, tossing over a final command. Keep a close watch. No unauthorized people allowed near the crates. Yes, yes. Young Master Jiang, you can trust me. Zhang Mang bowed deeply, eyes following him as he left, his palm still burning from the note's touch. Stepping out of the warehouse, Jiang Chi's mind kept turning. The warehouse was only the first step. The true key lay with the Guo family's young lady Guo Lingxiu. From their brief, Stunning encounter at Guanghui Temple. Her clear, cool eyes were unlike those of an ordinary lady. Using the usual ruffian tactics would only make her despise him. He needed to find a reason she couldn't refuse, something that would spark her curiosity instead. As his thoughts whirled, out of the corner of his eye he caught a faint but abrupt shadow. Near the warehouse entrance, a slender figure was peering around cautiously. The person wore a simple blue cloth dress, clearly neither a worker nor a coachman. She was hiding behind the thick doorframe, only her wary eyes visible, as if looking for something. Jiang Che paused, quietly observing. After a moment, the figure seemed to gather courage and stepped out a few paces, revealing a delicate face bathed in the morning light. Jiang Chi's pupils contracted slightly. Xiao Kui's personal maid of Guolingxiu. The scene at Guanghui Temple flashed through his mind. After confirming his target without a doubt, he strode toward the entrance of the goods yard. At that moment, Xiao Chui was hiding behind a pillar, peeking nervously. Suddenly, she spotted a tall man approaching, which startled her so much she almost cried out. When she recognized Jiang Che, her panic instantly turned to delight. Young Master Jiang. She held up her skirt and hurried forward, her heels clicking briskly on the bluestone pavement. Jiang Che stopped, his gaze calm as it rested on her. She had indeed come looking for him. Young Master Jiang, how are you? Xiao Chui hurriedly performed a quick kowtow, her breath uneven. As she looked up, her eyes were red and swollen as if she had been caught in the rain. Miss Gu, she wants to see you. An opportunity had just fallen into his lap. Jiang Chi's mind raced, though his face showed only appropriate concern as his brow furrowed lightly. What's wrong with Miss Gu? As soon as he asked, Xiao Chui nearly broke down again. She stamped her foot anxiously and lowered her voice to speak quickly. Since yesterday she's been gloomy and won't eat or drink. I tried to persuade her, but no use. When she heard you were coming yesterday afternoon, she was overjoyed. But then Master suddenly ordered that Miss isn't allowed to leave the house, and put her under house arrest. Saying this, a tide of grievance and anger rushed up. She almost gritted her teeth. I had no choice but to sneak out and try my luck, hoping to meet you. Jiang Che understood almost everything clearly. A classic little fairy starving herself to get help routine. The whole world's against me, now waiting for the prince on a white horse to break in. That old fox Guahuai had placed himself at a key position and locked his daughter up, making his intentions obvious. And Miss Gu's hunger strike was no simple thing either. This family was truly interesting. His thoughts spun wildly, yet the worry on his face deepened. Lead the way. Xiao Chui was taken aback. Right now? Of course. Jiang Chi's tone was firm as his gaze swept across her slightly panicked face. Miss Gu is a noble lady. She shouldn't suffer such injustice. They'll go with you to see her. Xiao Chui beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly without even wiping away her tear stains. She turned swiftly and led the way. Young Master Jiang, this way please. We'll go through the back entrance to be faster. The winding path in the back garden of the Guo residence was paved with stones, faintly scented with oleander. Xiao Chui lifted her skirt as she ran ahead, nimble as a little deer, but deliberately stepping lightly. She glanced back at Jiang Che from time to time, while cautiously scanning the corners and corridors, wary of bumping into any patrolling servants. Jiang Che followed closely, his eyes flickering over courtyard walls, eaves, and guards lurking in shadows. The security of the Guo residence was loose on the outside but tight within, far more guarded than he had expected, confirming his earlier suspicions. After turning 7 or 8 corners, they came upon a delicate, elegant 2-story pavilion with dark tiles and upturned eaves, its red windows tightly closed. 2 young maidservants holding lanterns leaned against a pillar nearby, nodding off, their heads bobbing slightly. Xiao Chui hurried forward, whispered something in their ears, then slipped a small pouch of silver coins from her sleeve into their hands. The coins sank into their palms and immediately jolted them awake, wide-eyed and alert. They saw the tall Jiang Che standing behind Xiao Chui, and panic flickered across their faces. But Xiao Chui gave a gentle wave of her hand and softly soothed them. The maids hurriedly nodded and bowed, like rice stalks bending in the wind. Jiang Che took it all in quietly, understanding deep down this Miss Gu truly had impressive skills. At least this personal maid was both sharp and loyal. Xiao Chui, this way. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chui had already reached out and pushed open the door for him, then respectfully stepped back outside and softly closed it behind her with a creak, shutting out the hallway noise. Inside, the light was soft and warm. A faint incense mixed with the scent of herbs filled the air. On the bed in the center, the gauzy canopy hung gently, while the dark window frames cast mottled shadows. Guolingxiu lay on her side, facing away from the door, the thin quilt outlining her slender waist. Hearing footsteps, she trembled lightly and slowly turned her head. Her tired little face still had soft contours in the dim light. Seeing Jiang Che, her originally dull eyes suddenly brightened, as if catching a glimmer of hope. Young Master Jiang. But Jiang Che stopped where he stood, neither stepping forward nor speaking. The air seemed to freeze. His silent gaze gradually extinguished the faint joy on her face. The light faded, and moisture clouded Guolinxia's eyes. She bit her lip, tears trembling on her lashes, seeming about to fall at any moment. Yet Jiang Che appeared completely unmoved by her pain, his eyes drifting past her to the small table by the bed. A delicate white porcelain bowl sat quietly there, its ginseng soup cooled and the surface dotted with faint oil spots. Jiang Che stepped forward, lifted the bowl, and turned back to the bed. His voice was calm but firm. "Drink it." Guolingxiu froze, her gaze flickering between his face and the bowl. None of the comforting words she had hoped for came, not a single expression of concern, no questions about why she was refusing food, and no promise to take her away. Yet when she met those cold, clear eyes, her throat seemed blocked, and all her resentment evaporated, leaving only an overwhelming urge to obey. She lifted her hand, trembling as she took the cold bowl's rim, pressed it to her lips, and sipped the ginseng soup slowly. Only after drinking half the bowl did she set it down. Jiang Che took back the half-empty bowl and placed it on the table. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. "Miss Guo, what happened? Why did Uncle Guo confine you?" His words broke open her dam of restraint. Guolingxiu could no longer hold back. Big tears rolled down and darkened the satin quilt beneath. She choked on her words but forced herself to pour out her pain. "My father. He's losing his mind." She gripped the quilt tight, knuckles white, her voice trembling. "Prince Yin rebelled in Beiping. The court is in upheaval. Father is terrified." Jiang Che listened in silence, his expression calm and still like a deep, motionless well. That composure somehow gave her strength to continue. He's always been a businessman, only thinking about hedging bets on both sides to keep a way out for himself. Her tone darkened, spilling bitter resentment. "So he wants to treat me like a piece of merchandise and give me away to some old man." Jiang Chi's eyes darkened briefly, a flash of coldness gone as quickly as it came. But Guolingxiu, lost in her despair, didn't notice. "I refused. I argued with him. I said I'd rather die than marry someone I don't even know, and never be a bargaining chip for his profit. So he locked me away." At this point, she could no longer hold back and sobbed uncontrollably. But no matter how many tears fell, they couldn't erase the dullest, most painful truth. In her father's eyes, she was less than a business transaction. Jiang Che looked at her. The sandalwood incense drifted softly in the room, and the young lady of the Guo family, usually seen as delicate and fragile, had now become, in his eyes, a crucial pawn capable of influencing Guohuai and uncovering secrets in the capital. He had to keep a firm hold on her. He took a step forward, and the wooden floor creaked softly, instantly tightening the previously stagnant atmosphere. "Miss Guo." Guolingxiu lifted her tear-blurred eyes and stared blankly at the newcomer. "Listen carefully," Jiang Che said in a low voice. "As long as you don't want this to happen, it won't happen." The sobbing stopped immediately. He stared into her eyes, speaking deliberately. "No matter who that person is, and no matter what your father promised, as long as you refuse, no one can force you." His resolute words exploded in her mind, washing away all her grievances with a surge of reassurance and safety. She stared at him, recalling her father's words. Just yesterday he took an immediate liking to Yuan. A warm rush rose from her heart to her cheeks, burning her earlobes red. "Lingxiu, may I call you that?" Caught up in the emotions he stirred, she could only nod. "Yes, you may." Jiang Che nodded back and continued. "Starving yourself won't solve anything, and heating confrontation is a terrible strategy." Her cheeks still flushed, she quickly nodded. "Then, what should I do?" "Your father is still your father," Jiang Che said, pacing slowly. "What you're doing now will only make your relationship with him worse. If things get that bad, you won't even be able to leave this room. How are we supposed to handle that?" She whispered to herself, a faint sweetness rising in her here that was putting himself on her side. "So, for now, you have to compromise," Jiang Che proposed. "No." She snapped her head up, eyes full of resistance. "Let me finish." He cut in softly, lowering his voice. "This isn't admitting defeat. It's a tactic to buy time." His focused gaze made her heart skip a beat. "You'll go to your father and say you're willing to consider it, but with conditions. First, you have to meet the person. Who would marry a complete stranger? That's reasonable." She nodded instinctively. "Second, the bride price can't be too low. The Guo family's reputation is at stake. Ask for as much as you can." A faint hint of a smile tugged at his lips. "My father will scold me," she said nervously. "Better to be scolded than rushed into marriage. Remember, your goal is to delay." Her mind raced, and then she understood his plan. I get it." Seizing the moment, Jiang Che added, "We can't meet like this anymore. It's too dangerous. If anything comes up, have your maid Xiao Zui leave a stone under the third locust tree in the back alley. He'll receive the signal." Guo Lingxiu nodded emphatically, every word etched deeply into her heart. After calming her, Jiang Che pushed open the door and left the incense-filled chamber. As the door closed behind him, the only trace of warmth on his face vanished instantly. He walked steadily along the corridor, his footsteps unusually clear in the silence of the Guo residence. The lanterns hanging under the eaves flickered faintly, casting a damp sheen on the bluestone floor. The night breeze rustled the black bamboo leaves, while the servants kept their distance in the shadows of the pillars, hardly daring to breathe. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the rockery guahuai. His heavy brocade robe couldn't conceal the deliberately straight posture he maintained, and a slightly stiff smile was fixed on his face, clearly showing he had been waiting there for some time. "Dear nephew, thank you for your efforts," he greeted with a formal hand gesture, but his eyes drilled into Jiang Che from head to toe like two sharp needles. "My youngest daughter, she hasn't caused any more trouble, has she?" Jiang Che immediately wore a humble smile, bowing deeply with a demeanor that seemed genuinely reliant on his elder's favor. "Uncle Gua, you honor me too much. I only followed your wishes and advised her a few words. After all, father and daughter share a bond. It is only because you love Miss Lingxiu that she was willing to change her mind. I dare not take credit." With a subtle shift, he attributed all success to the intangible bond of kinship, making himself appear completely uninvolved. Gua Huai's stiff smile loosened a little, but his scrutinizing gaze remained sharp. This young man was more capable of navigating delicate situations than he had suspected. Yet, the time spent just now in the boudoir seemed a little too long. His thoughts quickened, and forcing a laugh, he cleverly flattered Jiang Che. "Ha ha ha. Nephew, you are too modest. If not for your intervention, how could my stubborn daughter have softened her stance? In the end, it's thanks to your influence." The compliment contained a hidden both praise and test at once. But Jiang Chi's humble smile slowly faded. He straightened up, no longer carrying the submissive air of a junior. "Uncle Gua, there is one matter I do not understand." The casual tone made Gua Huai's heart skip a beat. His smile froze immediately. "May I ask, Uncle Gua, when do you plan to marry Miss Lingxiu to another man?" A loud ringing exploded in Gua Huai's mind. He almost doubted what he had heard. He had handled this matter with utmost secrecy, keeping options open in case of a future falling out. How could it be exposed right to his face? "And nephew, what do you mean by that?" Even as a seasoned politician, he stammered. Forcing out a smile more painful than tears, he said, There must be some misunderstanding." Jiang Che stared quietly, saying nothing. Under the night sky, sweat beaded at Gua Huai's temple. Only moments ago, he had taken his daughter as a bargaining chip to trap this rising power, and now the secret sale to the rival faction was being ripped into the open. The slap, to his pride, sounded loud and clear. Ahem ahem. Gua Huai coughed twice, avoiding Jiang Chi's gaze while forcing himself to remain calm. "Nephew, the matter is true, but it was only a verbal agreement made years ago. It shouldn't be taken seriously. I'm just thinking about how to refuse. There's still time, isn't there?" Even he felt uncertain by his own words. Finally, Jiang Che spoke, his voice calm, yet cutting like a blade. "So that's how it is. I had thought, Uncle Gua, that perhaps you considered me, Jiang Che, unworthy of the Gua family." Gua Huai didn't dare show the slightest hesitation. He hastily waved his hand, his chubby face wobbling with the movement. "Nephew, you flatter me." "Absolutely not." His expression was frantic, as if he wanted to swear to heaven on the spot. "In my heart, no one but you is worthy of my daughter. As for that verbal agreement, I will send someone to formally refuse it tonight. Rest assured, nephew, you will have a satisfactory answer." His words were firm and resolute, as if he were the one being forced into this marriage. Jiang Che studied him quietly, his mind calm as still water. The promises of a sly old fox were worth little. What he wanted was an attitude one that ensured he held complete leverage. Now that his purpose was achieved, any delay would be a mistake. "Uncle Gua, you are too kind," he said, bowing slightly, his tone polite once again. "In that case, your nephew will take his leave." He spoke and no longer looked at Gua Huai's sullen face. Turning, he walked away. Behind him, the heavy vermilion gates of the Gua residence slowly closed. The night wind swept down the steps. The long street was silent. As Jiang Che descended, he caught sight from the corner of his eye of a nondescript green-covered carriage parked motionless at the alley's entrance. In front of it stood a guard in sturdy armor, arms folded in respect. The guard saw Jiang Che and immediately stepped forward without hesitation. Jiang Che paused briefly, unsurprised and without curiosity, waiting calmly as the man approached. It was this unshaken calm in the face of an earthquake that made the guard's heart tighten, causing him to falter for a moment. "Young Master Jiang," the guard said respectfully but without servility, stopping 3 steps away, bowing slightly as he clasped his fists. "My master requests your presence for a brief conversation." Jiang Chi's gaze moved past the guard, settling on the carriage. He had just cornered Gua Huai, and now the principal had appeared not by coincidence, clearly waiting here all along. This Mr. Su was much more direct than that old fox Gua Huai. "Lead the way," Jiang Che said, 2 simple words. The guard stepped aside, lifting the curtain. The night was slightly chilly, but a faint scent of sandalwood drifted out from the opening, dispelling the cold. The carriage's outside was plain, but inside it was elegantly furnished, soft silk cushions, a light wooden table, and a warm yellow lamp softly flickering. Sitting upright in the center was a woman in white, her features refined and striking. Her slender fingers lazily toyed with a string of Buddhist prayer beads. The curtain rustled gently as she looked up. Jiang Che met her gaze calmly, then sat opposite her, leaning back to find the most comfortable posture, even closing his eyes slightly. The carriage fell silent except for the click-click of the beads sliding through her fingers. After a long pause, her clear voice broke the stillness. I have come from the capital. Her voice was as pure as she was, with no harshness. Jiang Chi's eyelids didn't move. She did not rush for a reply, continuing on her own. The people behind me do not want the Guo family to marry into the Wang clan. Her words were part explanation, part test, and subtly persuasive. We have a common enemy and could cooperate. Jiang Che finally opened his eyes and replied calmly, that's none of my concern. I'm just a businessman who happened to be interested in the Guo family's goods and the young lady of the Guo family. He framed himself as a purely self-interested merchant driven by profit alone. The air was thick with the stench of money as he casually brushed aside the olive branch she extended. This matter has nothing to do with me, Jiang Che said coldly, not even lifting an eyelid, making it clear he had no interest in getting involved. The carriage was filled with the scent of ambergris, wisps of smoke curling in the dim space. The woman in white sat cross-legged, smiling softly at his words, a dimple appearing on her cheek. Her smile brightened the dark, cramped carriage. Mr. Jiang, you do enjoy joking. Ordinary merchants could never match your remarkable talents riding alone from Beiping, stirring up trouble in the south, and even taking Tongzhou with ease. The words Beiping and Tongzhou hit Jiang Che like a distant thunderclap in his mind. That was his past, a secret he could never reveal. He leaned against the carriage wall, posture unchanged, but felt his blood run cold. Had believed his actions were hidden, yet every step had been seen by others. If the woman sitting across from him hadn't been a calm figure, quietly handling her prayer beads and tea, but instead an officer from the embroidered uniform guards or the Eastern Depot, then the chains and execution swords would already be in front of him. Those men never wasted words, they simply took their quarry first. The thought flashed like lightning, and Jiang Che immediately snuffed it out until his mission was complete. Outside of the people from the Prince of Yan's mansion, he had no friends in the world, only pawns. Having realized this, the shock in his chest rapidly faded. Jiang Che slowly sat upright, leaning forward like a black eagle about to swoop down with a piercing gaze. Who are you? What do the people behind you want from me? His voice was calm but sharp, every word edged with warning. You should know I could make you and your men disappear from Jingding right now. No beating around the bush, no feigned politeness. Jiang Che took back control in a single sentence. The woman in white showed no anger. Instead, a hint of approval reflected in her clear eyes. Talking with someone clever was refreshing. My name is Su Qinghuan, she said calmly, setting her prayer beads aside and folding her hands on her lap. As for those behind me, they are a group of veteran officials in the capital unwilling to see the Jiangwen reforms tear down the foundation of the Ming Dynasty. Our interests align essentially with the Prince of Yan and Beiping. The sound of wheels crushing gravel grew louder outside, but inside the carriage, it was as quiet as a pin drop. Her words had revealed her hand. If even a fraction leaked out, it would be proof of treason, enough to condemn hundreds of families. Jiang Chi's interest was piqued. Veteran officials? Likely a cover. Almost certainly a hidden prince pulling strings from behind. He couldn't say which one yet, but with some spies, he could uncover everything about Su Qinghuan within 10 days. Seeing no change in his expression, Su Qinghuan continued, Mr. Jiang, your solo ride stirring up southern affairs shows extraordinary skill. We admire that. But one tree does not a forest make. One hand cannot clap alone. We propose cooperation, intelligence in the south, protection for your operations, even lending a hand when critical. You keep doing what you're doing, and we'll handle the rest. The offer was tempting. To Jiang Che, it was like walking in darkness when someone suddenly handed him a lantern and even offered to clear the path ahead. Jiang Chi's gaze settled on Su Qinghuan's clean, handsome face, as if trying to read something from her expression. But he saw nothing. With a hint of coldness, he said in a low voice, empty words, how can I trust you? Leaning back, he stretched out his long legs casually, returning to his usual languid posture. The carriage's chandeliers swayed gently, casting a warm, dim light across his half-closed eyes. If we're to cooperate, you need to show some sincerity. Su Qinghuan nodded slightly, the Buddhist prayer beads turning between her fingers. What kind of sincerity does Master Jiang want? Something simple. Jiang Che tapped his knuckles lightly against the wooden window frame, producing a low, dull sound. I want the Guo family. All their businesses, their entire fleet, every hand under them. When the time comes, they'll need you to mobilize your forces to make sure I can take that juicy piece of meat from the Guos in one smooth move. As he spoke those last words, his gaze sharpened to a knife's edge, as if he wanted to dissect the person before him and see what lay beneath. Only by truly biting into this fat piece could he judge how much hidden power this southern force really possessed. Silence filled the carriage briefly. The scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. After a moment, Su Qinghuan's smile grew brighter. Deal. That unwavering confidence cleared away the last trace of doubt in Jiang Qi's heart. Whether this person would be friend or foe in the future, at least for now, this power was real. Pleasure doing business. Jiang Qi stood up, feeling there was nothing more to say. He pulled back the carriage curtain and stepped out without a second glance. Behind the curtain, Su Qinghuan resumed rolling the prayer beads. A bodyguard bent down and whispered, "Sir, this person's ambition is too great. He'll be hard to control." "Ambition is good," Su Qinghuan replied calmly. "Without ambition, why would Zhu Di have killed him?" As Jiang Qi walked back toward the dockyard, the night breeze swept through the alley, clearing the fog of thoughts from his mind and sharpening his focus. To the north, Prince Yan's army marched southward from Beiping like a breaking spear, unstoppable, but the stretching front lines strained their supply chains. Jingdong was the choke point blocking the prince's advance. Within half a month at most, the prince would arrive there. Before then, Jiang Qi had to secure the Guo family's shipping routes, the sprawling network of waterways in the south, and hold it tightly in his hand. Then he could use it like a blade to cut off the court's lifeline to Jingdong. Returning, the last ray of sunset on the river was swallowed by the muddy water. The salty, fishy stench of decaying shrimp and wet wood hit his nostrils harshly, a stark contrast to the gentle sandalwood aroma from the carriage. This place that was the battlefield he knew. At the dock, shirtless workers shouted their rhythms as they loaded the last batch of cargo onto carts, sweat streaming down their dark backs. Johann stood at the front, hands on hips, bellowing at a slowpoke laborer, "Haven't eaten? Move faster, or he'll throw you into the river for the fish." Catching sight of Jiang Qi, Johann softened and hurried over, smiling broadly. "Boss, you're back. Today's shipment." He thought Jiang Qi would ask about the cargo, and began to explain, but a sharp look from Jiang Qi cut him off. Jiang Qi simply raised his chin to signal him to follow. Johann's heart skipped, and he fell silent, trailing closely behind. They passed through piles of crates and sacks stacked like small hills, entering a nondescript account office deep in the yard. Once the door closed behind them, the outside noise vanished. Jiang Qi circled to the desk behind and sat down, absent-mindedly running his fingers over the rough edges of the wood. After a moment of silence, he said quietly, "Sit." "I'm fine standing." Johann nervously rubbed his hands together, unsure of what he had done wrong. A dim oil lamp hung from the beam above, its flickering flame casting two wavering shadows on the wall, one slightly leaning forward, belonging to Johann, and the other sitting upright and silent, belonging to Jiang Qi. The room was so quiet that the only sound was the faint rubbing of Johann's knuckles. Jiang Qi lowered his head, staring intently at his palm as his fingertips moved slowly, as if untangling a web of chaotic thoughts one by one. After a brief but agonizing silence, he finally lifted his eyes and spoke in a cold tone, giving no warning. "In today's realm, besides the Prince of Yin, which other feudatory princes remain?" Johann was stunned for a moment. Feudatory princes? The question jumped too suddenly. He almost missed the beat. But as Jiang Qi's trusted aide, his mind raced swiftly, and without much hesitation, he replied, "My lord, after the current emperor ascended the throne, he launched a sweeping purge of the fiefs. The princes of Zhou, Qi, and Dai were either stripped of their titles and made commoners or confined. The Prince of Xiang went so far as to commit mass self-immolation, such a tragic end." He paused briefly, a scornful curl at the edge of his brow. "Now, only three still hold their fiefs securely: the Prince of Han, Zhu Song, based in Pingliang Prefecture, the Prince of Shun, Zhu Mo, in Luzhou, and the Prince of Min, Zhu Fan, in Yunnan." Worried he might have forgotten someone, Johann added, "Oh, yes, there's also the Prince of Ning, who commands 80,000 of Yan's third guards, but I've heard he was lured into the capital by imperial schemes, effectively stripped of military power." Jiang Qi listened quietly, his fingers ceasing their movements. The names Han, Shun, and Min weighed in his mind one by one. Zhu Mo, the Prince of Shun, held Luzhou, which was surrounded on all sides by heavy court forces. Any slight movement would be swiftly crushed, making a comeback nearly impossible. He was therefore ruled out for now. That left two: Pingliang Prefecture and northwest gateway of the Ming, with vast grasslands and fierce cavalry, was Zhu Song's domain. And then Yunnan, mountainous, treacherous, filled with poisonous miasma, a wild frontier beyond the government's reach, was where Zhu Fan, the Prince of Min, had been exiled. Su Qinghuan, a clean, handsome face, androgynous in its beauty, flashed in Jiang Qi's mind. Su Qinghuan's power was rooted in the south, and if a feudatory prince backed him secretly, it was most likely Zhu Fan, the exiled Prince of Min, far away in Yunnan. How could a banished prince not harbor resentment deep in his heart? Emperor Zhengwen had concentrated the Imperial Secret Police's elite forces in Beiping, watching the Prince of Yin day and night, but neglected the darkness beneath the lamplighted southern and western borders under the court's nose. Zhu Fan dared not contact the Prince of Yin directly. The risk was too great, and exposure meant endless ruin. Instead, he extended a hidden hand. That hand was Su Qinghuan's. They needed a collaborator in the south who was also a thorn in the side of the court Jiangche. By joining forces with Jiangche, they could strike at the government while keeping themselves hidden in the shadows. When Prince Yan's rebellion succeeded, they could step forward from behind the scenes to reap the rewards. As he thought this, a cold arc curled Jiangqi's lips. The flickering lamplight seemed to sharpen the chilling smile. Johan stared at the inscrutable expression playing across Jiangqi's face, afraid even to breathe. Boss Johan cautiously called out. Jiangqi's fingertips lightly tapped the dark tabletop. Bring the writing tools. His voice was low but charged the room with an immediate tension. Johan startled, then quickly bent down to retrieve the 4 treasures of the study from a hidden compartment in the corner. He spread out the paper, handed over the brush, and ground the ink himself, all in one smooth motion. The ink glistened as Jiangche took up the brush, but he didn't write right away. This letter was both a warning to Prince Yan, Zhu Di, and a preemptive strike to eliminate a hidden, deadly sleeper agent from the south to serve the Jingnan campaign. After a few moments of focused thought, he gathered himself, flicked his wrist, and the brush danced swiftly across the paper. The letter contained no wasted words, only a few sharp lines. Prince Min has secretly aligned Su Qinghuan to create standoffs between North and South, trying to profit from the strife. Each character struck directly at the core. He lifted the brush and folded the paper into a narrow strip, inserting it into a specially made wax capsule sealed with the Hidden Guard Bureau's arcane insignia and sealing wax. Send it via the Night Owl. Johan's heart skipped a beat. The Night Owl was the top messenger of the Hidden Guards, dispatched only for the most critical intelligence. Using a Night Owl meant this message could shake the entire realm's balance. A shadow flickered at the window as a black-clad figure silently knelt. To Beiping, to present to the prince, Jiangche handed over the wax capsule, lowering his voice. No matter if the sky falls, it must be delivered. My life is yours to command, the Night Owl vowed, then melted into the night. Once the messenger left, a heavy weight in Jiangqi's chest lifted briefly. He turned to Johan, eyes sharp as blades. Starting today, you personally lead men to the docks. Under the Jiang family trading company's name, inspect every shipment from the south, especially from Yunnan. Yes, sir, Johan answered, but couldn't resist asking, inspect for what? For people. Jiangqi's tone was icy. Listen for accents, watch behavior, and scrutinize cargo. Any abnormalities, keep them under strict surveillance. Understood. Johan nodded firmly and strode away, his boots striking the ground with a deadly rhythm. Orders cascaded through the hidden guards. Like finely meshed gears, the entire bureau began operating at high speed. A vast surveillance net aimed at Prince Min's forces quietly spread out from the harbor as its center. But just as the net was cast, a storm gust swept through the capital. At dawn the next day, as sea fog still hung low, a large official ship flying the court's standard entered the harbor under escort from several warships. The clash of gongs and shouts erupted, turning the docks into chaos in moments. News reached Jiangche immediately. An imperial envoy? The Jingyue? He paused in the middle of polishing his sword. A scout lowered his voice. Master, the flag says Fengtian inspection. The lead is a eunuch Yu Gonggong. They claim to be on imperial orders to inspect coastal defenses and root out pirates. Yu Gonggong. Jiangche narrowed his eyes. Had heard that name before. A favored eunuch close to Emperor Jiangwen. Quite the display of authority. He slowly sheathed his sword, but in his heart, he was certain the so-called coastal inspection was just a pretense. The real target was him, Jiangche. The Jiangwen emperor's patience had run out. Su Qinghuan's actions in the capital posed a threat, and now the emperor had resolved to remove this thorn embedded in the south. Right at the moment, Jiangche had uncovered Prince Min's plot and was preparing to act. When the enemy attacks, you counter with generals. When water comes, you use earth to block it. Charging in heat in right now would be the dumbest move. Jiangche knew this clearly. Acting rashly would not only reveal his true strength, but also confirm the court's suspicions, putting him directly in the line of fire. Raising alarm prematurely was never his style. He needed time and the right opportunity to size up this imperial commissioner and his entourage of Jingyue. Were they just a flashy wooden sword with no real edge, or a steel blade keen enough to draw blood? His voice was low and steady. Order everyone to lay low and avoid any movements for the time being. Make sure Johan and his men keep a low profile and conduct the checkpoint inspections at the dock discreetly. Yes, the scout acknowledged and was about to leave when Jiangche added, keep a close eye on Wangda. If all goes as expected, he should show up today. Since you've come, don't think you'll leave easily. Perfect, it's time to use you as a test. The assassination plan for Wangda is already in motion. The arrow is on the string. Once that problem is settled, I want to meet the envoy who's come all this way in person and see what kind of tricks Emperor Jiangwen is hiding up his sleeve. The official ship docked. On both sides of the hull, the flying fish uniforms gleamed cold blue under the sun. The Jingyue held their embroidered spring knives like statues arranged in formation, radiating lethal intent. The once noisy dockworkers and merchants fell silent instantly. All that remained was the gentle slap of water against the boats. Amid everyone's held breath, a scarlet carpet rolled out from the deck to the shore. A piercing voice cut through the stillness. Imperial Commissioner, Your Excellency has arrived. Wu Zhonglin, the prefect of Zhending, like a rooster caught by the neck, rushed ahead with a cluster of local officials. His hat sat crooked, face slick with oil, and he seemed desperate to press himself against the carpet. Guo Huai, head of the Guo family, hurried over to show loyalty. Jiang Che remained hidden not far away, perched by a window on the second floor of a Tihazian ideal vantage point that overlooked the entire dock without drawing attention. He narrowed his eyes at the eunuch being escorted off by Jinyue. The man was thin, pale-faced, clean-shaven, with slightly sunken eyes, carrying the subtly effeminate gait unique to palace servants. It was Yu Gonggong. Jiang Che understood full well that Yu Gonggong was simply a banner put forward by the emperor. The real danger came from the Jinyue accompanying him. Whether Lin Xingyu had already described him to them was a knife hanging over his head, so he had to stay steady. At the dock, Guo Huai bowed low, his sharp voice full of flattery. Guo Huai of the Guo family, paying respects to Yu Gonggong. Your arrival brings honor to all of Zhending. Yu Gonggong emitted a faint hum from his nostrils without even lifting his eyelids, arrogant, as if born that way. Jiang Qi's gaze swept past the groveling Guo Huai and landed behind Yu Gonggong. There stood, besides the fierce-looking commander of the Jinyue, a man in a silk shirt well into his 50s. His expression was calm, his lips curled in a subtle smile standing out amidst the armored soldiers like an odd note in an intense symphony. Jiang Qi's pupils suddenly contracted the instant he caught sight of that face. Almost at the same moment, Guo Huai also spotted the man. The sycophantic smile on his face shattered instantly, replaced by undisguised surprise. Without a trace of formality, he bypassed Fish Eunuch and strode toward the old white-bearded gentleman. Marquis. His voice rose, trembling with excitement. Why did you come along with the Imperial envoy? The cold river breeze at the dock seemed momentarily frozen by his shout. Fish Eunuch, left standing aside, showed no expression. The thick makeup on his face could not hide his dark mood. His eyes flicked coldly between the two men, fingers pinched so tightly the nails almost dug into his palm. The man called Marquis Wang merely smiled and nodded, lifting a hand in a polite, but faint, gesture. Brother Guo, no need for such formality. I'm just accompanying the ship to take a look, nothing serious. Before Guo Huai could reply, Wang subtly sent a glance toward Fish Eunuch. Though slow-witted, Guo Huai was quick to read the signal. He immediately turned, slipping back into a flattering smile, while repeatedly apologizing. Forgive me, Eunuch. I have been away for too long and lost my manners. Fish Eunuch snorted coldly. A bell pendant hidden in his sleeve jingled faintly, but he did not press the issue further. From the tea house's second floor, Jiang Che observed the entire scene clearly. That old fox Wang brazenly sneaking aboard the Imperial envoy ship heading south revealed the rotten core of the Jinyue, the elite palace guards Emperor Zhengwen relied on. A mere marquis managed to board unnoticed, yet the commander and Fish Eunuch turned a blind eye. Without collusion behind the scenes, Jiang Che would sooner offer his head. His fingertips tapped the table as he weighed his options. Since a direct confrontation was futile, a different strategy was needed. He recalled his agreement with Guo Lingxiu, originally planning to use a generous gift to disrupt the situation and cover an assassination. Now, it seemed that gift itself might be even more valuable than the killing attempt. Jiang Che sipped his tea slowly, gazing toward the dock once more. Guo Huai led Fish Eunuch and Wang Des party toward the city gate, bowing repeatedly. The real show was about to begin. Setting down his cup, Jiang Che turned and disappeared quickly into the bustling crowd. Inside the cargo yard, tension remained taut. Jiang Che's personal guards hid around the edges, pretending to handle shipments, but vigilantly scanning every corner. As Jiang Che entered the main building, a black-clad spy slipped silently behind him, whispering, Master, there's a new piece of blue stone under the big locust tree we've been watching. It was the secret signal he had arranged with Guo Lingxiu. Jiang Che nodded calmly, noted. You may go. Understood. The spy vanished swiftly, and silence returned to the room. Jiang Che approached the desk and studied the spread map of Zhendong Prefecture, his finger resting on the Guo family estate. After a long pause, he gave a quiet order, Zhang Wu. A burly figure outside responded promptly and entered, kneeling on one knee. Master, your orders? Cancel the planned assassination. Jiang Che spoke evenly. Zhang Wu looked up sharply, surprise flickering in his eyes, but offered no question, only a solemn acknowledgement. That old bastard Wang came along with the Imperial envoy ship. Jiang Che turned slowly from the faint light, fixing his gaze on Zhang Wu as he articulated the words clearly and deliberately. Zhang Wu's pupils contracted instantly. Attempting to assassinate a royal official right under the envoy's nose was a crime they absolutely could not afford to take responsibility for. So what now? Are we just going to let him go? Zhang Wu clenched his back teeth, frustration plainly written on his face. They had been secretly planning this assassination for far too long. Let him go? Jiang Qi's lips curled into a faint smile. Not a chance. We're just changing the method. He stepped forward and helped Zhang Wu to his feet, his eyes as deep and dark as an ancient well. Tell me, who dies the fastest? Zhang Wu hesitated, then replied, people who are meant to die? No. Jiang Che shook his head slowly, his gaze growing colder. Those who stand in someone else's way. Then he changed the subject. This afternoon, the Guo family is holding a banquet to welcome the imperial envoy. Guo Lingxiu will prepare a special gift for Wang Da at the feast. Jiang Che raised his hand and pressed it firmly on Zhang Wu's shoulder, his voice dropping to a near whisper. You don't need to know what the gift. I just take people and surround the Guo mansion in secret. Not a single fly gets out. Wait for my signal. A cold curve crept onto his lips. I want everyone to see exactly how Wang Da blocks the imperial envoy's path. That eunuch will personally help us deal with the old fox. Zhang Wu felt his scalp tingle as he stared into the unfathomable darkness in Jiang Chi's Isa, chill rising to his crown. Using a knife wielded by others to kill someone, and this time by the envoy's own hand. The mastermind just gave the orders. His job was to carry them out. As you command, sir. By right, Eunuch Yu and the others should have gone to the government offices with Prefect Wu Zhonglin, but the Guo family's wealth and influence were far greater, their banquets far grander. So at noon, the main hall of the Guo mansion was alive with music-wind instruments and drums played in unbroken succession, the air thick with wine and perfume, making the guests drowsy. Guo Huai beamed and personally poured wine for Eunuch Yu and Wang Da. Gentlemen, your presence honors this humble estate. He'll drink to that. Then he drained his cup in one gulp, obsequious almost to the point of humiliation. Wang Da was clearly enjoying himself, leaning back in his chair, one huge hand pressing against his round belly, the other toying with his wine glass, eyes full of arrogance. An imperial envoy or not, he was a marquis. If he wanted, the Jinui guards were nothing more than flies to be flicked away. Brother Guo, no need for such formality, Wang Da drawled, his tone arrogant, but with a trace of menace. I'm here on the eunuch's orders. You'd better manage your affairs diligently, don't cause any trouble for him. Though he called him eunuch, his eyes warned Guo Huai sharply. Eunuch Yu sat erect, lean and wiry, a stark contrast to Wang Da's corpulence. A faint smile graced his lips, neither condoning nor confronting Wang Da's show of power. He disliked the coarse wine and only sipped lightly on fragrant tea. At that moment, Jiang Che was hidden among the servants. All the officials in Zendinfu had arrived. One more or less in the crowd made no difference. With Jiang Chi's careful disguise, no one paid him any mind at all. Wang Da's stupidity, Guo Huai's sycophancy, and Master Yes cunning clear as day. Earlier, a servant carrying a wine flask brushed past Jiang Che, tapping the flask's handle twice, confirmation of the signal. Zhang Wu was already in position. The Guo estate was nothing but a bird trapped in a cage. Jiang Che withdrew his gaze and looked at Wang Da, who sat in the main seat with a smug expression. His heart was as calm as a still pond. The jester's time had come. As the wine flowed and dishes were cleared, Wang Da's face flushed bright red as he boisterously bragged about his great achievements governing Zhending Prefecture. Suddenly, light footsteps sounded outside, and the music abruptly stopped. Everyone turned toward the sound. Guo Lingxiu entered gracefully in a pale purple silk dress, her waist slender as a willow, carrying a simple rosewood box. Like a drop of clear water falling into hot oil, the noisy hall instantly fell silent. Officials and guards alike were captivated by her presence. Even Wang Da's drunken eyes sharpened, his Adam's apple bobbing. Such a beauty. Standing in the middle of the hall, Guo Lingxiu offered a delicate bow and spoke clearly. This is Lingxiu, paying respects to Master Yu and the Marquis. My father deeply appreciates the Marquis' tireless efforts for Zhending Prefecture and has prepared this small gift as a token of respect. Wang Da's face swelled with pride, laughter booming so loud the beams seemed to vibrate. Huh, well said, Brother Guo. Bring it here, and let this Marquis see what treasure you have brought. Receiving such an honor in front of the Imperial Inspector is truly glorious. Lingxiu glided forward softly and lowered her eyes as she placed the box on the main table. Wang Da reached out eagerly with his fat hand. At the very moment his fingers touched the box, she subtly twisted her wrist. The tiny flying fish emblem burned into the box's bottom by a special fire mark flickered briefly, catching Master Yes' eyes. It was a fierce, poised flying fish, the secret symbol of the Jinui. Master Yes' hand, lifting a teacup, froze in midair, ripples spread on the tea's surface. He coldly glanced at Wang Da. Unaware, Wang Da beamed with satisfaction, picking up the heavy rosewood box without even glancing at Master Yu, eager to flaunt it publicly. Let me see what Brother Guo has sent. His short fingers pressed the brass clasp. In the shadows, Jiang Che clearly caught the murderous gleam flashing in Master Yes' eyes. This notoriously suspicious eunuch had already prepared a death sentence for Wang Da, waiting only for him to open the box. Click! The clasp popped open. The greedy grin on Wang Da's face was so thick it seemed to drip oil, already imagining how to reluctantly accept such a heavy gift. Yet no gold, no silver, and no dazzling jade. Inside the wooden box lay only a scroll wrapped in yellow silk and a letter sealed with red wax. Wang De's smile froze. What's going on here? Giving gifts in the form of documents? That old fox Guados he intends some kind of elegant scheme? Wang De's heart stirred with irritation, but faced with a room full of guests, he could only reach out to accept the heavy brocade box. When the yellow silk spread open, a thick ledger appeared before his eyes. He flipped it open casually. It was the military roster of Zhending Prefecture. At just a glance, his breath caught, and his blood seemed to freeze. Wang De suddenly yanked out the secret letter tucked inside the roster. The familiar handwriting leaped off the page. It was his own loyalty oath written to Prince Yan, Zhu Di, detailing the defense arrangements of Zhending Prefecture. Every line a confession of treason. A buzzing blankness filled his mind. Cold sweat as large as beans trickled down his chubby face. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he gripped the letter and the roster. Marquis, what is this thing? The sinister voice of Eunuch Yu whispered in his ear. Without giving Wang De a chance to respond, his tone suddenly rose sharply. Seize this traitorous rebel at once. Before the words had even fallen, the palace guards standing silently behind him drew their blades with flashing cold eyes. Protect the Marquis. Wang De's bodyguards roared, drawing their swords. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying. The once lively banquet instantly turned into a battlefield. Officials went pale and scattered. Some crawled under tables, others dashed away holding their heads. Cups, plates, and wine pots shattered everywhere. Pepper lamps toppled, chaos spreading like wildfire. Amid the turmoil, Guolingxiu stood frozen as if struck by lightning. That box was supposed to hold the jade guanyin statue she had personally placed there, worth tens of thousands of taels and symbolizing stepping on lotus petals. Her father had painstakingly prepared this grand gift to win over Wang De and secure the Guo family status, but now it had turned into irrefutable proof of treason. She instinctively glanced at Guo Huai, only to see her father slumped in his chair, face drained of color. His gaze flickered between the roster and letter before settling on her, venomous hatred in his eyes. You disaster. In the corner, Jiang Che watched quietly, absorbing every scene. Wang De, a cornered beast still fighting. Eunuch Yes cold, triumphant expression. The Guo father and daughter in panic and despair. Perfect. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Wang De's dead for sure. Eunuch Yu thinks he controls everything, but he's just a blade, and the Guo family has fallen from grace, now implicated. Next, Guo Huai will stop at nothing to survive and clear his name. A faint curve touched Jiang Chi's lips, unnoticed by all. He stepped over to Guolingxiu. Fear and confusion filled her eyes. After all, those 2 letters meant utter ruin. Lingxiu, come with me, Jiang Che whispered so only she could hear. The familiar voice made her pause, but when she looked up at the stranger's face, confusion deepened. Who are you? Jiang Che gave no explanation, his tone cold and urgent again. Come with me. Someone's out to destroy the Guo family. Jiang Chi's hand gripped Guolingxiu's wrist tightly, leaving no room for her to struggle. He dragged her through a crowd filled with screams and cries. Behind them, the harsh clang of clashing swords was punctuated by dying wails, the crashing of broken tables and chairs ringing like heavy hammer blows against the eardrums. The 2 burst out of the bloody chaos, passing through a corridor adorned with priceless calligraphy and paintings, their footsteps echoing sharply on the smooth stone tiles. Several fleeing servants rushed toward them. Jiang Che slipped to the side, shielding Guolingxiu behind him, pulling her close to the wall as they dodged past. Moonlight poured down, casting dappled shadows from jagged rocks atop the artificial hill. In the dim light, Guolingxiu suddenly summoned all her strength and finally broke free from his grasp. She stepped back cautiously, shrinking into the shadows, eyes fixed on him with wary intensity. Jiang Che didn't move closer, but stood fully in the moonlight, raising his hand to remove the plain human mask from his face. Beneath it was a face she knew all too well, one that often haunted her dreams: sharp brows, starry eyes, and a composed expression. Jiang Che? Guolingxiu's pupils constricted sharply, hardly daring to believe her own eyes. It's me. His voice returned to its natural tone, low and magnetic, leaving no room for doubt. Without giving her time to recover, he spoke rapidly. Wang De colluded with the Yin prince to plot rebellion, but their plan has failed. Your Guo family has handed over the evidence. You won't wash this away even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Though Guolingxiu had always been innocent, she was not foolish. In an instant, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Her family was accused of treason. Such a charge could mean the entire clan's execution. Fear drained the color from her face. Her lips trembled, but she clenched her teeth to steady herself. How do you know all this? Why are you here? She whispered with suspicion and caution. The higher-ups ordered me to immediately cut off all business with the Guo family, Jiang Che replied flatly, as if recounting an everyday transaction. When I pressed for reasons, they finally revealed its secret involvement between Wang De and Beiping had been under the watch of the Jinyui for a long time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Every word was tightly linked, flawless with no hint of deception. Guo Lingxiu felt her heart sink to the bottom as chills ran through her fingers. She fought back tears, voice trembling. Then why? Why didn't you obey them? Why come here instead? Jiang Che fell silent. The moonlight reflected in his eyes, still as stone. His silence carried more weight than any words could. Guo Lingxiu's heart jumped violently. Fear mixed with feelings she couldn't name caught her breath. She finally understood that the Guo family faced utter destruction, and she seemed to grasp the meaning behind Jiang Chi's disobedience in appearing here. The Guo family is finished. Our whole family will die, she murmured, barely audible. Not yet. Jiang Che finally spoke, voice low but firm. I can help you help the Guo family clear your names. But you have to follow my orders completely. Whatever I say, you must do. Meanwhile, the battle in the banquet hall was drawing to a close. Wang De's bodyguards fought fiercely and fearlessly but were ultimately overwhelmed. The last one fell under a flurry of blades, blood mingling with spilled wine on the floor in winding trails. Only heavy breathing remained as a deathly silence pressed down, suffocating the air. Wang De, stained with blood, was held down by two fierce guards. His bulky body shook violently as he screamed sharply, "It's a lie. I'm innocent." Old Yu carefully wiped the small trickle of blood on his cheek with a pristine white silk handkerchief. Letting it fall, he didn't even bother to glance at Wang De. Instead, his eyes fixed coldly on the secret letter and the military roster lying on the table. A monumental achievement. He calculated swiftly in his mind. This letter not only uproots the spy the Prince of Yan planted deep in the south, but also leads directly to those colluding with Beiping officials inside the court. When reported to His Majesty with credits for quelling rebellion, sharing the burden of rulership, and uncovering traitors, how could he fail to receive the highest honors? His gaze shifted to the corner. Guo Huai was being dragged to the ground by two imperial guards, stripped of all former authority. The old man sobbed shamelessly, his voice hoarse as he tried to defend himself. Your Honor, I'm innocent. I had no knowledge of that box. It was that rebellious daughter. She acted on her own. Without hesitation, he threw all blame onto his own daughter to save his skin. But how could anyone among the embroidered uniform guards or officials present believe him? The gifts came from the Guo family. The scandal involved the Guo family. The witnesses and evidence all pointed one way. If not the Guos, then who else? Old Yu snorted sharply, his thin, shrill voice echoing throughout the hall. Shut his mouth. We don't want to hear that old dog babble anymore. Then with a sharp gesture he pointed at Wang De. Take this fat pig away. Several embroidered guards immediately stepped forward, ripping the burlap sack to silence Wang De, and dragged him out. Old Yu's gaze returned to Guo Huai, filled with contempt. That old dog, and the entire Guo clan, none shall be spared. He ordered his subordinate officers, search every inch. Dig 3 feet down if you must. We will root out every remnant of the Prince of Yan's faction. Let's see just how many devils and monsters this little town of Jingnan hides. His mind was racing. Wang De was the Prince of Yan's man. The Guos were his financiers. The logic was clear. Uncover even a shred of accounts linked to Beiping, and his merit would be undeniable. Remove the southern mole, strike down factions, and court His Majesty would surely be pleased. Rewards, power, even the keys to the eastern depot seemed to stretch out toward him. At that moment, the hall's entrance dimmed. Two figures entered side by side. Leading the way was Mr. Su, who had behaved suitably during the banquet and earned Old Yu's slight respect. Beside him walked a woman, her dress stained with dew and mud. Guo Lingxiu, the Guo family's daughter, who should have been under strict guard. The entire hall of embroidered guards turned instantly, their blades still stained with blood, the air thick with menace. Guo Lingxiu's calves trembled violently. The sharp stench of blood mixed with the scent of the unremoved bodies made her stomach churn. Her heart pounded against her chest, but when she met Jiang Chi's Mr. Su's calm eyes, the promise she had heard outside the words "I will decide what you do and say" sounded in her ears again. A strange calm pushed away her fear. She knew this was the Guo family's last chance. There was no turning back. Old Yu narrowed his eyes, his relaxed expression instantly tightening into a grim scowl. His voice was cold as ice. Mr. Su? What nerve you have? Who told you to bring a traitor's family here? Are you trying to bury yourself alongside the Guos? Mr. Su seemed completely unfazed by the murderous tension in the air. She merely bent slightly at the waist, her sleeve neatly resting against her knee, her tone calm, yet utterly confident. You've misunderstood, sir. As the words left her mouth, she stepped aside slightly, fully exposing Guo Lingxiu had been hiding behind Herdo, everyone's gaze. Miss Guo is not the wife of a traitor. She is the very one who exposed Wang De's treason. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. A few steps away, Guo Weiho had just moments before tried to protect himself by pinning all the blame on his daughter. Suddenly looked up, utterly stunned and speechless. How had his daughter suddenly become a heroine? Huh? Eunuch Yu clutched his stomach, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world, letting out a piercing laugh that shook his shoulders. Heroine? Ha ha ha. Mr. Su, are you joking with us? But the laughter cut off sharply. replaced by a chilling coldness that crept into the wrinkles of his face. There was a secret letter hidden in the gifts from the Guo family. Now that it's exposed, you're telling us she's a heroine? This letter was handed to me personally by Miss Guo. Mr. Su showed no sign of wavering, presenting the prepared explanation. She had already suspected Wang De's treacherous intentions, but lacked proof and feared alerting him. So she consulted with me in secret. We decided to use the welcome banquet as an opportunity to turn the tables. She deliberately hid the secret letter from Prince Yin inside the gift box. Now with the evidence in hand, Wang De has no way to deny his crime. Her speech was measured, each word clearly reaching everyone's ears. The airtight logic seamlessly connected all the earlier doubts. Guo Lingxiu stood stiffly, her fingertips growing pale from gripping too tightly. Following Jiang Qi's advice, she braved the sharp gaze of Eunuch Yu and squeezed out 4 words through clenched teeth. Mr. Su's words are true. Eunuch Yu's eyes flickered between the two, clearly unwilling to believe a single word. Could a sheltered noblewoman really have orchestrated such a plot? To him, this must be a last-minute lie concocted by the Guo family and Mr. Su to escape punishment. Well played, using their own scheme against them. He sneered, his sharp voice echoing off the pillars. If this was a trap, Miss Guo must have known what the letter contained. Why don't you tell us? Then we can verify it ourselves. Guo Lingxiu had never read the letter. Her face instantly drained of color, her lips trembling silently, unable to utter a single word. Eunuch Yu's contempt deepened. Can't speak? Just as I thought. Sir, Mr. Su interrupted firmly. The letter contained top-secret information. Miss Guo is but a woman. I did not allow her to see it. She only knew it concerned the nation's fate and willingly agreed to help. The entire plan was devised by me alone. If any mistake is found, I alone will bear the responsibility. By taking full responsibility herself, she made the story sound all the more genuine. Eunuch Yu narrowed his eyes, dark killing intent rising beneath his gaze. And just why should I believe you? His stare locked on Su Qinghuan, this unervingly calm woman. After a moment, he raised his hand, his voice sharp as a blade. You're clearly working together. Guards, seize this silver-tongued Ms. Su and this reckless girl. We have plenty of ways to make you speak the truth. Several armored Jinhui officers moved forward like wolves pouncing on prey. Guo Lingxiu shut her eyes, shrinking back in fear. But Su Qinghuan's voice remained steady. Sir, are you sure you want to arrest me here? With that, a token appeared in her hand. Others might not have noticed, but when Inspector Yu saw the character on the token, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his breath seemed to catch in his throat. The entire token was a dark, inky blue, with a simple, ancient seal script character engraved at the centerman. To an ordinary person, it was just a common badge, but Yu had served closely in the imperial court. How could he not recognize it as the exclusive insignia of the Min Prince's residence? The flush on his face drained away instantly, and the fierce, cold air that had hung around him moments before seemed extinguished by a sudden wash of ice water. It wasn't Furno, it was caution bordering on reverence. Crossing the secret police left some room for negotiation, but offending the trusted agents of the princes, even ones appointed by the emperor himself, demanded the utmost care. Especially since the emperor had repeatedly instructed them to avoid the prince's spheres of influence, lest the feudal lords unite to stir trouble. Everyone stepped back. The group of ruthless secret police exchanged uneasy glances. They didn't understand why the inspector had changed expression so abruptly, but obeyed the order, retreating quietly to the corridor. Hidden ropes and iron hooks slipped free from their sleeves without a sound. Inspector Yu's gaze locked onto Su Qinghuan, as if hooked steel locked in place. He gave a dry, awkward chuckle. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against brass. So you're one of us after all. Mr. Su, why didn't you show your true colors earlier? Nearly had a flood wash away the Dragon King's temple. He called her one of us, but his eyes still searched her cautiously after all, a young woman appearing in the remote town of Jinding, tangled in the sordid affairs between the Guo family and Wang De, was something distinctly suspicious. Su Qinghuan spoke deliberately, sliding the token back into her sleeve. Inspector, you jest. I'm simply following orders. My identity is not important. I came to Jinding on an old case, hunting a fugitive who's been on the run for years. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon evidence that Wang De has secret dealings with the Northern Yuan. This is serious. I dare not act alone, so I'm using Miss Guo as a front to deliver the evidence. I intended to leave quietly once it was done, but I did not expect to catch your attention. Her words were layered with truth and half-truths, explaining her presence, portraying the investigation of Wang De as a chance discovery, and distancing herself from wrongdoing, all while hinting that her original mission was even more important. Inspector Yu's heart skipped a beat, caught the underlying warning not to meddle further. But could he swallow that? An imperial eunuch wielding the emperor's favor, now publicly shown up by a mysterious woman? Oh, serving the court, we certainly respect that. Yu's smile was polite but cold, his fingers elegantly flicked upward. But Mr. Su, someone of your standing, coming all the way to Zhending and hiding behind the guise of a merchant's daughter to deliver intelligence that seems overly cautious. If you had just informed us sooner, with the secret police backing you, wouldn't things have been much easier? Su Qinghuan met his gaze steadily. You don't understand, Inspector. The fugitive I'm after is extremely cunning, skilled at staying behind the scenes and manipulating others. If I make too much noise, I'll only scare him off again. As for Miss Guo, her voice softened as she glanced at Guo Lingxiu, who looked pale with fright. She is innocent and has no connection to Wang De. Using her to deliver the package draws the least suspicion. If this succeeds, it'll be a great help to the Guo family, so it's no hardship for her. Inspector, if you think my method's improper, you're welcome to report everything after the case concludes. The blame will fall solely on me. Once again, she took full responsibility, lowering herself outwardly, but threading a sharp edge beneath her humility. Eunuch Yu was left speechless, his face swollen to the color of pig liver. At last, he understood this woman's tongue was as tough and unyielding as the token she held in her hand. Neither softness nor cunning could make a dent. There was simply no opening to exploit. By the side of the main hall, Guo Lingxiu quietly hid her hands within her sleeves, her palms drenched in cold sweat, her back soaked through. She stole a glance at Su Qinghuan's profile, her heart churning. How could someone so close in age, also a woman, face off calmly against the capricious eunuch without so much as a flinch? Every argument was airtight, turning the word death into life with absolute certainty. The stalemate stretched on, the air thick and heavy as if frozen solid. Just as everyone held their breath, quick, steady footsteps suddenly echoed outside the residence. Step, 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 step. Then came the clash of armor and blades, sharp and brisk, growing nearer, carrying an undeniable aura of deadly authority. Clearly, a battalion of heavily armed soldiers was rapidly closing in on the Guo estate, already surrounding it in full force. Eunuch Yes' expression darkened completely, turning as gloomy as if it might pour rain. From the sounds alone, he estimated the invading force numbered at least 100. Who besides the garrison commander could mobilize troops in such a show of force in Shizheng Prefecture? But why would the commander suddenly make a move? His gaze shot sharply to Su Qinghuan, only to find her utterly composed, lips curling in a faint, mysterious smile. Su Qinghuan listened as if to a play, then softly said, "It seems General Geng's arrival is faster than we anticipated." Before her words could fade, the main door to the hall burst open with a thunderous crash. A burly general clad in ornate mountain-patterned armor strode in with the bearing of a dragon and tiger. Around 40 years old, his skin dark and weathered, his hawk-like eyes sharp and commanding, exuding authority without raising his voice. Behind him marched two brightly armored bodyguards, hands resting confidently on their swords, emanating the iron resolve of battle-hardened veterans. This was the garrison commander of Shizheng Prefecture, the famed Geng Bingwen, who had once commanded 300,000 troops. Geng Bingwen scanned the room, taking in everyone's expressions before finally settling on Su Qinghuan. He gave a slight nod in greeting, as if recognizing an ally. Throughout the moment, he didn't so much as glance at Eunuch Yu, whose face had turned pale beneath him. Su Qinghuan stepped forward, clasping her fists in salute. "General Geng, the Wang De case has been conclusively resolved." Eunuch Yes' keen judgment uncovered this rotten element for the court, a great service indeed. She offered the eunuch a flattering compliment, then shifted tone. "I have other urgent matters that prevent me from lingering. The investigation of Wang De's remaining conspirators and their confiscated estates will require the general's careful oversight." Her words were both a report and a command. Eunuch Yes' chest heaved with Region unknown woman openly issuing orders, and a local commander blatantly ignoring him. Geng Bing, when his sharp voice pierced the hall's silence. "How dare you? You move troops without authorization, laying siege to an imperial official. Do you have no regard for law? No respect for His Majesty?" Only then did Geng Bingwen slowly turn, fixing Eunuch Yu with an expression of mild disbelief. "Eunuch, this is Shizheng Prefecture, not the capital. Every single troop movement here must be authorized by my command. I answer only to my military mandate, not some petty token you carry. If you want to mobilize soldiers, produce the imperial edict. Otherwise, that's a rogue order, one I am authorized to ignore." Master Yu trembled with anger, his delicate fingers sharply pointed at Geng Bingwen, yet he couldn't utter a single coherent word. The atmosphere in the main hall froze instantly. Master Yu knew full well that this so-called imperial investigation was merely his excuse to pressure the Guo family and grab some extra profit. But he hadn't expected to run into such formidable opponents. The head of the Guo family, old Master Guo, finally snapped out of his shock. Seeing Geng Bingwen like a savior, his knees buckled, and he almost knelt down. Geng Bingwen lifted his eyes barely perceptibly, his sharp gaze fixing him in place. After all, the large sums of silver the Guo family paid annually were his most reliable source of income. If a eunuch were allowed to ransack the Guo estate right under his nose, who would dare send money his way afterward? The hall was tense, as if swords might clash at any moment. Su Qinghuan stepped forward, raising her hand to stand between the two. Gentlemen, we all work for the court, so there is no need for anger. She first cupped her hands toward Gung Bingwen, her voice gentle yet clear. General, eunuch, you lack sufficient men to handle the tedious task of searching Wang Des residence. Your esteemed presence and renowned authority are indispensable to ensure success. This was a perfect pretext to legitimize Gung Bingwen's military intervention. Then she turned to Master Yu, her tone as soft as spring breeze. Eunuch, the general fears thieves might cause trouble amidst the chaos. That is why he personally leads the troops. With his help, you can swiftly capture the culprits and report back to the higher-ups without issue. Isn't that right? This also gave Master Yu a graceful way to back down. Master Yu's chest rose and fell like a bellows, his glare nearly piercing Su Qinghuan's eyes. All along, this woman had led him by the nose, but what could he do? He lacked both courage and confidence to confront the general who commanded the troops. Humph. He spat coldly through clenched teeth, whipped his sleeve, and turned to leave. If the Guo family is innocent, then we'll take Wang Da and the case files with us. Today's failure stung, but he would never lose control of the investigation. That was his credit, his dignity. Just as he took 2 steps, Gung Bingwen's low, firm voice stopped him. Eunuch, wait. Master Yu snapped around, eyes blazing with hostility. What? General Gung won't even let me take a dead man. Gung Bingwen's lips curved into a faint, inscrutable smile. He shook his head slightly but offered no explanation. Proceed as you wish, eunuch. You'll understand soon enough. That smile sent a chill down Master Yu's spine, but he just wanted to leave this humiliating place as fast as possible. Playing tricks, he muttered and strode away, leading the embroidered guards toward the Guo estate gates. Outside, the streets had already been cleared by Gung Bingwen's troops. The cold glint of armor flashed under the sun, and a killing intent hung heavy in the air. The moment Master Yu crossed the threshold, he sensed something was wrong. At the end of the street stood a man in simple blue robes, calm and still. Seeing Master Yu appear, the man stepped forward. Master Yu's pupils contracted sharply. This man showed no sign of martial prowess. Yet with a single glance, he sent a piercing chill through the heart of the notorious inquisitor hardened by years in the imperial prison. This man was Jiang Che. Master Yu's cloudy eyes fixed on him, his gaze almost carving a bloody scar through the air. The embroidered guard captains at his side instinctively rested their hands on the hilts of their embroidered sabers. It was an instinct this seemingly fragile man inspired far more dread than the overwhelming force Gung Bingwen commanded. Jiang Che ignored the nearly drawn blades. In the pitch-black night, the cold gleam slid off the knife edges, but he remained as calm as a passerby, not even sparing a glance at the dozen or so ruthless Jinui guards surrounding him. Master Yu, thank you for waiting, he said, lifting his gaze with a tone as gentle as offering a cup of hot tea on a cold night. Master Yes Adam's apple bobbed as he rasped. Who are you? Were you sent by Gung Bingwen? In his mind, that was the only sensible explanation. Jiang Che gave no answer. Instead, he slowly and deliberately reached into the wide sleeve of his robe. Under all eyes, he withdrew not a weapon or a token, but a thick stack of silver notes. Bound tightly with a red string, the edges were so sharp they looked cut with a blade. The top note bore the bright red official seal of Datong Bank 10,000 taels. Roughly estimated, the whole bundle was worth no less than 50 or 60,000 taels. Time seemed to freeze. The Jinui guards' pupils constricted, and their breathing grew heavier. For an ordinary centurion, even 5 or 6 taels was a fortune enough for a lifetime. Now, before them was a sum that could transform every one of them completely. Jiang Che casually extended the stack forward, as if handing over scrap paper. Master, you've had a hard journey. This is just some tea money for you, and your men no more than a small token of respect. Tea money? Master Yes' brain buzzed, momentarily dazed. He had experienced many formal palace occasions, but had never seen such a blatant cash bribe before. Then a flash of lightning exploded in his mind, recalled the sour argument at the mansion and the half-smile on Gung Bingwen's face as he left. So that was it. Gung Bingwen was afraid Master Yu would return to report him harshly to the court, exaggerating claims that he was wielding troops arrogantly, colluding with foreign officials, and harboring treasonous intent. Such accusations from a military commander were the death knell of one's career. Unable to confront him heat-in, Gung Bingwen chose to first threaten, then soothe first a blow, then a sweet bribe. That thought swept away all the resentment pressing in Master Yes' chest. He didn't hurry to take the money. Instead, he let out a soft ha, raised his orchid-like fingers higher, and slowly adjusted his sleeve. Only this much. He glanced sharply at Jiang Che, his voice regaining its icy authority. Your general expects to send off a beggar with this pitiful sum? He wanted to show attitude. He wanted Gung Bingwen to know, you was not so easily bought. The lost face must be repaid with twice the silver. Only then did the Jinui guards realize what was happening. Straightening their spines, their faces once again wore the proud arrogance unique to the emperor's loyal hounds. So this was a money delivery. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Qi's expression remained unmoved. Quietly, he reached into his sleeve again and pulled out a second stack of silver notes, just like the first, placing it gently on top of the first pile. The fault is mine for not being considerate enough, he said earnestly. A man of your esteemed status must not be disrespected. This is for the restoration of your mansion. Life in the capital is no easy matter. The two stacks lay side by side, totaling a full 100,000 taels. Master Yes' eyelids twitched sharply, his heart pounding. The scale of Gung Bingwen's bribe was beyond expectation. It was almost equivalent to a decade's worth of his own embezzled fortune. Gung Bingwen wasn't afraid of being reported. He was terrified that the investigation might uncover something truly fatal. That's why he was willing to pay any price to keep his mouth shut. Yes, it had to be that way. He felt like he'd grabbed a massive leverage. He was playing it smart. Yu Huayan's heart leapt with joy, but he kept his expression calm. With just a glance, his trusted officer immediately stepped forward and slipped a thick stack of 100,000 taels of silver notes into his pocket. The faint rustling of the paper intensified his heartbeat. Straightening his back, he felt like he'd regained all the face he'd lost earlier at the Guo mansion. His eyes swept toward the vermilion gates of the Guo estate, but Gung Bingwen's shadow had long vanished. Humph, a cowardly turtle, Yu Huayan spat quietly, flicking his sleeve as he turned. Let's go. Make sure we keep an eye on Wang De's corpse and the files. This is our success. His sharp voice echoed down the alley as a group gathered around him, following his lead. In the sunlight, Yu Huayan's steps were brisk, as if already picturing the moment he'd receive rewards from his new master upon returning to the capital. Jiang Che stood silently where he was, watching the group grow smaller until their sharp voices faded around the corner. Only then did he turn and gaze toward the Guo mansion. At some point, the gate was ajar. Su Qinghuan leaned against the doorframe, watching him from a distance. The light split between inside and out, half in sunshine, half in shadow, making Jiang Qi's stern features look even more profound. Yu Huayan thought he'd grabbed a hold of Gung Bingwen's leverage and secured the hush money, unaware that the 100,000 silver notes all came from the Yin Prince's secret treasury in Beiping. Each note serial number was already recorded by the Jinyue. 10,000 taels might buy the life of an insider eunuch official, and then, following the money trail, sweep up all his allies in the capital. Yet later, everyone would only ever believe that money came from Gung Bingwen. Only after Yu Huayan's group became distant black dots did Jiang Che lower his gaze. Su Qinghuan looked down but couldn't hide her amazement. She'd thought there would be a bloody battle today and prepared for the worst. Yet Jiang Che had diffused the crisis with just a few words and some silver, even managing to dig a deep pit for Gung Bingwen. Clever move, she said softly, her tone sincere. Spending 100,000 taels so the Grand Steward Yu gladly takes the blame back to the capital. That deal is worth every coin. Jiang Che kept walking beside her into the mansion, replying coolly, not enough yet. Su Qinghuan was momentarily stunned, then caught up. What do you mean? The silver notes from Yin Prince's secret treasury each have hidden serial marks, recorded in the Jinyue files, Jiang Che said quietly, staring ahead. Now that Yu Huayan has this windfall, given his nature, he'll definitely throw it around in the capital, buying lands, houses, buying people's loyalty. The more he flaunts it, the faster he'll fall. Then, tracing the flow of those notes will prove conclusively that this money came from Gung Bingwen. At that, the corner of his mouth curved into a thin, icy smile. Bribing the chief eunuch of the imperial inner court with intent to rebel. Does Gung Bingwen have the strength to shoulder such a crime? Su Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat. She only saw the first layer, that the 100,000 taels of silver were used to silence Yu Huayan. But Jiang Che saw straight through to the third and fourth layers. The money wasn't just to buy silence, but Yu Huayan's life. And it even dragged Gung Bingwen into a dead end. The urgent crisis for the Guo family would be resolved. Yu Huayan, the thorn in their side, would be removed, and Gung Bingwen would be taken down along with him. 3 birds with 1 stone, clean and decisive. She glanced sideways at Jiang Che. The man was like a block of ancient, frozen ice, yet his eyes were bottomless wells, always plotting layer after layer of backup plans. Being by his side brought a sense of security, so strong it bordered on unhealthy. So what happens next? She suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of probing she hadn't even realized herself. With Yu Huayan dealt with and Gung Bingwen overthrown, does that mean it's Guo family's turn now? Using someone and then discarding them. Betrayal after crossing the river. These tactics were second nature to people like them. It seemed like the Guo family's usefulness had come to an end. She tried to read his inscrutable eyes for a clue, but saw only deep, still waters. If she weren't planted in Jinding by the Prince of Men, maybe she really would have fallen completely. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she bit her tongue hard to force herself awake with the pain. Jiang Che didn't respond, simply strode across the courtyard toward the brightly lit main hall. Inside the Guo mansion's main hall, the air felt frozen. Gung Bingwen had retreated decisively, without a word wasted. Guo Huai slumped into the seat of authority, his face ashen. After a lifetime of battles, he was no stranger to life and death, yet he had never felt this hopeless before. Below the dais, Lu Shun, Zhang Mang, and Qian Fengmao commanders wore the same pale, defeated looks. If the Guo family fell, none of them would escape unscathed. Master Lu Shun's voice was hoarse and strained. What if we rebel? Shut up. Guo Huai snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes blazing. Do you want the entire Guo family wiped out? But what else can we do? The impatient Zhang Mang fell to his knees, voice trembling. We can't just wait to die. Despair flooded the main hall like a rising tide. Everyone felt like prisoners awaiting the executioner's blade. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed outside. All eyes snapped up as a tall figure entered against the light dressed in black with a cold expression. It was Jiang Che, followed closely by the strikingly beautiful Su Qinghuan. Seeing Jiang Che, Guo Huai, who had looked hollow and defeated just moments before, suddenly lit up, like a drowning man clutching a last straw. He sprang up so forcefully he nearly knocked over his chair, taking 3 quick steps forward. Nephew Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Qi's gaze calmly swept over everyone in the hall, finally settling on Guo Huai's face. He didn't immediately respond to Guo Huai's eagerness. Instead, he carried himself with the air of a master. Leisurely, he strolled over to the Grandmaster's chair nearby and calmly brushed a thin layer of dust off the armrest. This movement's measured and deliberate, as if tending to his own estate. Guo Huai's outstretched hand froze midair, and the flush drained instantly from his face. Behind him, Lu Shun and 2 others held their breath so tightly that even swallowing sounds were silent. They dared only to watch Jiang Che out of the corner of their eyes. This unexpected young man now seemed to hold the fate of them all in his grasp. Nephew Jiang. Guo Huai finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Only then did Jiang Che turn around slowly, but instead of looking at Guo Huai, his gaze settled on the 3 frightened attendants who were nearly frozen in place. Has General Geng left? He asked coolly. Yes, he's gone. He's gone. Guo Huai answered repeatedly with a submissive nod, almost like a waiter desperately bowing. The general said he would protect the Guo family, but even he could hear the hollowness in his own voice. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Jiang Qi's mouth. It wasn't a smile. It was more like a hunter's pity for prey on the brink of death, cruel, yet composed. Protect? Uncle Guo, do you really think a family on the verge of bankruptcy, deep in debt, still holds any value to Geng Bingwen? His words struck Guo Huai's chest like a sledgehammer. The truth he feared most, the truth he dared not face, was being ripped open by Jiang Che. It's not possible. Zhang Mang suddenly lifted his head, veins bulging on his neck like a cornered beast howling. The general said it himself. He wouldn't go back on his word. Jiang Che finally turned his gaze to Zhang Mang, and that light glance was as sharp as a blade, cutting into Zhang Mang's skin with pain. A promise? Jiang Che sneered softly. The Geng Bingwen who promised protection meant the true Guo family of Zindan, who could raise troops and manage connections, not a broken-down dog family drowning in debt and about to be thrown out by creditors. You. Zhang Mang's anger exploded as his hand reached for his sword. Zhang Mang. Shut up. Guo Huai shouted harshly, gripping Zhang Mang's arm so tightly he trembled. Every word Jiang Che spoke was the truth. Geng Bingwen was a ruthless hero, not a benefactor. He would support allies, but he wouldn't drown alongside a sinking ship. With Wang De dead, the salt trade was completely cut off. Guo family's biggest source of income was severed. To fill the old holes, Guo Huai had mortgaged most of the family estate. Once the cash flow breaks, if delayed just 2 weeks more, the Guo family would collapse utterly. At that time, forget Geng Bingwen, those merchants who had always flattered the Guos would bare their teeth and descend to tear apart what was left of the family. Seeing Guo Huai's face turn ashen, Jiang Che knew the moment had come. His tone was calm but carried the weight of a lifeline thrown down. Geng Bingwen can't save you. But I can. Guo Huai's eyes snapped back into focus, locking tightly onto Jiang Che. What did you say? I said I can save the Guo family. Jiang Che said slowly and deliberately. I can make your business thrive even more than before. I can fill your treasury with silver piled high. Conditions? Guo Huai gasped, his voice hoarse. What are your conditions? Simple. Jiang Che raised a single finger. Starting today, I take over all operations of the Guo family. Everyone under your command, including these 3, will answer to me. Guo Huai paused, then narrowed his eyes with a hint of suspicion. You want the Guo family to change hands? Jiang Che smiled. Uncle Guo, from the start, I came to partner with the Guo family. I was captivated by Ling Xiao. But is this how you do things? Guo Huai's mind went completely blank. The terms Jiang Che laid out weren't so much a negotiation as a total takeover. Demanded control of all the Guo family businesses, command over every one of their people, essentially demanding their surrender without a fight. Guo Huai knew full well that refusal would only bring creditors' ruthless attacks and the destruction of his entire family within 2 weeks. His throat felt as if it were stuffed with a burning coal. He tried to speak, but no words came out. Agree? The Guo family would still bear the name, but secretly, it would belong to someone else. He, Guo Huai, would be demoted from head of the family to mere chief manager. Yet, thinking back to how he had once flattered Wang Da by sending his daughter off to bear the bad luck, even nearly wanting to kill the young man in front of him just moments ago, Jiang Qi's offer to take the family business, but spare the Guo family's lives didn't seem so unreasonable after all. The thought was strange, but effective like self-hypnosis, and a faint color slowly returned to his pale face. I agree. Guo Huai lifted his head, voice hoarse. But I have one condition. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. I want you to marry my daughter Guo Lingxiu. Guo Huai stared hard at Jiang Che. This was the only way he could think of to truly bind the Guo family and Jiang Qi's overwhelming power together. The family business he could give up, the daughter he could give away. But if Jiang Che became the son-in-law of the Guo family, he couldn't just stand by and watch the family be wiped out, right? It was a gambler's final Allen, burning his last bridge. Before the words even finished, a soft call came from outside the door. Guo Huai's heart jumped. No. The doorway curtain was lifted by a small, pale hand. Guo Lingxiu stood clearly framed in the entrance, her delicate face flushing deep red like fresh blood. Obviously, she had overheard her father's earth-shattering proposal. Nonsense. Guo Huai was anxious and angry, fearing his daughter would say something to ruin the deal. But to his surprise, Guo Lingxiu didn't argue at all. The girl stood quietly, her moist almond-shaped eyes glancing past her furious father and the three silent elders toward Jiang Che, shy, hopeful, nervous, yet not the slightest hint of resistance. Rather, like spring water slowly thawing. Jiang Che met her gaze naturally, without hesitation. Guo Lingxiu was flawless, and without her, tearing open a foothold so quickly in Jingnan City would have been impossible. Taking her under his wing was both protection for her and insurance for himself. Personally and politically, it was all upside. Fine. He said a single word, crisp and decisive. That single word seemed to suck out all the tension in the room. Guo Lingxiu's face flushed even hotter. She quickly stole a glance at Jiang Che, then lowered her head, nervously twisting the edge of her clothes, her heart pounding wildly. Guo Huai, on the other hand, stood stunned by the overwhelming news. Just like that, it was done? He looked at his daughter's affectionate gaze, then Jiang Qi's calm and indifferent expression. All the last threads of resentment and humiliation faded like smoke in the wind. What was Wang De anyway? What was Geng Bingwen? A ruthless warlord who would abandon allies at any moment. Before him stood Jiang Che, young in age, but formidable in skill and resolve, backed by the unfathomable power of the Yan King's faction. Guo Huai looked at him with a single thought in mind. This wasn't just a matter of marrying off a daughter or selling family assets. It was a godsend opportunity for the Guo family to take a monumental leap forward. All right, all right, all right, he exclaimed excitedly 3 times, rubbing his hands inside his sleeves, then quickly made a decision. Let's pick an auspicious date and finalize the wedding. Sooner is better than later. Jiang Che nodded slightly. You, Uncle Guo, handle all those arrangements. With that, he lifted his gaze to Guo Lingxiu one last time. His tone was calm, yet resolute. Lingxiu, I have done what I promised. Without giving anyone a chance to respond, he turned sharply and strode away from the Guo family mansion. Only Guo Huai, his subordinates, and the troubled young woman remained in the main hall, exchanging uncertain glances. Outside, the setting sun baked the bluestone alleyway. Johan leaned against the locust tree by the door, chewing on a blade of grass. Spotting Jiang Che, he immediately spat it out and straightened up. Master, is it settled? You really intend to marry the Guo family lady? Johan scratched his head in curiosity. Having followed Jiang Che so long, this was the first time had heard their leader mention women, and at such a critical moment behind enemy lines, no less. A rare flicker of a smile cracked Jiang Qi's otherwise tense face. He too felt the absurdity. Who were they? Elite secret guards under the Yan King, traitors branded as rebels by the court, living on the edge of a knife. And yet here he was, the head of the covert force, openly marrying into the enemy's heartland. News that, if it reached Beiping, would surely have their comrades doubled over in laughter. Can't be helped. Jiang Che exhaled heavily, regaining his composure. Guo Huai is a crafty old fox. If we don't become family, he'll always have a thorn in his side. Only when his daughter is my wife will he wholeheartedly work for us. What about the prince? The prince will approve, Jiang Che said decisively. To capture Jinding, marrying a Guo girl is nothing. Even if I had to marry into their family, the prince wouldn't bat an eye. Johan nodded, half understanding, then broke into a grin revealing even white teeth. Well then, when the time comes, he'll have to drink a proper toast to both the master and the madam. Jiang Che shook his head with a wry smile at his loyal but simple-minded companion. A few days later, the morning breeze skimmed past the window ledge. A gray pigeon landed gently on Jiang Qi's windowsill. He removed the message capsule, drawing out a thin sheet of paper like cicada wings bearing the bold, precise handwriting of the Yan King, Zhu Di himself. The message was brief. The main army would soon arrive beneath Jinding city walls, instructing Jiang Che to prepare for the rendezvous. The decisive battle was imminent. Folding the paper, A cold fire ignited in Jiang Qi's eyes. The fleeting thoughts of love and family vanished completely, replaced by icy purpose and the thrill before the final net closed. He immediately summoned every undercover agent hiding within Jinding. In the past few days, have we gotten a clear picture of Gung Bingwen's supply routes? His voice was low yet powerful in the dim room. One agent stepped forward half a pace, presenting a detailed map with both hands. Boss, it's all here. Gung Bingwen's supplies come through 3 lines. 1 from Jingxing, 2 from Gaocheng, all escorted by his closest generals. Our men have locked eyes on every strategic pass and courier station along the way. The net was tightening, and the moment of reckoning was fast approaching. Jiang Qi's finger slowly traced across the map, finally stopping at a place called Haifengqiu. It was where 3 mountain paths converged, the only route through which supplies and reinforcements could pass. Good. He looked up, his eyes sharp as blades sweeping over everyone in the room. Give the order, everyone take up their positions as planned. When Prince Zhu's army marches to besiege the city, that's when we strike. I want Gung Bingwen's troops outside the city to starve to the last grain of rice. 2 days later, the morning mist still clung to the earth, but from the horizon came a low, rumbling horn that gradually pierced the clouds and became more distinct. Prince Zhu's army had arrived. News spread like wildfire throughout the streets and alleys of Jinding Prefecture, with startled cries echoing from tea houses, shops hastily closing, and the rhythm of the government drums quickening. In a dark room, Jiang Che stood over a stone table. Candlelight cast shifting shadows on the walls. 26 squad leaders from the covert guard bowed their fists in unison. Move. The 2-word command landed sharply. Without hesitation, the guards melted into the shadows, slipping through secret passageways, over roof ridges, down sewers like mercury spilling into the city poised to be engulfed by war. Each of the 26 squads carried fire oil, poison powder, and blades, targeting Gung Bingwen's grain stores, courier stations, and wells. Nearly 80% of the Jinding clandestine guard force sprang into action at once. Only Zhou Han and 3 elite squads remained beside Jiang Che as the last reserve edge. Jiang Che pinched out the candle flame, and the room fell silent again. Stepping outside, the cold wind brought a scent of gunpowder. With the battle imminent, the city's nerves were on edge. Wealthy merchants hurriedly hiring carts, lining up in a river of fugitives streaming through the south gate. Jiang Che thought to himself, that old fox Guohuai is probably moving his pieces already. He paused at the street corner. In front of the Westerly Goods Depot, an elaborately carved rosewood carriage stood out sharply against the chaotic Xinghua family's carriage. A pale hand lifted the curtain, and a slender figure leaned out. It was Guo Lingxiu. Jiang Qi's heart stirred as he stepped forward to greet her. Guo Lingxiu caught sight of him at once. Her almond-shaped eyes, previously etched with worry, instantly lit up. Brother Jiang. She lifted the hem of her embroidered skirt and stepped down. Her heels clicked crisply on the ground. A flush of urgency warmed her cheeks, and her gaze glimmered with the shy joy of a girl reunited with her beloved, as though all the turmoil beyond had melted away. What are you doing here? Jiang Che slowed his voice deliberately, softening it with concern. My father sent me. She looked up at him quietly. He said Prince Zhu's army has surrounded the city and asked if we should make plans to leave Jinding early. Jiang Qi's mind cleared instantly. The old fox was acting even faster than expected. The question from Guo Lingxiu was actually Guohuai Perbingto see if Jiang Che intended to sail the same boat with them, or drift apart when the wind changed. No need. He answered crisply, reaching up to brush back a stray lock of hair from her temple. The gesture was intimate but respectful. Guo Lingxiu froze, blinking, confusion filling her eyes. But there's a war. The city will surely fall into chaos. If the walls break and looters flood in, won't all our family's wealth become theirs? To her, staying behind was like betting everything life and fortune in a gamble with no chance of winning. Jiang Che looked into her clear eyes and saw the true anxiety beneath them. Then, Jiang Che smiled. He needed to give her a reason strong enough to reassure both her and Guohuai behind her. The city walls loomed tall in the twilight, like a silent sword standing guard over the sky behind the young girl's shoulders. Jiang Che withdrew his gaze, his voice steady and low. Lingxiu, rest assured. His Highness the Prince of Yin leads the loyal troops of the Jingnan campaign. What is Jingnan? It means pacifying the disorder, eliminating treachery, that is, restoring order under the rightful ruler. They are a righteous army correcting chaos, not the rebels you speak of. He paused, meeting Guo Lingxiu's clear eyes directly. Their aim is the empire, the hearts of the people, not the wealth of one city or one region. The common folk and merchants inside the city will not suffer. Though these words were still hard for her to fully grasp, she trusted Jiang Che. The girl nodded gently, her voice tender and clear. Yes. Whatever Brother Jiang says, Lingxiu believes. That simple trust brushed over Jiang Qi's heart like a breeze on a string, causing a quiet tremor. Perhaps this marriage that began as a strategic move might turn into something warmer than a cold deal. Suddenly recalling her father's order, Guo Lingxiu hastened to add, "Oh, Brother Jiang, father wants you to come to the mansion. He said there's important business to discuss. Testing the waters through his daughter before issuing a formal invite, Gua Huai's tactic was flawless. Jiang Qi's lips curved slightly. All right, I was just about to come. The carriage rumbled forward. Inside the dimly lit compartment, Guo Lingxiu sat opposite him, her bright almond-shaped eyes fixed on him. She nearly spoke but swallowed her words, the flush on her face deepening from the city gates all the way to now. Carefully, like offering a treasure, she opened a small snack box and presented a warm cup of sour plum juice. Brother Jiang, are you thirsty? Hey, raise some sour plum juice. Noticing her nervous fingers tightly clasped together, Jiang Che accepted without refusal, taking the wooden cup gently. Thank you. The wheels rolled over the stone street as the girl finally summoned courage. Brother Jiang, do you really think we'll be safe if we stay in the city? He sipped the sour-sweet plum juice, the perfect balance awakening his senses. Feeling the warmth of the cup in his palm, he replied with a question of his own. What is it that the Prince of Yin wants? Guo Lingxiu froze, then shook her head. The throne. The empire, he said firmly. To hold the empire, one must win people's hearts, not plunder and slaughter. Xinden is the northern gateway to Beiping Prefecture. If the city is turned into a bloodbath, merchants robbed, the world will see him as a bandit, not as the bringer of justice. How else could the Jingnan campaign succeed? This explanation was more straightforward than before. The girl nodded, half understanding. As she looked at Jiang Qi's determined profile, the fear born of war in her heart slowly began to ease. The carriage stopped before the Guo mansion. The gates were shut tight, stone lions casting long shadows in the fading light, radiating a grim austerity. The gatekeeper peered out from the side entrance. Seeing the carriage with his young lady and Jiang Che returning together, he hurriedly opened the main gate wide. Master Jiang, Miss, the Lord has been waiting in his study for some time. The steward approached quickly, his manner more respectful than ever before. Inside the Guo mansion, the maids and servants who usually rushed about were long gone. Only 4 or 5 middle-aged stewards dressed in plain gray robes remained stationed at key points corners of the covered corridors, by the gate with a decorative screen wall each with a tense expression. Jiang Che followed them through the shadowy 3-layered courtyard, autumn leaves swirling as the wind swept across stone steps and occasionally brushed his coat hem. The only sound was the sharp tapping of his leather boots on the ground. Finally, he was led to a quiet, secluded courtyard away from the main residence Guo Huai's study. Wind chimes hung silently under the eaves today. At the door, the steward bowed slightly and stretched out a hand as if to hold back an invisible crowd. Miss, the master has urgent matters to discuss with young Master Jiang. Guo Lingxiu stood to the side, her almond-shaped eyes filled with anxiety. Reluctantly, she pressed her lips together, still mindful of etiquette as she nodded and stepped aside. But she turned back every few steps, the heels of her boots clicking against the blue bricks until the courtyard gate shut behind her. Jiang Che pushed open the door and entered. The air inside felt oppressive, thick and heavy, like clouds that had gathered overnight. Guo Huai was dressed simply in dark-colored casual clothes, standing with his hands behind his back before a striking 12-foot scroll painting titled Vast Rivers and Mountains. The emerald green and deep crimson silk shone faintly by candlelight. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around. The usual friendly smoothness of Zinden's wealthiest man was gone, replaced by a deep furrow in his brow and bloodshot eyes. Jiang, my worthy nephew, you've come. Please sit. No small talk, just a few words. Jiang Che settled into an intricately carved wooden chair, his calm gaze meeting Guo Huai's. Uncle Guo, with Prince Yan's army at the city gates, you seem deeply troubled? Trouble doesn't begin to cover it. Guo Huai sighed long and hard, pacing with his hands behind his back. The rough soles of his boots scraped the wooden floor with a dry sound. 3 generations of the Guo family have worked hard to build this fortune in Xinden. Now, with war looming, the city's wealth is nothing but fish on a chopping board. If the city falls, those bandits will swarm in no matter if they call themselves the Jingnan army. All they care about is gold and silver. My family's lives, my entire fortune, will be lost without a trace. His well-maintained face twitched slightly from tension, veins throbbed at his temples. Jiang Che remained silent, letting Guo Huai vent his fear fully. When Guo Huai finally stopped, heavy breaths filling the room, Jiang Che spoke. Uncle, you only see danger, you don't see opportunity. Opportunity? Guo Huai was stunned. What opportunity is there in the ruin of home and family? An opportunity for immense wealth, of course. Jiang Che leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, lowering his voice to almost a whisper. Tell me, how long do you think General Geng Bingwen can hold the city? Without waiting for an answer, he continued. General Geng is old and experienced soldier, yes, but his edge is gone. His 130,000 strong army is mostly troops from the south, unfamiliar with this land and climate, their morale weak. The court is divided and factionalized when, or if reinforcements arrive, is anybody's guess. Meanwhile, Prince Yin commands elite troops hardened by years fighting the Mongols. They know the northern climate, fear nothing, fight fiercely for their lord, and have sky-high morale. By comparison, the city's defense is doomed. Zindan's fall is only a matter of time. Guo Huai knew this well, but had never dared dwell on it so deeply. He clenched his sleeves tightly. So what? Even if the city falls, we're all doomed. His voice trembled. No. Jiang Che shook his head firmly. How the city falls, that's what matters. He paused deliberately to let Guo Huai absorb this, then dropped his real bait. If Prince Yin storms the city after days or weeks of bloody fighting, suffering heavy losses, he'll be furious. He'll allow plundering and looting to vent his rage and reward his troops. But what if the gates open from within? What if the city's granaries accidentally catch fire, the defenders run out of food, and the army collapses without a fight? What if, as Prince Yan's forces arrive, the city's leading gentry and merchants, led by you, Uncle Guo, welcome them with open arms and offerings? By that time, Guo Huai, in the eyes of the Prince of Yin, would no longer be seen as a wealthy merchant awaiting slaughter, but as a great benefactor who delivered aid in the midst of hardship. Guo Huai felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. His breath caught sharply. His eyes, weathered by countless storms of the business world, widened and locked firmly onto Jiang Che. He was a businessman who had spent his life gambling, risking small sums for greater returns, betting his fortune on the future. Now, Jiang Che was pushing him to the largest gamble of his destiny. The lives of the entire Guo family were at stake, while the reward was the fate of the whole realm. The air hung heavy and still for a long moment before Guo Huai rasped through clenched teeth. Who exactly are you? This was his second time asking. He needed an answer that could grant him peace of mind. Jiang Che seemed unfazed by the tremor in his voice. He casually lifted the now lukewarm tea from the desk, moving as leisurely as if in his own backyard. Uncle Guo, don't overthink it. The reason I know these things is simply because I stayed in Tongzhou for a few days on my way here to Jinding. He spoke lightly, but the words dropped a heavy stone into Guo Huai's chest. Tongzhou. Guo Huai's pupils shrank. That was the Yin army's southern base camp, the headquarters of the Prince of Yin. This young man before him actually came from Tongzhou? The explanation seemed plausible, yet filled with sinister undertones. Tongzhou was a place of chaos and intrigue. Who at such a young age could see through the situation with such cold resolve? An old fox's instincts warned him. Asking more would only invite danger. What am I supposed to do? Guo Huai lowered his voice. Nothing at all. Jiang Che set down his tea, sleeves fluttering as he stood. Just carry on as usual. Do what you normally do. Calm the merchants in the city. Keep them from panicking. At the door, he paused, one hand on the bronze ring, and added, I'll handle the rest. When the time is right, I'll inform you. The door closed with a crisp click as his figure strode toward the courtyard where Guo Lingshou waited. Left alone in the study, Guo Huai stood stiffly. Shadows flickered across his face from the flickering lamp, and though he was upright, he seemed drained of strength. After a long moment, he walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze rushed in, scattering papers on the desk. Outside the city, the Yin army's campfires burned in an endless line, like a crouching fire dragon, its flickering light cold and menacing, poised to strike. Guo Huai smiled bitterly. He understood the true meaning behind doing nothing at this critical juncture. It meant that when the moment came, he must be the one to unlatch the heavy gates that decided Jinding's fate. Meanwhile, outside Jinding City, the command tent of Prince Zhu Di of Yin blazed with light. A massive sand map occupied the center, covered densely with countless banners. Zhu Di, wearing his black armor, hadn't removed his gear. His thick knuckles held 3 thin letters, flipping through them carefully. Ordinary bamboo paper, nondescript handwriting, but the seasoned warlord's eyes shone ever brighter. Beside him, Zhu Gaozhu leaned forward eagerly, eyes almost glued to the letters, his voice trembling with excitement. Father, that Jiang Che is truly a prodigy. Zhu Di said nothing, putting down the first letter and picking up the second, short, but unmistakably decisive. The day of the siege was set for the midday after tomorrow. At that time, a great fire would erupt inside the city. The defenders' supplies would be cut off, creating a heaven-sent opportunity. Such a brief statement pinpointed the optimal time to attack and hinted at the internal coordination that would make it possible. Father, look at the second letter. Zhu Gaoshui nearly lunged onto the table, even more eager than Zhu Di himself. What does it say? He pressed. Zhu Di lowered his voice, unfolding the letter and reading aloud sentence by sentence. 30 li east of Jinding City, deep within the reeds, lie 3 hidden supply depots where Gung Bingwen secretly hoards grain and weapons, enough to supply the whole army for a month. The exact locations are marked on the map. Flipping the letter over, a hand-drawn map caught their eyes. The positions of the 3 depots, the paths, waterways, even the timing of patrol rotations were all meticulously detailed in fine lines. Excellent. Zhu Gaoshu clenched his fist hard, pounding it into his palm, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Cutting off the route. That old fool hid his supplies outside the city, thinking it invincible, but Jiang Che has seen right through it. Let's see how he plans to defend now. He strode back and forth, repeating the phrase internal and external coordination as if he personally unraveled Gung Bingwen's schemes. A faint smile appeared on Zhu Dis's face as his gaze shifted to the third letter. It was very brief, only 8 characters. When the siege begins, sever their supply lines. He traced the characters sever their supply lines with 2 fingers, eyes deep with thought. After a moment, the entire battlefield unfolded in his mind. 3 days later, the main force feigns attack from the south. Fires ignite within the city, sowing chaos amongst the defenders. Elite troops move under cover of night to strike the 3 supply depots in the reeds, burning them to ashes. With no supplies inside and no reinforcements outside, Jinding will be isolated like a lone fortress. Then, there would be no need to assault directly, just encircle and wait for collapse, with minimal troop loss. Father, Jiangche was my recommendation. Zhu Gaoxiu seized the momentum, chest heaving proudly. If I hadn't pulled him up from the recruits, how else would we have these 3 game-changing secret letters? Zhu Di glanced up coldly, fingers twisting the paper until it rustled softly. He said, your credit? You just found a sharp knife. Zhu Jiaoxi's smile froze. The chill in his father's eyes silenced all protest. It wasn't scolding, but a warning. Gung Bingwen is a seasoned veteran. Jinding City is no paper wall. Zhu Di donned his black armor and rose to the battle table, the clinking of his armor like steel ringing out. Never underestimate any opponent. Like a lion hunting a rabbit, you must go all out. Especially when facing a tiger seasoned in battle. He paused, then lifted the 3 letters, eyes piercing. As for Jiangche, he is no ordinary fish in a small pond. When you deal with him from now on, remember to treat him with respect. Put away your entitled prince's arrogance. A man like him is either the sharpest sword in our hand or... His words hung in the air, the command tent suddenly falling into a near silence, the atmosphere turning icy. Zhu Jiaoxi's chest tightened sharply. Only then did he truly comprehend how greatly the young man he dragged out of the recruits weighed in his father's heart, far beyond what he had imagined. He was not a subordinate to be casually commanded, but an ally to be treated with utmost respect. Even a potential wildcard. You may leave now. Nothing that happens tonight is to be mentioned to anyone. Zhu Di raised his hand, his voice low and resolute, leaving no room for argument. Yes, father. Zhu Gaoqi bowed deeply before stepping out of the command tent. The night wind blew cold into his mouth and nose, carrying a salty chill. Only then did he realize his undershirt was soaked through. As he walked across the grass, each step felt as if he were treading on air. Silence returned inside the tent, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Standing beneath the lamp, Zhu Di's sharp features were like blades. Without hesitation, he called out in a deep voice, send for Zhang Yu and Zhu Nong. Summon them to the command tent immediately. Understood. The bodyguard acknowledged and charged into the darkness clad in armor. Before long, the heavy iron-plated flap of the tent was pushed open. Zhang Yu and Zhu Nong entered, their armor clanking loudly. Both wore grim expressions, His Highness still clad in battle armor, all lamps brightly lit, the enormous sand table clearly displaying the enemy and our forces. Your Highness. The 2 generals knelt on one knee, their voices shaking the tent. No need for formalities. Zhu Di's piercing gaze settled on them, each word measured. I've summoned you to plan tomorrow's full-scale attack. He made no mention of the secret letter, nor did he name Jiangche, as if every plan existed solely within his mind. A full-scale attack? Zhang Yu and Zhu Nong exchanged a glance. Sharply tensing, this was a whole day earlier than their previous estimate. Zhu Di approached the sand table and pointed with his long rod to an area marked as a reed marsh east of the city. Zhu Neng. At your command, my lord. Zhu Neng stepped forward, fist pressed to chest. Select 3,000 light cavalry, each fully supplied with fire oil and sulfur. Depart immediately, silently advancing to the reed marshes 30 li east of Jindong City. Zhu Di spoke deliberately, each word sharp. Hidden there lies the lifeblood of Gung Bingwen's entire army, 3 secret supply depots stocked with grain and weapons enough to hold them for a month. At his words, Zhang Yu and Zhu Neng's pupils constricted at the weight of the order. You must find and burn every depot within 2 days. Leave not a grain of rice or a single arrow for Gung Bingwen. Zhu Di's eyes gleamed with cold fire. Your order is received. Zhu Neng's heart thudded wildly, already picturing the roaring flames and Gung Bingwen thrown into chaos and fury. Zhang Yu, at your command. You will coordinate the main force. At noon tomorrow, launch a feint attack on Jindong City. A feint attack? Zhang Yu blinked in surprise. Yes, a feint. Zhu Di's tone hardened. Make it large and convincing, so everyone inside the city believes we're desperate to take it. Once a fire breaks out, that blaze becomes the signal to switch from feint to full assault. Zhang Ye's heart surged. His Highness not only knew where the enemy's supplies were hidden outside the city, but had already planted pieces inside the walls. The 2 generals bowed in unison. Your orders will be followed to the letter. Go at once. Zhu Di waved his hand, issuing a final warning. This is the highest military secret. If any detail leaks, military law will be imposed. At once, the most elite troops in all of Beiping sprang into rapid action at a few simple orders from the commander's tent. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the Guo family estate to the north of the city, the air was so still you could hear fallen leaves stirring, as if the raging fires of war outside had been completely sealed off. Guo Lingxiu had intended to sit a while longer with Jiang Che in the courtyard, but when Su Qinghuan hurried in, she wisely slipped back into the house, leaving the two alone. On the stone table between them, a small purple clay teapot released wisps of steam, the soft sound of boiling water filling the cups. Sunlight filtered through locust leaves, casting mottled shadows over Jiang Qi's sleeve as he moved with calm, measured ease. Across from him, Su Qinghuan leaned in slightly, knuckles gripping the table's edge, her usually icy eyes burning with restless urgency. Jiang Che. She lowered her voice, but couldn't disguise her anxiety. Aren't you even a little worried? The water stopped pouring. Jiang Che looked up, his clear eyes undisturbed as his tone remained almost coldly composed. Why would I be worried? That single sentence tightened a knot in Su Qinghuan's chest. She wasn't looking for a challenge, she needed an answer that would steady her nerves. Jiang Che averted his gaze, watching steam curl from the tea. Are you worried about the peace inside the city? Su Qinghuan's breath caught, her voice stuck in her throat. She wanted to ask how he knew exactly what she feared, but words failed her in front of this man. Her thoughts were always utterly transparent. So she spoke plainly instead. What exactly have you arranged? That's Zhending City, Gung Bingwen's longtime stronghold, guarded like an iron fortress. If your people fail or are exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable, not just one life, but the entire battle's outcome at stake. Jiang Che slid the freshly brewed tea toward her and finally spoke in a quiet voice. The 3-grain depots Gung Bingwen set up outside the city were not found through the prince's calculations. Su Qinghuan froze on the spot at that first sentence. They were uncovered inch by inch in half a month by my men, the secret guards. His speech was steady. Gung Bingwen thought he was being careful, but once his supply caravans left Beiping, they were already under my watchful eye. Su Qinghuan's fingertips burned from the teacup's heat, but she didn't notice. She only knew that Zhu Di wanted to burn the grain, but never guessed the crucial intelligence shaping the war was quietly gathered by Jiang Che himself. Jiang Che tapped the stone table with a finger, the crisp sound piercing the silence. As for the peace inside the city codename Zhulong, it's the same story. Zhulong. Su Qinghuan repeated absent-mindedly. Yes. Jiang Qi's lips curved in a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He's not some high-ranking official. Just the most inconspicuous clerk in the southern armory of Zhending City, responsible for tracking the daily inflow and outflow of oil and charcoal. Su Qinghuan's brow creased deeply. What could a clerk possibly do? The most unnoticed role is the safest. Jiang Che read her doubt. He's already part of the army, working for the prince, and has been undercover for 2 full years. No one suspects an honest man whose hands are always stained with oil and ash. At noon the next day, General Zhang Yu would launch a feint attack on the city walls. Everyone inside the city would be drawn to defend the ramparts, precisely the best moment for Zhuolong to strike. Jiang Che toyed with his teacup, steam swirling warmly around his fingertips. The plan was simple but deadly. When the feint reached its peak, Zhuolong would deliberately knock over an oil lamp, igniting the cotton and hemp soaked with oil piled in a corner of the armory. Once the flames caught, the fuse would lead straight to the massive stockpile of gunpowder. Jiang Che smiled faintly, leaning toward the cup's rim and murmuring boom as if the explosion already thundered at his ear. To the prince outside the city, the towering blaze signaled the start of the final assault. To the defenders within, it was a verdict of doom. The armory destroyed, arrows, gunpowder, and siege equipment turned to ashes in moments. Morale shattered instantly. Su Qinghuan felt a chill run down her spine. Images of roaring flames and skies darkened by smoke flooding her mind, but her greatest concern remained. How would Zhuolong escape? Of course he won't wait here to die. Jiang Che set down his cup, his gaze sharp as a blade. He's mine. Naturally, I'll see to his safety. His voice fell, and silence returned to the courtyard. Drawing back his eyes as one might pass over an unremarkable stone, he added, if nothing else comes up, I'll go speak with Lingxiu. Without giving Su Qinghuan a chance to respond, he turned and left. The soft closing of the door echoed through the small yard. Su Qinghuan's chest tightened, proud of her looks and figure, rivaling even the capital's top courtesans. She realized that to this man she was no more than roadside weeds. He regarded Guo Lingxiu with a gentler, more tender eye. Anger flared suddenly, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet all she could do was watch the cooling tea and swallow her bitterness alone. The next day, at noon, attack. The war drums tore through the air as Zhang Yu, the grand general of the Yin army, charged forward with spear in hand. His elite troops descended on the walls of Zindon like mad tigers. Arrows darkened the sky, rolling stones and siege beams crashed down, turning the ramparts into a butcher's mill of blood and flesh. Gung Bingwen stood behind the battlements, his eyes bloodshot, voice hoarse as he ordered soldiers to send the last reserve unit into battle. No matter what he tried to believe, he could never have imagined this earth-shaking siege was only a fireworks display designed to blind him. The southern armory of the city stood in stark contrast to the clamor at the walls deathly quiet. Ku Ding Zhuolong hunched over, inspecting rusty spearheads, betraying no sign of urgency. Slow, clumsy, dullied. The moment was near. A patrolling soldier's gaze was fixed on the fierce battle atop the walls. Zhuolong rose, pretending to carry charcoal, then slipped an oil lamp flew from his hand. Oil scattered, flickering flames sparked precisely at the pile of oil-soaked cotton and hemp. Water's broken. Water's broken. Zhuolong called out sharply, panic carefully measured, then dashed off not toward the chaos, but toward a secluded outhouse in the backyard. The fire spread faster than anyone imagined. Roaring flames lunged at the gunpowder heap, a deafening boom threatening to tear apart the sky. Thick smoke billowed, soaring toward the clouds. Boom. Before the Yin army's formation, Zhu Di sat astride his fiery steed, watching with his own eyes as a pillar of fire tore through the sky. The pent-up fury and killing intent in his chest erupted explosively at the thunderous roar. With a sharp clang, he drew his sword suddenly, the blade pointing straight toward the chaotic city of Jingnan ahead. A roar that pierced the air thundered across the battlefield. All units, full assault. Take the city. The bugle sounded low and mournful. Tens of thousands of Yin soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, their shouts merging into an overwhelming roar that shook the earth. On the city tower, Gung Bingwen felt a chill seep through his entire body. The deafening explosion echoed like a blast inside his mind, ringing in his ears. Though seasoned in countless battles, never had he experienced such bone-deep cold a terrible certainty that this was not just a minor breach, but that the entire arsenal had been instantly reduced to rubble, and the foundation of his defense utterly shattered. General, General, a soldier staggered onto the tower, his voice cracked with tears. The arsenal, it's all blown up. Nothing's left. Gung Bingwen's hand trembled, causing his command flag to fall with a dull thud. Outside, the roaring tide of the Yin forces rose like a flood. He saw the despair in his soldiers' eyes. Some had already thrown down their helmets and armor, others looked around confused, and even more were terrified by the enemy's momentum. The morale was broken beyond repair. Zhang Ye's furious attack had only been a distraction. The true lethal strike lay hidden in that unassuming warehouse. Gung Bingwen neither understood nor had time to think further. A bitter, coppery taste rose in his throat. He gave a hoarse order through a grim smile. Retreat. Everyone withdraw. To keep fighting is to die needlessly. The heavy city gates blasted open with the combined strength of dozens of Yin elite soldiers. Zhang Yu led the charge, his long spear sweeping to knock the last stubborn defenders off the battlements. The dawn of victory was within reach. At the same moment, atop the highest point in the western city's goods yard, Jiang Che gazed at the open city gates. Zindan was fallen, but the true key target was still alive. Gung Bingwen must never return to Nanjing. Were that man to make it back to court, his experience and influence could cause endless trouble for the Yin King and the Secret Service. Jiang Che never engaged in battle unprepared, nor would he leave a threat alive. He raised his hand, signaling a concealed gesture. Zhou Han and 3 squads had already changed into the Secret Service's black combat gear, sharply contrasting with the armor of the surrounding Yin troops. Their eyes showed no joy over taking the city, only the cold glare of wolves hunting prey. Jiang Che locked eyes with Zhou Han, then tilted his chin toward the command post. Preserve yourselves, capture Gung Bingwen alive. If he resists, kill him. Understood. Zhou Han barked sharply, no word wasted. Leading his team, he streaked toward another city gate. Jiang Che adjusted his collar and followed closely behind. He wanted to witness firsthand the final, blood-stained conclusion of this battle. Meanwhile, as the Yin army breached the city, Gung Bingwen's heart felt as if it were being sliced open repeatedly by a knife. Yet he knew clearly he could not fall here. General, the West Gate. The captain of the bodyguards, his eyes bloodshot and voice hoarse, shouted, "That's the weakest point in their defense. Let's break through." With that, he swung his sword down, felling a Yin soldier rushing at them, using his own body to shield Gung Bingwen. The veteran general's instinct told him that stubbornly holding the line now would only lead to needless casualties. Preserving their lives and regrouping back in Nanjing to form a new strategy was the only way forward. Move out, he bellowed. The remaining 100 or so loyal guards summoned their last reserves of courage, quickly forming a wedge-shaped formation to escort him toward the West Gate. The streets were littered with fleeing soldiers, discarded armor, and blank-faced survivors. In contrast, the Yin soldiers' clashing blades and fierce roars only made the chaos more savage. Yet this disorder served as a cover, carving a path for Gung Bingwen's escape. At last, the West Gate tower loomed ahead. The defenders had long fled, the gate wide open as if welcoming those who survived the onslaught. Gung Bingwen felt a flicker of relief for the first time as his mount panted heavily beneath him had survived. But in the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted from the woods flanking the gate. A group of black-clad figures lunged from the shadows. "Protect the general!" The captain screamed, but a short arrow pierced his eye socket, and he collapsed, his blood spraying as shock froze his expression. Arrows cut through the air like a deadly rainstorm. Dozens of assassin agents from the Dark Guard burst through the crowd, clad in tattered armor but with eyes like ice. In a single pass, nearly all of Gung Bingwen's outer guards were slaughtered, many falling before even getting a clear look at their attackers. Gung Bingwen's pupils suddenly shrank in terror. So the Yin King had even more ruthless killers hidden beneath the surface. Form ranks. Protect the general. The remaining 20 or so guards, all seasoned veterans, swiftly closed into a circular formation around Gung Bingwen. Swords drawn back to back, their eyes scanning like wolves. Johan stepped out slowly from the pile of corpses, holding a blood-stained ring blade, his gaze locking on Gung Bingwen. "General Gung, our master requests your presence." "Your master? The Yin King Zhu?" Johan shook his head slightly. "You'll understand when the time comes. Come with us, or we'll carry your corpse." "How dare you?" One guard growled. "You Yin dogs have the nerve to snarl before General Gung." Before he could finish, Johan vanished like a shadow. The guard felt a chill at his throat, instinctively tried to clutch it, but only grasped spurting warm blood before collapsing from his horse. A single slash silenced him. The remaining guards were terrified. Gung Bingwen's face turned pale as paper. His fingers clenched tight on the precious sword at his waist, a symbol of honor personally awarded by the founding emperor, but it gave him no confidence now. "Who exactly are you?" he croaked. Johan said nothing, only raising a hand in command. The Dark Guard instantly tightened their circle, the cold so intense it felt suffocating. Deep in the forest, 100 paces away, Jiang Che stood on the branch of an ancient tree, calmly observing the entire scene. Every move Johan made was precisely according to his orders. Gung Bingwen, that seasoned lion of countless battles, still held his head high despite twilight approaching and ruin closing in. What a pity. Jiang Che felt nothing stir within him. From the moment he decided to blow up the arsenal, he knew Gung Bingwen's fate was sealed. If a man like him escaped back to Nanjing, his military prestige and deep knowledge of the Jingnan campaign's secrets would bring ruin upon the prince of Yan's domain. Jiang Che never showed mercy when cutting grass. The roots had to be eradicated. "Old general, I will take your life and your legacy." He watched as Gung Bingwen slowly drew the imperial sword. Its cold gleam seemed to announce his final defiance. At the same time, Johan standing across from him narrowed his eyes, voice low but sharp. "Attack!" Johan's long blade sliced through the heavy air. Members of the secret guard burst forward from all sides, closing in on the fragile, circular formation barely held by over 20 loyal bodyguards. Clang! Sword met blade, sparks flying. Gung Bingwen's tiger mouth cracked with the impact, a muffled grunt escaping him, but he used the momentum to spin back a step. Sword flashing horizontally, he pushed back a hidden guard attempting to flank him. Though aged and weary, the old general's skill burned deep in his bones. Yet, he watched as his faithful guards fell one by one, their chests pierced, faces still etched with resolve to fight for him. Anguish and fury blazed in his heart. "Kill!" His hair bristled with rage. No longer holding ground, he stepped forward. Sword blossoms suddenly blossomed, cold light sharp enough to force 3 guards to retreat at once. With his life, he defended the last dignity of this pillar of Ming. Johan was like a shadow. Ghost-like, he swept to Gung Bingwen's flank. His eyes were void of feeling as they locked onto their prey, but waited, letting the encirclement tighten. The bodyguards dwindled from over 20 to 10, then to 3. When the last guard's throat exploded with blood and hoarsely shouted, "General, run!" The circle shattered completely. Gung Bingwen was drenched in blood, indistinguishable from the fallen. Heavy breaths shook his trembling arm gripping the sword. From the treetop above, Jiang Che gazed down coldly. Gung Bingwen's bravery was as expected, but bravery wouldn't change the outcome. He did not want a corpse. The living Gung Bingwen was far more valuable. The moment had come. In the center of the battlefield, Johan finally struck. Gung Bingwen fiercely blocked a downward blow. Old strength spent, new power not yet risen. Johan's form flew like an arrow released, blade flashing not aimed at a vital point, but at the sword-bearing right arm. Blood sprayed in a line from the forearm. Pain surged. Gung Bingwen's wrist went limp, and the imperial sword slipped from his grasp. Clang! The sword fell into the muddied blood. In the next instant, a cold blade pressed against his neck. Battle ceased abruptly. Jiang Che leapt down from the ancient tree some meters above, landing steadily. Stepping over corpses and blood, he approached the subdued, old general. The dark guards parted respectfully, eyes full of awe. Jiang Che first looked at the sword, now caked with dirt and blood, then raised his gaze. "General Gung, I have heard much about you." Gung Bingwen lifted his head, staring fiercely at the man before him. You are the one from that day." "Yes, it's me," Jiang Che replied calmly. He looked down at the old general, voice low and clear. Jiang Che asked. Where are the remnants of the southern army fleeing to? Did Li Jinglong have a backup plan? He got straight to the point, his tone calm, as if confirming an obvious fact. Gung Bingwen laughed loudly, the mockery dripping from every note. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of blood mixed with saliva onto the dusty ground, veins bulging on his neck as he shouted hoarsely with fury. Traitors and rebels! You dare ask me about the Ming army's secrets? Dream on. I, Gung Bingwen, am a son of the Ming in life and a ghost of the Ming in death. None of you will escape. The imperial troops will tear you to pieces. Jiang Qi's expression didn't change in the slightest. He didn't even bother to glance at him again. He simply ordered coldly, take him back. Don't keep the prince waiting. Zhou Han raised his hand and struck the back of Gung Bingwen's neck with a chop. The old general grunted, collapsing to the ground, his sturdy frame going limp. Two secret guards stepped forward and dragged him away like a dead dog. Jiang Che bent down, picked up the imperial sword, shook out his sleeve, and patiently wiped the blood and dirt off the blade inch by inch. When he finished, he slipped the sword into his pouch, his eyes briefly scanning over the bodies scattered on the ground, the scent of blood mixed with damp earth stinging his nostrils. After a moment, he turned and disappeared into the shadows of the forest, following the army's march toward Jinding City. High atop the city walls, the Yin banner fluttered sharply in the setting sun. The expected fires and screams never came. The streets were eerily silent and cold. Apart from patrols of Yin soldiers, no one was in sight, every door and window tightly shut, and even the dog's bark seemed muffled as if silenced. Inside the government hall of Zhending Prefecture, the silence was as deep as a grave. Zhu Di sat at the head of the hall, his armor stained with dust and blood reflecting the dim yellow lantern light. His sharp, hawk-like eyes slowly swept over the gathered crowd below. Kneeling were the local officials of Zhending, the prefect Wu Zhonglin, the local gentry leader Guo Huai, along with various other officers and landowners. The cold stone floor bit painfully into Wu Zhonglin's knees, but he didn't dare breathe heavily. The city had fallen. Most believed General Gung Bingwen's fate was grim. Rumors told of the ruthless prince of Yin. How would he treat them? Sweat dripped from his hairline. His only hope was that Gung might break through the siege and bring reinforcements before the imperial army arrived to turn their fortunes. Guo Huai knelt beside him, equally terrified but calculating faster. Merchants cared only for their wealth and land. The identity of the throne's occupant meant little. The imposing figure seated at the head of the hall radiated irresistible authority, making it clear this prince was not one to be trifled with. If he kneeled first, he might be seen as weak and used as a scapegoat. But if he could seize a moment to prove useful to the Prince of Yin, he could offer his family's granaries and the fertile fields outside the city all in exchange for safe lives. At that moment, a figure stepped into the hall from the backlit entrance. No one announced his arrival, and no one stopped him. Even the Yin soldiers guarding the door made no move to halt him. Guo Huai's heart stirred as he forced his eyes upward slightly. Beside him, Wu Zhonglin also sensed the strange atmosphere in the air. He raised his palm and peered through his fingers toward the front. There, a man dressed in black approached quietly but heavily, his robe stained with still damp blood. He walked straight past the crowd kneeling on the floor and stopped at the steps beneath Zhu Di's throne. My lord. The tapping of Zhu Di's fingers on the armrest abruptly ceased. He looked up, and his once sharp features seemed to have softened. You're back. The newcomer was Jiang Che. He produced an item, holding it with both hands above his forehead. It was the imperial sword bestowed to Gung Bingwen, worn close to his body and once displayed at countless ceremonial occasions. The jewel embedded in the scabbard cast a cold gleam under the dim hall lights. Zhu Di's breath caught sharply. He rose slowly and descended the steps to receive the sword. Clang! The sharp blade slid from its sheath, its cold light reflecting in Zhu Di's deep eyes. He traced the golden dragon coiled on the hilt with his fingertip for a long moment. Then a low, resonant laugh escaped his throat. Haha, that smile was heavy with pleasure and a swollen sense of triumph. Wu Zhonglin's head snapped up, immediately recognizing the blade. Thunder seemed to explode inside his mind. The imperial sword that had never left Marquis Gung Bingwen's side was now in the hands of the Yin King. The unspoken truth was clear. Gung Bingwen was defeated. Guo Huai, though not versed in weapons, knew people well. Seeing his prospective son-in-law Jiang Che standing beside Zhu Di, all his calculations suddenly fell into place. Crawling forward 2 steps, he slammed his head hard against the cold brick floor. Your humble servant Guo Huai, representing the gentry of Jingding and Huqing, respectfully welcomes your highness. The king's might is divine. We are willing no. Iagurdo serve your highness loyally, even unto death. His kowtow was like a domino falling. The gentry behind him immediately bowed their heads and followed suit. We pledge our service to your highness. Long live the king, 1,000 years. Jiang Che glanced at Guo Huai's trembling back and smirked slightly. This future father-in-law was more astute than had expected, not entirely foolish. The sword in Zhu Di's hand quivered slightly, its ringing steel resonating with the ruthless sharpness embedded deep in him, filling the entire hall. He shot a cold glance at the ashen-faced Wu Zhonglin, snorted with contempt. Take him away, throw him in prison, keep him under close watch. Two burly Yin guards immediately stepped forward, grabbed Wu Zhonglin's arm, and dragged him out the hall doors. On the flagstone floor, a wet trail snaked toward the threshold before fading. The hall suddenly felt much emptier. Zhu Di looked down on the assembly, his cold gaze landing on Guo Huai. His voice was hard and flat. You, come forward. Guo Huai's chest tightened suddenly. He kowtowed again, then, legs trembling, dragged himself up to the front step with his head bowed, afraid to meet the king's eyes. Your servant is here. You said you were willing to offer your family's wealth to aid my army's needs. Zhu Di sat back on the throne, laying the sword across the table before him. The blade's icy gleam shone directly above Guo Huai's head like a shard of ice, piercing down his spine. Guo Huai knew this was the final test. A wrong answer would mean the same fate awaiting him as Wu Zhonglin. My lord. His voice cracked with emotion and strain. Your servant now. All the gentry of Zhengding and Manqing long for your highness to take the throne. I vow to open all Guo family granaries and fields thousands of acres outside the citadel your highness command. We will even hand over the land deeds willingly for your disposal. Your highness, in the counties around Zenden, many local gentry have business dealings with me. I am willing to act as your envoy and persuade them to join forces with you in gathering provisions and military supplies. I only ask for the chance to contribute a modest effort to your great cause. Guo Huai knelt deeply, his voice trembling with excitement. He knew that the more earnestly he spoke now, the more he would move the Yin king before him, the man who held military power. Zhu Di maintained a stern expression, his gaze flickering between Guo Huai's forehead and spine as if trying to peer through him. After a moment, he finally nodded. Very good. Those two simple words felt like a weight lifted from Guo Huai's shoulders. The guards led him away, and his footsteps felt as light as walking on cotton. The main hall was left with just Zhu Di and Jiang Che, two rows of flickering candlelight casting long, thin shadows on the blue brick floor. The earlier clamor had faded. The hall felt like a deflated drum, enveloped in heavy silence. Zhu Di leaned back against the table, the flush of victory still lingering on his face, which suddenly broke into a laugh. Ha 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 ha. The echoing laughter was more chilling than any cold snort before. He raised his hand and struck the table with his unsheathed sword, the sharp clang ringing out. Jiang Che, oh Jiang Che, you truly are my lucky general. A fortress like Zenden City, a stubborn thorn that even Gung Bingwen's 130,000 troops couldn't bite into. You captured it in just a few words. No bloodshed, no battle. His praise sounded genuine, but his eyes were sharp as a hawk's beak. Jiang Chi's heart tightened. This was no reward, but a warning. Being too talented in the presence of power is always a perilous tightrope. The skill head displayed today far exceeded what a covert commander should wield. Zhu Di needed him, but he was also reminding Jiang Che, who held the real power on the chessboard. Lowering his gaze, Jiang Che was about to humbly credit the divine might of the Yin King when a loud bang interrupted. The side door was flung open suddenly, and a figure charged in like a whirlwind. Father, where's Jiang Che? I heard he's back. Hurry and send him out. The voice was loud and brash. Zhu Gaoxiu. Sweat purled at the young prince's temple, though it was unclear if from running or his innate fiery temper. His personal guards lagged behind, unable to keep up or restrain him. Zhu Di's smile stiffened as he rubbed his forehead, frowning deeply in frustration. You insolent brat. What's with this shouting and rudeness? Now that you're a general commanding troops, how do you expect your men to respect you with this behavior? Jiang Che glanced sideways at Zhu Gaoxiu. At the start of the Jingnan campaign, this prince had been brave but should not have risen so fast. Now already clad in general's armor, clearly his arrival had accelerated many wheels turning behind the scenes. To stop Zhu Gaoxiu from further outbursts, Jiang Che bowed swiftly before he could speak. Your Highness, I have one more matter to report. Zhu Gaoxiu paused, fell silent, and stepped aside. Zhu Di raised an eyebrow in invitation. Jiang Che met the scrutinizing gaze steadily and said each word deliberately. Guo Huai was able to surrender the city so quickly not just because of your Highness' awe-inspiring authority, but also because I promised him that after the campaign, I would marry his daughter, Guo Wanwan. As his words fell, the candle flames flickered violently, and the air seemed to freeze. Zhu Jiaoxi's mouth, opened wide in shock, couldn't close. His eyes darted between Jiang Che and his father, his expression utterly priceless. An eerie silence fell over the hall. The imperial sword, laid across the table, reflected the flickering lamps, its cold gleams seeming sharper than before. Under the sword's light, Zhu Di's face took on a striking clarity. First surprise, then scrutiny, and finally a smile blossomed deep from within. Ha 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 ha. He threw back his head and laughed heartily, his chest rising and falling as his voice echoed between beams and pillars. Jiang Che remained still, his mind clear as a maror understood why Zhu Di laughed. A lone minister with no ties and unmatched skills was hardest to control, but a capable official married with a family, with clear vulnerabilities to be managed, made for the prince's ideal pawn. That recent arranged marriage was Jiang Che handing over the reins to Zhu Di willingly. How could the prince not be delighted? Yet Jiang Chi's face showed just the right amount of puzzlement. He furrowed his brow slightly, as if unsure of the reason behind Zhu Di's laughter, and cautiously ventured. Your Highness, are you not angry? I took the liberty to arrange a marriage alliance with local gentry, which might be against protocol. The laughter abruptly stopped. Zhu Di rose and stepped up to Jiang Che, personally helping him to his feet. Those fierce tiger-like eyes, once fearsome to many, now bore an unprecedented gentleness. Angry? Why would I be angry? This is a good thing. He patted Jiang Chi's shoulder with such force that even Zhu Gaozu, standing nearby, grimaced instinctively. You are loyal and dedicated. That's good. Now that you have a family, your heart can settle, and I can trust you more. That Gua Huai has good judgment. Marrying his daughter to you is the greatest blessing his family has had in 8 generations. Each word landed like a firm assurance in Jiang Chi's heart. The message was clear. You now have a soft spot, and I am truly pleased. From now on, you belong to Zhu Di. Zhu Di wasn't finished. He spoke loudly, loyal and dedicated. I have a villa in the east of the city, right beside the Tonghui River, with splendid views. I grant it to you as your marital home. That villa was a gift from the founding emperor, long known in Beiping as a treasured retreat of the Prince of Yan. To hand it over now carried immense weight. Zhu Di's eyes then shifted to the still stunned Zhu Gaozu, his tone hardening. Second son. Yes, your highness. Zhu Gaozu snapped to attention, straightening up. You personally arrange Jiang Chi's wedding. The expenses come from the prince's treasury. Remember, it must be grand and honorable. I want the whole world to see that those who serve me, Zhu Di, will never suffer any slight. Those commanding words landed firmly, not only an order to Zhu Gaozu, but a promise to Jiang Che and a declaration to the city's officials and spectators everywhere. I, Zhu Di, will protect my own, without question. Zhu Gaozu looked from his father to the visibly moved Jiang Che, his emotions stirred. This man was ruthless to himself, and even more so to his enemies. One moment he seized Zindan by sheer force, the next secured it through marriage, presenting a fresh token of loyalty that delighted the prince and bound him completely under his command. Zhu Gaozu suddenly felt that his past ambitions and rivalries seemed childish compared to Jiang Che. Was it respect? Defeat? A swirl of feelings, but above all, a thrilling recognition of a kindred spirit. To stand shoulder to shoulder with such a man, how could great things not be achieved? Father, rest assured. Zhu Gaozu thumped his chest loudly, his voice echoing between the pillars. I promise to make Jiang Chi's wedding even more splendid than my own. His half-mocking vow spread like a warm current, easing the tension that had tightened the air after Zhu Di's decree. The generals exchanged glances, their expressions relaxing slightly. Zhu Di nodded with satisfaction, his gaze toward Jiang Che softening considerably. Yet suddenly Zhu Gaozu remembered the true reason he had rushed here, and the joy drained from his face. His expression grew urgent. Father, there's urgent news. A matter of utmost importance. His outburst drew all attention back instantly. Zhu Di's brows furrowed deeply. What now? The south. News has arrived from the south. Zhu Gaozu gasped. That idiot Li Jinglong has gathered 500,000 troops, claiming 1,000,000 strong. They're advancing. The vanguard has reached Baigo River, and their spearhead points straight at Beiping. It was like a bucket of cold water thrown over the festive hall, instantly chilling the atmosphere into stillness. Map. Zhu Di growled, turning sharply to stride toward the massive military sand table at the hall's center. Jiang Che had already composed himself and moved faster than Zhu Di to stand before the sand table. To him, politics and warfare were separate realms, and switching between roles happened effortlessly. Zhu Gaozu followed closely, his face grave. 500,000 against 50,000. Any seasoned commander would be alarmed by such disparity. Zhu Di tapped insistently on the model representing Beiping City. Li Jinglong. Does he really think sheer numbers can fill the city walls of Beiping? Jiang Chi's eyes scanned the sand table swiftly, mapping the historical battles onto the current situation. Your Highness, please look here. He raised his hand, not to point at Beiping's walls, nor the enemy's main force, but at the seemingly empty area along the Baigo River. Li Jinglong's so-called 500,000 troops marched north from Jinan, with supply trains stretching for miles. He favors grand displays and will camp along the river, stringing out tens of miles of encampments to showcase strength. Zhu Di looked where Jiang Che indicated, his brow nodding tighter by the moment. That is precisely a fatal error for any strategist. The head and tail cannot support each other. Jiang Che nodded and continued. What's worse, eager to win unprecedented merit before the emperor, he will recklessly underestimate us. His elite central troops are placed at the forefront, on the east bank of Baigo River, hoping to decide the battle in one blow. He traced an arc on the sand table, bypassing the enemy's front line. 50,000 against 500,000 head in collision is like smashing eggs against a stone. This battle cannot be won by force, only by cunning. Zhu Di and Zhu Gaosu held their breath. Jiang Che spoke gravely. Our army can split into two. One force defends the Baigo riverfront, presenting a posture ready for decisive battle to draw Li Jinglong's full attention. This time, the plan was to harass the enemy, not to fight to the death. Jiang Chi's finger traced across the sand map, finally settling firmly on a small red flag position behind and to the side of Li Jinglong's camp. At the same time, his other hand gripped a wooden rod, pressing down straight ahead, marking the spot for a frontal feint. The other force will be our finest troops, he said, his voice low but sharp with unwavering certainty. Led personally by second young master and myself. We'll use the cover of night to move swiftly from here. The rod drew a sweeping arc across the gravel, to circle around the enemy's flank. As the rod touched down, dust motes scattered in the air. Zhu Gaoxu stared at the line, heart pounding wildly. The frontal assault would pin down most of Li Jinglong's attention, while this small, elite force struck secretly from the side and rear it was a gamble, one that relied on speed and nerve as if pressing a blade to the enemy's throat. Jiang Che continued. Li Jinglong's focus will be locked on the front. He won't expect us to split forces again and strike straight at his heart. Once the enemy commander's tent is destroyed and his banner falls, a force of 500,000 will lose its leader in an instant, scattering like leaves in the wind. He raised his head, his burning gaze locking fiercely with Zhu Dis. The flickering candlelight made his eyes glow like molten gold. At that moment, what's the difference between an army of 500,000 and 500,000 headless flies? The hall fell utterly silent except for faint crackles from the candle wicks. Zhu Gaoxu held his breath, chest swelling with excitement, though he didn't fully understand why. Hearing the same strategy from Jiang Chi's lips stirred a fierce bloodlust within him. Zhu Dis' pupils narrowed like sharpened blades. He seemed already standing before the enemy lines, holding the enemy general's head in his hands. Bold, ruthless, and hitting the mark. Jiang Chi's plan perfectly matched Zhu Dis' innate instinct for risk-taking. Now his hawk-like eyes fixed Jiang Che with unyielding focus, voice steady and measured. How sure are you of this? Jiang Che smiled calmly and threw the question back. Your Highness, when a hunter chases a fierce tiger, does he stop to calculate his chance of survival? Zhu Di was momentarily stunned, and so was Zhu Gaoxu. Such a brutal metaphor instantly transported them to a blood-soaked jungle. Jiang Che wasted no time in explaining. The hunter does not wrestle the tiger directly. He lays traps, prepares poisoned arrows, and waits for the moment the tiger lets its guard down, then strikes a killing shot from behind the neck. With a fingertip, he lightly tapped the center of the sand map. Li Jinglong's command tent. This battle is a hunt for that tiger. Victory does not depend on numbers alone, but on how well we know our prey. Li Jinglong is proud, arrogant, and vain, each of his moves stamped with his flamboyant personal style that is precisely his fatal flaw. He paused briefly, reaching into his robe to pull out a thin silk scroll, which he unfurled beside the sand map. The red-inked layout of the camp came vividly to life, marking patrol routes and sentry signals in detail. Your Highness, please have a look. The secret guard spent half a month and lost 3 brothers' lives to obtain this Southern Army's deployment map. Zhu Di and Zhu Gaoxu leaned over to examine it, their pupils suddenly narrowing. This wasn't mere intelligence. It was as if every layer of Li Jinglong's camp had been skinned and revealed. Jiang Che added softly. According to the report, Li Jinglong's command tent sits at the camp's core, surrounded by bright yellow umbrellas and dragon phoenix banners, as if inviting the entire army to know exactly where he is. His personal guards all ride tall horses, shining helmets and armor, but they are just ceremonial troops posing for show, far more for appearances than actual combat. Jiang Chi's tone suddenly turned cold, laced with a chilling, murderous intent. The truly battle-hardened troops had long been dispatched to the front lines, facing Li Jinglong's 500,000 strong army, carving their names into the annals of history while shackling the enemy with heavy chains. Jiang Che lifted his eyes to lock gazes with Zhu Di. Your Highness, you ask how confident I am. This isn't a bet, it's a calculated assassination. The 500,000 troops are both his pride and his burden. We are the sharpest needle that will strike through. Inside the command tent, Zhu Gaoxu felt a surge of heat from his feet to his scalp, every hair standing on end as a wild thrill raged inside him. Exhilarating. Damn exhilarating. Zhu Di fixed his eyes on the battle deployment map, his last trace of hesitation shattered by the meticulously detailed plan. Very well. He banged the table with force, causing the wooden soldier models on the sand table to tremble. We follow your strategy. Send word immediately to Zhang Yu, Zhu Neng, Xiu Fu, Tan Yuan, and all the generals assemble at the Marshal's Hall for a council. Before long, the Marshal's Hall in Yanwang's mansion was brightly lit. Zhang Yu, Zhu Neng, and other seasoned generals who had crawled out from countless blood-soaked battlefields were present. After Jiang Che finished explaining the surprise attack plan, the room fell silent as everyone exchanged uneasy glances, horror barely concealed. Your Highness, this cannot be. Zhang Yu, the eldest and usually steady veteran, was the first to oppose, his white-streaked hair and solemn expression underscoring his weight. Our army numbers only 50,000, already heavily outnumbered. Dividing our forces for a surprise attack would only increase pressure on the main front. If Li Jinglong seizes the opportunity to strike hard, Beiping could fall. Exactly, Your Highness. Qiu Fu urgently agreed. This plan is too risky, like gambling with the very lifeblood of our Yin army. If the surprise attack fails, we'll be caught between two enemies, with no room left to maneuver. Opposition voices surged through the hall instantly. These battle-hardened commanders were not cowardly, but their instincts screamed. Jiang Qi's approach defied traditional military principles, and the risks were nearly immeasurable. Even more unsettling was the surprise attack led by the inexperienced second young master Zhu Gaosu, while the strategist was Jiang Che, newly appointed head of the secret guards. It smacked of recklessness. Zhu Di sat steady in his command seat, his expression calm as deep waters, listening silently to the debate. When the voices finally subsided, he rose, flung open the tent flap, and pointed out into the pitch-dark night beyond the city walls. 500,000 enemy troops besieging the citadel. We have a retreat? If we hold the city conventionally, how long can it last? 1 month. 2. When supplies run out and morale breaks, Beiping will be a trapped frog in a well. Did Li Jinglong ever give us any choice? Turning back, his gaze cut like a blade across the assembled generals. Since there's no way out, then we fight our way out. His tone shifted, and he slapped Zhu Gaosu heavily on the shoulder. Li Jinglong is arrogant and reckless. That is precisely the arrogance we will exploit. Gaosu is the bravest among the troops, unmatched in assault and charge. Let him lead the surprise assault, like a tiger leaping down the mountain. Finally, he pointed directly at Jiang Che. The entire room's attention snapped to the young man. Though not trained as a soldier, who among you can match Jiang Qi's strategy? Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. Everyone present understood clearly that the ease with which Jinding was taken was entirely due to Jiang Qi's strategy. After a brief pause, Zhu Di inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade. My decision is made. From this moment forward, I order Zhang Yu to lead 30,000 troops to fortify the front line along the Baigo River. The goal: create a diversion and delay Li Jinglong's main force at all costs. His voice was calm, but carried an unshakable authority. Then, fixing his eyes once more on Jiang Che, he uttered words that reverberated through the hall. I grant you full authority to make on-the-spot decisions. On the battlefield, your orders carry the same weight as if I were commanding in person. The hall instantly grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop. To grant on-the-spot decision authority was effectively to hand Jiang Che direct command over the entire surprise attack force. Zhu Gaozu first looked stunned, then delighted. The other generals exchanged uncertain glances. Zhang Yu opened his mouth to object, but Zhu Di's cold gaze stopped him cold. This battle will determine the survival of the Yin army. Any further objections will be dealt with under military law. Zhu Di's single sentence crushed all dissent. Understood. The generals responded in unison, and the consultation ended. They all dispersed to prepare. Zhu Gaozu hurried to catch up with Jiang Che, grabbing his shoulder in a hearty clasp. His booming laughter filled the air. Jiang Che, you're my lucky star. This strategy suits me perfectly. Those old fogies always overthink things in battle. You have to fight with everything you've got. Don't worry, once we're on the battlefield, you say east, and it'll not go west. Anyone who disobeys you, they'll be the first to take their head. His palm was strong enough to make Jiang Che stagger slightly, but Jiang Che simply smoothed his clothes and replied calmly, Second young master's loyalty is deeply appreciated. Victory must always come first in battle. Zhu Gaozu felt his blood stir and nodded emphatically. This battle will be won. Looking at this fierce but sensible young lord, Jiang Che felt even more confident. It's not strength that's most dangerous in a commander, but foolishness. As night deepened, the lights of Beiping grew sparse. In a humble mansion in the western part of the city, the security division was brightly lit. Jiang Che shed his scholar's blue robe and donned a sleek black battle suit, 2 daggers crossing at his waist, his presence like a blade drawn from its sheath. Along the corridor, dozens of black-clad guards knelt silently on one knee, awaiting orders. Nighthawk, Jiang Qi's voice was low. The lead guard stepped forward with a fist salute. Commander, all infiltrators embedded in the Southern Army camp have been activated. The final intelligence was delivered 1/4 of an hour ago. He presented an updated battlefield map, densely marked with red and blue ink points, even more detailed than the version previously given to Zhu Di. Li Jinglong's command tent remains unmoved. Tonight's guards are his elite Jinwu troops. The password is mountains and rivers, and the countersign is unification. 3 miles around the command tent, there are 24 sentries in plain sight and 12 covert scouts, plus 2 mounted patrols that circle once every 15 minutes. Jiang Che studied the map closely. Each sentry post and patrol route was clearly marked in a different color. His finger traced points on the map, his gaze sharp and breath steady. In his mind, He was already building a three-dimensional model of the battlefield. Confirm the locations of the water source, horse feed, and grain depot once more. Confirmed. 3 li to the east, beside the river, are the water point and the horse feed area. 5 li to the west lies their heavily guarded grain camp. Jiang Che nodded, then strode quickly to the massive military map that covered the entire stone wall. He picked up a vermilion brush and sharply marked a blood-red X over Li Jinglong's command tent, then added another mark on the grain camp. Orders. His voice was low but carried an undeniable edge that echoed through the dimly lit chamber. At nightfall, one team will follow the second young master to strike straight at the command tent, strike swiftly, and sever the enemy's banner. Another team, led by you, he looked directly at the night owl at the head of the guards, will infiltrate the grain depot and set it ablaze. Night Owl flinched briefly, surprise flashing in his eyes before resolute determination replaced it. You mean, Commander? Jiang Chi's thin lips curled into a cold smile. Simply killing the commander and capturing the banner isn't enough. I want this 50,000-strong army to be leaderless, cut off from supplies and escape. Let them collapse in panic and starvation, tearing themselves apart. Then, with just one signal from us combined with the prince's forces, this entire army will be ours. At his words, the backs of the guards in the chamber grew cold. This was no mere surprise attack, but an attempt to drive Li Jinglong's entire host into desperation. Understood. Night Owl replied in a low voice, his eyes burning with zeal. With the deployment complete, Jiang Che did not accompany the teams. Instead, he climbed a hillside overlooking the southern army camp. Midnight approached as he drew a modest bamboo whistle from his pocket and blew a sharp, prolonged call that mimicked the night owl's cry, its piercing sound carried by the mountain wind. In the darkness, 2 squads silently broke camp and shot out like arrows from a bow. The wind whipped Jiang Chi's robe, and behind him, the strange rigid backpack was opened to reveal a military telescope, which he raised to his eye. The field of vision instantly zoomed in, capturing the entire scale and movements across the southern camp. The squad led by Night Owl slipped along the shadows of the tents. Guided by Jiang Chi's precise intelligence, they deftly avoided the sentry posts, both visible and hidden, closing in on the heavily guarded grain depot to the west. Elsewhere, Zhu Gaoxiu led hundreds of elite troops from the Yin Prince's mansion like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, assaulting the camp's core command tent. Several outlying posts were subdued in a thunderous blitz. They had successfully ambushed just 100 paces from the target. Through the scope, Jiang Che saw Zhu Jiaoxi's imposing figure crouched in darkness, body tense and ready to pounce. Lowering the telescope, Jiang Chi's expression remained calm. If he wished, he could have set up a sniper rifle on this hill and taken a clean shot through Li Jinglong's head. Simple, efficient, decisive. But he must not. Don't think that controlling the arsenal makes one invincible. Zhu Dis tens of thousands of elite soldiers were forged on the blood-soaked battlefield. Even if they faced tanks charging, they would use their lives and flesh to wear them down. More importantly, how would the merits be counted? He, as the elusive commander of the secret guards, if he killed the enemy general with means no one else understood, what would Zhu Di think? What about the soldiers fighting and shedding blood alongside them? Jiang Che aimed not for a one-time victory, but long-term status and trust. He wanted to be the mastermind behind the strategy, the genius who won battles from afar, not a reckless monster no one could control. Right now, giving the credit for capturing the banner to Zhu Gaoxiu, and the credit for burning the supplies to the secret guards, while reserving only the overall strategic merit for himself, is the most advantageous choice. Suddenly, a thunderous war drum rolled in from the horizon, followed by a cacophony of battle cries that shattered the night. General Zhang Yu had led the main force of the Yin army to charge the front line of the southern camp's defenses. Torches formed a winding, serpentine line, and flashes of blades exploded like meteors against the darkness. The grand battle had officially begun. Jiang Che lowered his telescope and turned to face a dozen of his trusted men, including Zhou Han, all dressed in night gear. Everyone ready? Zhou Han's cheeks flushed with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Master, the brothers have been waiting for this moment. Shall we follow your orders to support second young master, or go aid the night owls? Just as Zhou Han expected Jiang Che to strike straight at the battle's hotspots, Jiang Che raised his hand and pointed toward a dimly lit corner opposite both the commander's tent and the supply depot, seemingly ordinary general's quarters. We're going there. Zhou Han hesitated. Master, that's the front army commander's tent. His old soldiers are all cautious veterans who value their lives above all. Why would we go there? To show him a show, Jiang Che said, his gaze piercing the night as though already seeing inside the tent. A show called When the Tree Falls, the Monkeys Scatter. Without another word, he pressed down on his wrist. Move out. Amidst the pounding clash of the main battle line, Jiang Che led his men creeping down the hillside, using the darkness as cover. Chunheng's tent was at the edge of the southern camp, far from the core of the chaos. The front army here was filled with timid veterans who obeyed orders without question but were now in total disarray. some shouting frantically to put out fires, others yelling about enemy attacks, and many soldiers staggering confusedly between tents. Chaos was the perfect cover. Jiang Che and his group slipped past the panicked fleeing soldiers like ghosts and quickly reached the still fairly grand, isolated tent. Outside, guards craned their necks to look toward the distant flames shooting into the sky. What's happening? Where's the fight? Look at those fires, must be the supply camp. That's our lifeline. They whispered among themselves, completely unaware of death approaching. Jiang Che didn't draw his blade, merely signaling Zhou Han. In the next instant, shadows burst from the blackness, daggers gleamed coldly, for throats were silently slit in an instant, blood spraying briefly before being absorbed by the dark clothing. The bodies were dragged into shadow without a sound. Zhou Han licked his lips excitedly in a low voice. Master, they're done. Jiang Che nodded and lifted the heavy tent flap. Inside, candlelight flickered brightly, revealing a middle-aged man, fat and greasy-faced, frantically stuffing gold, silver, and valuables into a leather bag nearly half his height. His lips kept muttering, "My treasure! Hurry, hurry! If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." The flickering candlelight cast shadows on Chun Heng's stout figure. Sweat drenched his forehead as he stuffed gold, silver, and jewels into a hemp sack nonstop. A few rows of elaborate robes lay scattered at his feet, hastily abandoned. Outside, the glow of the fires seeped through the tent fabric, turning the enclosure into a sweltering furnace. The suffocating heat was unbearable, yet he stubbornly refused to leave behind a single ingot. Suddenly, the tent flap was thrown open with a loud rustle. Chun Hung assumed it was his guards and didn't even look up, shouting hoarsely in fury. "Useless fools! What are you standing there for? Hurry and bring my horse. If we delay any longer, we'll all die here." But the footsteps that answered were not those of his guards. "General Chun, where are you going?" A cold voice echoed from the tent entrance. Chun Heng froze mid-motion. Slowly, he raised his head and saw a figure clad in black standing upright between the firelight and flickering shadows. The bronze mask revealed only a pair of fathomless eyes. It was Jiang Che. Who are you?" Terrified, Chun Hung dropped a golden ingot, which clattered onto the floor and rolled to the tip of Jiang Che's boot. Behind Jiang Che, Zhou Han and several elite Yanjun assassins flowed in like a deadly current. Their bloodied blades glinted coldly in the candlelight, sealing off all exits tightly. "Guards, protect the general." "There's an assassin!" Chun Hung barely managed to shout before his cry was abruptly cut off. Jiang Che moved. One step forward, his toe flicked the golden ingot on the ground, which burst into a streak of golden light and slammed firmly into Chun Hung's agape mouth. A sharp crack followed by a howl of pain. The general's teeth shattered and blood spat as he collapsed onto his back. Before he could struggle, a steel-like hand gripped his neck and hoisted him off the ground. His legs flailed spasmodically. Zhou Han stepped forward to ask, "Master, shall we finish him off now?" "No, he still has use," Jiang Che replied calmly, handling Chun Hung as if he were a mere chicken to be cooked. He dragged the injured general to the tent's entrance. In the distance, the camp's supply depot blazed into a towering inferno, illuminating half the encampment like daylight. Closer by, the sounds of battle and shouts erupted from the command tent. "Li Jinglong, your grandfather Zhu Gaoxiu has come to take your worthless life." Zhu Jiaoxi's roaring voice cut sharply through the night breeze, drilling into every ear. Chun Hung trembled violently, pupils constricted. With the supplies set aflame and the commander under attack, he couldn't fathom how the Yanjun forces had suddenly appeared before them. It was impossible to turn the tide now. Jiang Che leaned close to his ear, voice low as the night wind. "See clearly now, General Chen? Your commander, Li Jinglong, can barely keep himself alive. Even the elite Jinwu guards can't hold back the charge of the Yanchao prince and his hundreds of troops. Your provisions gone. Even if your massive army doesn't engage, it won't last 3 days." He pointed toward the shattered tents scattered like broken trees. "The tree hasn't fully fallen, but the monkeys have already scattered." From where they stood, Zhu Jiaoxi's cavalry was tearing through successive defensive lines, striking straight at the camp's core. Chun Hung watched helplessly as resistance crumbled piece by piece, his heart ice cold. "No, the imperial court still has reinforcements. Commander Li." His mumbling voice was so faint he barely heard himself. A thunderous boom sounded as the Southern Army's Supreme Command banner was sliced clean in half by a saber, collapsing with a fiery roar. "The command banner's down. Commander Li has been defeated. Run. The commander's been killed." Desperate wails rapidly spread through the camp. Whole units dropped their weapons and fled in panic. What little morale remained dissolved, devoured like flames devouring dry grass. Chun Hung witnessed this collapse firsthand, his last defenses shattered. "It's over." His legs gave way. If Jiang Che hadn't still been gripping his neck, he would have crumpled to the ground. Jiang Che released his grip. Chun Hung slid down like a heap of sludge, gasping heavily, his eyes vacant. Jiang Che crouched down and met his gaze. "Li Jinglong is finished, but you, General Chun, still have a chance." Chun Hung abruptly lifted his head, a desperate glimmer of will to survive sparking in his eyes. What do you mean? It's simple, Jiang Che said coldly and directly. Prince Yin does not kill generals who surrender, especially those who come bearing a token of allegiance. Immediately, gather your vanguard. Right now, they're lost and directionless. You have their loyalty. Then, turn your spearheads against the remaining pockets of Li Jinglong's resistance or intercept any fleeing commanders. Take their heads as your first gift to Prince Yin. Redeem your crimes with merit and continue your glory and wealth, or die alongside Li Jinglong. The choice is yours. He'll give you 10 seconds to decide. With that, Jiang Che stood and turned away, no longer meeting his eyes. Zhou Han and the others tightened their grips on their blades, a cold murderous intent enveloping Chun Hung completely. 10 seconds. Live or die? Sweat poured down Chun Hung's forehead, his heart pounding wildly. He glanced at the fallen command banner in the distance, then at the group of killers before him. His survival instinct overwhelmed everything else. I surrender. I surrender. He scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly to Jiang Che with utter humility. I'm willing to serve Prince Yin faithfully. Right now? I'm going immediately. He turned and shouted with all his might to the stunned bodyguards outside the tent. What the hell are you standing there for? Sound the horn. Assemble. Follow me to wipe out Li Jinglong's remnants. Clear the way for Prince Yin. At that order, this formerly cowardly vanguard commander transformed under the sudden sharp edge of the Yin army into a charging vanguard. Bodyguard battalion. Follow me. Jiang Che swung himself onto his horse, his voice hoarse from exertion. Sound the assembly horn. Tell every brother in the vanguard. Li Jinglong's days are numbered. Those who defect and join us will make achievements today. His bodyguards exchanged uneasy glances, but a commander's order was lost, especially with a group of grim-faced killers standing nearby, blades ready. A piercing bugle call rose, cutting through the chaotic camp like a clear command. Soldiers of the once confused vanguard instinctively rallied around Chun Hung's banner. When they saw their commander turn his horse and spear pointed straight towards the command tent, everyone was stunned. But Chun Hung gave them no time to hesitate. Li Jinglong's treason has brought defeat to hundreds of thousands of our army. He's a traitor to the nation. Follow me to execute the traitor and present Prince Yin with a token of loyalty. He led the charge, horse galloping hard. The conscripted soldiers' eyes red with either fear or anger had no choice but to follow the assault. A once loyal army of the Ming Dynasty was instantly transformed into a deadly dagger stabbing its own comrades in the back. Near the command tent, Li Jinglong's personal guards fought a desperate last stand. Using tents, antlers, and other obstacles for makeshift cover, they barely held off the elite Yin troops led by Zhu Gaoxiu. Zhu Gaoxiu was caught up in the fury of battle, his spear dancing like a chariot wheel, each strike claiming multiple lives. Capture Li Jinglong for me. 1,000 gold and a noble title as reward. He roared, spurring his soldiers on. At that moment, the earth shook as if torn apart. Behind the royal guard, deafening shouts and battle cries erupted. The vanguard led by Chun Hung swept forward like a surging black tide, silently crashing into their own rear lines. Chun Hung, you've betrayed us. A guard commander roared, bloodshot eyes blazing, but before he could finish, a spear thrust delivered by Chun Hung himself pierced his chest. The cold iron tore through armor and flesh. The commander's eyes widened in shock as he stared up at Chun Hung's twisted face, distorted by fear and madness, then collapsed backward. With this fatal strike, the encircling defenses instantly collapsed. The Southern Army's last resistance was utterly crushed by this sudden and ruthless betrayal. On a nearby hill, Jiang Che stood with his hands behind his back, looking down coldly on the swirling tide of soldiers and blood mist. The plan had gone even better than expected. Human nature could not withstand the test. He gave a nod to Zhou Han beside him. Go, stir the waters even more. Yes, Commander. Zhou Han bowed and led dozens of elite Shadow Guard operatives already disguised in Southern soldiers' rags into the chaos on the battlefield. They didn't seek to slaughter indiscriminately, only to seize key heads. A recently gathered group of several hundred routed Southern soldiers heard a sudden arrow whistle through the air. The feathered shaft pierced the throat of their commander before he could even finish his rallying cry, and he collapsed immediately. Nearby, a 1,000-man officer was chopping down 2 fleeing soldiers and shouting orders to reform, when a seemingly panicked deserter staggered into him. A poisoned dagger flashed from the man's sleeve and plunged silently into the officer's back, stiffened and crumpled without a sound. Like grim reapers, the Shadow Guards harvested every Southern officer who tried to rally the chaos and reverse the tide. At the center of the front line, Chun Hung's eyes burned red with fury. He knew there was no turning back. If he was to kneel, he would kneel thoroughly and show his worth. His gaze swept the bloodied battlefield like a hawk's, quickly locking on a target: Zhang Kuei, deputy general to Li Jinglong. Zhang Kuei was famed for his courage and loyalty, now leading over 100 retainers in a desperate circular defense. Zhang Kuei, Li Jinglong has already fled. Why are you still dying for him? Chun Hung shouted, trying to shatter their morale. Zhang Kuei's eyes bloodshot with rage as he cursed back. Chen Heng, you contemptible traitor. Coward seeking glory by betraying your lord. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Chen Heng's face curled in a cruel smile. Though his heart was dark, didn't want surrender. Only a head worthy enough to claim the prize. To me, the first to bring Zhang Kuei's head will be rewarded with 100 gold pieces. Tempted by the reward, the defected southern soldiers surged forward like a tide. Chen Heng prowled the outer edges with his own troops, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Zhang Kuei fought valiantly, but was outnumbered. Zhu Jiax's elite forces pressed from the opposite side. The circular formation quickly fell to pieces under mounting wounds, arrows, and exhaustion. Now, Chen Heng's eyes gleamed coldly as he spurred his horse forward. His spear, like a venomous dragon striking from its lair, darted through a distraction caused by two tangled soldiers and pierced in at a sharp angle. Zhang Kuei sensed the danger and raised his sword to block, but he was half a beat too slow. The spear's tip scraped his blade and then plunged deep into his thigh. Ah! Zhang Kuei screamed miserably and dropped to one knee. Seizing the moment, Chen Heng drew his waist knife from the saddle, leapt off his horse, and slit Zhang Kuei's throat. Blood sprayed out as he grabbed the deputy general's topknot and raised the steaming head high. Li Jinglong's trusted aide Zhang Kuei is dead. Surrendered troops will not be killed. He shouted hoarsely, expending his last breath. In the hellish battlefield thick with blood and smoke, his voice echoed. The scattered resistance of the southern army shattered on seeing their commander fall. Their hearts broke, weapons were dropped in mass, and they sank to their knees like a tidal wave. The clamor of battle quickly died down, leaving only moans and wheezing breaths. Jiang Che stepped over the strewn corpses and slowly descended the high slope. Chen Heng swiftly vaulted back onto his horse, now stained in blood that made his grim face all the more fierce. My lord, the mission is accomplished. Zhang Kuei, deputy general under Li Jinglong, has been slain by this subordinate. Jiang Che glanced once at the head, eyes cold and unreadable. Then he looked Chen Heng up and down, noting the blood covering him. His voice remained calm. Well done. Your worth will be recognized by His Highness the Prince of Yan. Follow me. This felt like a refreshing rain to Chen Heng's parched spirit. He hurried to keep step with Jiang Che, never leaving his side, like a loyal hunting dog glued to its master. They passed through scattered fleeing soldiers, broken banners, and shattered weapons, arriving at the collapsed command tent. Zhu Gaozu had already removed his helmet, sweat and dust smeared across his face, but his brow burned with fierce impatience. He suddenly kicked a dead southern soldier with a savage low growl. Damn it! Chen Heng's chest tightened, but he remained kneeling with the severed head raised. Reporting to your highness. Your servant Chen Heng has beheaded Li Jinglong's confidant Zhang Kuei as a special offering. Zhu Gaozu glanced at the head and furrowed his brows further. With a casual flick of his hand, he said, what use is a deputy general's head? Then he slammed his fist into the broken flagpole, scattering with splinters. I want Li Jinglong. Just a little more. Just that little bit. He paced back and forth in fury, eyes blazing. There's a tunnel under the command tent. As soon as I broke through, that bastard slipped inside and escaped. Faster than a rat. Let that son of a bitch get away. Chen Heng still held the head aloft, his arm numb and trembling, cold sweat squeezing into the blood and grime on his forehead, itching unbearably but too afraid to move an inch. Everyone in the Yan army knew His Highness' fierce temper. Usually, killing an enemy general was cause for reward. Yet now, it was like dousing a burning hot iron plate with cold water only hissing and sparking steam. Jiang Che stood beside Zhu Gaozu, neither looking at the severed head nor pitying the kneeling man. His gaze passed over Zhu Gaozu, focusing instead on the distance. Yan army banners already planted on the southern camp walls, captured wagons and horses lined up in long rows. Tens of thousands of surrendered soldiers tightly guarded. This was an undeniable, decisive victory. Your Highness, Jiang Che spoke softly. Zhu Gaozu spun sharply, his eyes blood red, locking onto him. What are you trying to say? That the head of one Zhang Kuei is worth more than the life of that dog Li Jinglong? Jiang Qi's expression didn't change at all. Alike Zhang Kuei naturally couldn't compare to Li Jinglong. This was his first reply to Zhu Gaozu's anger, acknowledging the other's feelings while skillfully avoiding direct confrontation. The rout of the 500,000 southern troops was enough to keep the emperor in Jinling City restless. Our army's victory in slaying enemy generals and capturing their flags, along with seizing all their supplies and equipment, marked a complete triumph. Zhu Gaozu's breathing gradually steadied, but his brow remained tightly furrowed. Jiang Che stepped forward, his shoe crunching on gravel and dust, eyes fixed on the dark tunnel entrance. Li Jinglong didn't disappear into thin air, he said quietly. He left us a path. This one sentence awakened the dreamer. Zhu Gaozu followed his gaze, and the raging storm inside him finally showed a trace of reason. This tunnel is Li Jinglong's weak spot. Jiang Che continued. Rush digging always leaves traces. By following the clues, No matter how far he runs, even to the ends of the earth won't escape your highness' grasp. The tangled situation was unraveled in just a few words, turning a failed pursuit into a new beginning. The fire in Zhu Gao's eyes slowly died down. Right. So what if he ran? Does he think he can fly away? Sensing the moment was right, Jiang Che said no more, instead turning to the shadow behind him and commanded in a low voice. Where is Zhang Wu? Before the words had even fallen, Zhang Wu hurried forward, kneeling on one knee and lowering his head. At your service. Take your men into the tunnel. Jiang Qi's tone was cold and decisive. Track Li Jinglong's path. Leave marks along the way. Bring back living proof or dead bodies. Any clue? Reported immediately. As you command. The captain wasted no words, disappearing in a flash with several secret guards down into the dark tunnel. The sound of armor scraping against stone quickly faded into silence. The soldiers under Zhu Gao's command watched with twitching eyelids, amazed at the swift and clean operation. Once the arrangements were made, Jiang Qi's gaze landed on the kneeling Chen Hong. The man felt like a snake was staring him down, his hair standing on end. General Chen. I am here, your servant. Chen Hong stammered. Jiang Che stepped up to him, looking down from above. Your Highness has given you a chance to switch sides. You proved your bravery with Zhang Kuei's head, but that's not enough. His voice dropped to a whisper, but Chen Hong felt his heart sink to the bottom of a valley. Jiang Che tapped his foot, lightly kicking the bloodstained head. A thinking brain is more useful than one that only knows how to cut. He shifted tone, pointing toward the captured southern officers nearby. I order you to immediately interrogate all prisoners. When was this tunnel dug? Where does it lead? What other plans does Li Jinglong have? Where is he most likely to flee? Pry open their mouths and extract every piece of intelligence. Succeed, and you will have a real foothold with your Highness. Fail. Before he could finish, the chill in the air was colder than the deepest winter wind. Chen Hong understood instantly this was both a test and his final chance. To remain a dog at the ready to be discarded, or to become a truly valuable confidant at all, depended on this moment. Rest assured, my lord, even if I have to tear their bones apart one by one, I will get the information you want. As Chen Hong finished speaking, he tossed Zhang Kuei's severed head onto the dust, the skull rolling in the darkness and leaving a trail of blood. Gripping his still bloody waist blade, he leapt over the fire pit and dashed toward the prisoner camp, the cold gleam of his knife flickering in the firelight. Zhu Gaozu watched this deadly aura rise into the air, feeling the last trace of his frustration dissolve. He raised his hand and slapped Jiang Che on the shoulder with a loud smack, flashing a toothy grin. You're the one with the right idea. After all that, I finally feel satisfied. With that, he spun around abruptly and barked orders at his bodyguards. Give the command. The entire army will take control of the southern army camp, tally the spoils, and tend to the wounded. Tonight, we feast and drink. Oh, the long pent-up Yanjun soldiers erupted in a thunderous cheer, their shouts shaking the skies. Cheers and running filled the camp, mixing with the firelight, clanging armor, and wounded groans, amplifying the scent of victory to its fullest. Jiang Che stood quietly, his eyes scanning the bustling crowd. Zhu Gaozu confidently coordinated the troops. Chen Hong pounced on the prisoners like a wolf. Shadows from the dark guards melted into the night. Everything seemed to return to the familiar rhythm. Yet that sense of control was pierced by a small ripple. The tunnel of Li Jinglong. That hidden escape route beneath their feet was completely outside his plan. Relying on vague memories of the larger situation, he had set traps, feigned defeats, tricking Zhu Gao's anger, and so forth. But he hadn't anticipated the tunnel letting the enemy slip away. History's momentum remained fiercely. Jinglong, known as the transport commander, still marched unimpeded down the path of defeat. This battle delivered supplies, provisions, and tens of thousands of surrendered troops to their side. What about next time? Perhaps he would give up another city, present yet another grand gift. In that light, Li Jinglong's survival carried more value than his death. Still, the loss of control left Jiang Qi's heart chilled. He made a silent note to himself. He could no longer depend solely on preset history. Deep within the prisoner camp, agonized screams rose and fell, wavering then surging into desperate roars. Moments later, Chen Hong staggered out of the tent, drenched in blood. His armor bore enemy stains as well as fresh blood from his own cheek. His eyes shone fiercely. Taking 3 hurried steps forward, he knelt on one knee before Jiang Che, offering a bloodstained cloth with both hands. My lord, we've extracted everything. Jiang Che didn't look at the cloth, his tone calm. Speak. At once. Chen Hong lifted his head, his words sharp as cleaving hemp, yet clearly organized. The tunnel was secretly dug half a month ago by Li Jinglong's trusted men, following his orders. It opens 3 miles outside the camp at an abandoned mountain shrine. He escaped with only 300 guards along the official road to Dezhou. There, he had stockpiled supplies in advance, and Li Zengxi's old troops awaited him. Chen Hong paused, his enunciation heavier. More importantly, the southern army is finished. Li Jinglong fled the battlefield, and several generals under his command had already been undermining him in secret. The army's morale is completely shattered. I interrogated that deputy general named Ping'an, and he cursed Li Jinglong even more fiercely than I did. Chun Hung spoke hurriedly, pouring out his account in one breath. Li Jinglong, desperate to claim credit for victory, had abandoned their troops on the weakest two flanks and secretly withheld supplies. The southern army was already falling apart from within. Worse still, Li Jinglong pulled all his elite forces back to the central army, leaving the garrisons guarding Dezhou virtually empty and merely symbolic. Having finished, Chun Hung's chest heaved violently, as if he had laid all his cards on the table before Jiang Che, staking his life on one word from him. Jiang Che listened calmly, expression unreadable, though his fingertips tapped restlessly on his sword hilt at his waist. A clever man, this Chun Hung. Jiang Che needed a defector who could think strategically, and Chun Hung not only offered his head, but also the key to breaking the enemy. Tactical intelligence, strategic flaws, and the morale of the troops, all laid bare. Well done. Jiang Che finally uttered two words. To Chun Hung, those two syllables sounded like heavenly music. His tightly wound nerves immediately relaxed. He nearly collapsed then and there. Jiang Che steadied him with a hand and instructed in a cool voice. From today, you and your men will be merged into the secret guard, directly under my command. Clean up the remaining defectors. 3 days from now, come with me to report to the prince. Your humble servant will obey. Chun Hang's eyes brimmed with tears as he kowtowed deeply. This time the words your humble servant came smoothly and resolutely. Jiang Che turned and strode toward the central camp of Prince Yin, Zhu. Along the way, the camp had turned into a sea of celebration. Soldiers gathered around blazing fires, tearing into chunks of roasted meat and drinking heartily, wrestling over greasy lamb legs while boasting of their bravery in the day's fierce fighting. Yet to Jiang Che, it all seemed like a distant veil. In his mind, a new battlefield map unrolled at rapid speed. Li Jinglong, the so-called transportation captain, must never be allowed a safe withdrawal from Dezhou, nor replaced by a more formidable commander appointed by the court. An army commander who has been beaten down and frightened stiff, yet still clutches formidable troops, is exactly the ideal opponent for the Yin army. Jiang Chi's pace quickened. He swept the tent flap aside and entered, the heat and cheers nearly swallowing him whole. Jiang Che, you finally made it. Zhu Dis' booming voice shook the tent ceiling as he pushed aside his guards and strode over. His broad hand landed heavily on Jiang Chi's shoulder like a heavy fan. Huh. The greatest credit for this battle belongs to you. Inside the tent, Zhu Gaozu, Zhang Yu, Qiu Fu, and other key generals turned to Jiang Che in unison, their eyes filled with admiration, surprise, and a tinge of awe. They had witnessed firsthand how Jiang Che had quelled Gaozu's wrath with just a few words and turned a defector like Chun Heng into his own weapon. This feat was more fearsome than charging 1,000 troops. Zhu Gaozu grinned and raised his cup, a sign of complete, sincere approval. Zhu Di, flushed with excitement and rosy from the wine, grasped Jiang Chi's arm and shouted loudly. Speak up. What reward do you want? Gold, silver, women, official rank, anything I can give. Just name it. Exactly. Jiang Commander deserves a grand reward. Yes. Credit for the victory must be duly recorded. The generals cheered and surged the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Jiang Che returned their enthusiasm with calm composure. His voice was low yet clear enough to rise above the noise. Your Highness, the matter of rewards can wait. His single sentence instantly froze the tent. Cups paused midair, laughter stopped abruptly, and the air seemed to solidify. Zhu Dis' smile faded as his gaze locked onto Jiang Chi's calm, inscrutable eyes. The wine gloomed from his mind, knew this young man would not waste words at this moment. For him to interrupt the victory banquet meant only one thing. Something had gone wrong. Facing every pair of eyes, Jiang Che spoke slowly, each word a blade. I have urgent military intelligence that must be reported to your Highness immediately. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.